In the year 2020, gates connecting to another dimension. They began to appear. Governments around the world all mobilized their armies to enter these gates to investigate, but no one ever returned and monsters began to pour out from these abandoned gates. With overwhelming power capable of crushing any modern weapon, the monsters proceeded to slaughter humanity everywhere. However, supporters who were granted power and superior skills appeared. These supporters had the ability to grant hunters supplementary powers. Among those hunters was one with a countless retinue and undead warriors who wielded the power of fire, nicknamed the Demon King. He appeared. With the special traits of a player, he gradually grew stronger through his hunts. However, the 12 great heroes, who were regarded as gods, feared this man and his power. Under their influence, he was erased from history. Those who were considered gods created Eden. Since then, hunters were considered a new subspecies of humanity, and those who couldn't become hunters could only be slaves. The hunters held the power to rule the world, and just like that, 100 years passed. Under the scorching sun of August, this black-haired young man was training with all his might, thinking he would change the world, yet he was already dead tired after just a few laps. Perhaps one couldn't become a hunter through willpower alone. To catch the eye of a supporter, he had to surpass his own limits. As for his brother Seong-gu, he didn't have to do anything. They just came to him on their own. The black-haired man felt it was so unfair. But where is the fairness in this world? Just like how Seong-gu was a hunter, and he was just an ordinary person. If he couldn't run, maybe they should try another way. He pulled out a club, a skill that only hunters possessed, which never got old to watch. But if he became a hunter, this feeling of admiration would soon disappear. After learning the truth that his parents were killed by hunters, his brother Seong-gu gave him a book as a memento. It was full of the unreasonable rules set by hunters, and he wanted to change that. Anyway, his brother had helped him all these years, but after trying so hard, the black-haired man guessed he would never be able to become a hunter. Becoming a hunter, as taught by Eden, was the will of the heavens, he guessed. Seong-gu heard that nonsense and thought it was utterly ridiculous. He assured him that he would become a hunter, and he always told him to keep that book safe. It was the memoir of a forgotten hero who was erased by the 12 great heroes. If only he were still alive, the world might have been a better place. While the black-haired man and Seong-gu were talking, a girl in the sky was watching them from a distance. "Found you." With that, the girl held out her hand and shot a beam of purple light towards them. Seong-gu could almost instantly sense the magic. As soon as he saw the purple light beams flying straight at them, he cursed under his breath and pushed the black-haired man away. Just a few seconds later, an earth-shattering explosion occurred right where Seong-gu and the black-haired man had been standing. While the black-haired man was still confused about what was happening, he suddenly saw a girl fly down from the sky right in front of him, which terrified him. A hunter is. What are you doing here?" The girl glanced at the black-haired young man, and if you looked closely, you could see her eyes turn purple. "Kneel!" The black-haired young man immediately knelt, not because he was obedient, but as if some power was controlling him, forcing his body to move according to her will. Right after that, several beams of light flew in from nowhere. The figures in black who had just appeared immediately knelt and said reverently, "Our ruler, we greet you, Lady Athena." The name Athena struck the black-haired young man with even greater terror. With the highest rank, the ruler of Eden, one of the 12 founding gods of Eden, what was she doing here? "He surely hasn't gone far. Capture him and bring him to me." "Yes, my lady." The figures in black responded in unison and quickly left on their mission. "I finally almost caught him. What a shame." But Athena looked at the black-haired young man. "Who is he? I can't sense any magical power from him." At the same time, the black-haired young man was silently praying that the Demon King's journal he was holding contained the dirty secrets the 12 heroes wanted to hide. He hoped she wouldn't notice and would just leave. "Humph, just a lowly slave," Athena said, turning her back on the black-haired young man. "Is she gone?" The black-haired young man was wondering when suddenly his body was released. He thought he had escaped, but just as he looked up, he saw that wench Athena towering right in front of him, looking at him with judging eyes. "I almost missed it. I can feel magic emanating from you, even if it's just a faint trace. Your heart is beating rapidly and your breathing is ragged. Seeing how you've frozen up, I'm guessing you have something you can't show me, right? Take out what you're hiding and tell me what it is. My body is moving on its own. Is this a god's command? Stop. If she finds out about this book, I'm done for." Despite the inner plea of the black-haired young man, his hand, manipulated against his will, took the book from his pocket and held it out. "It's a book," the black-haired young man said, cursing internally. "Damn it, my body won't listen to me." The story of how the Demon King was actually the true hero of humanity. Eden doesn't want the world to know the story of the Demon King. Everyone connected to me will be sacrificed. If things get worse, the entire neighborhood will be wiped out. That's how Eden operates, the power of Eden. They eliminate anything that displeases them or stands in their way. I can't give this to her. Please. Just as Athena was about to touch the book, it suddenly flipped open, and a magical flame erupted. Athena quickly used her magic to create a shield, narrowly escaping the flames. At that moment, her eyes lit up as she exclaimed, "I found it. It's the Demon King's journal. I don't know why a lowly slave would have this, but I'm taking it." Just then, Seong-gu appeared like a god and sent Athena flying. The black-haired young man was so moved he burst into tears. "Hey, men don't cry. Still, you did a great job. You held out really well." Seong-gu picked up the book and smiled teasingly. "Who on earth are you? How could you fight against Athena, one of the 12 gods?" Seong-gu handed the book back to the black-haired young man. "Sorry, I don't have time to explain this to you right now. I didn't think we'd find this so soon. You've been saying it for a long time, haven't you? That you want to change the world, so I'm betting on someone like you." "Huh. Hunters are appointed as gods and rule over the monsters. Others. A powerless person like you will live like livestock, waiting to be slaughtered by others. If you had a power that could change the world, a power that could rival the 12 gods, would you still want to change this world then?" Seong-gu summoned his sword and pointed its tip at the black-haired man. The black-haired man was silent. Just then, from a distance, the shout of Athena was heard. "You scoundrel!" With an angry expression, she flew quickly towards them, weapon in hand. "Athena is coming. We don't have any more time. Make your choice quickly." "I can't fight Athena alone," Seong-gu urged. The eyes of the black-haired man suddenly turned red. "Yes, if I had such power, I would change this world." "Good." Seong-gu smiled in satisfaction and then suddenly pierced the black-haired man's chest with the sword. "If you meet me there, remember to treat each other well." "What are you talking about, you scoundrel?" The black-haired man's body, with the sword in his chest, levitated in the air and then slowly vanished. "The contract is executed. As per the contract, the fallen angel will support you." By the time the black-haired man regained consciousness, he found himself transported to a cave. Seeing his body completely unharmed, the black-haired man couldn't help but be bewildered. "What is this? I was clearly stabbed, but there isn't a single wound on my body. My body feels different than before. The power I feel in my body and the voice that told me I have support. Have I become a hunter? Where exactly am I? This flow of magical power in my body. Could it be that I'm inside a gate?" The black-haired man was silently speculating when he suddenly heard footsteps not far away. So, he quickly hid behind a rock to assess the situation. As it turned out, he saw a goblin approaching, looking around blankly. "It's a sure bet. I'm inside a dungeon gate. Goblins are the lowest level monsters, but they're more dangerous than you'd think. That's why they're also known as new hunter-killers. Thanks to their exceptional sense of smell and hearing, along with their reckless hunting style, many rookie hunters with little information have lost their lives. I hope it just leaves without finding me." Unfortunately, very quickly, thanks to its keen sense of smell, the goblin caught the black-haired man's scent and slowly approached his location. "Will what I've learned work on it? In any case, I have no other choice. I can only trust the skills I've learned to become a hunter." The black-haired man gently bent down, picked up a stone, and threw it in the opposite direction of the goblin's path. Hearing the strange noise, the goblin immediately turned its head. The black-haired man seized the opportunity, grabbing the goblin's sword hand while his other hand swung, instantly taking out the goblin. "What is this strength? I originally just planned to scare it and take its weapon, but have I really become a hunter?" As the black-haired man was feeling confused, the notification window appeared once again. "The fallen angel is paying attention to you. The fallen angel is the Demon King." At that moment, a horde of goblins appeared, seemingly drawn by the noise the black-haired man had made earlier. So many of them, and to make matters worse, the one at the back is the goblin chieftain. "It's the boss of this goblin dungeon. It's all over. I just awakened as a hunter. What makes me think I can stand a chance against it?" Suddenly, the black-haired man remembered the promise he made to Seong-gu that if he had the power to change the world, a power that could stand against the 12 gods, he would definitely change the world. "That's right. I can't die like this. I can't die before I change this world. The fallen angel applauds your fighting spirit. The fallen angel is paying attention to him." This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Filled with determination, the black-haired man recklessly charged toward the horde of goblins. In the past, watching the black-haired man use his spear with enough precision to slice every falling leaf, Seong-gu had exclaimed in awe, saying, "That's truly impressive. Watching you, I finally understand what a genius is. Ordinary people have their limits, but if you were sponsored, I'm certain that you would become a more outstanding hunter than anyone else." Just like now, through his sheer will and honed skills, the black-haired man single-handedly wiped out almost the entire horde of goblins, and his level increased accordingly. The only one left. Just as he had this thought, he sensed imminent danger. He quickly somersaulted backward, successfully dodging a surprise attack from the boss. Damn it, even though it's just a goblin, it's still a boss-level monster. According to the data, to defeat a goblin chieftain, You at least need to be a C-rank hunter to hunt it. When you've just awakened as a hunter, you're usually only at E or F class. Can someone who just awakened like me really defeat it? The black-haired man glanced at the spear in his hand. All right, I'll bet it all right here. The fallen angel has cheered for your decision and granted you the authority over fire. The spear is the Demon King's weapon, and it's also the weapon I'm most confident in using. Moreover, the black-haired man imbued the spear with more power and charged forward, sending the boss to meet its maker with a single thrust. You have leveled up. The spear's durability has dropped to 0. I did it, but just as expected, after defeating the dungeon boss, this is all I can do. During the battle, it wasn't just the goblins. The black-haired man also sustained considerable injuries. At this point, he could no longer stand and passed out. A short while later, 2 other people appeared in the dungeon. There are goblin corpses. Who killed this many goblins? Even the goblin chieftain is dead. Just then, one of the 2 who entered the dungeon noticed the black-haired man lying in a pool of blood. There's a survivor. Someone over there is still alive. When the black-haired man woke up, he found himself in a hospital bed, receiving a recovery potion via an IV. A hospital? So it wasn't a dream. Athena appeared and almost stole the Demon King's journal. And after Gu stabbed me, I woke up inside a dungeon gate. I encountered a goblin chieftain and nearly died, but I survived thanks to the authority over fire that the fallen angel granted me. However, I then lost consciousness due to severe injuries. Did the hunters who came to clear the dungeon save me? As he was lost in thought, a nurse approached, smiling and saying, "You can't move just yet. How are you feeling? Are you dizzy at all? The hunter team dispatched by the association found you and brought you here. If they hadn't, I'm not sure what would have happened to you." The black-haired man asked doubtfully, "The association?" The nurse smiled and said, "That's right. You were very seriously injured. It's a miracle you're alive. You had an accident inside the gate, so someone from the association will be dispatched. Until then, please get some proper rest." Then the nurse turned to leave, thinking to herself, "He's so handsome. I have to go tell everyone." The black-haired man suddenly spoke up. Excuse me." The nurse turned back and he asked, "What year is it?" The nurse replied, "It seems. Your memory hasn't recovered yet, so you must still be a little dizzy. It is now the year 2022. The black-haired man heard this and couldn't help but be startled. 2022, over 100 years before I was born, the gates began to appear in the year 2020. 2022 was when special hunters started to make a name for themselves, the Age of Heroes. At this moment, the words of Gu suddenly reappeared in his mind. Hunters began to call themselves gods and rule over humanity. Powerless people like me were forced to live as refugees, just waiting to die. What would you think if you could change the world? Would you do it? The black-haired man's heart began to beat faster. Unlike how you had to be chosen by Eden to become a hunter. In this era, hunters awaken by being supported by sponsors. And this is my moment to change everything. With that thought, the black-haired man decisively pulled out his IV and the bunch of P wires on his body and jumped off the bed. Seeing this, the nurse cried out in worry, "Sir, jumping up like that is very dangerous." "I'm fine. I'm not dizzy like before." "Never mind that. Can you tell me where the restroom is?" The nurse replied. "The restroom is next to the entrance." The black-haired man went into the restroom. He observed himself in the mirror and was startled, saying to himself, "Is this really me? I didn't have these muscles before, and I must be about 6'3" now. I guess my face still looks pretty much the same, but my physique and appearance make me look like a completely different person." Just then, someone's voice came from outside. "Is someone in here?" A few minutes later, the black-haired man, wearing a patient's gown, sat across from a young man. This person introduced himself as Kim Shudong from the association. Shudong smiled and said, "You were rescued by the Union Guild after the incident in the gate. I heard you're having problems with your memory, is that right?" The black-haired man thought to himself, the nurse must have told him, which is good. So, with an emotionless face, the black-haired man replied, "That's right." Shudong asked, "Can you tell me what you remember, your name or family, how you got into the gate, or anything else you can recall?" After the black-haired man was transferred to this hospital, both the hospital and the association tried to dig up information on him, but of course, they couldn't find any information about him at all. No name, family, or anything. The black-haired man thought, there's no way my information from the future could possibly appear here. They did say that amnesia can occur after an accident in a gate or after awakening, as a hunter. Then he smiled and replied, "I'm 23 years old. My name is Lai Jun Jian. I can't remember anything else." Just now, at the very moment the black-haired man, now Jun Jian, was about to say his name, for some reason, the name Demon King popped into his head. For some reason, he had confused his own name with the Demon King's, but he didn't know why he felt that it was the right thing to do. Hearing Jun Jian's answer, Xu Dong got a bit of a headache and sighed. This is a big problem. Then he looked at Junjian and asked, "If that's the case, did you feel anything while you were inside the gate?" Junjian replied, "I heard a voice say, 'I will sponsor you.' That's what I heard." Hearing that, the hands of Xu Dong, which were resting on the table, tightened slightly. After a few seconds, he spoke. "I see. It seems you become a hunter. Mr. Lai Jingyan, do you remember anything about hunters?" "I don't know either. I remember that they are a pre-selected special person." Xu Dong stood up and said, "Thank you for speaking with me. After this, there might be someone else who comes, but the association will contact you later." Then, he suddenly bowed deeply. "I know you must be very confused, but you have become a very necessary and important person to this world. I wish you the best." The conversation ended, and Xu Dong took his leave. Junjian stood by the window, looking down at Xu Dong in the parking lot, and said to himself, "He's a pretty good guy, isn't he?" After that, he called out in a low voice, "Status." Instantly, a system window appeared before him. Status window. Name, Junjian. Level, 9. Tret, player. Nickname, Love Crazed Slayer. Strength 31, Stamina 28, Agility 34, Magic Power 38, Authority of Fire Dominion Level 2, Summoned Familiar. None. Skills, none. Observing the status window, Junjian thought to himself, this is one of the qualities of the Demon King. The reason the 12 heroes had to be wary of the Demon King and the reason the Demon King could grow faster than other hunters. Fearing that, Eden erased all traces of him. The Demon King is very special. To be precise, he isn't a hunter, he's a player. Unlike hunters, who need to be sponsored by supporters to grow strong, he was able to become powerful on his own. He is the only one who can grow stronger by hunting, and now I am one. The day Junjian was discharged, the nurse came to his hospital room and said with a smile, "Mr. Li Junjian, congratulations on becoming a hunter." "Thank you. But is becoming a hunter really something to be congratulated for?" The nurse smiled and replied, "Of course it is. It's like winning the lottery. Even the weakest F-rank hunter can live a life of wealth and luxury that ordinary people can only dream of. Besides fighting the monsters inside gates, there are many other things a hunter can do. You can become a blacksmith by using your powers to create magic items, or you could also become a bodyguard to earn a huge amount of money. Even the wealthy have to line up just to hire you." Junjian thought to himself, "Yes, I know that. That's also why those who weren't chosen become completely helpless." A forced smile appeared on his face as he asked softly, Should I be happy about that?" The nurse suddenly remembered something and handed a bag to Junjian, saying, "Oh, I almost forgot to give you this. It's from Kim Xu Dong, the man from the association. This is the clothes you were wearing when you were rescued. They said you probably won't be able to wear them again, but they kept them just in case you needed them someday. Congratulations on your discharge." Not long after, Junjian left the hospital and went to a place in the Gangnam district. Looking around, he marveled inwardly. This is the heroes' district. The Gangnam I knew before, I wasn't even allowed to set foot here. Everything here looks so bright and peaceful. Just then, Xu Dong walked up and said, "Mr. Lai Junjian, I've been waiting for you." Junjian turned to look at him. The supervisor, Mr. Kim Xu Dong. Xu Dong said, "Let's go to the association. I don't think a new hunter like you should be wandering around here." Noticing the slight change in Junjian's expression after he said that, he thought the boy was worried and said with a smile, "Don't worry too much. We've already registered you as an association hunter, and you'll be provided with an apartment. Since sometimes, there are a few people who have been in the same situation as you. Let me congratulate you first. Your test results are in. You are a C-rank hunter, and you should be happy because not everyone in our country achieves a C-rank right from the start." Next, he pointed to a car with its door open on the side of the road and said, "Let's go. I'll explain the rest after we finish the registration process. Thank you." With that, Junjian got into the car with Xu Dong and headed to the headquarters of the Hunter Association. There, a staff member guided him through the registration steps. Normally, ordinary people receive an E or F rank after their first awakening as a hunter. Hunters are ranked by letters. The higher the rank, the greater your potential, and you will also receive special treatment. In the afternoon, as the sun began to set, Junjian followed Xu Dong out of the headquarters. However, he still answered, "He is the leader of the Union Guild that saved you. It seems he's very interested in you. And this will be your apartment," Xu Dong said. Junjian opened the door and stepped inside. The next moment, he was stunned by everything inside. It even moved him to the point of tears. Since Xu Dong was standing behind him, he didn't notice. "Is it to your liking?" "The furniture looks a bit outdated," Junjian replied. "Yes, I like it a lot, thank you very much." He thought to himself, "Today is a very special day. I finally have the chance to become a hunter. So this is what it feels like to own an apartment for the first time in my life." Xu Dong spoke up. "Oh, I almost forgot. Heck, there's one more thing I haven't told you. Some people want to meet you. Mr. Junjian Lai. Hearing this, Junjian was a bit startled. He spun around and asked, "Meet me?" At the same time, he worriedly thought to himself, who could it be? There's no way anyone knows that I'm from the future. Shu Dong was quite surprised by Junjian's somewhat over-the-top reaction. However, he still answered, "He is the leader of the Union Guild that saved you. It seems he's very interested. You can refuse his request if you don't feel comfortable with this meeting." Junjian asked, "The leader of the Union Guild?" "That's right. They're a pretty active guild that's been getting a lot of attention recently." "The Union Guild?" Junjian thought for a moment, then replied, "Okay." So, Shu Dong led Junjian to meet the leader of the Union Guild. When the two parties met, Shu Dong immediately made the introductions. First, he gestured towards Junjian and said, "This is Mr. Junjian Lai." Next, he gestured towards the bald man, "And this is the leader of the Union Guild, the guild that saved you." The bald man spoke up, "I'll introduce myself. You're quite tall and good-looking. I am the leader of the Union Guild, El Seonggu." As for Junjian, ever since meeting Seonggu, he said nothing and just stared intently at his bald head. He thought to himself, "It's really him, that bald head." Noticing Junjian's gaze, Seonggu asked, "Where are you looking?" Junjian snapped out of it, awkwardly scratching his head and saying with a laugh, "I apologize if I offended you, sir. I didn't mean to." After that, he fell back into deep thought. "I was so startled I almost made a mistake. I didn't think I would meet him this soon. He really worried about me, taught me all the basics of being a hunter, my benefactor, the one who saved my life in my past life, and the hero who gave up countless opportunities to save the lives of others, the forgotten hero, because people thought he had sacrificed himself. The god of light, El Seonggu. We meet again." Seonggu didn't know what Junjian was thinking. He just smiled and said, "It's all right. Have we met before? You seem a bit familiar." Junjian replied, "I lost all my memories after becoming a hunter, so I'm not really sure either." After that, he bowed deeply and said, "Thank you for saving my life." Seeing this, Seonggu smiled and thought to himself, "What a polite person." That evening, Junjian lay in bed, thinking this is real. But what happened to my body? It feels like a completely different body, but my moles are still in the same places, so this is definitely my body. The player, the Demon King, was an incredibly powerful hunter. He was also a forgotten hero. Why do I possess his abilities? I gained them because the fallen angel sponsored me with power. In my past life, the fallen angel only sponsored a single person. So what happened to the Demon King? I don't know. I don't think I'll find the answer right now. I've returned to the past and obtained the overwhelming power that so many people coveted. I've been given a power that can change the entire world. The next morning, in a room at the Hunter Association headquarters, Junjian and the others were waiting when a man with 3 scars on his cheek entered the room and introduced himself. "Welcome. My name is Bisangu, one of your proctors." A few people immediately started murmuring upon hearing the name. "What? B-rank hunter, Bisangu? Why would a core member of the association be a proctor for rookie hunters like us? That means there's a hunter here who has caught the association's attention." The others also realized this and began to get their hopes up. This is my chance. If I can get his attention, I'll be able to join a top guild or something. I'm the only one fit for that role. No, it's going to be me. Hearing the noise around him, Junjian, who was snoozing at his desk, also lifted his head to look. On the podium, Bisangu spoke up, "Today, there will be a hunter seminar. After that, you will choose your weapons and move to an area to conduct a combat test. However, you don't need to worry. Do you know how hunters awaken?" A young man in a blue shirt quickly raised his hand and said, "Don't we need to be chosen by a sponsor?" Bisangu said, "That's right. In addition, a hunter's power is evaluated the moment they awaken. However, a hunter can develop themselves." A brown-haired girl stood up and said, "We can close gates or gain the attention of sponsors through outstanding achievements. We can receive more powerful items or skills through additional sponsorships." Bisangu clapped and smirked, saying, "Very good. It seems you've all come prepared. Next, I'll ask you a slightly more difficult question. What is the goal of the sponsors?" The room immediately fell dead silent. Bisangu thought to himself, "Just as I thought, no one can answer this question." All the hunters were very curious about this, but no one knew who the sponsors were or why they chose humans to become hunters. Suddenly, Bisangu noticed something. To Junjian, "What's with that guy? Everyone else is trying to get my attention." Curious, Sangshu pointed at Junjian. "You, the one resting your chin on your hand over there, can you answer my question?" Junjian was a bit surprised, then he silently bowed his head, lost in thought. Sangshu chuckled and said, "There's no need to worry. This is a question with no right answer. I just want to hear what you're thinking." Junjian said, "Isn't it all just for entertainment?" Everyone in the room gasped in astonishment. "What did he just say?" Sangshu asked, "What do you mean by entertainment?" Junjian replied, You pick a character and have them hunt, and you find it entertaining when they level up and become stronger. It's just like a game. Sangshu's jaw dropped as he thought to himself, what an incredible thought. Meanwhile, Junjian thought to himself, the Demon King theorized that the sponsors only see this world as a game, and because of that theory, he still died despite achieving supreme power. This could be the sponsors' most important secret. A while later at the testing area, Sangshu looked at the brown-haired girl and said with a smile, you chose a sword? What an excellent choice. Are you ready? The brown-haired girl, with a focused expression, gripped her sword with both hands and spoke, yes, I'm ready. You'll have to fight a ghoul, but it's okay if you can't defeat it. I will set the conditions for you to pass this test. Do you agree? The brown-haired girl smiled and replied, I agree. Don't worry too much. It has been brainwashed, so it has no intention of killing humans or creating any fatal wounds. And now, the official test will begin. As he finished speaking, Sangshu immediately pressed the button on the controller in his hand to open the door caging the ghoul. 1 second later, the ghoul shot out, roaring as it charged straight for the brown-haired girl. The brown-haired girl also charged forward proactively, swinging her sword, but the ghoul dodged it and scratched one of her arms with its claws. The ghoul pressed its advantage and leaped forward, intending to attack the brown-haired girl with its claws again. Sangshu, observing from the sidelines, thought to himself, too dangerous. But then he was stunned to see the brown-haired girl suddenly spin around, using her momentum to slash her sword across the ghoul's back, splitting its body in two. Afterwards, the brown-haired girl lay on the ground, panting heavily as if all her strength had been drained. Sangshu walked over and praised her. That was impressive. You turned the tables and eliminated that demon. You've passed the test. Well done. The brown-haired girl left the testing area, and Sangshu immediately shouted, last one, come on in. A few seconds later, Junjian walked in with a shield in one hand and a spear in the other. A spear and a shield, a strange combination. Sangshu silently sized up Junjian, who was thinking to himself that he could only take the graduation course after completing this test. And if I perform well here, I'll get a few extra benefits. Just then, Sangshu spoke up, the test will begin now. But first, all the goblins have been killed. Therefore, you'll have to take the test with a different monster. Since the monster has changed, the rules will also change. You don't have to defeat it. The condition for passing this test will be decided by me. It's also like the previous ones and has been brainwashed, so it can't inflict any fatal wounds. Furthermore, I'm a B-rank hunter and I'm right here, so there won't be any problems. Are you ready? A different monster? It must be something similar to a goblin, or maybe a hobgoblin. With this in mind, Junjian spoke up, I'm ready. Sangshu smiled as he pressed the control button and said, good, your test will begin now. I was impressed by your answer earlier. I hope you won't disappoint me. The monster that the final contestant, Junjian, had to face was an orc. Orcs have twice the strength of a normal man and possess incredible vitality. It's known that a hunter of combat rank is needed to fight it inside a gate. The other contestants in the waiting room, after learning that the opponent in the test for Junjian was an orc, couldn't help but be terrified. What? An orc? No way. Since when were orcs included in a test like this? On the outside, Sangshu watched as Junjian's entire body was enveloped in a blue light, which made him even more interested. There are hunters who ranked B in their first awakening. They appear enveloped in a brilliant blue light, like a shooting star, and are now the strongest hunters in the world. Junjian managed to become a C-rank hunter by himself. He was able to hold off goblins in a D-rank gate. How could a newly awakened hunter do something so incredible? That's why I can't miss out on something this interesting at the association. Show me what you've got. The fallen angel is observing you closely. At the same time as the notification, the orc grew impatient and charged forward to attack. Junjian firmly gripped his spear and thrust it straight into the orc's shoulder. What a monster. It just charges straight forward without thinking. This is simpler than I thought. But of course, the reality was not that simple. The orc roared in pain, then used one hand to tightly grip the spear piercing through its body. It stuck. What is this strength? While Junjian tried unsuccessfully to pull the spear out, the orc suddenly used its other hand to rain down punches on him. Luckily, Junjian raised his shield just in time to defend, successfully blocking the orc's dangerous attack. The other contestants in the waiting room started to worry as they witnessed this. Isn't that too dangerous? Well, since it was an orc from the start, this situation isn't all that surprising. The proctor should stop the fight. At the same time, Sangshu still hadn't made a move, merely observing and assessing. This was a perfect attack. If it were human, it would have died from that fatal blow. But his opponent is a monster, an opponent that was clearly underestimated. Seeing that Junjian's shield was beginning to show signs of cracking and fearing that the boy might be in danger, Sangshu began to activate his powers, preparing to step in. But unexpectedly, he saw Junjian let go of the spear, then spin around and kick the orc in the face. Finally, he He leaped up to gain momentum and used his powered-up shield to ram it head-on, finishing the orc off for good. The shield's durability dropped to 0. You have leveled up. Your fire domination skill has reached level 2. Who is that guy? Is he really a new hunter? He thrust the spear straight in to break the monster's balance. That's just insane what he did. He defeated the orc the proctor picked. Not just the contestants, but even Sang Shu, a B-rank hunter, was also surprised by Jun Jian's performance. What was that skill? How could a new hunter like him possess such a skill? That ability doesn't even have an activation code? Could this be a high-level skill? There's never been a case like this before. Not since hunters first appeared. I can't let him get away. I will bring him to the association at any cost. It's truly unimaginable. Hunter Jun Jian, you have passed my test. Thank you, Jun Jian replied. He thought to himself, the device seems to only be usable for a short time. Fire Dominion is such a great skill. The Dominion of Fire is the source of power used by the Demon King, as well as a trait that comes with becoming a hunter. This isn't a skill, but a source of power. Unlike other skills that cannot be leveled up, power is leveled up thanks to a sponsor. Players can level up, and their power becomes incredibly high. But the device won't last long due to its absolute power. I need equipment forged from metal to use this ability. After the test, Jun Jian returned home and threw a small housewarming party. The guests were just 2 people, Xianggu and Su Dong. While they enjoyed the meal, they had a small chat about the supervisor for tomorrow's test and guidance on his future path. Apparently, Xianggu had been appointed as Jun Jian's supervisor. The final test from the supervisor is tomorrow, right? I know you'll be allowed into the gate, but I need to make sure you won't have any problems. Su Dong said, tell us about your upcoming plans. Have you thought about our proposal? I don't know why, but I have a feeling I shouldn't let you go. In any case, I don't want to pressure you, Xianggu said with a serious expression. Su Dong secretly glanced at Xianggu, thinking to himself that he was being overly anxious. The most promising guild alliance in Korea is trying to scout him. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Hunter Jun Jian. Jun Jian was silent for a moment, then replied, I must respectfully decline. May I ask the reason behind that answer? I just can't understand. I thought it was an excellent proposal for someone who decided to become a combat hunter. You are right, but when I returned to the past, I had already planned for all possible situations that would happen around this time. In this situation, it would be incredibly dangerous for me to get close to Xianggu right now. That was his thought, but Jun Jian only replied, I'm sorry, but right now I don't want to be affiliated with any organization. But if you ever need my help, anytime, I would be more than willing to assist, because I owe you a favor. Hunter Xianggu. Xianggu was silent for a moment and then smiled, I will remember those words. Su Dong looked back and forth between Xianggu and Jun Jian, unable to help but feel confused. What in the world is going on? A new hunter is offering to help an A-rank hunter from Korea, and this A-rank hunter is accepting it seriously. I really can't understand hunters. The next morning, it was the day of the supervised graduation test. Before we begin, I need to tell you a few things about the procedure for the graduation test. The graduation test will be held inside this gate. However, you don't need to be too concerned, because I will be accompanying all of you. As he said this, Sang Shu unleashed his power to show his credibility, causing the candidates to be completely amazed. As a B-rank hunter, his power was on a completely different level than the other hunters here. Jun Jian thought to himself. After the candidates received their power supplies, it was time for them to enter the dungeon. This place feels quite humid. Just as Jun Jian thought that, Sang Shu began to explain, You all feel the dampness, right? That's because the magical power inside the gate is very high. If all of you are here, we will begin. Follow my lead, we'll get to the monster. Sang Shu then led everyone deeper into the dungeon. Soon enough, they encountered a group of goblins. Here they come. Hunters number 1 and 3, ready your weapons. Understood. Hunters number 1 and 3 acknowledged and charged forward to confront the monsters. As a result, neither of the 2 of them could take down even a single goblin. Next, numbers 8 and 16. Numbers 8 and 16 did better, each taking out 1 goblin. Hunter Jun Jian. As soon as his name was called, Jun Jian moved as fast as the wind, and with just a few basic moves, he wiped out the entire goblin horde, making the others wonder, is he really a newly awakened hunter? He attended the briefing though. Damn it, are other hunters like this too? I'm truly impressed with his level of proficiency with his weapon. He's as skilled as a B-rank hunter like me. I can't afford to lose someone like him. I must recruit him at all costs. Sang Shu thought to himself. With that over, the group continued to move. We'll be meeting the boss soon. The boss will be completely different from the goblins we've been fighting. Therefore, you must all be cautious, stay sharp, and prepare yourselves mentally. Check all of your weapons and defensive gear. The others heard Sang Shu's words and immediately complied. Only Jun Jian did nothing, standing silently in one spot. The Demon King had the power of a player, but before he could unleash his immense power, he was destroyed by the 12 heroes. That might not have happened if the Demon King had developed his power faster than them. Therefore, I will use everything I know to become stronger than the 12 heroes and anyone else. After a while, the party set off again, but after just a short distance, they were all startled by a powerful surge of magical energy. Everyone retreat, run to the gate now. Sang-Shu quickly gave the order. At the same time, from a distance, a stream of fire magic was rushing towards them. Sang-Shu knew he needed to dodge, but if he did, those fledgling new hunters would surely lose their lives. Damn it! Cursing under his breath for a moment, Sang-Shu used his venomous fang skill to counter the stream of fire magic, but it was only a fraction of the destructive power. The snake's fangs couldn't negate it completely. What happened to the new hunters? Worried, Sang-Shu quickly turned to check. When he saw them standing safely right behind Jun Jian, Sang-Shu exclaimed in amazement, "I can't believe it. Hunter Jun Jian." Jun Jian humbly replied, "No, Hunter Sang-Shu held it off so well that we were able to stay safe." Suddenly, a system window appeared right in front of him. The fallen angel has a request: escape from the Great Goblin Witch. At the same moment, the others also saw the appearance of the monster that had just attacked them. The new hunters cried out in panic. That's the Great Goblin Witch who can easily defeat a B-rank hunter. Is this really a trial for low-rank hunters? Is the ranking system bugged or something? Right? Run now. The only one who can deal with it is Hunter Sang-Shu. Sang-Shu was much calmer. He spoke up, "It's not an easy opponent. Can you guys leave the gate and help me contact the Hunters Association?" Jun Jian stepped up next to Sang-Shu and said, "Hunter Sang-Shu, I also want to fight it." Hearing this, the new hunters all looked at him in shock. Sang-Shu looked at Jun Jian seriously and warned, "You shouldn't be so overconfident. I know you can defeat many elves and even an orc monster, but the Great Elf Witch relies on magical power, not physical strength. They have magic skills that can rival B-rank hunters." Jun Jian spoke up, "The Great Elf Witch. B-rank opponents are recommended to upgrade their main skills: Fire Arrow, Fireball, Firewall, and Fire Shield. I know it's a strong monster, and I know how to fight it. Aren't all guardian monsters meant to be faced by new hunters? Please give me a chance." Sang-Shu thought to himself, "What is with that blind confidence?" Then he said, "Fine." Instantly, a notification appeared in front of Jun Jian: "Quest start." And so, Jun Jian advanced alone towards the Great Elf Witch. The Great Elf Witch immediately shot several fireballs at him. Jun Jian raised the shield in his hand, blocking all the fireballs. The new hunters exclaimed, "That's unbelievable." The fireballs were completely blocked. Sang-Shu was startled, thinking to himself, "It wasn't blocked, it's absorbing them. How is that possible?" The battle continued. After Jun Jian blocked the fireballs with his shield, a mass of flames clung to its surface. The corner of his mouth curved up, and he immediately charged towards the Great Elf Witch. The Great Elf Witch, seeing this, once again cast a spell, creating a series of explosions on the ground. A few seconds later, a sea of fire formed like a wall separating it from Jun Jian. The new hunters cried out, "We were wrong, we can't even get close to it. We'll be attacked by long-range magic and won't be able to fight back." At that moment, Jun Jian made his next move. He pointed his spear towards the sea of fire and softly commanded, "Part." Then, before everyone's disbelieving eyes, the sea of flames actually parted, creating a path. Controlling firepower is truly amazing. Jun Jian charged towards the Great Elf Witch without any hesitation. The spear in his hand was also quickly covered in flames. The Great Elf Witch roared loudly and created a defensive magic circle in front of itself, but it wasn't enough. With a loud shout, Jun Jian thrust his spear forward repeatedly. The defensive magic layer shattered in an instant, and then the Great Elf Witch was also blown to pieces by Jun Jian's attack. He did it! Did a rookie really pull off something so extraordinary? A super rookie. He's a super rookie. It's the birth of a super rookie. Amidst the new hunters' shocked cries, Jun Jian stood there in a daze, because he was busy looking at the newly appeared system window. Quest successful. The fallen angel is amazed by your feat. Because the quest was successful, the fallen angel wants to sponsor you. You were given a chance to summon. Jun Jian joyfully said to himself, "I finally got it. This is why the Demon King is so strong." Late that afternoon, at the headquarters of the Hunter Association, Sang-Shu went to the president's office and reported everything that had happened. After listening, the association president chuckled and said, "So this is why you wanted to see me? The Guardian is because of that C-rank hunter, isn't it?" "Yes, that's correct, sir." The association president asked, "Is he at the lowest level gate?" Sang-Shu replied, "No, he has already surpassed that place. If that's your assessment, then it's not just a misjudgment. How far do you think his potential can reach?" Sang-Shu thought for a moment and answered, "To the point where he can help you achieve your goal, Mr. President." The association president turned to look at the scenery outside the glass window and said, "I see. I want to meet him as soon as possible." At the same time, at the entrance, Junjian walked out and saw Seonggu and Sudong already waiting. Seeing him, Sudong smiled and said, "Ah, you're here, the leader of the Alliance Guild, and I have been waiting for you. I was very worried after hearing the news that the ranked gate had upgraded from E rank to C rank, but it seems it wasn't too complicated for you." Seonggu asked with a smile, "Did you receive the association's registration form?" Junjian nodded and recalled that moment. Sangshu had asked Hunter Lee Junjian, "Do you have any intention of joining the association?" The new hunters exclaimed, "He's being invited by the association?" "No way." Junjian calmly replied, "I'm sorry, but I currently have no intention of affiliating with any organization." Sangshu was stunned, thinking to himself, he's rejecting this offer, but he quickly recovered and said, "I understand." Junjian remained silent, thinking to himself, if I join the association, I'll definitely grow faster. However, if I join, I won't be able to hide anything from them. And he is in the association. I don't want to have anything to do with him. He is one of the people I must avoid at all costs. At the same time, an image of a man appeared in his mind, and this person was none other than the president of the Hunter Association. Back in the present, Seonggu asked him what food he liked. Hearing this, Junjian became a bit pensive. This was even harder than choosing whether to join the association. What do I actually like? After much hesitation, he answered, "Cup noodles." Seonggu chuckled and asked, "Do you like meat?" Junjian didn't speak, but his expression clearly gave the answer. Seonggu walked over, put an arm around his shoulder, pulled him along, and said with a laugh, "All right, then, let's go get some meat." By nightfall, Junjian had returned to his new apartment. He was taking a shower, and in his mind, images of his battles from today replayed one by one. After a while, Junjian whispered, "I've gotten stronger. I know it for a fact." Then, Junjian quietly called out, "Status." A system window appeared. Status, namely, Junjian, level 11, Trade Player, Class Assassin, Goblin, Fire Domination level 2, Summon 0, Skills 0. Through the sponsorship of a fallen angel, you have one summon. Junjian thought to himself, no ordinary hunter can be resurrected, including the 12 heroes. Only a few hunters possess this ability. It must be because of this power that he was able to achieve such great feats. No wonder he could handle countless monsters like the Bone Dragon, the Banshee, or a Cerberus. If I had the power the Demon King once possessed, would my summons be the same, like that? Then he commanded a summon. The system announced, "You have one summoning opportunity granted by the fallen angel. Will you proceed?" Junjian repeated the summon without hesitation. The next morning, Shudong arrived at Junjian's apartment. As soon as he entered, he pointed at his phone screen and said with a laugh, "Hunter Junjian, look at this. It's talking about you, right? Hunter Junjian." Junjian curiously looked at the phone screen and discovered it was an article related to him. The birth of a super rookie awakened as a C-rank hunter. Defeating a boss in a gate is something usually only hunters above B rank can do. Shudong asked with a laugh, "I heard you took down a great goblin shaman. And is that right? How could you do that? Why didn't you tell me yesterday?" Junjian thought to himself that he had made the front page, but none of his personal information was leaked. However, his high-ranking staff within the association must have heard about it. Seeing Junjian remain silent, Shudong continued, "Lately, hunters seem to be even more popular than many celebrities, but you don't seem to be interested in that at all." Hunter Junjian. Junjian spoke up. "More importantly, there's something I want to ask you. I want to participate in a dungeon raid." Time passed, and Junjian was now inside a dungeon, fighting monsters. One by one, the monsters were annihilated by him. When the boss appeared, Junjian finished it off in a single blow. The system announced, "The fallen angel is very pleased with your actions. You have leveled up, you have cleared the dungeon." Junjian looked at the skull-shaped bracelet he had summoned yesterday, sighing to himself. Still no reaction. Even after defeating the boss and clearing the dungeon, how am I supposed to use this? The skull contains souls, but there are no souls inside, so it can't be activated. Junjian muttered to himself, "The summoning ability must have some immense power or a special ability, but it doesn't contain any souls. I thought it was a monster's soul. Was I wrong?" Lost in thought, Junjian left the dungeon. Shudong was already waiting outside. As soon as Junjian came out, he approached to congratulate him. "Congratulations, you've completed your 4th dungeon raid. If you want to auction any items, please hand them over to us." Junjian held out his hand to the side, and a pile of items instantly appeared, clattering to the ground. Seeing this, Shudong laughed and said, "It looks like you've gotten a whole treasure trove of items, and so quickly too. After the items are auctioned, the payment will be sent to your account." Junjian asked, "When does my next dungeon start?" Shudong replied, "I'm sorry, but there are no dungeons available to reserve." Junjian was shocked, thinking to himself, "This is a world plagued by gates that can't be closed, yet there are no gates to reserve." He then asked, "I don't understand. Is something wrong? Recently, there's a guild trying to make a name for itself, and their organization alone has taken over 20 low-ranked gates. Jung Jian asked further, even if they are low-ranked gates, how can one guild be allowed to reserve more than 20 of them? You're right, normally the association wouldn't allow those kinds of reservations, but because the dungeons were cleared, they had no choice but to accept it. Hearing this, Jun Jian suddenly remembering something, he quickly grabbed Xu Dong's arms and asked in a panic, "Don't tell me the leader of the guild is Cho Yang-song." Xu Dong said in surprise, "Oh, that's right, you know about him? You're correct, it's the Northern Guild. It's run by Mr. Cho Yang-song, who became a hunter before you and is also known as the Super Rookie." Hearing the correct answer, Jun Gion's eyes widened, thinking that man would soon achieve fame as a hero and promote himself as a subordinate of the 12 heroes. However, above all, he would brutally slaughter people and become a tyrant. Warlord Ganjio, we finally have to meet. That year, on a day with torrential rain, a figure stood high above, looking down on the countryside. A group of people with signs and banners marched in the rain, chanting in unison for the construction to stop and to protect their right to live. The subordinate behind Yang Song reported, "Sir, the riots are getting out of control. What should we do now?" He frowned in anger. "They're all just a bunch of nobodies. If we destroy their houses, they'll back off and find another place to rebuild. Why should we pay any attention to the existence of those brats?" Holding his weapon, he growled, "These lowly slaves are lucky enough to be alive as it is." After speaking, he leaned forward slightly and aimed his weapon downward. His sword radiated an immense power. The rain grew heavier, blurring the houses, trees, and fields. The rain didn't let up, and the rising water submerged everything, leaving only a few tall buildings above the water. Back in the present, he walked alone down the street with his hands in his pockets. His gaze was distant. As he walked, he thought to himself, after that incident, more than half of the people from his old village had died tragically, a truly horrific incident. Suddenly, Jun Gian heard a commotion, a loud voice shouting, "Stop," and he quickly turned his head. He held his phone horizontally, with the back case facing outward. A man, trembling all over, was kneeling before two young men, crying out, "How could you do this? Just because you're hunters?" The one in the t-shirt, without a word, kicked over the cart. The man pleaded in panic, "Please, just stop." Helplessly, the old man buried his face and sobbed. Just then, Jun Jian appeared behind him and spoke up, "Hey, what the hell do you think you're doing?" The two thugs were startled and looked over. The one in the t-shirt frowned and asked, "Who the hell are you?" Facing the aggression of the two, he replied confidently, "I heard a noise and came over. Are you two bullying this man?" The t-shirt guy glared and growled, "Are you crazy? How dare you talk to me like that?" Jun Jian glared right back at him. "You're the one who started this, aren't you?" They sensed the energy radiating from him and realized with fear, a hunter. Jun Jian turned to the old man and asked, "What happened?" The t-shirt guy answered instead, "Oh, you want to know what happened? This old geezer hurt my precious body with that rickety old cart." He smirked. "So I was just asking for a little compensation." The old man shakily got to his feet and retorted, "What nonsense is that? You're the one who knocked over my cart and then started picking a fight with me." Jun Jian gritted his teeth. "Why did you push over his cart?" The t-shirt guy held out a hand, activating his powers, and replied nonchalantly, "You're a hunter too, so you should know that anyone who attacks or opposes me is an enemy. So what if I knocked over his cart? You should. Just look at yourself." His eyes filled with malice as he smirked sinisterly. "I'm getting the feeling you're trying to pick a fight with me." Jun Gong calmly warned him, "If you've already done this much, then just shut up and leave." Restraining himself, he continued, "I will spare you since you haven't harmed this old man." The man in the t-shirt grew furious, tensing up and charging forward, shouting, "You bastard, how dare you order me around?" He threw a punch toward the boy. Jun Gong leaned slightly and swiftly placed a hand on his shoulder. His other hand gripped the man's wrist tightly, and with a powerful move he flipped him over. Jun Gong's expression remained completely unfazed. Meanwhile, the man in the t-shirt was thrown to the ground sprawling on the ground when suddenly Jun Gong's eyes widened in surprise. It turned out the other thug was holding a short sword. He charged forward to attack. Jun Gong spoke up, "I didn't expect to see a weapon in a place like this. You seem pretty confident about what's about to happen, huh?" The man angrily probed, "You haven't joined any guild, have you?" As he charged forward to attack, he asserted, "We're on a completely different level than trash like you." Jun Gong also prepared to use the strength of his arm to fight. He landed a powerful punch to the man's stomach, sending him flying into the air before he crashed to the ground like his accomplice. Looking down at the two defeated thugs, he said, "If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have thought that guild of yours was your mommy or something." A while later, the roadside shop lights turned on. A member from the association arrived to take them into custody. The man in the t-shirt shouted furiously, "Do you have any idea who we are? This bastard attacked us first." Once they were in the vehicle, Su Yang spoke up. Hunter Jun Gong, thank you for handling this situation. Jun Gong replied, it was a grave insult to all the hunters who have no intention of harming civilians. Su Yang happily added, so we've witnessed it firsthand. This is exactly the kind of thing the association should be concerned about. Thank you for your help. While Su Yang turned to speak with someone else, Jun Gong's expression became thoughtful, watching the man report the incident. To someone, Su Yang began to understand the issue. He asked, are you worried that their guild will try to get revenge on that old man? The association will protect him and ensure that no harm comes to him. Jun Gong replied uneasily. Earlier, one of the hunters mentioned he was in a guild. Which guild is it? Su Yang answered, what a coincidence, they're from the Northern Army that you asked about before. Jun Gong clenched his fist, thinking that the possibility of claiming all the low-level dungeons would be impossible without the association's help. He knew that the leader of the Northern Army was now Yan Song, a dangerous tyrant, along with the corrupt members of the Hunters Association. He had hoped they would just let the matter go, but he knew there was no way they would do that. Shaking himself from the chaotic thoughts, he replied, I understand the Northern Army. Night fell with faint lights glowing from the houses. 2 days later, just as I predicted, I was summoned by the association for assaulting others. A few days later, the man that Jun Gong had saved changed his testimony. The old man hung his head in shame. The hunter who had started the fight by knocking over the cart went from being the assailant to being the victim, and the one who had saved him, Jun Gong, became the attacker. That day, it was Jun Gong who had stepped forward to defend that poor old man. Walking alongside Su Yang, he couldn't stop thinking, I understand why this happened, but he still felt extremely uneasy. Su Yang smiled reassuringly. Don't worry too much, nothing will happen. The association isn't that corrupt yet. Zhang Gian glanced over and thought to himself, he might not know, but for someone from the future, I know very well that this association has been rotten since its creation. The two stood in front of a tall building, and Su Yang spoke. A camera was installed in the top corner of the room. Inside, he was being questioned by the man sitting across from him. Hunter Jun Jian, you don't remember anything after being rescued from the gate? He replied, that's right. Kai continued to ask, in the incident a few days ago, were you the one who first reported and apprehended the members of the Northern Guild? He answered frankly, yes, that's correct. Kai glared accusingly. So it's true that you threatened the old man, Li Munsu, to give a false testimony that the members of the Northern Guild attacked you first? He protested. That's not true. Kai asked again, are you saying this never happened? Jun Jian quickly responded, yes, that's right. Kai spoke up, I will conduct a cross-examination. Immediately after, Munsu shuffled into the room. Munsu stood behind him. The interrogator posed the question, in the incident that occurred a few days ago, is it true that Li Junjian, the man in front of you, threatened you to testify that the members of the Northern Guild attacked you and Hunter Li Junjian? The old man kept his head down, his eyes darting downwards, not daring to speak. Seeing his attitude, Junjian thought, he's been threatened. What a bunch of scumbags. Just as I thought. He said reassuringly, just speak freely. Munsu trembled. That's right, that young man there threatened me. As if he had achieved his goal, Kai waved his hand, signaling for him to leave, not forgetting to say, thank you for coming. The old man turned and walked away with heavy steps. He was almost at the door. Helpless tears streamed down Munsu's face as the door closed. Kai smirked. Do you have anything else to say? Suddenly, Junjian tossed a phone in front of him, and the interrogator's eyes looked down in astonishment. The phone had recorded an image of the two other hunters along with the audio. What are you guys doing? Like turning the tables? He said confidently. This is what I have to say. The main door slowly opened. Junjian clenched his fists as he walked out of the building. He thought the association must have known the testimony was changed, but only the old man was charged with perjury, and there was nothing more I could do in this situation. The more he thought about it, the more bitter he became. I lack power. Suddenly, Xianggu appeared. I heard the news. Junjian turned his head in surprise and called out, Mr. Xianggu? Xu Yang scratched his head and explained, I contacted him just in case. I don't have any connections in the association. He's the one with the most influence among the people I could contact. Junjian replied cheerfully, You must be very busy. Thank you, to both of you. Xianggu chuckled, I'm just glad everything worked out. Munsu came out and cleared his throat. Ahem. Junjian glanced at the old man. He suddenly dropped to his knees on the ground in front of Junjian. I'm sorry. I'm truly so sorry. He trembled and cried out, Those bastards, they told me that if I didn't do it, they would ruin my granddaughter's future. I couldn't let that happen, so instead of helping you, I wrongly accused you. Xu Yang's eyes widened as he asked, You mean the Northern Guild threatened you? Also, why are you only saying this now? Munsu looked up slightly and said, If I had spoken up, my granddaughter would have been in danger. Since things have turned out this way, I at least wanted to offer my apology. I truly am sorry. I'm very sorry. Gu said angrily. That won't happen. As the head of the Union Association, I will take responsibility. Don't worry about those bastards, just go home. Hearing that, the man stood up and returned home, relieved. Why was there a phone that recorded the earlier disturbance? He explained that recording it was a natural habit of his. Because he had been in many absurd and unfair situations, the habit must have started from there. His eyes suddenly froze, and he quickly turned his head to look. Gu immediately asked, "Is that him?" He replied, "Yes." Choi Yan-seong exuded a powerful aura and strode forward confidently. He smiled fakely. "Oh, I didn't think I'd meet the esteemed leader of the Union Association here. You seem quite close to that rumored super rookie, don't you?" Choi Yan-seong's eyes widened, wondering why he knew about that. Could the association have been digging up information on him? He extended his hand to introduce himself. "I am the leader of the Northern Guild. My name is Choi Yan-seong." Looking down at that hand, he couldn't help but notice something. And then Gu also shook his hand. He smiled in response. "A pleasure to meet you," while simultaneously using his superpower to communicate with him through eye contact. "But remember this warning of mine," he was reminding him. "If you don't want to become an enemy of mine and this super rookie, then don't get too cocky." His eyes widened as he listened, and he frowned as he quickly pulled his hand back. He glanced up and thought, damn it. Gu's mouth was smiling, but his eyes continued the communication. "No, let me rephrase, you're not even worthy of being considered an enemy, so be careful if you don't want to die. Remember that." Scene change. Warm sunlight streamed into a small cafe. Inside, someone's fist slammed down on a table as they spoke. "This is ridiculous," Xu Yang said angrily. "Why did they only get a fine when he threatened a civilian?" Jun Gong recalled that in the future, punishing a hunter was something that never happened. He said nonchalantly, "The more important thing is how that old man is doing." Xu Yang continued, "Lying to a hunter is a serious crime, but thanks to you stepping up to resolve the whole incident and the Northern Guild admitting their wrongdoing, that old man was released with just a warning." Holding a glass of water, he was lost in thought. It seems Gu did something. He replied, "I see." "How have the Northern forces been lately?" His eyes grew worried. They remained silent. A chill ran down his spine. There's no way they would let things go just like that. He recalled the savage image of Yang Xiong, that cruel, cold-blooded murderer, the one who would become the War King Gans. He strongly believes in cause and effect, so he will definitely make a move against me. His face filled with worry. He requested, "Can you help me keep an eye on the Northern forces?" Xu Yang happily agreed, "Of course I can." Inside, his thoughts were sharp. "I won't let this slide either." His face was cold. Cause and effect is also something I've always believed in. Outside, the sky was blue with white clouds, the trees, and the air was fresh, and Jun Gong was standing next to Gu. He turned to look at him and said, "I didn't think you would contact me to conquer a dungeon together." He looked up and replied, "This dungeon is for high-ranked individuals, so I need your help. I'm counting on you for everything," Gu said happily. "It's an honor to fight alongside you." There were two people approaching them. One of them spoke up. "Is he the famous super rookie?" The short-haired guy said, "It's an honor to fight alongside you." The man beside him spoke enthusiastically, "Super rookie. I never thought the day would come to fight together after I saved you before." Guk introduced them. "From the left are Choi Cheon-jong and Li Hen, the ones who saved you before, and they are also my guild members." He nodded in greeting, "A pleasure to meet you all. I'm Li Jun-jian." Standing among the people before him, he had to admit he didn't remember any of them, which wasn't surprising, because the Demon King, Hindo, and the Alliance were all wiped out in his past life. Probably. Once everyone was gathered, Guk announced in a loud voice, "All right, this is a C-rank gate. We're starting the dungeon raid now." The dungeon door opened, and everyone focused their attention on it. In another location, a painting of a ferocious tiger's face. It hung on the wall of a large room with 3 people inside. The red-haired man turned and snapped, "Are we just going to let this slide? This was supposed to be where we started expanding our territory, wasn't it?" He was Guns Choi Johu, the Vice Guild Master. The masked man replied, "Isn't it more important to stabilize our territory before we expand?" He continued, "Doesn't this whole incident make it look like our guild members are out of control?" He was Trang, the other Vice Guild Master. Johu's eyes widened as he yelled, "Nonsense! They did nothing wrong. Civilians are just bugs who leech off of hunters. Why should we bow our heads and apologize to insects like them?" The eye behind the iron mask glowed as Trang growled, "What did you just say?" Johu's hands gripped the armrest tightly. His eyes filled with rage as he asked, "Humph, you want to go around with me?" The two of them sat facing each other, glaring like mortal enemies. Seeing this, Yang Xiong shouted, "Stop!" He gestured with his hand, and Johu seemed to understand. Trang sat still without protest, while Johu shot him a triumphant smirk. "Himph," Yang Xiong explained, Since they caused trouble for our guild, we must apply punishments that fit what they did. I'm also feeling interested in that kid. Trang shot to his feet. Guildmaster. He glanced aside. That person said the same thing to me. It seems he's also interested in that arrogant brat. Turning his face away, Trang wondered to himself. That person? Impossible. At this, he smirked. He said he would soon lay the groundwork for us and requested that we wait for the signal, because failure is not an option in this northern guild. Outside, among the lush green trees, a gloved hand touched a red mark on the ground. The girl from the Alliance Guild reported, "The trap is disarmed. You can proceed without any issues." A system window displayed a message. "You have seen what you should not have seen." Smiling, Seong-guk, who was leading the way, turned back to remind everyone, "Let's keep moving." The group, all holding their weapons, advanced into the dense forest. Suddenly, an arrow flew out from nowhere. With great agility, Li Hen used his superpower to turn the earth into a sturdy barrier. Another guild member used their ability to launch a massive fireball, and the flames erupted fiercely. Jun Jian watched intently, thinking to himself, "This is incredible. I still have so much to learn from them. I can't believe I'm seeing hunters in actual combat with my own eyes." Seong-guk raised his sword behind him, leaped high, and slashed down with great force at the monsters. The entire horde was being incinerated by the massive flames. The monsters shrieked. Roaring fiercely, Song-gu looked like a true superhero. The young man stood behind him and praised, "That's really impressive." He glanced over with a smile, "Thanks." The young man's eyes showed defiance. "I'm the one who asked for help, so I should be the one thanking you." Song-gu inquired, "I hope you're being honest with me. You must want to know just how strong the Alliance Guild and I are, right?" The young man admitted the Alliance Guild was decent. "You're the one who's truly admirable. Even though you haven't shown your full power yet, you're already at this level." Chian Yon, who was nearby, spoke up, "Well, we're also very eager to see what the power of a super rookie is like." Song-gu also looked on in anticipation. "Same here." The young man's entire body began to radiate energy, and holding his weapon, he confidently charged in. He thought to himself that he didn't need to hide his strength in front of Song-gu. A horde of orcs charged forward to attack, their sharp spears filled with immense power. With the ability to dominate fire, he advanced directly to fight the ferocious monsters. The people around him marveled. He can use skills without an activation chant. Has he learned high-level skills too? He really is a super rookie. Jun Jian performed a few basic slashes, cutting the monsters in half. Zhang-gu witnessed this and thought to himself that Fire Spear and Fire Shield are not skills, that is an authority. The system also displayed a series of notifications. "You have defeated all the goblin mages of the dungeon. The fallen angel has sponsored you. Your stats will increase slightly." In the plaza, everyone was standing around discussing. Chuz spoke cautiously. "I guess you're not called a super rookie for nothing." Hen Song agreed. "Even the guild master isn't at that level." Someone shouted at the leader, "What on earth are you doing? Why didn't you recruit a talent like that?" He gave a slight, meaningful smile. He turned to the young man and said, "My offer still stands. As you've seen, our guild is very strong, and it will become even stronger." He continued, "From what I've observed, your journey ahead will likely be fraught with peril." Jun Jian thought to himself, "He's spot on. Has he already figured out my path and my goal? He's someone I can't see through at all." Song-gu continued to persuade him. "Those bastards from the Northern Guild won't just sit still. If you're with us, they won't be able to harm you." He held out his hand, making an incredibly tempting offer. "Join the Alliance Guild, and I will make you the Vice Guild Master." Everyone around them was dumbfounded. "Leader, oh my god." Jun Jian was also stunned, thinking to himself, suddenly becoming the Vice Guild Master. But he clenched his fist and bowed his head. "I'm very grateful for your offer, but I must refuse." The man laughed heartily. "No need to look so apologetic. I can see in your eyes that you're aiming for something much greater." The phone in his pocket vibrated softly. He picked it up and read the message displayed on the screen. The message was from the Hunter Association, stating, "We need your help to clear a gate, the Northern Army with about 100 solo hunters." He looked at the message, various thoughts running through his mind. The Northern Army? Gans now won't let the ones standing in his way rest easy. Zonggu stroked his chin thoughtfully, an order mobilizing the hunter forces of the Northern Army. 100 solo hunters. Considering the scale of this hunt, the fact that the only guild participating is the Northern Army is suspicious. That's not quite right. Jun Jian thought in astonishment. Did Choi Yong-sung use the association? I see. This is where it all began. The scene shifts to another location as night falls, enveloping the lit-up building. Someone slams their hand hard on the table. Trang sat at the table, wondering when they had changed so much. He thought about old memories, about Choi Josu, his childhood friend, and his brother, Choi Yong-sung. He thought with annoyance. Everything changed ever since they met that person. Images of each person appeared in his mind. The once aggressive yet warm Choi Josu no longer considers civilians as human beings. He remembered the guild master, who saw everyone as beneath him, whether they were civilians or hunters. He was upset they were trying to kill a hunter. For that same reason, he had questioned the irrational actions related to the Northern Army. Humans shouldn't act like that. The Northern Army had become so corrupted that it was beyond repair, but I can't just leave those two behind. The phone screen in front of him suddenly lit up with a few notifications. The conflicting thoughts in his head, justice or friendship. The scene changes to another space. Jun Jian stood up straight and introduced himself. "It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Lai Jun Jian." The man in the iron armor replied, "I will not introduce myself." He thought to himself, "That's brave. I can't sense anyone with him. Did he come here alone to meet me?" As if understanding his thoughts, Jun Jian said, "It's just the two of us here. There are no traps, so just relax." Trang got straight to the point. "I will not discuss anything other than this matter. You must have received the mobilization order from the association. Refuse it," he asked, bewildered. "Why?" The older man continued, "Do you know that our guild was also mobilized?" He replied immediately, "I know." The man said with sincerity, "You probably don't know since you've only recently become a hunter, but hunters are a more despicable bunch than you think, especially the master of our guild. He's not the great person everyone thinks he is. Running into him on the street is dangerous enough, let alone entering a gate with him." He said coldly, "Are you trying to say you're not sure what he would do to me?" He put his hands in his pockets. Meeting him on the street is dangerous enough, and entering a gate with him is just as risky. So the Northern Army, his face becoming frightening, is a chaotic guild. He added, "There are also evil sponsors among the good ones who will sponsor assassination or mass murder missions. The guilds formed by such people are called chaotic guilds." And Trang snapped, "What the hell?" He cut him off. "Isn't that what you, Vice Guild Master Dung and Trang, just told me?" He replied nonchalantly, "If that weren't the case, you wouldn't have needed to warn me." His eyes flashed. "I understand now. Even if you've heard of chaotic guilds, you're not supposed to reveal it, because my relationship with in the Northern Army has been like that from the very beginning." And Trang immediately drew his sword and charged forward, seething with anger. A sound reverberated throughout the building. He yelled, "You bastard! You're not allowed to badmouth our guild anymore." But the young man didn't back down. A blue aura billowed from his body. "No, you should have known this already." He cleared his throat. "The Northern Army Guild is already rotten. The Guild Master Choi Yong-sung and the Vice Master Choi Josu that you trust so much. You've changed. Ever since meeting that person, all of you monsters have been serving him." He froze when he heard those words, then withdrew his killing intent, lost in thought. Zhang and Trang thought to himself, "He's only been a hunter for less than 1 month. No matter how fast he is, it's unbelievable that he could be on par with an A-rank hunter like me. I thought we had already collected all the information on him." He was confused. "He even knows that I have no intention of attacking. Could it be that I'm the one who's being seen through? And he even knows the identity of that person?" Looking up at the young man standing there, countless thoughts raced through his mind. "You Jun Jian, just what the hell are you?" Zhang and Trang also has the nickname Dragon Slayer, but he was more often called the Immortal SF. He killed the son of the Demon King, a notoriously brutal demon. After slaying the Bone Dragon, he received unparalleled power from his sponsor. He was granted immortality. In the future battles with the Demon King, under orders from his close friend Choi Yan-song, he was killed by the hero Choi. Yu Junjian thought to himself, "I need to recruit him." He remained silent. He might be skilled and strong, but I want him because of his morals. In the Northern Army of those bastards, he had to maintain the balance all by himself. Scene changed to a land littered with corpses below. The system announced, "You have cleared the land of death." After completing the mission, Jun Jian's weapon gradually vanished, and the system also displayed, "Your weapon's durability is 0. The weapon has been destroyed." He watched the weapon disappear from his hand and thought, once the dominate flame is unleashed, the weapon can't withstand it. He clenched his fist. "Perhaps I need to prepare something else before the hunters are mobilized. I need a new weapon." Scene changed to a row of tightly packed houses. A voice from inside a room echoed out, "Come in." Jun Jian slowly stepped inside, thinking to himself, "This forge feels ancient." Inside, a blacksmith was forging a red-hot weapon. The man was drenched in sweat. "Wait a moment. I'm in the middle of something." He rejoiced inwardly. I didn't expect to meet him directly like this. One of the hunters who became a dwarf upon awakening. Looking at the burly man before him, he thought for sure he would become a blacksmith hero, Bak Jun. After 4 long hours, Jun wiped his sweat, only then remembering the person who had been standing next to him all this time. He greeted him. "So, who are you?" The young man turned away, thinking to himself, "I waited for 4 hours and he's asking who I am. I came here to commission a weapon. By the way, are you the only one in charge of this shop?" June was bewildered. Who are you? Why would you commission a weapon at my shop? An unknown blacksmith? No matter how I think about it, it's strange. And now you're asking if I work alone in this shop? He replied nonchalantly. I'm asking because I saw a strange hammer over there. Above the wall behind June was a vertically hanging hammer. He laughed and replied, looks like you have sharp eyes. Humph. That hammer belongs to someone else. Don't pay it any mind. Jun asked, completely baffled. Why did you come looking for me? I've never seriously crafted a weapon. All of this stuff is just toys. What made you seek me out? You, Junjian answered. My sponsor. My sponsor told me I should come to you. The man looked astonished and exclaimed, your sponsor did that directly. Unbelievable. He thought, you have no choice but to believe me, because he himself can also feel the intervention from his sponsor. Bak Jun is so favored. His sponsor's level allows for direct intervention. That's what the Demon King's autobiography said, he recalled. Per was one of the weaponsmiths for the Demon King, influenced by the 12 heroes. They split up, and Park Jun only supplied weapons to the 12 heroes. The Demon King had written, Park Jun, if only you had followed me to the end, we could have changed history. Jun rested his chin on his hand. Considering how eccentric sponsors are, there's no reason for me to not believe you, he said bluntly, but I won't take this order. He thought anxiously. Is he annoyed? Please give me a reason. He scratched his head. It's nothing really. It's just that I don't like fire, and that's also the reason my shop has no customers. He chuckled, understanding the problem, so that's it. He extended his hand toward Jun, who was confused. What do you want? Why are you holding out your hand? He replied. I will ignite the fire of desire within you. Flames suddenly erupted from his hand, and he said confidently, do you know about pyrokinesis? Jun scoffed. You mean you can control fire with that little spark on your hand? How ridiculous. If that's all you've got, even a blacksmith like me can do that. He suddenly froze with wide eyes. Humph. The flame on his hand suddenly turned blue. He asked again, how about this? He clenched his fist, extinguishing the flame. I can manipulate fire at will and have complete control over it. Jun smiled cheerfully and agreed. 1 week passed, and Jun Jian held a spear in his hand, a weapon that emanated a bizarre aura. He looked at it, stunned. This is? Jun sat to the side with his arms crossed. I couldn't make the shield you requested as we discussed. That's something I can't do alone, but the fire resistance of the spear you asked for is the best. The spear was sharply carved, displaying the powerful force emanating from within it. He explained, I hate to say this, but with my skills, this is the best I can do. The system status displayed the information for Muspel's spear. Level 1, special grade, increases fire control, fire resistance increased by 30%. This weapon also grows stronger when exposed to fire. He thought to himself, he said this was the best he could do. In a good dungeon, this would probably be the rarest item. If he were a famous blacksmith, this would be a super rare item, obtainable only through his sponsor's backing. He smirked. Above all, this type of evolving weapon is a 1 in a million item. If I own this weapon, I'll never need to change weapons again. Jun interrupted his train of thought. It's not finished yet. He began to explain, that guy isn't here. Compared to your flame, it's just a low-grade weapon. Remember to come back, but not too often. If you leave and come back right away, I'll upgrade the weapon for you. I'll leave it to you. He bowed sincerely to Jun. He saw something and paused. The skull-shaped bracelet on Jun Jian's wrist was a bit strange, and he immediately asked, Hey, and that bracelet was provided by your sponsor, right? Your sponsor is no ordinary person either. He hesitated. I'm not sure, but this is very concerning. It will be a bit difficult to use. The system displayed information on the skull bracelet. Holds a summoned soul. Since there is no soul within it, it cannot be activated. He pondered. Right, it's just a guess, but if I'm right, Jun Jian put on his gloves, as he thought, a skull that holds a soul. This is going to be very difficult for the summoning if I join the mobilization gate. He tightly gripped the weapon, materializing in his hand, but this was a much bigger discovery than expected. He was now wielding the spear of Muspel. He looked down, deep in thought. If Entrang were by my side, my chances of winning would be much higher. Everything is difficult right now, but according to what I read in that book, he will help me. Jun Jian's eyes began to glow. 2 weeks until the gate is mobilized. In the distance, many dark figures appeared, so numerous that they kicked up a thick cloud of dust until the mobilization gate. From afar, numerous dark figures appeared, kicking up a thick cloud of dust from their sheer numbers. He told himself, for now, I need to get stronger. The dark figures were ferocious monsters, weapons in hand, charging forward to attack. He leaped powerfully, shattering the ground beneath him. Jun Jian soared through the air, a shield in one hand and a spear in the other. A shield in one hand and a spear in the other, its tip emanating an energy that controlled the monsters below. With red irises, he thought doubtfully. While I can get stronger by hunting, 2 weeks is far too short a time. Even sleeping would be a waste of time. 2 weeks later, in a place with many skyscrapers, a message board displayed a notification. The ruler of the riverbank is watching you. All preparations are complete. Inside a room in the building, everyone was gathered. Yang Sung clenched his fists, showing his determination. All preparations were complete. He shouted, "From now on, we, the Northern Army, must rise." The team members listened with excitement, listening. In South Korea and across the entire world, everyone will know our name, the Northern Army. As he finished speaking, his irises changed color, and an immense power erupted from his body. Trang was shocked at the sight, thinking to himself, an unimaginable amount of magical power. Has Hunter Choi Yong-sung finally become a top-tier hunter? Jo-soo smirked. It was unbelievable how everything was going according to that person's plan. Now, the requirements to become a hero have been met. Yong-sung's mouth opened wide as he roared. Today, with this intense power radiating from him, he raised his hand, declaring that the world would be shaken by the name of the Northern Army. The people below were as if hypnotized, cheering in support. He smirked to himself, and I will take it. That title of emperor. Outside, on a deserted, winding road, a passenger van was driving along that route. On a straight stretch of road, a car was moving. 2 people were inside. The driver asked, "Are you ready to go there?" It turned out to be Seo Young. He continued, "You could die. Didn't I tell you about those scoundrels in the Northern Army? They're more evil than you can imagine," he continued to explain. The Northern Army tried to raid the gate before and got annihilated, while there is no evidence to prove they did it. But Jun Jian, sitting beside him, said nothing, his gaze fixed on the distance. He looked straight ahead and spoke. It was probably them, which startled Seo Young, causing him to slam on the brakes right at the curve. He slumped over the steering wheel, defeated. Seeing his reaction, the young man glanced over and sighed. After a moment of silence, Seo Young looked up and yelled angrily, "You're still going even though you know that? You are an incredibly important person to the association. You won't be penalized if you don't go. Nothing is more precious than your life. Your life." His hands gripped the steering wheel tightly as he pleaded, "Please." Then Shu Yong lowered his head and whispered, "Don't go." He didn't say anything, just smirked. He seriously asked him, "Shu Yong, you said there's nothing more valuable than life, right?" He replied blankly, "That's right." Hearing the answer, Jun Gong continued, "I know that too. I didn't join today's mobilization order just hoping for the best." Then he flashed a smile full of confidence. "Those bastards will find out soon enough. There are many precious things in this life." Somewhere in the city, near the riverbank, a pink hole emitting a source of energy appeared. It turned out to be a new gate about to open. Everyone gathered right next to it to observe. Qian, Yang, and Henon were also here. They seemed very excited. The reporter was ready with his camera. "Over here," Jun Jian smiled and said to Seung-gu, "I heard you turned down the raid on this gate. Why are you here?" Seung-gu responded, "I've already declared the Northern Army as our enemy and declared that the super rookie is my friend, so why wouldn't I be here?" Suddenly, he turned his head and met Yong-shung's gaze. The man glanced over, smiling sinisterly. Seeing this, Seung-gu's smile faded. He stood opposite him and asked seriously, "You were planning on going even if I didn't ask, weren't you?" The boy smiled and replied, "That's right, you're not stopping me. Don't you know if I'm wrong?" He was worried that he might already know this, but those bastards are stronger than you think. His official rank in the association is B rank. The two of them looked in the same direction, then Jun Jian spoke up. "He seems to have reached A rank hunter." Seung-gu replied, "You can feel that too?" Seung-gu glanced at him and said with a smile, I'm more surprised by how strong you are compared to him. Nothing will go wrong. I'm sure you already have a plan in mind." He sat down on a chair, crossing his arms over his chest, and continued, "I've always been watching your journey to become stronger. I'll sit here and wait until you come out." Jun Gian stood beside him and wondered, "Why do you have to do that?" The power within his body suddenly erupted outwards. He said in a serious tone, "Just in case you don't come out, I won't let the Northern Army leave here with it." Hearing that, he thought in surprise, ***, he's saying he'll destroy the entire Northern Army. What a terrifying person. ***. They stood there waiting, when suddenly an announcement rang out. "The raid will begin shortly. Everyone please finalize all preparations and gather here. Choi Shang will become a hero, and the ruler of the riverbank will kill many hunters." 3 people, Ian, Jo-soo, and In Trang, appeared with confident expressions. Following them, the hunters entered that space one by one. But history will be changed here. He walked inside with a determined will. Jung Jian reached out his hand to feel the magical power. We entered the gate of the ruler of the riverbank. He believed that in this place, he would defeat everyone and achieve glory. Everyone had stepped into the space inside the gate. The gate slowly closed, and a purple aura escaped along with it. As more and more of that aura flowed out, the gate sealed completely. Yang Song watched with expectant eyes. He spoke. It's starting. The notification panel displayed the text, "The value of magical power will change according to the gate's characteristics." Reading the notification made everyone was worried. Someone wondered, What does that mean? Damn it, I've never heard of this. Qianyang looked at the device in his hand, equally surprised, unable to believe the rank had gone up from B to B+. Junjian remained calm and observed as the system message continued to display that the gate's special characteristic would activate and the exit would be blocked. Watching the gate shrink, everyone was stunned. The gate gradually disappeared as it emitted a great power. Someone panicked. What the hell is going on? Another worried, are we going to be trapped in here? The system messages appeared one after another. Countless incarnations have gathered here. The sponsors are also focused here, and the concentration of magical power will increase even further. At the same time, the nerves and cells in their bodies began to change. Hen held out his hand, wondering what was happening. Chen Yang also felt something unusual. My body feels so hot. The system continued to display new messages. The incarnations have entered a special gate, and the sponsor's attention is still increasing, so the density of magical power will rise. Holding the stat meter, he saw the numbers changing at a dizzying pace, and the hunter's eyes widened in bewilderment. In the top corner of the stat meter, the letter A appeared. Startled, Qianyang dropped the device to the ground. He exclaimed, "Rank A." Hen slammed his fist on Qianyang's chest and yelled, "Hey, what was that?" Qianyang immediately pushed Hen's hand away and screamed, "Let me get out of here." A rank A gate can't be cleared without hero-class hunters. Some hunters fell into despair. One clutched his head in confusion, another collapsed in anxiety. Junjian's expression remained unchanged, reacting just as he had expected. This place was like a living tomb for them. He turned his head and saw Yanzong, Zhou Su, and Intrang standing still in a corner, guessing that since they weren't moving, they must have already known. Yansong and Zhou Su were observing calmly, so this situation was likely prearranged. The system announced that the wave would begin in a few minutes. Suddenly, Yansong shouted, "Everyone, calm down." He held out a hand to reassure them. "I know you're confused. I'm very confused too. I don't understand why this is happening either. Every gate has its risks, so any incident can occur," he continued. "But what's the most important thing right now? Is it despair?" And then his expression changed, his face showing a look of sheer determination as he roared, "It's to survive. Do none of you want to live anymore? I, Chor Yanshang of the Northern Army, will fight alongside all of everyone here." The system message displayed, "The ruler of the riverbank is attempting to persuade." Hearing that promise, they seemed to regain their spirits. Qian Yang said cheerfully, "Really? We're going to live?" The hunter in front of him responded, "Scout the terrain first." Hen also said confidently, "Let's go." The system announced again the status window of the authority ruling the riverbank. Incitement and command abilities are tripled when near a river. There is also a chance to force others to obey commands. Immediately after, a red system message appeared. "Through the influence of the fallen angel, you have resisted the incitement and forced command." Junjian watched him from a distance, thinking, a type of incitement skill? All those hunters over there have fallen for it. Josu smiled and asked, "Brother, should we start now?" Yanzong replied, "No." He said, "According to that person's words, the waves in this gate will come over a long period, so the Northern Army should conserve its strength. The more the better." John Shu frowned in confusion. "What?" Seeing everyone scattering from above, he continued, "We'll follow the plan we discussed. The Northern Army will conserve its strength and survive." John Shu asked again, "Are you going to kill everyone?" He replied, "Not exactly everyone. We need someone to spread rumors. The Northern Army will focus on conserving its strength until I give a different order." John Shu voiced his opinion. "Is that possible? They're hunters, not idiots. They were incited by authority, but they'll catch on soon if they discover the Northern Army is hanging back." Young Song explained, "I said the more the better. Let some of the bugs go out and fight to avoid suspicion from the hunters." John Shu's face suddenly changed, thinking, is he sacrificing his own men just for the plan? Looking down from above, he saw Junjian's figure below. The boy was staring daggers at him, and he thought, his eyes look like he already knows our entire plan. It's best to eliminate him as soon as possible. He suddenly called out, "Dong and Trang." The man responded swiftly, "Sir." The person standing before him wore an iron mask that revealed no part of his face. This was the man he always thought of as his loyal dog, Dong in Trang. Because he has a pure, kind heart, I can't reveal too much of the plan to him, but there's no need to doubt his ability and loyalty. Yang Song ordered, "Continue to keep an eye on that bastard for me. When you get the chance, kill him." Yang Song was truly a violent and cruel man. Dong and Trang froze for a few seconds upon hearing the order, while Yang Song laughed and said, "It's important to me." "No, to the Northern Army." The man immediately nodded in agreement. A system message announced that the wave would begin. He suddenly panicked. It's here. Monsters aggressively waded out of the water. The hunters, weapons in hand, began to channel their energy. One person said, lucky for us, there aren't many monsters for an A-rank gate. They rushed forward to attack. Another hunter said, if they group up, it'll be tough to fight them. Let's finish this quickly. Junjian saw this and thought, attacking without a formation, even if they're low-rank monsters, that's too reckless. He suddenly realized this place was a riverbank. The monster's cheeks suddenly puffed up, and it puckered its lips. Whoosh! They spat out a huge stream of water, which shot out and hit the hunters, catching them off guard and making them scream. He shouted, get all the injured to the rear and form a line. They quickly turned and scrambled back up. Hensong yelled, form a line. Junjian observed, thinking to himself, not yet. I need to get a better understanding of this area. In the distance, the northern army stood by, watching calmly. Yang Song saw that the time had come, pointed his sword forward, and yelled, destroy the enemy. The entire northern army began to charge with murderous intent in their eyes. Junjian was stunned in disbelief, unable to believe he was using his own men. They began to mercilessly slaughter them. A member of the guild raised his hand to encourage them. We can do this. Let's help everyone escape from this place. They're just mercenaries anyway. They moved quickly, giving it their all. A member of the northern army was seriously injured by their claws, and a teammate immediately used a healing skill to help him recover. Junjian's face darkened as he thought, now I get it. The warriors are fighting against the mercenaries. The water monsters clawing at the northern army are the lowest-ranking soldiers of the northern army. He slowly observed and analyzed, for the other hunters too. Feeling at ease will cheer them up. They are sacrificing the guild's manpower. Junjian raised his hand to summon a weapon. He materialized a spear and shield, assuming a battle-ready stance with a murderous glint in his eyes. This is even better than what I expected. His face was stern, his eyes glaring with determination. I will begin the attack. Interrogation stood and watched. He charged forward to fight. He watched in silence, remembering the image of Junjian in the past with eyes full of resentment. The northern army followed orders. After he tracked that man, Leader Choi, Yan Song, and the vice leader. Choi Jansu met that person, one of the people he was tracking. That's what I mean. And Trang thought to himself, he's not wrong. The northern army is very sinister. If things continue like this, many hunters and members of the army will die. He remembered. Again, the past when Yan Song patted his shoulder. I have great faith in your loyalty and integrity. And Trang started to feel confused. Confused? No, I'm sure the leader already has a plan if it's the Yan Song I know. Everyone was astonished. Stunned, they exclaimed, what's going on with that guy? He's incredible. And Trang was startled by the sound of cheers and by Junjian's fiery attacks. He used his spear to burn them all down one by one. They were astounded, murmuring, who is that hunter? Was he sent to clear this gate? What's his name? I'm sure I've reviewed the names of all the hunters here. And Trang realized, has he grown this much already? Junjian used the power of his spear to easily slice through the enemy's body. Just 10 days ago, he was on par with me. The image of his powerful, fiery red eyes stunned Trang, but has he already surpassed me now? A notification panel appeared. The wave has ended. You will be given a short rest. Some sponsors wish to bestow a portion of their rewards upon your incarnation. A series of notifications continued to appear. The fallen angel is very pleased with the performance you achieved. Your stats have increased. You have obtained the title Merman Hunter. Your stats have increased. Your stats have increased. Your stats have increased. Junjian returned to his normal state. His face was covered in sweat. The notification panel highlighted, the Guardian of Spears has taken an interest in you. The symbol of round things has been drawn to you. The King of Dampness shows hostility towards you. He was startled. There are so many sponsors watching me. I might be able to receive a lot of sponsorships just like those powerful heroes. That, as Junjian was thinking, the notification panel responded. The fallen angel expresses his dissatisfaction. The sponsors interested in you have dispersed. He was dumbfounded, not understanding what happened. What the hell? His teammates were overjoyed and ran over. Thank you so much. Qian Yang and Hinong asked curiously, who are you anyway? Where are you from? Are you someone from the association? Junjian replied sternly. It's not over yet. There are still many more waves to come. All of you should hurry and prepare thoroughly. Is this gate a joke to you? Don't you want to survive? They raised their hands with determined expressions. I understand. We'll start recuperating now. Everyone started to turn and leave. Yan Song stood silently, his face darkening as it revealed his anger. Junjian looked up and smiled. I'm sure he intends to wait for a critical moment and take down all the hunters here. Here, I will completely overthrow his plan. In time, all the hunters will side with me. He commanded in his head status window. Junjian was pleased. I'm already at level 24. This harsh gate will be the foundation for my powerful growth. I must reach level 30 here, he observed his teammates and these hunters, who will always follow me. A moment later, the monster shot a water column at his shield. Junjian, with his glowing red eyes, rushed forward. He slashed straight through them, cutting them in half. The system notification appeared. The fourth wave has ended. You will have a short break. Junjian paused to wipe his sweat. He was startled when he saw his teammates begin to collapse in despair. Damn it, 4 people are already dead. Are we really going to survive this? Junjian's face darkened with tension. That's impossible, but I want to get out of here without anyone else dying. He clenched his fist. Junjian shouted loudly. Why? Why is it that only the Northern Army isn't fighting? The Northern Army was taken aback and responded. What are you talking about? Junjian's eyes filled with killing intent as he yelled. Do you take us for a bunch of fools? I know your plan is to stay in the back to preserve the strength of your army members. Chan, Yang, and Henson chimed in, agreeing. That's right. Now that you mention it, it must be true. Not a single member of the Northern Army has died. They aren't even injured. Junjian pressed. At least fight. Properly. You're just sitting there watching hunters sacrifice their lives for you and you think that's acceptable. Joshu approached Yan Song and asked, Brother, are you okay? He gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, my plan has failed. Completely. Yan Song frowned, thinking to himself, after getting through the waves by using the useless members of the Fide Guild and the Dispatch Hunters, I had planned to demoralize the other hunters. But now, it's a complete failure. The members of the Northern Army were also confused and worried. They've realized they're being used as sacrificial pawns, and the morale of the low-ranked members is wavering. Yan Song's face filled with killing intent. The plan that person made for me ended up benefiting that bastard. Joshu spoke up. Brother, he replied calmly, but we will continue like this. Just watch a little longer. On the outside, Yan Song was calm, but inside he was scheming. With the strength he has shown so far, there is a huge gap between him and me. I can still overpower him. His expression turned extremely sinister. Besides, he's wasting his stamina by fighting on the front lines. That's right. You're all talk. You'll face your death soon enough. A notification appeared. The 5th wave has begun. The scene shifts to the coast, where something is about to emerge. The system announced that a mid-boss has appeared. A giant sea monster approached. They screamed in fear. A sea monster. What the hell is that? What's with the size of it? It gathered its power, preparing to unleash an attack, and the sea monster fired a massive water column. Junjian shouted a warning. It's coming, everyone get back. They all quickly dodged its powerful attack. The monster continued its rampage, firing another huge water column. Henson exclaimed in shock, what is that? Such incredible destructive power is terrifying. His teammates drew their bows to attack, and the arrows flew towards the sea monster. The arrows pierced its body, but it, unscathed. They continued to charge with their spears as the monster clenched its fist, preparing to attack. Its giant hand came crashing down, and they tried to slash at it. Take this! The water monster casually swatted its hand, sending his comrades flying. They began to feel fear. Our attacks can't even scratch it. Damn it. What are we supposed to do now? Junjian gripped his spear, gathered his power, and charged forward, a brilliant red aura enveloping his body. Junjian shot forward with incredible speed. He leaped high into the air with his spear, preparing to smash it straight into the monster's head. The attack deformed the water monster's face. The monster fell flat on its back while he landed gracefully. Qian Yang and Henong gaped in awe. All right, that hunter. Who is he? How did he do that? Junjian turned around and commanded sternly. The gates are now overflowing with magical power. Don't try to suppress the surge of power you're feeling. Unleash it all. You need to imbue your weapons with magical power. The girl with the bow listened and thought to herself in surprise. Imbuing weapons with magical power? Isn't that something only high-rank hunters can do? Well, I'll try to do as he says. She began to channel her power into her bow. Her face lit up with excitement. It's working. The empowered arrows flew straight into the water monster. The attack injured it. They shouted excitedly, our attacks are working now. Junjian's eyes narrowed with tension. The damage is piling up, but none of it can take this monster down. His spear began to radiate a mysterious power. The system window appeared. The spear of Muspel is absorbing the flames. Junjian raised his spear, preparing to throw it. For the sake of taking this bastard down, I need to destroy its magic core. He suddenly paused, his face showing intense concentration. Not now. I need to wait a little longer. The water monster was gathering power for an attack. Everyone panicked. Damn it. Is the monster going to use its breath attack again? Get out of the way. A stream of determined thoughts raced through Jun Jian's mind, visible in his sparking eyes. No, now is the time we can take down that damn monster. Right now, as its core is exposed, he launched the spear straight at the water monster with terrifying speed. The attack pierced right through its body. System windows popped up continuously. You have defeated the mid-tier boss. The sponsors are paying attention to all of you. A few sponsors are very surprised by you. A sponsor is extremely interested in one of you. Jun Jian raised his hand to recall his weapon. The spear of Muspel began to fly back towards him. Jun Jian gripped his weapon tightly. He looked at the spear with pride. The returnability of the Muspel spear after it leveled up is really useful. Everyone stared at him in stunned silence. One of them spoke up, realizing something. That's right, I remember now. There was a rumor about a strange hunter who uses a long spear and a shield. He said to Juanzin and Henong, startling them. The super rookie. That's right, he's the super rookie. Cho spoke up in protest. Are you crazy? He's a hero. He might even reach A rank soon, right? Everyone was overjoyed, raising their hands and cheering. We're going to survive. Yeah, let's trust in our super rookie. The system window appeared. Announcement, you have been promoted. You've reached A rank by defeating the sea monster. You have obtained the Gem of Water. Achievement unlocked. Slayer of the Sea Monster. Your stats have increased. The fallen angel has smiled upon you. At you. Several sponsors are watching and find you very interesting. Jun Jian was overjoyed to see this. Finally, I finally caught the attention of many sponsors. A red system window appeared. The fallen angel is not pleased. The other sponsors are no longer interested in you. He thought angrily, damn it, it's a good thing the player's abilities are impressive. Impressive. Jun Jian looked up with a calm expression. Well, even the Demon King isn't backed by many sponsors and he's truly impressive. He isn't sponsored by many, yet he's still unbelievably strong. Unbelievably. The Demon King is even more impressive than I am right now. Yang Song was furious, but tried to suppress it. But him? What did he do to get so strong in such a short amount of time? I think his power is beyond just B rank. He started to feel afraid. But what I saw proves he's reached A rank. Yang Song gritted his teeth, seething with rage, and called out Jun Jian's name. Trang stepped forward and said, Guildmaster, we have to go now. He explained, was the previous incident part of your plan? You can't just stand here and watch any longer. Yang Song glanced over with a stern face. Trang continued to press, if your plan didn't go as expected, you need to make another one and focus on executing it. And one more thing, his eyes gleamed, just give up. He gritted his teeth in anger, you want me to give up on Jun? Yang Song powered up and yelled, nonsense. Do you think I'm some kind of loser? I built and raised the North Army Guild from nothing, and now I'm about to become a pillar hunter of the world. You think I just let that slip away so easily? He summoned his weapon to his hand and began to shout loudly. North Army Guild. Yang Song pointed his sword to the sky and commanded, we will now use our power to purge this gate. The North Army's morale surged, and he began to reveal his vicious side. The pride of a king will not falter. Suddenly, Yang Song glanced over and saw. Trang's hat left on the ground, the hat left abandoned. He began to recall a past conversation. What's this? I want you to take the position of Vice Guild Master. Yang Song explained cheerfully, but with your kind face, I think you'll have a bit of a hard time keeping the stubborn guild members in line and making them more disciplined. That's why I prepared this. He thought to himself in silence. So the dog is turning on its master now? Yang Song crushed the hat with his foot. He turned and looked around. He looked down at the army on the shore. What a bunch of fools rushing to their deaths. The North Army began to shout with great morale. Show them the true power of the North Army. They started slaughtering the monsters, slicing through their bodies with ease. He gave a smug smile. How about that? This is the power of the North Army. Suddenly, a familiar flame appeared, and the monster's limbs were all severed. He was stunned. What the hell? He's on a completely different level. The onlookers watched excitedly. What a super rookie. We're guaranteed to win this wave of monsters now. Jun Jian attacked relentlessly with his spear at a terrifying speed. He paused, sweating, as a notification window appeared. You have leveled up. Jun Jian smiled to himself, thinking it might look like he was just wasting energy hunting monsters, but he was actually regenerating stamina while getting stronger from leveling up. A monster appeared behind him, and someone's voice warned him. Behind you. He casually attacked, incinerating it with fire. Someone approached Jun Jian. Trang spoke up, it seems you're still not very perceptive when it comes to things behind you. He replied sternly when he recognized her, Gong and Trang. It's not like I have eyes in the back of my head. After saying that, he dashed off, leaving her alone. Trang watched in silence, her face falling with sadness. Does he still hate me? Trang sighed, but because of that, I can only stand by without helping. With that thought, she dashed off. Trang gripped her sword and charged forward. I'll do what I can. He's pushing himself to the limit to save the other hunters. I need to let him know. Power radiated from her sword, and Trang cut down the monsters with ease, her eyes filled with killing intent and the determination to leave the Northern Army Guild. Her face was full of anger and her will to save lives. Time passed, and monster corpses were scattered everywhere. Jung Gyeon's comrades were trying to shake a fallen man. "Damn it, wake up." He lay motionless. "Jiang Shu, please wake up." They cried and begged desperately. "Does anyone have an elixir left, please? I promise I'll pay you back after we get out of this gate. Please, a healer, healer." Jun Jian stood pensively within Trang. This is truly hell. Even though a total of 111 people entered this place, not even half will survive. She approached and asked, "Are you okay?" He replied coldly, "I'm fine." "What about you? Are you okay?" Just as Trang finished speaking, the others approached. "I'm fine." A curse came from behind. "Traitor." Everyone was cursing her, causing Trang to lower her head in shame. "That scum, let's see if she can survive until the end." Jun Jian was confused. They treat her so badly even though she's the Vice Guild Master? I guess the guild would kill people without blinking an eye. They can't stand the thing she calls justice. He probed, "Trang, don't you regret it?" As a Vice Guild Master, Jun Jian emphasized, "Fighting alongside me here is no different than completely turning your back on them." Trang smiled calmly and replied, "That's exactly why." Her words startled him, "Because I felt like I was dependent on them and providing value to them. But when I saw you," she explained, "I couldn't turn a blind eye anymore. I couldn't keep going down the wrong path." Jun Jian clenched his fist and responded, "Yun Chuan will act on his own to do something soon." She replied, "Don't worry, I have freed myself." Just as they finished talking, a notification window appeared with a warning. The final monster wave will begin. The boss has appeared. A boss warning from the Lin River and Wim River Gate has appeared. A tremor ran through the area, causing the warriors to panic. The group was gathered on the beach when, at that moment, a large shadow rose from the water. They all stared wide-eyed, stunned in place. Choi Jo-in stammered, wait a minute, what is that?" Is the river rising? A monster appeared with a mouth like a carnivorous plant, its entire body and eyes emitting a blue aura, looking incredibly ferocious. It rose high, revealing its colossal size and showcasing the gap between a superior species and ordinary humans. The warriors were so terrified that their movements completely froze for a moment. Some couldn't even withstand the pressure and collapsed to the ground. Despair began to well up. "This is insane. What are we supposed to do?" Li Junjian was also one of the witnesses, present at the scene. He blurted out a curse. "Damn it!" Zhang and Trang, standing beside him, suddenly spoke, "The Northern Army." Gil didn't give Choi Jan's song a method to kill Ha Trung. She thoughtfully presented her theory. He must have given that monster something. I'm sure of it. Choi Janzong had a method to defeat the monster, that giant monster. Then he shifted his attention elsewhere. Before letting Choi Janzong hunt Ha Trung, the members of the Northern Army Guild had already swarmed and surrounded the area. Everyone's expression reeked of danger. Some people were about to interfere with the raid, and he had to confront them first. Facing a massive force armed with advanced weaponry, Trang gave Jun Jian a short command, "Get ready." The other warriors still hadn't fully processed the situation. What was going on? Were they about to start killing each other? She gripped her sword tightly, filled with overwhelming resentment. The Northern Army Guild has used all of us. Didn't anyone else feel that? Everything was strange from the start. We're killing them in an effort to monopolize the gate. Deep within her eyes was a long-suppressed rage that finally had a chance to erupt. I, a Vice Guild Master of the Northern Army Guild, can attest to this. They are going to attack us right now. If you don't believe us, just open your eyes and watch. If we die in this battle, you will be next. He observed and thought to himself, she really knows how to sway people's hearts. A true dragon slayer. Looking at her, you could clearly sense that a hunter's power only grows the closer you get to them. The warriors, though utterly confused, were partially convinced. Damn it, we're dead either way. If so, we might as well pick up our swords and fight. Half of a person's face was revealed as they bared their teeth in a sneer, a futile effort. Choi Jan-song smugly gave the order, "It won't change anything. Northern Army Guild, proceed as planned." The sword in his hand suddenly flashed with an intense light, like a halo. He shouted loudly, "Ha, Trung!" The monster immediately stirred, causing ocean waves to splash violently. Junjian's eyes widened in astonishment. It's absorbing water. Shortly after, Ha Trung opened its enormous mouth and fired a beam of light straight into the sky. The weather changed violently, from clear skies just moments ago to a sudden downpour. As he looked up, he couldn't help but wonder, rain? Are they using Ha Trung to alter the battlefield to their own advantage? His blood-red pupils shifted vigilantly. Choi Jan-song stood imposingly, like someone about to ascend to a glorious throne. If he completes this gate raid, he will become a hero with Immense influence in this new era, the War King Gons. He let out a long, tense breath, trying to calm himself. I've been leveling up nonstop today, but do I even stand a chance of winning? He smirked, mockingly. Those flames look quite strange, don't they? As if they could burn away this very rain. He paid it no mind, paying no mind and just focusing on gathering his fire-type energy. Basically, he didn't have many choices at this point. I can only fight. In a flash, he was gone, leaving only a swirl of white smoke on the ground. Junjian leaped high into the air to gain momentum and bring his weapon down on the enemy. The long spear clashed with the greatsword, creating a piercing sound. Zhang Xian was the first to show signs of weakening after withstanding the immense pressure. He couldn't help but smile when he saw his opponent's weakness revealed. I knew it. Seizing the opportunity, he continued with a relentless assault. He could only hold his sword horizontally to defend himself. Junjian once again gathered all his strength, preparing to dive in. A deep red sword strike flashed through the air. Zhang Xian's entire body seemed to be swept away by the force of the attack. In the end, he was thrown back several feet. His movements had slowed down considerably. His face, drenched in sweat, revealed his utter terror. Impossible? What kind of monstrous skill are you using? We're at the riverbank. My power should be amplified here. But in contrast to his opponent's struggle, the flames surrounding Junjian weren't extinguished by the rain at all. Do you get it now? He revealed arrogantly. The moment I stepped into this dimensional gate, I was already at a complete disadvantage. His pride was severely wounded. What? No. How can that be? In the meantime, your sponsor sent a sponsorship gift, a massive one at that. The more he spoke, the more intense he became. I've always conserved my stamina, moved as carefully as a child, and never stopped, leveling up while hunting monsters. Junjian exclaimed in disbelief. What? He wasn't in a rush? You still don't get it? If words aren't enough to make you understand, maybe a little more force will do the trick. No problem. That's exactly why I'm telling you this. No matter how stubborn he was, Zhang Xian had to admit to himself that he couldn't win against him like this. He could only rely on the monster's power. Ha Trung, protect me now. Its glowing eyes, which were a brilliant blue, quickly responded to his call. From its short limbs, it launched a barrage of sharp claws. His momentum was broken, forcing him to back away to dodge the attack. The tables had turned, and he seized the chance to laugh triumphantly. Ha ha ha, you're pretty arrogant for someone who received a ton of sponsorships. However, I have obtained power from that person. That source of power is many times stronger than someone like you. I'll show you that immense power. Junjian was stunned as he realized the gravity of the situation. It was Ha Trung's protective instinct, just like when it protected its young. Ha Trung let out a thunderous roar that echoed through the entire area. It crawled onto the bank right behind him to protect its master. The aura radiating from the man grew increasingly vast, and he placed one foot on Ha Trung's jaw as it rested on the ground. He gritted his teeth, focusing with all his might, and without another moment's delay, he instantly burst forward, charging toward the man and the monster. His terrifying speed made his opponent flinch involuntarily. The two distinct techniques clashed intensely. Their powers were evenly matched, so upon impact, neither side gained the upper hand. The speed of the attacks from Entrang and the members of the Northern Army Guild was so terrifying it was almost impossible to see with the naked eye. Her eyes glowed a vibrant lotus pink, and her entire body began to emit the same light. Likewise, she gripped her sword tightly, raising it to head level, then unleashed a powerful strike with all her might. Not to be outdone, Choi Jiangsu raised his sword high with both hands, preparing to strike down, his aura radiating an immense power. In an instant, the sword was gone, leaving only the afterimage of a mighty swing. He successfully split the magical energy of Entrang in two before it could reach him, creating a world-shaking tremor as dust and dirt billowed up everywhere. Her silhouette stood watching the chaotic scene before her, awaiting the outcome. To her surprise, her opponent still hadn't been defeated by her attack, instead bursting out of the smoke with soaring morale. Jiangsu arrogantly roared, "If you get on your knees and beg for forgiveness right now, I'll at least spare your life. Do you think that guy can actually win? Our Northern Army Guild are the true victors of this gate." Entrang immediately retorted, "What's wrong with you? Have you forgotten your oath to forever protect humanity?" The two sides continued to clash, their swift sword strokes creating dazzling flashes of light in the air. A masterfully armored hand rotated the hilt of the sword to change its direction. Entrang charged forward once more with a reverse grip. Jiangsu aimed his weapon behind his back, his other hand holding his head as if to protect it. It turned out both of their movements were to build momentum for a massive sword swing. Elsewhere, the Ha Trung had now emerged from the water, revealing its colossal length along with the appearance of a hideous monster. The air seemed to be sucked into a spiky cave, which was actually its mouth. The atmosphere between Jun Jian and Zhou Xian grew tense, yet neither side had any intention of making the first move. He broke out in a cold sweat and yelled, "You're out of your damn mind," daring to jump right into the Ha Trung's mouth. He just casually replied, "What nonsense are you spouting? It's more like I'm waiting for the Ha Trung to devour you whole. When the Ha Trung protects its young, it swallows them and shields them within its body." His expression suddenly darkened. It was unclear what he was planning next. And insects, regardless of the species, have dry innards. He stabbed his long spear into the ground, causing it to crack slightly. Raging flames enveloped his weapon. The heat of the battle rose steadily. His blood-red pupils glinted with danger. He continued to explain, "Inside the dry stomach of the insect, the power you receive from your sponsor, the ruler of the riverbank, will be greatly diminished by more than half, and my fire manipulation ability will have a much greater advantage." Notification windows popped up continuously. The Spear of Muspel has absorbed the flames. Fire resistance will be temporarily increased. Attack power will be temporarily increased. A massive amount of heat slowly accumulated inside its mouth. The warriors struggling with the guild members also had to look on in surprise as they noticed. The flames surrounded the spot where Zhou Xian was standing. His eyes widened in disbelief at what he was witnessing. "No, it can't be. I am the king. I am the one born to be a monarch. I can't accept this cruel reality." His hand tightened on his sword, veins bulging as if about to burst from rage, and he charged forward, disregarding everything for a final, desperate battle with his enemy. "You?" He directly asked the question that he couldn't comprehend no matter how hard he thought. "Who are you?" The only thing Zhou Xian received in return was a fatal blow from Zheng Jian, which obliterated him into a misshapen and unfinished apple in the Grim Reaper's grasp. That reckless move made his heart pound. The skull emblem on his gauntlet suddenly emitted a strange light. Along with it came a new update, the Soul Pillar. It had absorbed the hero's soul. The empty eye sockets of the skull were as deep as an abyss. It seemed they could see through the mortal world. He thoughtfully analyzed, "I know it's a soul pillar. It doesn't absorb souls of demons. It needs the souls of humanity. Above all, it requires those with extraordinary power, who have broken through their limits many times, like those who become heroes." New titles appeared one after another. Fallen Heaven, ruler of the riverbank, has been defeated. All aid from the ruler of the riverbank has ceased. His facial muscles suddenly froze in astonishment, and he turned his head to look. No way, the supporter is dead, or was it Fallen Heaven's doing? Just then, the warning sounded again. "Fallen Heaven smiles at you." A great sword was plunged straight into the ground, radiating a swirling dark energy. After killing the incarnate god, the supporter also died, but the records in the Book of the Demon King state that the supporter can never die. That power suddenly expanded, further becoming more and more like a cosmic black hole before finally condensing into the shape of a black crow. Jun Jian's eyes had now returned to normal. He stared intently downward as it suddenly spoke, asking him, "You haven't responded yet? What is your answer to that final question?" In his mind, the image of Zhang Xiong's suicidal charge before his death replayed. He kept reminding himself, killing a hunter is not the same as killing a monster. His mouth fell slightly open as he uttered, "I am." His mind was in utter turmoil, but he always held on to one important thing. "I am a descendant of the tyrant king, and also a follower of peace." No, one who becomes a demon king, but that's not enough. Because the world is in danger of changing, I will shoulder it all. Whether it's disgrace or sin, I will surpass the demon king. Following that logic, he didn't hesitate to give his final answer. Demon God. As a result, Fallen Heaven supports your decision. The crow spread its wings, hovering in the air. An interesting answer. I will see you again soon. With those words, its entire body vanished into nothingness as if it had never existed. Jun Jian muttered to himself, "Report everything you've seen and heard to your master." The battle had come to an end. The boss of the Jia River Gate, the river worm, had been defeated. The river worm's entire body was engulfed in flames, causing it to roar in agony. It just collapsed and fell into the water. A series of notifications then appeared on the screen. "You have made the greatest contribution. You have obtained the essence of water. You have earned the achievement, River Worm Slayer. You have earned the achievement, Conqueror of the River. You have leveled up. You have leveled up." The warriors stared in breathless silence. The people from the North Star Guild were also stunned, unsure how to react. Black smoke billowed from the monster's charred corpse, and then the hero who defeated it slowly emerged amidst the heavy rain. The warriors couldn't hide their joy. Wow, the super rookie actually killed the river worm. He did it. Jun Jian gave a victorious smile at his comrades' welcome. However, it wasn't over yet, and Trang suddenly shouted his name, Jun Jian. Just as he looked up, he saw a figure holding a sword charging straight at him. "You damn bastard!" A slash filled with all of Zhou's hatred came crashing down on Jun Jian. Fortunately, he managed to raise his shield to block it just in the nick of time. His eyes were bloodshot and his roar was utterly terrifying. What did you do to my brother? Everything was ruined because of you. He struggled against this immense power. Ugh! Zhou Shu raised his sword high again, preparing for a second strike. Digging his feet into the sand, Jun Jian put all his strength into his arm to send his opponent flying with his shield. He skidded a long way back, his entire body buckling from the force. But with an iron will, he managed to keep his balance, determined not to fall. He growled once more, like a wild beast. You dog! A metal weapon forged in immense heat swung swiftly through the air. Jun Jian gave his opponent no chance to utter another word, pointing his spear directly at his face. Zhou Shu broke out in a cold sweat, realizing he had been cornered. Jun Jian began to preach in a grim tone, the reason all of you were granted power like hunters is to protect those in danger. With great power comes great responsibility. People like you, who cause suffering and threaten the weak, are not worthy to be called hunters. He was clearly not convinced, but could only hang his head to avoid reality. Sensing that Zhou Shu could no longer resist, he withdrew his weapon. I've shed too much blood today, and I don't want to see any more. And with that, he began to walk away after giving a final warning. Repent and live a good life. However, he never expected that the moment he turned his back on his enemy was also the moment he opened a path for his opponent's revenge. A hand reached out, summoning a sword. In the moment, he let his guard down the most. Zhou Shu seized the opportunity to attack from behind. Die. By the time he realized it, it was too late. A spray of fresh blood erupted. But it wasn't Jun Jian's blood, because Interrogation had stopped him just in time, with a counterslash of her own, saving him from certain defeat. His whole body trembled, his eyes wide with disbelief. How could I? As a result, his body collapsed to the ground from excessive blood loss. A notification immediately appeared. The soul core pillar had absorbed another hero's soul. The skull on his gauntlet once again emitted a strange light. He asked his savior, "Are you okay?" Interrogation replied curtly, "Yes." Her expression darkened, tinged with regret and guilt. "I should have stopped them sooner. If I had, this tragedy wouldn't have happened." He gently reassured her, "You don't need to feel guilty about anything. You're different from them." Interrogation suddenly pointed her sword downwards. "I think this is for me," she said, leaving him completely confused. Without another word, she plunged the sword deep into the ground. Finally, with a solemn expression, she made her decision. "I will never wield a sword again. I will live to atone for the mistakes of the Northern Army Guild." After saying that, she began to walk away from her weapon. His thoughts were in turmoil. Did she just give up? The one destined to become the XF superhero? This situation was far more critical than he had imagined. "No, I can't. I won't let her leave like that." But now, I can only watch her go. Gradually, the sky cleared, and the sea returned to its usual clear blue. Jun Jian and the other warriors are now on the beach. In front of them are countless flashes of light from the reporters' cameras. Just then, a group of people stepped forward and shouted, "We're from the Hunter Association. We demand that everyone stop taking pictures." The journalists suddenly stopped what they were doing. "Huh? Where's Choi Jan-sian? Choi Jan-su isn't here either." One of them couldn't help but wonder, what happened in there? Is the Northern Army Guild behind this? Then the hunter standing in the middle must be the central figure of this gate raid. A brilliant idea popped into his head. No one knows his name or face. This is definitely a scoop. Others in the same profession had similar thoughts. They continuously fired questions at him for an interview. "Who are you? What happened inside the gate? Who are you? What's your name?" A pair of feet gently approached. It turned out to be Xiong Go, who gently placed a hand on Jun Jian's shoulder from behind. "This is the super rookie, the awakened one at C rank, the one who has been rumored about for so long." The press immediately erupted. "What? Really? The super rookie? That person is Elk from the Alliance Guild." It seems Xionggu and the super rookie know each other. His hand moved to his chin as he coughed a few times. He raised his voice to calm the overly excited media. "Currently, these hunters have just returned from a special raid, the Hellgate. Don't you all think you should give them some time to rest? Looking at the warriors covered in injuries, some even unable to stand steadily, should be enough to tell. Right now, for the heroes who have returned and for the heroes who could not, please give them a round of applause." The reporters were instantly convinced by his words, and they all broke into thunderous applause. This was also their way of showing the minimum respect for the warriors who had given their all. However, the warriors couldn't bring themselves to rejoice. They just silently bowed their heads. A gate where 110 people were mobilized, which became a special gate, and the number who returned from that hell. The revealed number, just 39, showed they had suffered immense losses. Jun Jian was also well aware of this cruel reality. The golden sun reflecting on the calm sea surface made it sparkle like silver shards. Meanwhile, in Prosperous City, traffic rushed past towering skyscrapers. A black crow peeked from outside the window frame, as if waiting for someone. The association president quickly noticed it as it landed on his desk. He smiled and said, "Hoojin, you're late." Inside, the office was dead silent. The president, after hearing the story, couldn't help but remark, it seems he knew they could control the Ha Trung and also knew how to create heroes. How interesting. The crow uttered some kind of ancient language. He unconsciously scratched his cheek, pondering, becoming stronger by hunting a demon god. Without much more thought, his finger moved down, pressing the screen of the desk phone. It seemed he had made his final decision. Then I will go meet the survivors from the Thorn Gate. The person on the other end quickly acknowledged the order. I'll make the preparations. Suddenly, the president's eyes flashed with a dangerous glint, and we no longer need to worry about the Northern Army Guild. Understood? Again, the other side responded immediately. Then I'll comply. I understand. I'll wrap this up and release it to the press. Cars rushed by on the busy street, weaving between towering skyscrapers that obscured the sky. Trang quietly entered the auditorium through the large doors. Her eyes held a sad expression as she observed her surroundings. A fragment of memory from her time with the Bakun Guild surfaced in her mind. Specifically, a meeting led by John Song. Now it was just an empty space without a single soul in sight. She lowered her head, her thoughts unreadable. She frowned, her voice filled with a lingering remorse. Hunters, I truly hate this. Suddenly, a group of people spoke up from behind the Vice Guild Master. She turned around, somewhat bewildered by their appearance. You all? A young man stepped forward to speak for the group to Trang. You've done nothing wrong. Vice Guild Master, Jansu, and Guild Master Choi John Song are the ones to blame. Though she knew that his words did nothing to lift her spirits. The former guild members suddenly knelt down in unison, startling her. Please don't give up. He earnestly pleaded, I want to live an honest life as a father to my child. We will take the blame for the mistakes of the Bakun Guild. You shouldn't be the one to give up like this. The Vice Guild Master insisted on taking responsibility herself. This is my responsibility. I was the guild's sole commander. You have no obligation to shoulder this blame. Seeing how things were, he decided not to hide it any longer. There are some things you don't know, ma'am. Her expression remained somber and she didn't seem to care in the slightest. However, his next confession changed everything. We are the real murderers. This shocking new information struck like a bolt of lightning, completely stunning her. The scene changes to a luxury condominium where a hand tightly grips a soda can. Gu asks for confirmation that he handled all the press inquiries about his private life. Was there anything I shouldn't have done? Judging by his expression, Junjian seemed extremely satisfied. No, not at all. In fact, thanks to you, I've become this famous. An interesting narrative was spun, turning Junjian in an instant into a superstar. It was his reward. For clearing a B-rank gate that had evolved into an A rank, he was on the front page of countless newspapers and on every TV channel. The news spread like wildfire with no sign of stopping. It was a reward. A C-rank hunter had become an A rank in the blink of an eye, a hero who overcame adversity. Will this underdog not only exceed expectations but also clear an A rank gate? Now everyone was calling him the underdog. Gu placed 2 fingers under his chin, looking thoughtful. The word underdog refers to someone who's weak, so I don't think it really fits you. Junjian replied modestly, for a powerless hunter like me, it's not entirely unsuitable. Gu expressed, regardless, I was worried you'd feel this was an unnecessary intrusion. Thanks for taking it so well. Junjian thought to himself, I think I should tell him about my next plan. Finally, he decided to speak up. By the way, how did you know? Gu was confused. What do you mean? Junjian continued with a serious tone about me using hero creation for my own benefit, because the meaning of hero initiation is not something known in this era. He mumbled, hero initiation. Songgu clarified his question further. Do you mean you can create heroes? Everyone in this era believes that heroes are something born from the desires and fate of their patron, as well as time. He was a bit surprised and hesitated. You know, you are. His pupils widened the moment he realized. A member of Asga. His eyes suddenly flashed with a golden light, looking incredibly mysterious, as his entire body began to exude a powerful energy. The powerful pressure spread to the swing set in the park, causing it to sway relentlessly. The trees along the road also began to rustle chaotically. Inside an office, a member was standing before the chairman's desk, and it seemed they were in a discussion. The man's eyes suddenly widened as if he had sensed something unusual. Seeing this, his subordinate grew curious. What is it, Association Chairman? A wicked grin spread across the chairman's face. It's nothing. I just sensed something interesting happening. The boy's face darkened with worry. This was his true power. The power gradually receded back into Gu. He closed his eyes tightly, trying to regain his composure, and finally uttered a single, calm sentence. How do you know? The book mentioned him do. From the moment I met him, he was already a member of Asga. He cleverly turned the question back on him. You, why did you do that just now? It made me think you were acting with full knowledge of my plan. The corners of his lips curled up slightly. Perhaps I've already got you all figured out. He answered frankly. I was also very suspicious of you. of your abnormal growth rate, and of your gaze and actions which seemed as if you already knew something. Junjion couldn't help but remark, "So you set a trap, and I walked right into it." He thought to himself, though it was intentional, and continued to press. "Why do you think I did that?" Songgu was silent for a long moment, waiting patiently. The boy's declaration was the last thing he expected. "Because I want to join Asga." The reason Junjion was so confident was that all his calculations were going according to plan. Asga, a secret organization of extremely powerful hunters. The real battle was only just beginning. As evening approached, at a deserted construction site, there were flights of stairs leading to the upper levels. Trang approached slowly and asked, "Why did you ask to meet with me?" He quickly got straight to the point. "This won't take long. From what I can see, you fundamentally don't want others to waste their time on you. I think my usefulness ended at the hybrid gate. I no longer have any value to the Northern Army Guild, and now I'm useless." She lowered her head slightly, hiding her expression. "Besides, someone like me can't do anything properly." He quickly retorted, "No, you're a very valuable person." Her hands, clenched into fists, trembled uncontrollably. "You talk as if you know everything." She trembled, with tears welling up in her eyes. Despite this, she gathered all her strength and screamed, "Yes, you're right. The Northern Army Guild is a trash heap, and I'm just another piece of trash in it." Outside the structure, the sky had an indescribably gloomy feel, with not a single star to be seen. Junjion worriedly asked Han, "Did something happen?" She answered in a voice heavy with dread, "What I just learned is far more horrific. They've been killing people on the Guild's orders, specifically the weak civilians, and hearing this made him restless." She powerlessly slumped down onto a step, hugging her knees. She was currently filled with utter despair. "You still remember what you went through, don't you?" During the conflict between hunters and ordinary civilians, her hand reflexively shot up to cover her face, unwilling to let him see her pathetic expression. They secretly assassinated innocent civilians. During that conflict, Guildmaster Choi Jo-seong truly treated the people like garbage. Junjion's mind was in turmoil. This is bad. An upright person like her can't handle such earth-shattering news. At this rate, her spirit will be completely crushed, but I can't lose the Dragon Slayer. He pressed on, asking what she would do if something like that were to happen again. Then he calmly presented his reasoning. The gates suddenly appeared, and awakened hunters came into being. Ordinary people cannot fight back when faced with that immense power. His next words stirred something in Trang. A guild as small as the Northern Army Guild could do this. It's surely happening elsewhere. Are you planning to ignore all the other brutes out there? He bluntly stated his intention. I want to stop these things from happening, and right the wrongs they have committed. Finally, he declared resoundingly about the disaster she had seen and felt. I want to end it. At this point, she could no longer stay silent, and she shot up to argue back. Do you really think you can put an end to it? I know you have incredible strength, but do you have any idea how powerful he is? We are nothing more than mosquitoes compared to him. The harsh truth came from her own lips. I don't have the courage to fight him. Are you claiming you know how to defeat him and change the world? Faced with his determined gaze, Junjion knew he had no way out. It was do or die. His eyes widened as he growled out every single word, his mind long made up. I came from the future. This shocking revelation left Trang utterly speechless. He revealed with a grave expression, a catastrophe is coming soon, a great flood that will cause many people to die and destroy countless things. Your power will be desperately needed then. To give her time to think it over, he took the initiative and set up a meeting. You received the summons from the association, right? I'll see you there. Think about it carefully until then. Time passed, and the next morning, at a well-furnished high-rise apartment, the news was updating the public on the situation. We have received reports of thousands of massacres committed by the Northern Army Guild. Hunters murdered civilians. The Northern Army Guild is rotten to the core. Were there casualties at the GI River Gate, a foreshadowing of the punishment they were due? Junjion hit the power button on the remote. This news report is much more detailed than I thought. He wondered to himself if it had been prepared in advance. I'm sure they did this. It's useless. I'll just set it aside for now. The skull on his bracelet suddenly emitted a strange light. Notifications began to appear. The soul pillar has been activated and will transform into its true form. His eyes widened instantly as if he had been anticipating this for a long time. It's finally activated. It has collected the souls of Jo-seong and Jo-su, plus the water element, the gem of the water monster, and the water essence of the Wim River. The incarnation's name is Hyen-mu. Call its name to summon. He held his arm out in front of him. I wonder how strong this incarnation will be, he muttered its name, Hyen-mu. The skull separated from his hand and slowly grew larger in mid-air. It suddenly spoke, asking, Did you call for me, master? Jungan was completely frozen on the spot. What is this? Where is the bone dragon? The skull has a mind of its own. Is something wrong here? On top of the building was a spacious rooftop, and in the booklet was written that magical power is like the air. He sat meditating shirtless to make it easier to concentrate the energy in his body. Based on the available information, he analyzed himself step by step and, like many other heroes, wondered, are we really making the most of magic's true potential? We wonder how we can possibly generate the true power of magic. Although he already knew about the existence of the mana flow, he still realized that this was impossible, that he couldn't do it. He broke out in a cold sweat, thinking about the method the Demon King had taught for generating the maximum power of magic. Because it wasn't detailed, it was very difficult to succeed. Countless calculations for the future formed in his mind. An unavoidable cataclysm was about to occur, and at that time, the current A-rank hunters would become C+ rank. I have to get stronger before then, but it seems too difficult. Just then, a message from Kim Shu-yang arrived. I'm waiting outside to take you to the association. His hand tightened around the dark phone. He had already made up his mind. We finally meet. A new day arrived with the bright sunlight beating down on the glass of the skyscrapers. The streets were bustling with vehicles. Shu-yang spoke to the person in the back seat while driving. I've never seen you look worried before. Jung Gan just gave a wry smile. Am I not human? He admitted frankly. That's right. I don't think you're a normal person. Am I wrong? Even when entering all those dungeons in the Roy River Gate, you were never worried. He unconsciously reflected on his actions. Is that so? While the other man chattered on. But if you're worried about meeting the association's president, I guess he's not the kind of person you meet every day. A mysterious smile appeared on his face. But don't worry, he isn't calling you because you did something wrong. I'm sure this is just an opportunity to discuss your achievements. His expression suddenly darkened. More than 50 hunters died in the GA River Gate, and among them was the guild master of the Bakwan Guild, a guild with an extremely high standing. Jun Gan thought with certainty. I'm sure this isn't a normal meeting to reward the survivor and report on the situation. It's actually an unofficial interrogation. Hearing this, Shu-yang suddenly looked apologetic. I understand. Now, I apologize for being so short-sighted. Recalling his conversation with Seong-gu not long ago, he wanted to join Asga, but that's not something I can decide. I didn't know if you were aware of the situation. The story inside. The diary said that Hindo was very disappointed with Asga's current situation. Their initial goal was to make an effort to protect humanity, but Asga had already collapsed. He thoughtfully connected the clues. When Seong-gu met the Demon King, he had already opposed Asga, but he still hadn't found a way. The Demon King had also joined Asga for a short period, but he left with Hindo. Suddenly, his eyes widened with the determination to join Asga before the Demon King and grow rapidly by exploiting all their available resources until they were no longer of value. Outside the towering structure, a voice called out, "You may enter." Jung Jian was now in front of a large door. The moment he stepped inside, he saw the association's president checking a bookshelf in the office. He quickly turned around. My apologies. Even though I was the one who invited you, I wasn't well prepared. Suddenly, today became very busy. He extended a hand. It's a pleasure to meet you, although I may be lacking. I am currently the president of the Korean Hunter Association, and my real name, now revealed, is Jang Hogan. He thought to himself, this is the man the Northern Army Guild obeys, almost to the point of worship, and also the person the Demon King mentioned hundreds of times in his journal. Based on the available information, he concluded that this man was an incredibly powerful figure to the point where he could do nothing but acknowledge it. He's very strong. I can't win if I fight him. The two shook hands as a gesture of goodwill. He introduced himself. I am Jun Jian. The corner of Hogan's mouth twitched up slightly. Then, an overwhelming aura enveloped his entire body. Why don't we skip the pleasantries and get straight to the point? Who are you really? Hogan's whole body was covered in a sky-high aura. It seems you already know everything. So, do we need to waste time playing games? I am the one who backed the Northern Army Guild. Jun Jian's expression didn't change much, recalling what was written in the journal. Don't believe anything about Odin. Everything about him is a lie. He casually replied to the other man, I know. The dark energy surrounding him gradually diminished by half. The president held up the tablet in his hand, looking a bit disappointed. It seems you're not what I imagined. Did I say something wrong? Then, while staring intently at the records, he marveled. Truly a special young man. He recounted the glorious achievements of his past. According to the records, when you awakened as a hunter, you killed hundreds of monsters and even the boss monster inside the gate. You were rescued by the Alliance Guild and rated as a C rank, but only for 2 months. Next was the fierce battle on the beach not long ago, where you became an A-rank hunter and were able to defeat Ha Trung on your own. Finally, the president concluded, an astonishing growth rate. I like that, but I want to ask one thing. The record tablet suddenly burst into blue flames, along with a sharp change in his demeanor. Why did you kill him? John Song was someone I was training. Faced with the invisible pressure from his opponent, he showed no signs of wavering. So you were watching everything through that crow? I simply killed a hunter who was trying to eliminate me. Is there something wrong with that? His voice remained just as hoarse and grave. Of course, there is. You destroyed a piece I was cultivating without permission. Not to be outdone, he retorted. Wasn't he just a pawn? As you said, Mr. President, I will focus only on the main issue. I want to join Asga. A firm declaration. Your words made Hojin pause for a moment, then he raised a hand to his chin, intrigued. Oh ho, you truly have a knack for surprising people. You want to join, but do you even know what kind of place Asgard is? Jun Jian bluntly answered. It's a faction founded by the first hunters with the goal of saving humanity. Isn't Asgard a place like that? He added in a serious tone. And you are Odin, the king of Asgard. Allow me to repeat myself one more time. I want to join Asgard. This was another strange point that gave the chairman quite a shock. Inside the diary, it was mentioned that Odin was not a person of good character. His benevolent appearance was a complete facade. In reality, he was more cunning and wicked than anyone, but he still had one weakness. Hojin suddenly became visibly excited. Wonderful. How do you know all of this? From the existence of Hin to the fact that Ha-Jun was being controlled, and you even told me that you got stronger by hunting monsters, as if you were provoking me. There was still a long description. Odin's curious nature and his desire to know everything was a bottomless pit. He wouldn't hesitate to side with an enemy if it helped satisfy his inner curiosity. The boy silently concluded in his heart it was a gamble with his life on the line, but it seemed to be working. Just as written in the book, Odin couldn't refuse his offer because of his curious nature. The more he asked, the more enthusiastic he became, and most importantly, my eye has no effect on you. You know about my eye too. He continued to show his knowledge. Is it the eye of truth? This detail could be explained as follows. Because his eye had no effect on him, Odin was extremely intrigued. Furthermore, a timely notification appeared. The Sky of Revelation vehemently opposes anyone who tries to disrupt a player's mind and issues a warning to the seeker of truth. Hojin covered his face, trying to hide his smug grin. Hey, how interesting. He quickly returned to the calm demeanor of a chairman. All right, I will allow you to join Asgard, but you will have to take a few entrance tests. Actually, this was initially something that John Seong, that foolish hero, had proposed. But if you can pass the test, I will accept you as an official member of Asgard. An electric aura once again surrounded his body and underneath his blindfold. Of course, I have to suppress your mind so that this matter doesn't leak out to anyone else, right? The light spread far outside, passing through the glass windows of the skyscraper. The scene changes. Countless canned drinks are displayed on shelves inside a glass cabinet. Jun Jian sat at a coffee table, deep in thought. Not only could he neutralize the Eye of Truth, but also the mental suppression he had set. Luckily, Odin didn't seem to notice that much. He pondered deeper. Could it be that the Sky of Revelation not only blocks mental suppression, but also negates mental attacks? If that's the case, it's even more than that. Suddenly, a figure approached and called out, Mr. Junjian. He seemed to snap out of his train of thought. Oh, sorry, I was lost in thought. Please, have a seat. He asked Han with concern. You met the association president today, didn't you? Did he say anything unusual? Intrang's expression wasn't very good. No, he just said he felt very sorry about what happened to the Northern Army Guild. She lowered her head and hesitated. I don't. To ask why he did that. At this point, Junjian didn't beat around the bush any longer. Miss Intrang, I'm certain. The truth is, the chairman also wanted to eliminate you. After all, you know his true identity, so why do you think he hasn't done it? And still left you alone because you're innocent? Judging by what you know of Hagen, I'm sure he would also strike, even against the innocent, he quickly agreed. That's right, the only reason you're still alive is simply because, without any hesitation, he bluntly stated, you're worthless. Whether you live or die, he doesn't consider you a threat at all. Even though the Northern Army Guild wasn't a danger to him, they were all killed to serve as a warning to other guilds that he had returned. Intrang clenched her jaw, trying to hold back the tears that were ready to flow, her whole body trembling non-stop. I understand, so I'm nothing at all. As she collapsed in helplessness, a hand reached out to her. That's precisely why you should work with me. He began a long speech with an extremely serious expression. I'm going to change this world. You can call me conceited or arrogant, but for someone who has hit rock bottom like you, isn't it true that you have nothing left to lose by working with me? These words seemed to have finally reached Intrang's heart, making her gently lift her head. The corners of her reddened eyes looked as if she had just awoken from a long, deep despair. Everything was finally settled amicably with a handshake of partnership. As time passed, the night began to fall. Junjian and Intrang returned to the structure where they had their first discussion after the war, with the guild concluded. She spoke up, asking, So, what do we do now? He responded with a question of his own. Miss Intrang, I'm sure you received a sponsorship while you were in the Songjia Gate. Can you tell me exactly what it was you were sponsored with? An object was summoned on her fingertip. I don't know how to use it, but I received the blood dragon stone from my sponsor, the White Horse Prince, she said, perfectly confirming his suspicions, just as I predicted. Here's a quick overview of this treasure. The blood dragon stone, an incredibly rare crystal, is the only item that appeared 3 times in the Demon King's journal, and it is the catalyst that perfects the immortal X-Fit. And Trang didn't hesitate for a second to offer it to him, as if intending to give it as a gift. I'll give you this, blood dragon stone. Hearing this, Junjian's eyes widened in astonishment. He couldn't comprehend it. Doesn't she know the value of this stone? It felt like it had been a long time since he last saw a radiant smile grace her lips. Looking at your reaction, I think you probably know its value much better than I do. He accepted it while pondering more deeply. Even though I really want it, is she giving it to me this easily? This is the item she received from her sponsor. Are you sure you can give it away so easily? It's something that could help you a great deal. She remained firm in her decision. This is a gift I'm giving to you. To the one person who trusted and acknowledged me, from now on, I will follow your guidance. He clenched it tightly in his palm. I understand. I don't know why I was able to obtain the blood dragon stone. This was the very moment he realized his shocking truth. Could it be? Perhaps she is? Looking at her naive and pure appearance, he could immediately tell she was an easy target, a surprisingly easy mark. Just then, an announcement rang out. The sky of revelation is smiling. He smiled smugly. Right now, Jun Jian was in a shop specializing in weapons. It's been a while, hasn't it? Jun asked. So, what brings you here? He slightly raised his head to survey his surroundings. Information about the swords, mounted on the wall, appeared on the screen one by one. He also inspected the other weapons lying in a corner, thoroughly, finally uttering exactly 2 words, amazing. Jun added, they're not finished yet. Thanks to your help, the fire in the forge has been dealt with, but the supply of materials is still unstable. Junjian unconsciously broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself that it couldn't be helped. A blacksmith's skill is very important, but the materials play an equally crucial role, because right now, before the great cataclysm, there's no way to get enough materials to meet his needs. The blood dragon stone suddenly sparkled brightly on his fingertip. The moment he presented it to Jun, the other man's movements froze for a moment. His excited hand slammed down on the table. The blacksmith couldn't hide the sheer astonishment on his face. What is that thing? I've never seen a crystal like that before. To avoid any misunderstanding, he quickly denied it first. It's not a gift. Jun retorted loudly. Who doesn't know that? What kind of fool in this world would be naive enough to give away an item so valuable and rare? Hearing that, Junjian didn't quite know how to react. I think there is. Then he picked up an item. Let me borrow the hammer for a second. Without another word, he approached the forge. Jun grew increasingly anxious. Oi, oi, what are you planning to do? He raised the hammer high, preparing to bring it down on the gem. Watch closely. The bulging veins on his biceps showed he was concentrating a massive amount of power. The head of the hammer began to glow accordingly, as if an electric current was running through it. At this point, Jun could no longer stand still. Hey, you madman, don't. I told you to stop. However, it was too late. The powerful hammer strike was unleashed. Metal collided with the tabletop, creating a deafening sound. As a result, the blood dragon stone was split perfectly in 2. Jun, stunned, clutched, his pale face in disbelief. No! After everything was explained, the blacksmith took a moment to compose himself and examine the 2 halves of the stone. So you're saying this is how it's used? In the journal, it was written that the blood dragon stone can regenerate by absorbing a certain amount of blood. In other words, it can replicate itself. Junjian stated his request. Embed half of the blood dragon stone into the spear muspel. The blood dragon stone isn't easy to handle or refine, you know. He then turned his head slightly and hesitated. And the other half of the blood dragon stone? Junjian's gaze suddenly became serious. This great sword is the most similar to XF's magic sword. A large weapon submerged in the X's water had caught his eye, embedded into that great sword. The other man politely replied, this time, I will do it for free. Thanks to you, not only do I get to handle a rare crystal, but you've also revealed its secret to me. The scene changes to another location. Viewed from above, the mountainous landscape below was almost completely obscured by clouds and mist. A large orc was sliced in half by a flash of light that streaked past. Another one took a direct slash, with a perfectly clean diagonal cut. Notifications continuously popped up. The blood dragon stone has absorbed orc monster blood. Regeneration rate of the blood dragon stone is 1.7%. Standing before the pile of stacked orc corpses, Junjian and Trang just looked on in silence. From a distance, she excitedly looked down at the brand new weapon in her hands. I really like this blade. I've never used a heavy blade before, but it feels so smooth, as if it was always meant for me. He couldn't help but marvel. Jun Jian is truly something else. He's a true artisan when it comes to crafting weapons. Then he asked, what's the regeneration rate of the blood dragon stone now? She estimated it's about 2% now, and he conveniently added, the stronger the monsters you hunt, the higher the regeneration rate will be. Her expression was filled with anticipation. Come to think of it, with the way we're using it, we turned 1 into 2, and those 2 will become 4. I was so smart to entrust the stone to you. In response, he gave her an extremely confident smile. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed out, accompanied by the appearance of an orc of enormous size. It let out a wild roar as if to bolster its strength, then immediately launched a powerful attack. Jun Jian hurriedly leaped away from the explosion just in the nick of time. Get back. Overall, he was still safe and sound as he landed on his feet. His whole body buckled from that reckless move just now. The boss of this gate is an orc warrior, a formidable power. But where's Intrang? After thinking for a moment, he called out loudly, Miss Intrang. On the other side, things seemed a bit more difficult. She was forced to use her entire body weight to block the attack from the orc with her greatsword. She gritted her teeth with determination, because letting up even a little would mean getting crushed. Fortunately, she managed to escape the bind, sending it flying backward with a powerful swing of her blade. This time, it was the orc's turn to be in a tough spot, its movements slowing down considerably. The main reason was that Intrang's heavy blade had blocked countless attacks from the monsters, and his lips curved into a proud smile. As expected, even the monster was surprised that a human could withstand its power. Intrang continued to rush toward its feet and finally delivered an upward vertical slash while it couldn't react in time. Not stopping there, she leaped high into the air to gain momentum for a finishing blow. Her eyes widened, showing intense concentration for a single move, but this time in the opposite direction, and the orc warrior's fate seemed to be sealed. As the sun began to set, Intrang sat on the ground, looking a bit tired. Jun Jian spoke softly. Miss Intrang, you don't know how reassured I feel having you by my side. Those words motivated her quite a bit. Her cheeks unconsciously turned pink with delight. He suddenly mentioned something that only the two of them knew. Now then, in the next 2 days we have to go there. She agreed. So, the time is almost here, isn't it? He didn't forget to remind her carefully. For the next 2 days, let's continue to hunt non-stop and coordinate well. It will help maximize our chances of survival, even if just by a little. She continuously nodded in understanding, a hint of indescribable excitement on her face. Jun Jian's gaze turned toward a distant place as he was lost in thought. The day of Odin's test is finally here. As evening fell, all the lights on the floor of the apartment building were on. Jun Jian sat exhausted and listless on the sofa for a short while, his mind filled with countless chaotic thoughts. We've done everything we could, right? If she gets the title, it would have been nice for him to get the title, but oh well. He'll get much more later anyway, so being greedy about it now is a bit much. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, pulling him back to reality. Who could it be? At that moment, he and Seong-gu were sitting across from each other in front of a glass window with a view of the city streets outside. He didn't want to waste any time beating around the bush. I'll get straight to the point. Don't go tomorrow. If you go, you will die. This time is completely different from the hybrid gate. A troubled expression appeared on his face. Seong-gu, he's telling the truth. Seong-gu slowly connected the clues. I have thought about this over and over. How did you know about Asga? Why do you want to join Asga, and what is your real purpose? A pure smile unconsciously formed on his lips, but I've decided not to worry about those things anymore. I trust you. Jun Jian couldn't help but ask, why? Why do you trust me so much? Seong-gu closed his eyes tightly, showing no hint of regret. I don't know either. My intuition just tells me I should. Then he stood up from his chair after giving a careful warning. Anyway, do not go tomorrow. Odin has his eye on you now. Even if you don't take that test, you can join Asga just as you wish. You still haven't received a title, have you? He repeatedly stressed, you need to be careful. If you set out tomorrow, you won't be able to return alive. However, it seemed these words couldn't sway his decision. Thank you for your concern, but please don't worry. As expected, his long-held resolve could not be so easily extinguished. He declared with confidence, no matter what happens, I will return alive. There are still so many things I need to do. Time flew by, and inside a vast hall designed with numerous iron bars attached to the walls, 2 figures silently entered side by side. It was Jun Jian and Intrang, dressed in black from head to toe. Su-doom warmly came out to welcome the esteemed guests. This way, Hunter Lee Jun Jian, Dong Intrang. He didn't hold back on praising the other person one bit. Congratulations on your promotion. Kim Suzan politely placed a hand on his chest and stated, seeing you do so well, as your manager, I benefit as well. Most importantly, getting the chance to participate in an overseas expedition is truly wonderful. It is a great honor to become a hunter representing our country. He even respectfully bowed a full 90 degrees in front of Jun Jian. If you just wait a moment, the gate will open. I hope you can return safely." With that, he turned and left, leaving the two of them alone. Trang suddenly remarked, "He's a good person." Junjian immediately agreed. Yes, he hasn't changed at all. A dimensional gate suddenly appeared in midair. A man in a suit made an announcement. "The gate to London has opened. You two may proceed to the gate. I wish you both a safe journey." The magic circle emitted an endless, shimmering light, and two English people were already waiting for them. "It's an honor to meet the famous underdog in person. Welcome to London." Junjian replied politely. "A pleasure to meet you. We were sent by the Korean Association. I'm Lee Junjian, and this is Jong Trang." She was a little surprised by his language proficiency. "So you can speak. You're that fluent? That's really reliable." A not-so-pleasant memory flashed through his mind. "I just learned it. Because in the land of Eden, if you don't know English, you're not even considered human," he answered modestly. "It's not that big of a deal. I just happen to have the chance to learn." The other person politely offered, "We will guide you too." Inside, traveling through the gate must be exhausting, right? Tonight, there will be a welcome party for all the hunters who have gathered here for the expedition. We hope you two will attend as well. The moon hung high, clearly visible behind the fluffy, drifting clouds. The vast black sky wasn't too dark, but tinged with the soft glow of the lights from the massive structure below. A few guests were standing around, chatting and enjoying drinks together. Trang suddenly asked, "Are you a little disappointed that I can't speak English? What did those people who just walked by say?" Jun Gan answered honestly. "Some said they were happy to meet us, but others made a few racist gestures." A loud sound drew the crowd's attention, and the group on the other side was also startled. It gave them quite a shock. The sudden appearance of Demachius made everyone know their place and move aside too. "Make way." Suddenly, he focused his attention in a certain direction. "What's with these two? I've had a few idiots from Korea before, but why this pair of lovebirds?" It was only then that Jungan and Trang realized his words were aimed directly at them. His massive body, a full head taller than him, towered before them. "Looks like this one can't even take a single punch from me. The Korean Association sent two bastards like this? Huh, what's with you two? Where did they leave those other idiots? That they dared to bring these two lovebirds here?" She glanced over cautiously. "What is that giant saying? It sounds like nothing good." He broke out in a cold sweat. "Damn it, this is completely different from what I imagined." A bit of information about the Battle of the Great Warriors, ASGA, a secret organization backed by Korea. It holds influence over the entire globe with a considerable number of members, along with other secret organizations made up of hunters from all over the world. Acting as military forces, they constantly fought for power, for the right to speak, and for ownership of the gates. That is the Great War. The diary mentioned that the goal of protecting humanity by hunting monsters had vanished without a trace. They had completely lost themselves in a power struggle to see who was stronger. Demeas glared menacingly and threatened. "Huh? I asked you a question, aren't you going to answer?" He looked up while deeply lost in thought. "But why is this guy here? He has absolutely nothing to do with this." His confusion was completely justified. Originally, this Great War was supposed to be the stage for John Sion. First was the incident where John Sion provoked them after, winning the title at the Long River Gate. Next, he was supposed to pierce the participant, named Guns. But because of my intervention, history changed and Guns died. Finally, there was the meeting with Hogjin, which threw Odin's plan into disarray. So he must have sent me here to take Choi John Sion's place. His expression darkened instantly. Guns was no match for this guy. So why? Is this the consequence of changing the past? Suddenly, a voice called out from behind Demachius, "Hey, leave them alone." He actually, stepping back to let the newcomer move forward. He extended his hand. "A pleasure to meet you. It's an honor to finally meet the famous underdog." Hearing this, the other man expressed his disbelief. "Underdog? This cuckoo is underdog? This delusional rookie?" He was immediately reprimanded by a stern George. "Demachius, you've gone too far." He then suggested in a friendly manner, "On his behalf, I apologize to you both. Please don't mind the words of this muscle-brained simpleton. I'm George, and my title is Odizer." Jungiam was completely stunned by his presence. So this man is Otis, the ill-fated hero who would be killed by his own comrade, Herculet, in the future. He accepted the handshake without hesitation. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I've heard a lot about you, Otis." The man acted modest. "You're too kind. I can't compare to your reputation as underdog." He didn't forget to glare at the person next to him. "Domitius, come and apologize." Domitius gave an unreadable smile. An apology with a handshake, right? How interesting. Underdog. Contrary to George's goodwill, it was clear his intentions were not good. Domitius, title Herculet. It would be absurd if you said you've heard a lot about my homeland, Greece, wouldn't it? His bright red pupils flashed with a bloodthirsty look. "I'd be very happy if you'd quickly accept this apology. In the book, There were also a few lines briefly describing Domitius Herculate. This guy was truly a beast, to the point that facing him was true fear itself. Intrang immediately stepped forward and gripped his arm. She held it firmly, not letting Domitius move. Not only that, she threatened, "Take your hand back now." He doesn't accept this apology. He glanced over, wondering why she was glaring at him, then laughed quizzically. "What are you talking about?" Intrang didn't answer and directly pushed his hand harder and harder. Jungian was shocked as he watched. His eyes widened in disbelief, unable to believe it. She was actually in a power struggle with Herculate. Suddenly, Domitius tensed his muscles to fight back. She was then knocked back by the immense force, stumbling backward, trying not to fall. She stared at her still trembling arm in amazement. Intrang looked forward with concern, thinking to herself, "I was pushed back." Witnessing her defeat, Domitius laughed out loud. "Haha. So it seems, besides underdog, there's another one who's quite useful. Huh. Impressive, very nice." He smiled with amusement. "See you later." George also bowed politely. "I apologize for this. I'll come and greet you both properly next time." The sound of footsteps thundered as the two of them left the area. Intrang was still uneasy about what just happened, so Junjian approached and asked, "Are you okay?" She felt a bit worried. "Not really. Do we really have to defeat someone like him?" The memoirs of the Demon King stated that he was an invincible monster. He looked down with a grim expression and said, "That's right. There's no chance for us to win, but there was still an opening." However, he had a fatal weakness that prevented him from ruling the world. So Junjian glared and declared, "Every day, there were parties for the members of the secret organizations to get to know each other and gauge their opponent's strength. The city scenery at this time was very peaceful, but Underdog's team didn't participate in any of the parties. A gate opened to welcome the two of them inside. The man introduced, "This is the place." Then he praised, "You're truly amazing to have come overseas and still raid the dungeon." Mr. Junjia happily replied, "Ah, you can go on those tours anytime." However, he also didn't forget to add, "But I'm still worried. You should be mindful of your stamina for the important upcoming dungeon raid. In any case, I will support you." The system suddenly announced, "You have entered the Oxer tribe. A sponsor is paying attention to you." And just like that, the two of them were teleported away. Upon arriving, he looked at Intrang and instructed, "We will stay here until we achieve our goal, and if it's not this place, we'll raid another similar dungeon." She gave a slight nod of agreement. He instructed, "Just do it like we did in Korea." So Intrang smiled and replied, "Training my defensive skills, right?" Junjian smiled and said, "With my abilities, I don't think I can withstand even a single attack from Herculate. That's why your role is so important." He turned to leave, not forgetting to add, "Just wait a moment." This left Intrang stunned, who asked, "Huh, aren't we going together?" Junjian tilted his head and assured her, "Not yet, just wait and you'll understand. I'll be right back." So Intrang stood still in one spot watching him dash away. She could only sigh helplessly, lifting her head to reflect on herself. Unlike before, when I always felt anxious due to my past sins, I feel much more at ease now. At that moment, the system announced, "Prince Charming is smiling at you." Intrang was happy with her thoughts. Even her sponsor, who used to only send messages like frowns or anger, was now sending messages showing satisfaction. I'm truly grateful to him. And so, time passed. Junjian landed forcefully with a spear in his hand. Not giving her time to react, he shouted, "Miss Intrang, get ready." Before she could even process it, something landed from above, revealing 4 monsters one after another, preparing to attack. Intrang looked on in horror. How did a dozen Oxer monsters and the dungeon boss suddenly appear? Is the boss a 2-headed Oxer? Seeing that she was also running away like him, Junjian immediately said, "Miss Intrang, don't try to avoid them." This made her wonder, why shouldn't I avoid them? They're all viciously targeting me. This is also the reason you told me to use the title Formidable Enemy of the Oxer Monsters for the first time, right? He immediately cheered her on. "You can do it. I'm sure you can do it." Intrang slowly began to understand his point, replying, "And this is also why you told me to fill my inventory with potions?" "That's right." Junjian replied firmly. She looked back, still a little worried. After a moment of hesitation, Intrang gritted her teeth, and then she stopped in her tracks and turned around. "All right, I'll do it." She let out a powerful shout and charged with her sword. The Oxer monster saw Intrang and roared, trying to intimidate her. From behind, he silently called for Hyan Mu. The spear began to radiate a blue aura, and Hyan Mu. It summoned 5 potions that circled around it. Junjian instructed, "Help Miss Intrang whenever she falls into danger by using the potions." It obeyed and replied, "Yes, Master." After assigning the task, he began to calculate his plan. With it here, she won't be in any trouble, and now it's time for me to find the most important piece that can defeat Herculate. The scene of smoke and fire gradually destroyed the surroundings. The ground below was shattered, and the space was plunged into chaos. Two oxer monsters screamed in agony as they were scorched by flames, and a massive oxer slowly advanced. Was plunged into chaos. Two oxers screamed in agony as they were engulfed in flames, while a massive oxer slowly approached. Witnessing this, I concluded it could extinguish the fire just by brazenly walking through and controlling the flames. Finally, I realized the mysterious piece from the B-rank oxer tribe was this giant, red-eyed creature. He watched its silhouette, filled with anxiety. It was a monstrous oxer that even a high-ranking individual like Hung would fear. In reality, it doesn't use magic, but in the future, people still called it that due to its terrifying power. Its massive body stood tall amidst the ashes. Its identity was the red-eyed oxer mage. Xianggu threw open the door, and in a fit of rage, he shouted, "What do you think you're doing?" Just then, someone came forward to block his path. "Sir, what's the matter? You can't do that here." Hojin calmly lowered his voice and said, "It's all right, you may step back." And so, only the two of them were left facing each other in the room. He could no longer bear it, his eyes widening as he demanded, "What do you think you're doing?" Xiang's voice softened in surprise. "You knew everything? I don't understand what you're trying to say." Hojin's reply made him wonder, "What on earth are you thinking?" He just let out a sigh. A spatial zone appeared, enveloping the two of them. Getting straight to the point, Hojin stared daggers at Xianggu. "All right, now we can speak freely. This isn't Asgard's meeting room, so are you planning on forgoing all etiquette?" He cut straight to the chase, asking, "Did you just create a new rule? Then what happens to our primary principle of striving for humankind? And another thing, why did you create such petty, minor rules?" Hojin couldn't hold back any longer and roared in anger, "You dare talk down to me?" He tried to de-escalate the situation and explained, "I did consider lecturing you, if it meant you would actually change your mind. But it seems you wouldn't even bother to listen to me." Suddenly, a heavy aura appeared, his body enveloped in dark power. He threatened, "You insolent brat." Xianggu simply said, "Hercules." Hearing that name, he was involuntarily startled. What do you mean?" His anger gradually subsided as he listened. Seeing that Hojin had calmed down, he reported, "I mean that Hercules is participating in this round of the tournament for the greatest warriors." The terrifying power was dispelled. He pondered for a moment and then asked, "But it was already agreed that we would be the victors of this match. Why is Hercules there? Is Olympus not planning to keep their word?" After hearing this, Xianggu was a bit surprised. He thought Hojin knew Hercules was there and had sent the boy for that reason, but it turns out the actual situation was more concerning than I thought. He replied in astonishment, "So you didn't know either." But something still worried him, so he pressed on. "Are you just going to let him die like that? I thought you were also interested in him." "That's the reason I had to set out. You don't need to worry so much." He reassured him, "I don't intend to let him die either. I just wasn't prepared for things to go this far." Hojin's calm reply made him astonished. He assured him, "But I've placed a mind restraint on him. When he's in danger, the mind restraint that I installed will send a signal." He laughed with amusement. "Olympus broke the pact, which will be the perfect excuse." Xianggu looked on with concern, thinking to himself, "You crafty fox, did he really predict this?" The mind restraint was from Deng Yung's perspective. "I can't say this was a wise move, but it seems in this case it's useful again. I can't help it all, but it seems the burden has been lightened somewhat. This peaceful scene will end soon." Neither Odin nor Himdo knew that the restraints on Odin's mind had been nullified by the apocalyptic sky. Returning to the battle between Intrang and Junjian, the oxer stood still, looking at the burning house. It turned its head, searching around for its target. He picked up a rock and wondered to himself, luring it with fire was worth it, huh? His mood was relaxed, having found the reason it could become an oxer mage, the most crucial piece of the puzzle to fight Hercules. Suddenly, the oxer's shadow appeared behind him, startling him. Junjian turned around, stunned. Since when? It exhaled a powerful breath. An earth-shattering explosion occurred. Junjian ran for his life, but suddenly, it was right behind him. Grinning brightly at him, he panicked and cursed, "Damn it, how is this giant so fast?" He also worried internally. "It's a monster comparable to the current Hercules. Can I even win?" It leaped up, raising its foot to stomp on him. A loud crash resounded as the ground beneath cracked open. Fortunately, Junjian managed to dodge and escape in time, then he summoned his weapon to his hand. With a cold expression, he looked straight ahead and decided, "I wanted to avoid clashing with this guy to prepare for the fight against Hercules. But I guess it's unavoidable now, I have to defeat it." Seeing Junjian standing still, it immediately threw a punch. As the fist rushed forward, he held his spear and faced it head-on. The system announced that the gate had been successfully raided. The oxer suddenly froze and changed color. He stood there, speechless. The scene before him was so surprising that he let out a sigh of relief. Phew, that was a close call. He felt much more at ease. If he had been injured to the point that Even the divine wings couldn't heal him. It would have been unimaginable, especially right before the day of the match. Thank goodness, it seems. Interrogation defeated the boss just in the nick of time. She's really reliable. On a peaceful evening at sunset, with birds flying across the crimson sky, two people were talking to each other. Demetrius looked surprised. After that first day, he didn't show up at all. George shared his thoughts. He's probably preparing on his own. He couldn't take it anymore and yelled, "Damn it, I'm getting antsy. Can I go raid a gate or something?" George calmly turned and explained, "No, I don't want any more headaches because of you. You're the one who caused this mess by interfering in the match of the great warriors, defying Olympus's orders." Demetrius hotly retorted, "How is that my fault? We could have easily won, so why would we intentionally lose? Does that make any sense? I am a warrior who cannot stand such injustice." He replied, "Then fight for what is truly unjust. Why did you have to beat Geoser until he was hospitalized?" Many things made George exclaim, "Ha, you're giving me a headache. A killer one at that. The match should have started sooner. I've been hiding all this time, but because you showed your face at the party on the first day, I'm sure people from Olympus are on their way here to punish you for breaking the rules and also me for helping you." Demetrius arrogantly puffed out his chest with confidence. "Don't worry, they're all bark and no bite. I'll protect you. Also, that underdog guy, the one who looks like he can hold his own. I'm really looking forward to seeing the girl with him." He could only force a smile, thinking to himself, not many opponents catch this guy's eye. So seeing how Xi, a waiting underdog and his partner, George's anxiety grew even greater. "I feel like a fight is about to break out. This seems to be the calm before the storm." In an apartment building, Interrogation looked at him worriedly. "Are you going out hunting again? Do you need me to come with you?" Junjian quickly stopped her. "No, it's okay. You don't look too well right now." Interrogation was helpless, wondering who was to blame for her condition. He just smiled and replied, but thanks to that, she had gained valuable experience that helped her develop her physique and stamina. "Should we go for another round?" She was startled and tried to change the subject. About that." Seeing this, he chuckled. "I'm just kidding. Get some rest. Today, I'll go alone." Interrogation blushed as she looked at him. "Okay, but if anything happens, please contact me. Okay?" The sky was clear, and gentle sunlight shone down on the tall buildings. Junjian walked while thinking, she must be somewhere around here, a place where I can feel a large amount of magical power. It seems to be close by. He headed straight forward. Suddenly, Junjian's eyes glowed red as he realized something. "This is it. This is the place." He opened a door and walked in. "Excuse me." Yujin immediately greeted him cheerfully, "Welcome to the phone box store." Seeing her, he was overjoyed, thinking, "I've come to the right place." Yujin observed him and then smiled brightly. "Are you Korean? There aren't many Koreans around here. So what brings you here? A special elixir or an item used to deal with demons?" Junjian reached out his hand and asked. "You're Park Yujin, right?" She was surprised and angry. "Humph, who are you?" "Unfortunately for you, I just opened this store." "How do you know my name?" He smiled smugly. "Your hammer is still in one piece, isn't it?" As he spoke, he thought, Brock's sister, a fantastic blacksmith with skills that could rival Brock's. She is a top-tier jeweler. Hephaestus. Yujin was astonished. "Did June send you here?" Seeing her reaction, Junjian just thought it was a nickname she would one day possess. A week later, she took out a spear. "Just as you requested, I smelted that red ore and coated the muspel spear with it." "Really? Who are you?" Yujin glared at him. "The stone on your spear and that red ore are things I've never seen before. I left my brother, who can't even cook for himself, behind and did everything I could to get to England to search for minerals like these. Not even the people in Olympus possess such things. Tell me, who are you and how do you have these things?" Ignoring her questions, his tone was firm. "Go back to Korea." Then Junjian added, "If it's rare minerals and materials you want, Korea would be better than here." Yujin was a bit confused. "What are you talking about?" But as he was about to achieve his goal, he schemed, "If these twins are together, they could make me even stronger." Then he smiled, "Because I'm in Korea." Seeing his smug look, she was visibly annoyed. "What? Are you claiming you can possess minerals that not even Olympus has? How arrogant." But then her expression changed. "That's interesting, I like it." Outside the city, a blue beam of light appeared. Among the crowd of hunters were some mysterious-looking individuals. They looked very cunning and malicious. George walked over to the soldiers. The guide picked up a microphone to announce, "The raid will begin shortly. Hunters from all over the world, please get ready." Interrogation was with Junjian. She asked, "So we have to fight all those people?" He shook his head and replied, "Not all of them. Although this is a battle among great warriors, there are still those who don't wish to fight, to win, and clearing the dungeon is also one of the victory conditions." She was relieved. What a relief. That means the hunters don't have to kill each other needlessly. Jian looked at her with concern, hoping there were others who felt the same way, as she did. Then he whispered, "I'm not so sure either." Suddenly, a loud voice boomed out as Demicius approached. He scoffed, "Humph, just a battle between small fry." Everyone grew fearful at his sight. Demicius angrily bellowed, "What are you all looking at?" He was about to attack but was stopped by George. "Demicius, we haven't even entered the gate yet." He turned back with a scowl. "But those weaklings are staring at me. Anyway." Then he pointed straight at Jungian. "He's here, the underdog." Jungian averted his gaze, but seeing his face only made Demicius even more excited. "I like the look in his eyes, it's getting me all fired up." Demicius uttered, "Hey, good luck." Hearing his well wishes, Jungian's face filled with contempt. Just then, the guide called out, "Everyone, please proceed into the gate." They immediately began filing inside. He looked at her with concern. When Entrang noticed Jungian calling her, she quickly responded, "Yes." His face grew serious as he warned her, "When we get inside, the first thing you need to do is run as fast as you can." Entrang looked surprised. "What? He wants me to run away?" A notification popped up. "You have entered the Mount Catalan gate." On Mount Catalan, something flashed in the distance. Then boom, an explosion erupted, followed by blood-curdling screams. "Ah!" Entrang used her sword to defend herself, anxiously glancing around. "What's going on?" He did warn me to run first. She flashed forward, but Entrang suddenly froze. She saw a man lying, motionless on the ground. He whispered, "Help, help me." She remembered Junjian's warning, "When we get inside, the first thing you need to do is run as fast as you can." Despite his warning, she ignored it and moved closer, giving the man a potion. "Here's an elixir." What happened? Right after drinking it, the man suddenly fell unconscious. She was shocked, speechless. What the hell is going on? Entrang instinctively glanced behind her, just in time to block an attack from Demicius. Their two powers clashed. Demicius walked out from the cloud of smoke. "Oh ho, so you managed to block that?" Entrang looked on anxiously at him, gripping her sword tightly, and thought to herself, "Demicius, an attack even stronger than the Oxer monster." He flashed a triumphant smile. "You're the one who was with the underdog." He. "I'm so glad I decided to join this." A giant plume of smoke erupted in the middle of the forest. The ferocious attack tore through the air, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. Immense power swirled around Demicius. He clenched his fist, preparing to unleash a devastating blow. Entrang managed to lean back just in time to dodge, the blast of power heading straight for her. She gripped her sword tightly and dodged to the side as a crimson burst of magic exploded, blasting apart the ground where she had just been standing. Entrang turned back, utterly astonished. What in the world is this monstrous power? Demicius had no intention of stopping, immediately launching another attack. He sneered. "What's the matter? Are you scared?" Speechless, she quickly raised her purple sword horizontally in a defensive stance. Demicius's violent magical energy crashed against the blade, creating a massive explosion. Witnessing the chaotic scene before him, he let out a cold laugh. "Watch carefully. Here." The dust slowly settled, revealing the figure of a resilient Entrang, firmly gripping her sword. She spat out a mouthful of black blood, thinking to herself, "That's some destructive power. I can feel my spine shaking, but thanks to the results of my arduous training, I was able to block his attack." She braced herself on the ground, swung her sword high, and the sheer force caused the ground beneath her feet to crack. She thought, "Now it's my turn." Demicius continued to gather mana, preparing his next attack. He smirked, "I heard you're a hunter who hasn't even received a title yet. How unbelievable. You're lucky to get the chance to block this attack." Crimson magical power gathered in a spiral, and the form of a giant tiger gradually appeared. The savage beast technique. A fireball appeared high above. It shot down towards Entrang's position, but suddenly exploded in midair. What happened left her stunned. Realizing something, she quickly turned to look back. Junjian was already standing there. He said in a cold voice, "Just run for now." The two of them quickly ran in the opposite direction as a massive flame erupted behind them. Demicius emerged from the smoke, clicking his tongue as the tree canopy blocked the glaring sunday. Entrang recounted everything to Jungian. There was an explosion as soon as we entered the gate, and many hunters were trapped inside and lost their lives. She was confused. What the heck is going on? He explained that it was an ambush. Entrang asked again in surprise. "So Demicius really?" June cut her off. "No, it's the other way around. As soon as we entered the gate, they tried to ambush Demicius, and because of that, he flew into a rage and started attacking wildly." She understood. "Ah, so you anticipated this and told me to run." Suddenly, he looked in one direction. "Looks like 1/3 of it is done." She was bewildered. "It's already done?" Entrang worriedly analyzed his attack. "I probably can't face him head on. So what should we do now?" Junjian said as he summoned his sword and shield. His eyes lit up as he seriously instructed his teammate, Survive in this A-rank gate. A series of growls rang out. A pack of wild beasts was waiting to hunt. A pride of Catalan lions, A-rank monsters. He reminded her in a low voice, after all, Demicus isn't our only enemy here. Hai and Mew was in the air, flying around as if scouting the area. While Entrang was busy piling up stones, it returned to report, I don't see any sign of that hunter around here. Junjian instructed, keep searching the surrounding areas. If there's any danger, return immediately. It replied, yes, sir. He turned and called out, let's go, he said to Entrang. She replied, please wait a moment. She stood still, looking at the crude stone graves. Junjian watched, thinking to himself, Hai and Mew is keeping watch, so I didn't stop her. But she's definitely the strangest person in this world, burying the bodies of enemies. When she was done, she turned and asked, you said we have 2 days to win this great battle, right? So are you planning to face the boss or focus on fighting in this great battle? He analyzed, the boss must be incredibly strong, it'll be very difficult for just the two of us to fight it. She also agreed. That's right, but isn't Demicus stronger? Entrang wondered. What should we do? You have a plan, don't you? He confirmed, that's right, we will. A triumphant smile appeared on his lips as he continued, take them both down. 100 question marks surrounded her, she was too shocked to speak. Hai and Moose suddenly landed, drawing their attention. Noticed, it announced that 3 hunters with skull tattoos were nearby. Hearing this, he pondered, so they were the ones who messed everything up. Entrang was confused, what do you mean? He explained, they are the ones who ambushed. Demicius, the moment we entered the gate, get ready. She wasn't so sure and asked again, are we going to fight? Those hunters, wouldn't it be better to avoid them? Junjian replied, normally, yes, but they are different. I have a plan. Grayish smoke rose into the sky, and a fire blazed in the middle of the vast forest. 3 men were tied tightly to a tree trunk, and the ground clearly showed 2 shadows of different sizes. Domitius and George stood against the sunlight. He was confused. I followed the trail of fire from that underdog guy, but who the hell are these bastards? He observed the group and said they belonged to Ben. The unfamiliar name made him suspicious. Ben, the bald guy with a tattoo, skull on his head, listened fearfully to George's explanation. A dark organization that roams North Phi. They are known for being extremely barbaric, often trafficking substances and kidnapping children. He shifted his gaze to Domitius. They were the ones who ambushed him the moment he entered the gate. His face darkened, and he grimly looked at the 3 tied-up men. That look made them scream in terror. Please don't kill us. We were wrong. The hunter sighed in relief when he saw him smile gently. I don't hate those who do whatever it takes to win. On the contrary, I quite like people like that. The smile suddenly changed. His 2 eyes glowed, radiating killing intent. As long as they follow the rules, that's enough. The Demon King's memoirs stipulate that ambushing others right after entering a gate is an act strictly forbidden in the Great Battle. Domitius clenched his fist, concentrating his mana, and he laughed. Menacingly, remember to follow the rules in your next life. An explosion shook the entire forest, sending rocks and dust flying everywhere. The system announced, your sponsor, the Monster Trampler, approves. The dust was thick, and George, with his arms crossed, watched Domitius admire his handiwork. He closed his eyes and sighed. Rules? You ignored orders from Olympus, and you even beat up a priest who was about to ascend, so I don't think you're one to talk. Hearing this, he said contemptuously, so what? Anyway, that underdog guy is definitely an interesting fellow. Suddenly, George's eyes snapped open warily. Can I consider this a gift? 2 unfamiliar hunters appeared, and on the shirt of the one on the left was a familiar skull emblem. Following them, a group of armed men filled with killing intent looked this way. Domitius stepped forward with interest, powerful mana gathering around. His body? Are these guys allies of those other 3? I guess I'm not the only one with a burning passion here. His power flared violently, and he broke into an excited grin. I really like this gift. The body of the hunter lay scorched and still on the ground. George observed the numerous corpses in front of him and said wearily, your hobbies are really bizarre. Looking at his companion, he remarked, can't you use a weapon? This is so tiring. George disliked Domitius for only one reason. He was too strong. The killing intent still lingered, and the white bandages on his hands had turned dark red. He looked at him with contempt. You have to use your hands to fully experience the hunt, something a wimp, like you wouldn't understand. Domitius wasn't simply a madman, he was a warrior who possessed an intense desire to fight and win. Once he entered a battle, he would turn into a homicidal maniac. Ignoring the blood on his face and body, Domitius said excitedly, time to go meet that guy. And so, Jogger was terrified of Domitius clashing with Underdog. The sun was gradually setting, the red hue on the canopy growing deeper. Junjian and Intrang walked together under the canopy. Suddenly, she spoke up. Such dense magical power. Perhaps we're in a boss monster's territory. She was surprised when he raised a hand to cut her off. He quietly sensed that there were other hunters here. Not enemies. There's no scent of blood mixed with this magical power. Just then, a group of strangers appeared before them. Two people in ethnic attire spoke up. So you're underdog. Aren't you a bit late? We've been waiting for you for a long time, Junjian thought to himself. Waiting for me? Then he asked, what do you mean? His attitude made the young man on the other side hesitate. Weren't you sent by Asga? He answered seriously. That's right. The two of them turned to discuss something with their companions. Then, the young man stepped forward to explain, I am Im from Nin. We were waiting to assist you, but it seems you're not aware of the situation. This great war has already been decided to end with a victory for Asga. Junjian silently wondered, Nin is from Egypt? An international guild like Asga and Olympus? I don't know what problem occurred with Olympus. That's why, even though the journey here was arduous, we still waited here to ensure you would achieve victory. He analyzed internally, so this is the reason why Choi Jo Seon was able to win the Great War. The man introduced his group and said, we will help you too, so let's go defeat the boss monster right away. It'll be very difficult if only the two of you fight. Junjian bluntly refused. No, I will defeat Domitius. His words stunned everyone. What? Even Imph and Num, who had come with them, couldn't believe it. Intrang glanced at her companion. He was deep in thought. Winning just by defeating the boss monster is no different from being Odin's lapdog, always obeying his will. She widened her eyes in confusion. Why were they all so surprised? He turned to explain to her, it seems this great war was prearranged for Asga to take the victory. That's why they initially intended to help us defeat the boss monster, she continued. So avoiding a fight with Domitius and defeating the boss monster to claim the win is the surest path to victory in this great war. He agreed, yep, but they were all surprised because I want to take down Domitius. Junjian's expression darkened as he thought, will Intrang also object? She responded cheerfully, all right, let's do this together. You have a plan, right? I'll follow that plan of yours. His teammate's attitude made him smile. He remarked to himself that she was truly reliable. Suddenly, someone spoke up, I'm backing out. The pair turned their attention toward the voice. Another person raised their hand, I'm out too. The other group shared the sentiment, we're staying out of this too. I'm not going to get myself injured fighting Domitius. The crowd started protesting loudly. What the hell was Asga thinking, sending a guy like this? I agree, let's just get out of this gate. Inf spoke up. The boss is a lion similar to a Catalan, but it's enormous and much more powerful. I won't fight Domitius, but I'll at least give you some information. Num refuses to participate. I'm backing down as well. The hunter next to them agreed, we'll also watch from behind. Junjian and Intrang were helpless as she said, we're back to square one. He smiled to reassure her. It's no problem, let's move forward. Night was falling, and the canopy of trees blended into the darkness. Num asked Inep worriedly, what do you think will happen? He pondered, it's going to be very difficult, but considering what he's been through, he's abnormally strong. A rising star suddenly appeared in South Korea, and he's even one of the strongest hunters there. Junjian powerfully fought the giant centipede alone. He cleared the Doai River Gate, an incredibly special gate. He resiliently faced an entire group with overwhelming numbers. Inep recounted how this rookie single-handedly wiped out the Northern Army Guild, a guild famous for being very powerful. He has an incredibly strong connection with him, due a key figure in Asa. The image of Hojin's terrifying smile appeared. He continued his analysis, and with just a fleeting glance, Odin became completely interested in him. Inep gave his assessment. In terms of potential, he might be on par with the Dark Organization. Num's eyes widened in surprise. What? No way. He gave a profound smile. That's exactly why we're hanging back. It's the best way to accurately assess him. What kind of fight will the underdog show us when he clashes with the overwhelming hero, Domitius? That's what we, and all the hunters standing out there, are very interested in. As dusk settled, a few sparks of fire flickered. A giant, horned lion with eyes burning with killing intent stood before two tiny humans. The information panel appeared. You were facing the Catalan. It suddenly roared, its power shooting out like a bolt of lightning. A system notification appeared. Your abilities have been slightly reduced due to the Catalan's pressure. Junjian gritted his teeth, resisting the opponent's attack. Successive notifications appeared. You have successfully resisted. Your abilities have returned to normal. You have earned the achievement of resisting the pressure. The ground where he just stood shattered from the force of his launch as he flew towards his prey, shouting instructions, I'll take the left, Miss Intrang. You attack from the right. Remember to conserve your strength. She focused her power and charged forward, acknowledging the order. I understand. Hai and Mew also provided support. I'll handle the abdomen. The group attacked with their weapons from 3 different directions. The boss opened its mouth wide, baring its sharp fangs, ready to meet the 3 tiny beings. Just as the Catalan was charging forward at high speed, Intrang brought her sword down on it. But unfortunately, it noticed and immediately counterattacked with its paw. In the end, to everyone's shock, Intrang was still hit by the Catalan's blow. Even though she had raised her sword to block the attack, she couldn't help but be terrified. Its overwhelming power radiated in all directions. Junjian seized the opportunity, using his weapon to support her, but in a flash, she was slammed straight into the ground, sending dust and debris flying. He quickly backed away to dodge. Hai and Mu immediately unleashed his energy to help them, and it struck the Catalan's other eye directly. Thanks to that, the other two landed safely. Junjian turned to remind Intrang, "Don't push yourself and waste too much energy, you hear? We still have a second target, Domitius." In another development, a conflict was erupting with earth-shattering force. All the people nearby affected by the explosion were knocked down, unconscious on the spot. Mana enveloped a person's entire body, their arm. He was covered in blood, looking like he had just tortured someone. Domitius's eyes darkened as he grabbed his opponent. Enraged, "I'll keep facing people like you while I search for that guy's flame." Then he quickly threw the person aside and said a few words to George. "Thanks." George urged him, "Save some strength. You still have to face the battle that you wanted." Hearing this, Domitius flared up in anger, his eyes wide, shouting, "Shut up." Seeing this, George broke into a nervous sweat, wondering if he was getting lost in his own bloodlust to gain such an incredible power, and the more lost Domitius becomes in his bloodlust, the more people he kills. Amidst the quiet forest scene before him, George was still deep in his own thoughts. Could it be that the rookie saw his downfall and left these guys here for him? No, that's impossible. This is top secret information, even in Olympus. It's a secret that not even Odin of Asgard knows. Then he called out with a serious face, to him, Domitius. His bloodshot eyes, filled with fury, slowly faded as he glanced towards George. Finally, his eyes stabilized, and he asked, "What?" George asked doubtfully, "Are you sure you're sane right now?" He asserted firmly, "I told you not to worry, I have my bloodlust under control." Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted from the other side. Seeing this, Domitius smirked. "Now it's time for the main course, isn't it?" George was still lost in thought. He was one of Olympus's most powerful heroes, and he was also one of the only S-rank hunters in the world. Then he smiled with confidence. "I believe in you, Domitius. Let's go." On the other side, Caton was slowly approaching, and Intrang watched in disbelief. "It's not moving. So have we succeeded?" Runtrong replied, "Maybe." Suddenly, an explosion erupted, its energy shooting straight up into the sky. The mighty Caton, with its endless, surging power, advanced towards the two of them. Suddenly, the entire pack of Catons charged forward at lightning speed. From above, Gnome couldn't help but exclaim, "That's truly unbelievable." They defeated the boss with just the two of them. Inep added, "And it's as if they're reacting to the demonic energy of Caton." The cat and lions have started to gather around the pack leader. He leaned down and began his analysis. But usually, you're supposed to attack the leader as much as possible when it's stunned during a phase transition. But why did that rookie stop attacking? Back in the fight, Intrang also proposed his plan. "I can feel the demonic energy down to my bones. Is this going to be okay? We're doing great, right?" Runtrong admitted, "Yeah." He recalled, and just then, the main character appeared. Right at that moment, Domitius was instantly diving down. His landing created a deep crater in the ground. He stood up with a confident smirk. "Looks like you're having a lot of fun. This is where you should continue the fight." George followed, speaking up, "I told you to wait for me." Suddenly, he leaped up and the whole group fled from the pursuing Caton. Seeing the scene before them, the group panicked. What? They couldn't believe their own suspicions. Could it be? It roared, its entire body erupting with crimson lightning before lunging forward. The powerful impact shattered the surroundings, sending earth and rock flying everywhere. The shockwave, so violently that it sent everyone flying back. Kalen stood still as if lost in thought, then it opened its mouth wide and roared. Furiously, the roar successfully summoned a pride of lions, and they all charged forward to attack. Everyone quickly drew their weapons, not forgetting to exclaim, "Those two are truly terrifying." The boss has been completely consumed by its own magical power to the point of losing its mind. Kalen opened its jaws ferociously and lunged forward, striking with its paw. Domitius clenched his fist, preparing to meet the attack. He said excitedly, "Ha ha ha, good, very good." Junjian and his teammates stood on a high cliff, observing the situation below. He assessed, "Thanks to Domitius, we were able to escape, but it won't last long." A mysterious bottle of pink liquid suddenly appeared in his hand. Intrang took notice. "What are you doing?" He was concentrating on the task at hand, answering curtly, "A secret weapon." After the liquid from the bottle was poured, the spear immediately emitted a red light. Along with it came a notification that the spear of Muspel was temporarily enhanced. The gem on the hilt absorbed the power from the pink liquid. The system continued to display that the Blood Dragon Stone was covering the red magic stone. The notification made. Jun Jian gasped in surprise. Monster blood is covering the red magic stone? What the hell is happening? At that moment, Jun Jian did not realize the consequences of the Blood Dragon Stone covering the red magic stone. He stood up, holding the spear that was now enveloped in a layer of pinkish-purple energy. The sight before her made Trang worry. That looks very dangerous. The power swirling around it grew more intense. He raised the weapon into a throwing stance, replying to her, "But this is our only chance." Catalan gathered its power, forming an energy sphere in front of its chest, then unleashed it, creating a brilliant beam of purple light that was blinding. At the same time, Demicius unleashed his roar of the Beast of Pride, creating a giant pillar of fire that shot straight forward. The two streams of red and purple power collided, creating a massive explosion. Demicius's violent wave of fire pierced through the attack, from Catalan, hitting it straight in the face. Jun Jian's eyes lit up as he thought to himself. Maintaining his attack stance, he said arrogantly, "How about that? That's my signature move." Roar of the Predator. Hearing a noise, he glanced warily. Behind him, where a spear was hurtling toward him at a terrifying speed. What? This? George suddenly appeared, blocking the way. In front of him. He deflected the blow with his arm, sending the spear flying far away. "Following the path of the spear," he said. "That's why I told you to bring a weapon." Demicius looked bewildered and scratched his face. Okay, this action made George chuckle. This kid. He looked at his teammate and advised, "It seems Underdog's spear is different from the usual. I have a bad feeling. It might even be comparable to the effect of the roar of the Predator." But he didn't pay those words any mind. That kind of attack doesn't stand a chance. He's just being a nuisance, just like a fly. Power flared up around Demicius. He said excitedly, "Then I'll just have to deal with that fly and go hunt the real prey." With that, he rushed off, leaving George alone. George's face darkened. Right, power flared around his body. He turned around. "I suppose I seem like the type to act rashly." Trang was silent, holding her sword. She asked coldly, "What do you mean?" Without waiting for a reply, she immediately leaped up. Chang's eyes. Killing intent flashed in his eyes as he gripped his weapon and charged straight at the target. Just before the blade came down, he leaped into the air. Dodge. George swung his sword to attack, and she immediately leaned back to avoid the blow. Without stopping, he continued to slash powerfully. A sharp green mana shot out. Trang's face darkened as she firmly parried her opponent's consecutive slashes, her eyes flashing with a hidden danger. She raised her hand high, and spiritual energy gathered around it, forming a swirling vortex of power that coiled around her sword's blade. George's eyes widened in shock. She's gathering energy at this distance? How naive. He raised his sword high, thinking with disdain, "Let's end this now." Hyamu suddenly appeared, unleashing a violent blast of mana from its mouth. The magical power struck George directly in the back, causing him to stagger. Ah! At that moment, Trang attacked with a roar and a stream of magical power. As a purple color exploded violently, engulfing everything in a storm of dust and debris. An explosion of power occurred as George searched. She ran away? He was confused. Shouldn't she have used my opening to land a fatal blow? Why would she run? And that stuff shot from the skull. Why is it so sticky and sweet-smelling? Could it be? George suddenly looked forward, channeling mana into his fist. A horde of monsters was advancing toward him. Pheromone monsters, he figured. They must have used some kind of potion specifically for hunts like this. You people won't escape from me. Elsewhere, another battle was taking place. The blows rained down relentlessly. Jun Jian was stunned. How was Demicius casually attacking the monster? He couldn't believe that he could use a catalant that consumes demonic energy. That's insane. Is he really strong enough to make the impossible possible? Suddenly, Trang appeared behind him. Jun Jian turned around, and it seemed she had managed to restrain Odisser's hands. She praised the skull. Yeah, Hyanmu was a huge help. He stated the plan. We need to finish everything before Odisser gets back. Trang replied, I understand. The sound of Demicius's delighted laughter rang out. Haha, he sounded crazed. This is amazing, amazing. His eyes were slowly being consumed by demonic power. Jun Jian thought, it's starting. It looks like he's starting to get it under control, but I need to make sure he loses that control soon. He thought to himself. Berserker haul it. Jun Jian repeated the plan. Just as we planned, you're in charge of stopping Cat, and I'll handle Demicius. Jun Jian focused his strength. I don't have to take him down. I just need to slow his advance with a single strike. Let's begin. Demicius was still in close combat with the monster. Then he flung it far away. He glanced over. Is that all you've got? Boom. The ground cracked from his mana as he rushed forward, but a small spark suddenly flashed. It caught Demicius's attention. because the flame began to spread on an unbelievably large scale. He was enraged. That rookie bastard, Jun manifested his weapon, ready for a fight. He challenged him. Why? Aren't you playing with me? Domitius rubbed the back of his neck. I'm starting to get excited now. Well, that's good. He erupted with, power, let's play. Junjian got into his stance. That's right, it's all going according to the plan. He mocked, how? Foolish. You think you can stop me with that pathetic bit of mana gathered in your shield? I'll show you just how foolish that idea is. He poured power into his shield. Watching from the side, Inep was horrified. Doesn't he know anything about Domitius's terrifying power? Even though he has gathered a large amount of energy, an incredible amount in his shield, but it was very difficult to lock down the skill. The charging rhino was a skill that made his name. Domitius charged forward, shattering all obstacles, and punched directly at his shield, but he immediately felt something was wrong, and his whole body froze in surprise. He wasn't there. Domitius quickly shifted his gaze upward, where Junjian was holding a spear standing above him. But since when? He attacked with all his might. The spearhead pierced his left shoulder. Domitius showed no mercy and threw a magical fist, a direct hit on Junjian. He was sent flying, as Domitius rubbed his wounded shoulder. Are you trying to trick me with that useless energy in your shield? Domitius said smugly. Ha ha ha. You really are a rookie. Get up and entertain me now. Junjian thought grimly. I've taken too much damage already. He taunted. Hey Domitius, are you alright? Domitius scoffed. Are you getting cocky because you gave me a few minor scratches, huh? My body will heal itself in no time. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly staggered. The wound on his body became deformed. This is poison. There's a saying that goes, the red ore gave birth to an elf mage. Junjian corrected him, no. The full saying is, the ore is known for two functions, release and. Domitius screamed in agony. That was the final part of his sentence. Madness. A sparkling red crystal stone. The red magic stone could grant a common orc monster power that surpassed even a boss. Humanity's endless ambition led to research on this red magic stone. Two doctors were discussing the stone, how animals would turn into monsters. A white rabbit, upon receiving the stone's power, transformed into a giant rabbit, a monster that even possessed power on par with a boss. And so, the red magic stone earned its first name, Release. Not long after, experiments continued on hunters. A doctor was preparing to inject something into the hunter before him. The red magic stone helped them increase their own potential at lightning speed. The hunter's eyes turned crimson, and his entire body seemed to undergo a massive transformation, but because humans could die during the madness, it was soon banned from use. The same hunter looked back with an expression full of rage, and thus, the red magic stone gained another name, Madness. A skull appeared to be burning away in the flames. The sky turned to dusk, smoke and dust filled the air, and the forest began to tremble. Jungyon's entire body seemed to be enveloped by some kind of power, and he thought, what incredible magical energy. It feels like this entire Catalan mountain is shaking. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the area. Underdog, what have you done? Hearing someone call his name, he turned his head to look. George was holding a very long sword and looking in his direction. Seeing him, Junjian immediately warned, if you come here, you'll die. Hearing this, the man shouted angrily. Despite the warning, in an instant, George vanished from his spot. He moved like a bolt of lightning, rushing toward the flaming Domitius. Domitius! Junjian also quickly moved from his position. He leaped high into the air, dashing in one direction and thought, damn it, it's going to happen again. In his mind, he pictured Domitius killing George. In the future, this very thing had happened. Domitius had lost himself to his madness, and George Odisser, the one who leaped in to stop him, was killed by his very hands. A pillar of fire shot straight up into the sky, that flame striking straight at George, who hastily dodged. He quickly used his sword to attack the flames that he had created. George yelled urgently, get out of the way, he hasn't been berserk for too long, so I can still snap him out of it. Jungian also shouted to stop him. No, even you can't do it. I can't let you die like this. He used his long spear to block the sword strike from George. He quickly tried to persuade him, I have a plan. Hearing that, he was slightly stunned for a moment. What? The two temporarily stopped fighting. George got straight to the point. I can't trust you, but for now, I'll listen to what your plan is. Junjian replied with certainty. I just need 5 minutes. We'll restrain Domitius during that time. Hearing him say that, his eyes widened in astonishment. 5 minutes? Do you really think you can stop a berserk Domitius for just 5 minutes? He was still charging forward like a blaze. Junjian hurriedly shouted, Dong and Trang, his entire body. Domitius emitted a massive amount of energy. He was charging toward a giant claw. The collision of the two. It created a huge explosion. Seeing that, he seemed somewhat relieved. All right, Miss Dong and Trang is luring him. Very well. Jun Jian spoke to the person opposite him. Cat is also on our side. We can hold out for 5 minutes. Hearing what he said, George sighed softly. I don't know what you're thinking. His hand holding the sword tightened its grip. The power surrounding him gradually intensified, but it seemed there was no other choice. Meanwhile, Jun Jian thought to himself, the limit of an unstable red magic stone is only 5 minutes. If we can hold out for those 5 minutes, Demetrius will return to normal. His eyes showed clear determination, and in this great war, I will be the victor. Elsewhere, a group of people were looking at the corpses in front of them. A voice rang out in panic. What is that? What's with this overwhelming demonic energy? Someone else corrected, it's not Catalan's second phase. Suddenly, his expression changed. That's Hercules. He threw a powerful punch down at the ground. Jay quickly rushed in with his sword. The power of the two caused the earth to shake, sending boulders flying. A massive flame joined the battle. He hurriedly turned to dodge. Demetrius raised his fist to block it. From another side, Intrang slashed at him with her sword. Demetrius used his other hand to block that attack. He alone fought against all the energy directed at him. The battle was incredibly fierce. Among the observers of the battle, someone spoke up. Is Otis fighting Hercules? This is insane. He has completely turned into a monster. Another group was also talking amongst themselves. I'm retreating. I don't care about observing. Or whatever. I don't want to die, and I certainly don't want to die without a trace like this. Meanwhile, Num said to the person standing in front of her, Damn it, why has the Great War become so chaotic? What do we do now? Inept, the other person, replied softly, the red magic stone. She was startled to hear that. What? Inept revealed a serious expression. It seems the red magic stone has been activated. We must intervene. The chaotic battle continued. Demetrius was being surrounded by sources of energy. He struggled to fight back against it. Next, he kicked Intrang hard with his foot. She was pushed back by the force. It was thrown far away, but she managed to stop her body. Meanwhile, George charged forward with his sword. Demicus, take this. He got into a fighting stance on the ground, ready for the incoming attack. The tip of his sword and the monster's fist collided with each other. However, the power was so immense that George's blade slowly began to crack. The impact made him let out a painful groan. At its breaking point, an explosion of energy sent George flying, and behind Demicus, the head of a giant tiger, Savage Base, appeared as the beast was activated. He instantly leaped from his spot, just as a flame seared past Demicus's shoulder. Jun flew in and pulled George out of the chaotic fight. The two of them quickly landed. Lying on the ground and panting heavily, he asked, How much longer until the 5 minutes are up? Jun Jian remained silent. The experiments had proven that 5 minutes was the absolute limit for an incomplete crimson stone. He realized something was off. Why hadn't that monster run out of energy yet? Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock as Demicus charged right at the two of them. A resolute voice shouted, Tidal wave, and a powerful torrent of water slammed right into him. Num and Inup charged in with their weapons. We're here to help. A moment later, Jun Jian asked Intrang with concern, Are you okay? She replied with difficulty, Yes, I'm fine. Although she said that, Jun Jian was still deeply worried. It seemed like Intrang couldn't hold out much longer either. He tightened his grip on his weapon, thinking, If only I had more power. Suddenly, the system appeared. The blood flow in the blood dragon stone has reversed its course, regenerating from 0.3%. Jun Jian was stunned by this, raising a hand to cover his mouth as he coughed up blood. Seeing his body stagger, Intrang panicked. Jun Jian, are you all right? The system appeared again. The blood flow in the blood dragon stone has reversed its course. Regeneration -1%. His grip on his weapon tightened, and a terrifying glint flashed in his eyes. Jun Jian let out a scream, his power exploding outwards. Intrang was confused. Jun Jian. An orb of light appeared, kicking up a cloud of dust and smoke. Over on the side, Inup realized something. Could it be? Num finished his teammate's sentence. He's in the same state as Demicus. The system appeared again. The blood flow in the blood dragon stone has reversed its course, regeneration -2%. Jun Jian now stood in silence. He began to ponder. 5 minutes had already passed, so why hadn't that guy come out of his berserk state yet? Demicus was still charging in one direction. Then, Jun Jian suddenly noticed something. Is that a flow of mana? He crouched down in a runner's stance. So that's what it looks like? He channeled his power down, concentrating it into his legs. It seemed to act like a spring that launched him forward. Seeing his action, Intrang cried out in alarm, Jun Jian. He charged with his weapon toward the mouth of the giant lion. Fierce energy swirled around Jun Jian. He raised his weapon high. The weapon emitted an intense energy. Then, he brought it down with a decisive, powerful slash. It created a massive shockwave. A series of notifications appeared from the system congratulating him. You have defeated Catalan. You have collected the pure water of the forest. You have obtained the achievement Enemy of the Beast, the Slayer of the Lord of the Forest Mountain. Your abilities have slightly increased. You have leveled up. Junjian stepped out from within the smoke and fire. The system issued a warning. The sponsor's message cannot be delivered. He was confused by this. A red magic circle appeared beneath his feet. Strange symbols began to appear on Junjian's arm. A series of warnings appeared one after another. You have been weakened by demonic energy. Your body is beginning to lose its strength. Eliminate the demonic energy. His body being burned made Junjian scream in agony. Those terrible and terrifying flames, fire, and water surrounded his entire body, emanating from Lunian's form. The two energies harmonized and began to spread as if to swallow the entire Catalan mountain range. The flames engulfed everything on the ground. Choi Cho Enzan and Lei Hinong collapsed in pain. He panicked. Are these flames absorbing my mana? Then he turned to wonder. What the hell is going on? In the distance, Demetrius was using his power to withstand the flames. He smiled with a terrifying look in his eyes as a figure from within the flames rushed forward. Junjian swung the spear in his hand forcefully, and when the two forces collided, they created a horrific explosion. Immediately after, they engaged in combat, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks. Demetrius clenched his fist, preparing to strike. Seeing this, he also switched to a ready stance to counterattack. A massive explosion occurred, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. When the dust settled, Junjian had already thrust his spear into Demetrius's chest. He stood frozen, trembling in disbelief. He kicked him hard and pulled out the spear. Instantly, Demetrius spat out a mouthful of black blood. The surrounding area was still shrouded in dust. He had now lost an arm, and blood was still dripping from the stump. Josh watched with pity. Demetrius, he hesitated. Hey, your arm. But before he could finish, the severed arm had already grown back. A blue flame shot straight down. Athena appeared, standing protectively in front of Demetrius. She stared coldly at her opponent. Witnessing the scene before him, George marveled silently. He's using an insane amount of mana to regenerate his body instantly. If Demetrius can do this much, then what about Underdog? Zhang and Trang shouted in alarm. Brother Junjian, the wounds on your body have now completely healed. George thought in horror. The wound was quite severe. But how could he recover so quickly? Is it because of the blue flame that covered the entire gate? Demetrius clenched his fist again, and a giant face of fire appeared behind him. Junjian also quickly leaped up, charging forward with his spear like the wind. The fiery fist in Demetrius's hand also grew larger. George stood there with wide, fearful eyes. His arm hasn't finished regenerating yet, but he still intends to use the roar of the predator. This is dangerous. He launched that predator's roar attack like a giant whirlwind. Suddenly, blood spurted uncontrollably from Demetrius's arm. Junjian swiftly delivered a devastating blow from above. A flame erupted from the collision of the two attacks, followed by an explosion that ravaged the surroundings. George's sword fell at his feet. He was stunned. Impossible. Imp beside him also couldn't believe his eyes. Did Underdog win? Demetrius was now kneeling on the ground. Junjian landed quickly, his body still ablaze with crimson flames. He raised his spear, intending to finish Demetrius off. George rushed over to stop him. No. Junjian's reason was gone. His eyes were blood-red and unfocused. Right now, his only instincts were survival and an intense desire to slaughter. The Blood Dragon Stone has been affected by the Red Law. The blood of the monsters hunted before, mixed with the blood-soaked magic of Catalan, formed a hybrid crystal. Junjian will also lash out and explode, just like the outcome of the hunters who were experimented on with the Red Law Stone. The spear was now right in front of Demetrius. Suddenly, a powerful pink energy blocked the spear. Athena coldly commanded, "Kneel." Junjian suddenly came to his senses. He quickly dropped to his knees to the ground. Trang couldn't believe her eyes. The people around her had much the same reaction. Junjian stood up and bowed respectfully. "It is an honor to meet you." Athena frowned in annoyance. "What a mess. Because of you all, I'm now in debt. But before that..." Athena glanced down curiously. "Who is this guy?" He quickly interjected, "This person is Junjian." Before he could finish, the other guy's eyes widened as he cut in, "I am Underdog." Athena observed the man before her, thinking to herself, was all the impact on the gate caused by this guy? More importantly, it seems my shield isn't strong enough to stop him. Athena looked around. The entire Catil forest was covered in a dangerous flame that could absorb mana from other entities. She assessed Junjian. "I thought he was just some rookie sent by Asgard on a lucky break, but I can't believe he managed to surpass Hercules." Athena felt threatened. This is dangerous. She materialized her spear. He must be eliminated right here. The shaft of the spear emitted a purple electric light as she held it and lunged. Suddenly, a voice cut in. "Stop." Athena turned her head. A rainbow-colored light suddenly appeared in the sky. A man approached from out of nowhere. She was stunned. Heimdall, why are you here? Seongu replied, that's what I'd like to ask. Athena said irritably, did you follow the lightning? He didn't explain and simply stood in front of Junjian. She was furious. Move aside, that man must be killed right here. Seongu's face turned serious. If you intend to kill him, I will take this as a declaration of war against Asgard. Athena's expression immediately darkened. She scoffed. A declaration of war? Is he that important to you? Ridiculous. I thought nothing was important to you. He remained silent. Inep spoke up. Could you grant me a moment, esteemed Athena? I am Inep of Nin. Athena glanced at him. An Egyptian warrior? I know. He placed a hand on his chest. I am honored that you recognize me. To Athena, Inep explained, we have received a mission from Nin to protect Underdog. She was astonished as he materialized a mysterious eye. Surely you know that this is the Eye of Osiris. Inep held the eye forward. As I am currently representing Nin, I request that you accept Nin's plea, Athena. The system announced, the gate will soon collapse. It began to activate and award a new skill. In a magnificent castle, through a glass window, and the inside of a room could be seen. Intrang was slumped over in a chair. She suddenly lifted her head and then ran to the bedside. Mr. Lee! Junjian! Intrang held back her tears, thank heavens. Junjian tried to make an M sound but realized internally that something was wrong. My vocal cords aren't working. She explained, your body probably hasn't fully recovered yet. Please wait a moment. I'll call someone. With that, she left. He looked around at the round shield with two swords. I see. This must be the round table, Junjian mused. Not all powerful hunters create secret organizations to control the world. Many secret organizations are established to serve noble purposes. He continued to think, and the round table was one of them. Junjian speculated, but in the end, they never made a move. They remained hidden and acted under a fabricated guise. Even though the United Kingdom was on the brink of collapse, they continued to hide, like that. Even though they possess immense power, they don't try to change anything. He sighed, anyway, my body is a mess right now. His body was in a state of exhaustion. This creaking body couldn't even talk, and his legs couldn't move. The system suddenly spoke. Hanyu. Hanyu is tearing the dream. He thought to himself, if I'm right, then there's no longer any issue that requires Hanyu. His status window, stats, abilities, and level appeared before him. Junjian noted that his level was still over 50, but it seemed his skills had declined due to the effects of the hybrid crystal. I can't even speak. New skills appeared on the status window. He was amazed that he had acquired skills comparable to unique skills. Junjian said proudly, I will please you even more. Apocalypse Sky, then Seongu came to visit. How's your body? Seeing him, he immediately sat up and called out softly. He smiled. I heard the man invasion process is underway. This is a rare case, so there's currently no treatment or specific solution, but seeing your current condition now, I don't think we need to worry much. Junjian calculated. With the support of Apocalypse, Sky, and the flow of mana, I think expelling the magic power won't be difficult. Seongu encouraged him, make sure you recover. I have something I want to ask you then. At this moment, he was standing before the council. Athena ordered, the power that Liunion displayed is too dangerous and destructive. I demand that you investigate the power of Liunion. Seongu retorted, Asga does not interfere with the power of its hunter members. She interrupted, but aren't you the ones who need to clarify this matter? He didn't back down, but you are the ones who broke the agreement between Olympus and Asga. Asga was promised victory in this great war, and that's why they sent a hunter. Seongu remembered the image of Junjian losing control. If we had known Hercules would participate and break the agreement, we would not have sent Li Junjian. In this situation, our hunter was only fulfilling his duty. He asserted, therefore, the request for clarification is unreasonable, and I think you are the ones who should provide an explanation. In Olympus, Athena remained calm. The power Liunion possesses is threatening enough. She gave an example. The entire gate was covered in blue flames. It even stole mana from other hunters. This was something unforeseeable. Athena was firm. Therefore, we demand that you hand over that newly joined underdog. If you don't accept, we, Olympus, will be ready to fight Asga. Seongu was stunned upon hearing this. Seongu explained, we are well aware that the flame that can absorb other hunters' mana is very dangerous, and it is not a skill that has existed before. However, don't you think the very existence of hunters is already a danger? Everyone was stunned. The sound of incessant murmuring filled the air. He continued, we are all entities that have never existed before, and the skills that hunters possess are all terrifying and dangerous to everyone. Seongu was resolute. Therefore, since you from Olympus have mentioned going to war, you must take responsibility for your words, as it shows contempt for hunters. Athena gritted her teeth. This is all because of you. Her face darkened. How the hell did you end up here? Facing you makes me lose my temper, and I can't think straight. He looked towards her and was about to speak when Athena turned away. After this, I hope we never see each other again. Seong-gu was a bit bothered. The system announced that the mana flow had been activated. Jun-gyeon was currently meditating. Feel the mana flow and use it. He studied it while observing Demis's mana flow and could see that he had amplified his power by using the magic power available throughout his body. Jun-gyeon felt the magic power. The name said it all. When applied to attacks, the destructive power would increase, and when applied to defensive armor, the defensive power would also be enhanced. That is the power of the mana flow. First, I need to use the mana flow to recover. The system began to activate the skill. Rays of light gradually spread across Jun-gyeon's body. He suddenly felt uncomfortable. Jun-gyeon suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. He was confused. Could these be the impurities that invaded my body from the blood dragon stone? Thank God. Thanks to the mana flow, now I just need to heal the spots tainted by impurities. Jun-gyeon slowly sensed his body. He was surprised. The mana flow was blocked. He saw magic power surrounding a black sphere. Jun-gyeon was disappointed. Black marble in my neck is blocking the mana flow. This won't do. I have to try redirecting the mana flow to a different path. At the training ground, two streams of power clashed. The purple stream of power was at a disadvantage. George continuously unleashed multiple sword strikes. In-chang raised her blade to block the attack. George rushed forward. You're too slow. She was shocked. Slow? Immediately. In-chang swung several more times, but George still managed to dodge. The force of it scorched the ground it touched, turning it black. She jumped up and brought her blade down. He cheered her on. That's right, keep going. Attacking people isn't the same as fighting monsters. You have to understand that. In-chang was flustered. I don't understand it that deeply. She decisively used her blade to slash horizontally. George immediately ducked to avoid the blade. His blue sword aura shot forward, grazing her cheek. She then stepped back. He suggested, should we stop now? In-chang was discouraged. I was no help at all inside the Catalan gate. She recalled, the reason I wasn't summoned must be because my patron couldn't understand me. In-chang thought of Jun-gyeon at that moment. I couldn't protect him. And the message, Prince Charming is looking at your face with pitying eyes. She remembered, and because of that, I received that message from him. In-chang felt dejected. Even though at first I thought Jun-gyeon and I were at the same starting point, but now he has progressed so much, while I haven't improved at all. I'm not worthy of being called his companion. She clenched her fists. That's also why Jun-gyeon almost lost his life. It's all because I'm still lacking in so many ways. George was wiping his sweat. When he turned his head, In-chang approached. Please, let's go one more time. George turned around. That expression is just like mine. The regret of not being able to protect the one I wanted to. In-chang, is that it? She will definitely become stronger. He put the towel down. All right, let's try one more time. She was determined. I have to be like that too. I must get stronger by any means necessary. After the training session, George walked into a room where blood bags and IV drips were hanging on a stand. He remarked, certainly, when we were inside the Catalan gate, I felt her potential for growth, but this is really no joke. George looked at his trembling hand of his. She is truly amazing. Every time my sword and hers clashed, I could feel her getting stronger. More. He clenched his fists just like he used to. George looked towards the person lying on the bed, Domitius. He began to speak. I think you'll like this news. It seems Underdog has woken up, George confided. So he urged, please wake up soon. Seeing Domitius still silent on the bed, George grew sad. In a stately building, Seong-gu walked slowly. He looked up to see Jun-gyeon training. Why did you come here? He chuckled. I can't believe you're already able to walk again. You surprise me every time. The two stood facing each other, and he replied, is that so? Seong-gu put his hands on his hips. Do you know anything about the Thunderbolt? He answered casually. It's a divine artifact of Olympus managed by Zeus. Seong-gu quickly explained, that's right, there aren't many abilities in this world that can compare to Zeus's Thunderbolt. Those abilities are always coveted and hunted. Jun-gyeon immediately cut in, like the Bifrost you possess. Seong-gu was surprised, startled. How do you? Jun-gyeon's expression turned worried. Hyung, there's something I need to tell you. Seong-gu glanced around warily. All right, but this isn't the right place to talk. Follow me. A blue sky with white clouds and a sparkling, colorful rainbow appeared. The two stepped through a door into a courtyard. The building looked even more brilliant under the blue sky and rainbow, with a fountain constantly running. Jun-gyeon looked at Seong-gu and exclaimed, it's beautiful. He explained further, this is my private domain, Bifrost. He showed a curious expression, are you a prophet or a regressor? Jun-gyeon didn't hesitate. Something similar, but I once read a book. A book about you and your friend. His face turned grim. It was a book written about the one who was called the Demon King. Seong-gu's eyes widened in shock. The scene remained the same, with him and Jun-gyeon standing opposite each other in the courtyard. He raised a hand. You're telling me I have to believe that I killed you? Jun Jian quickly explained, it's not that you killed me. I just thought you knew everything that was going to happen. He told himself, this isn't a lie. Xian Gu's face turned sad. You even know that Athena and I are dating? I have no choice but to believe you. Jun Jian was filled with questions. What it said about Bifrost is also true, right? But that book wasn't complete. Xian Gu was stunned. What? Jun Jian analyzed what was written in the book was only the beginning. The rest of the future was something I discovered by chance. Most of the information about you was also missing. What I know is just a small part of it. Jun Jian affirmed again. This isn't a lie. Xian Gu's face became serious. I see. So, what is your purpose? He held out his hand. I want to change the terrible future I experienced before. From now on, many things will change. The theory in the book is that Bifrost doesn't distinguish between lies and truth. It can only assess whether someone is trying to harm its master. Jun Jian pressed his lips together, thinking, I'm sorry I can't tell you everything. Changing the future isn't my only plan. A magnificent building stood against the late-night sky as Inup perched on a tree branch outside Jun Jian's window. His face showed a look of joy, so he really did wake up. Jun Jian was surprised. I can't believe you snuck into the Round Table's headquarters. Is something wrong? He immediately replied, I sincerely apologize for my disrespect. I risked coming here to make a request of you. Underdog. Jun Jian thought silently. I heard he asked for my protection while inside the gate, but there's no connection between us. He replied, please, go ahead. He knelt on one knee and lowered his head. Please, come to Nin. This is what I ask of you. The young man was startled. The commander of Nin was kneeling just to ask this of me. We only met by chance and helped each other in the last battle. So why? This was strange. He looked at George standing outside the window. But why? A voice echoed from somewhere. Intruder detected. He gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it, I've been discovered. He quickly realized it was because of the bloodstone. He yelled, please, go to Nin. After that, he quickly departed. The young man stood still, looking outside. He thought to himself, if it was the bloodstone, he must be talking about the madness. Is this happening in Egypt too? The hunters aren't supposed to know about the bloodstone yet. Come to think of it, they intervened immediately when they saw Hercules' transformation. The sound of footsteps approached. Intrang rushed in. Are you all right? He replied, yes, I'm fine, at least for now. She was astonished. He had a bad feeling. I've only just overcome one mountain, but it feels like I'm about to climb an even taller one. The Round Table conference had ended. The conference hall was magnificent and initiating. The war was deemed Athena's fault. She walked with him on the grounds. Of course, since Olympus broke the agreement, they had to take responsibility for it and for starting the war. He said cheerfully, we can finally go home. A voice from behind called out, wait. As soon as she heard it, she recognized the voice and turned around to see George. She quickly drew her sword to protect him. Get back, Jun Jian. Her eyes turned purple. What is it? George appeared, shrouded in a dark aura, his face gloomy. George stood on the steps, looking down at Intrang and Jun Jian. He reassured her. It's all right, Intrang. She was confused. What do you mean? Jun Jian explained, although he's showing hostility, it seems he wants to talk to me. Intrang looked up, embarrassed, and sighed, I understand. He and George stood facing each other. George spoke first. You've recovered, but he hasn't. It seems this time, Demetrius was utterly defeated. He said frankly, thanks to you, I've learned a great deal, but I won't be defeated next time. Jun Jian repeated, next time? All right, but I'm not one to easily let go of old grudges either. He muttered, that bastard. George then asked, I can't communicate with her, so please relay a message. Jun Jian asked, you mean Intrang? He turned, you have potential. You can definitely become much stronger, George advised. It seems she desires recognition. Fame and prestige are important, but remember that knowing your sponsor is just as crucial. Try to think very carefully about the identity of that sponsor. Intrang was confused. What is he talking about? Jun Jian replied, he wants to be your knight in shining armor. She was left speechless. George walked away, even waving goodbye. That was it. He watched his retreating back. George. He turned his head. What is it? Jun Jian smiled. In the future, Hercules will become a beast, far more powerful than before. He will definitely wake up. George was astonished. He continued, I told you I'm not the type to let old grudges go easily. So next time, Jun Jian suggested, it would be great if we were on the same team. He stood in silence, watching the two of them walk away. George clenched his fist and then relaxed it. His expression darkened. If what you say is true, that would be amazing. So much. But right now, he is in critical condition and will be transferred back to Olympus. On the surface of the clear blue lake, There was a stone that was he tossed it, creating small ripples. Standing on the shore, Junjian dropped another stone. He was about to throw the next one, but suddenly, a voice said, "You're quite the troublemaker." He was startled, a blue light flashed in mid-air, and a blonde girl appeared. "I don't know who ordered you to find me, but this has really gone a bit too far," Junjian said nonchalantly. "You're Merlin, aren't you?" She was a little surprised. "Oh, you know my identity. You must not be an ordinary person either. You're the true commander of the Round Table," Merlin asked curiously. "And who are you?" Junjian calmly replied. "There's no way you don't know who I am." She gritted her teeth, "The one who defeated Hercules' underdog. An arrogant hunter. Her." Merlin's eyes turned blue. "It seems you know a lot about me. What is your purpose in provoking me?" Blue mana enveloped in her body, and suddenly Merlin transformed into a young man. He was furious. "You should know that within the Round Table, no one dares to go against my will, so tell me your true identity." Junjian's expression darkened. "I am." He suddenly became cold, the one who knows the location of Excalibur. The other person was too stunned to speak. At the airport, Junjian was walking towards Intrang. She wondered, "Where have you been all this time?" He was evasive. "There was someone I absolutely had to meet here." Intrang seemed to have noticed something. She looked at his necklace. Intrang stood up. "And what about that necklace? Don't tell me. You went to meet another girl." Junjian was flustered. "Well," she said irritably, "I knew it. I knew you would do something like this. It seems you're hiding a few women, aren't you?" Intrang's expression turned gloomy. "I can't believe it. You're a real player, after all." He tried to explain. "It's true that I met a girl. How disappointing." Xianggu interrupted. "Are you two ready yet?" Junjian beamed. "Hyung, you're all done too, right?" He replied casually. "Yep. Seeing me really cheers you up, huh? Let's go home now." As they were walking, a voice called from behind. "Excuse me." He turned his head. A strange man relayed a message. "Merlin told me to tell you to wait." The man said with amusement, "You'll have to pay a price worthy of that necklace." At the airport, Xianggu glanced at him and asked, "How do you know Merlin?" Junjian replied, "We made a deal with each other." He looked at the boy's neck and wondered, "Is that Merlin's necklace?" He answered, "Yes, I almost lost my life for this." Josh was furious, his green eyes flashed, and he shouted, "Speak!" He was surrounded by an aura of power, and he leaped down from above. Back at the airport, Junjian rubbed his head, mentioning with some concern, "Right now, facing them is still a bit too much for me, but I really needed this necklace, so I risked my life a little." The older man chuckled softly and let out a sigh. The plane was flying in the sky. The aircraft passed over the city, and in the cabin, Intrang and he were sitting next to each other. She still had some lingering questions and turned to ask Junjian, "There are some things I still can't understand." He glanced at her and said, "What is it?" She immediately replied, "It's about George. Even though we're rivals, he still helped me train, and even gave me advice. If Hercules ended up like that because of what you did, with him lying motionless in bed, then I think I should have had to face his hatred as well." She looked up, thinking, then asked herself, "But the way he helped me, and the way he interacted with you, it seems I really don't understand anything about in the character of high-rank hunters, do I?" He smirked and said, "It's probably just intuition." She asked doubtfully, "Intuition? What?" Junjian replied calmly, "It seems he realized I had no intention of provoking Hercules." A voice rang out inside the plane. "The plane is about to land. Please fasten your seatbelts." A barrage of camera flashes went off. The press lined up with photographers continuously shouting, "Oh, underdog, underdog, underdog." He dazedly read the welcome sign. "The underdog defeated Hercules?" He quickly explained that they only knew about him challenging you, and that you defeated him. Xianggu turned to tease him. "How about you wave to them?" Junjian gently questioned, "Why didn't you tell me beforehand?" He smirked in reply, "It's a surprise for you. Isn't this what you wanted? To become famous?" Junjian smiled happily. He slowly walked forward, waving with a bright smile as the photographers got excited, continuously snapping photos and shouting loudly, the camera flashes blinding. In a chat room, someone wrote, "He defeated Hercules? Didn't you say he's a monster? Just mentioning his name makes all of Europe tremble in fear. Wait, hasn't he been a hunter for less than a year? They say it hasn't even been 6 months. Damn, you're saying he beat Hercules? No way." Amidst the rising tide of this new heroic age and, of course, the most sought-after hunter was Underdog. That evening, in an abandoned industrial complex, he stood with Intrang. She turned to him and asked, "What are you going to do now?" Junjian replied, "I still have a lot to do." He began to list them. "I have to repair my weapons, the blood-stained items, and the hybrid crystal created by the Blood Dragon Stone and the side effects of the Red Tower Stone. Hyunmu is also still sleeping peacefully. A pool of blood appeared before him, the image of Entrang kneeling and begging. "Most importantly, I still have business in Nin," he said softly. "But the first thing I need to do," Junjian suddenly turned around, "is move. I've always wanted a house of my own since I was a child," he said cheerfully. She thought helplessly. "The most urgent thing is moving." She quickly told him, "That's fine. It seems you don't need my help for the time being. I have something to tell you." He asked curiously, "What is it?" Entrang replied, "From now on, I will be acting on my own." He was a pound of it Asian IC-Ediv team, bit surprised. She explained, "Raiding with you, Junjian, was very fun and a valuable experience. But after hearing what Jugger said, I realized there's something I need to do myself." In the darkness, the surroundings became quiet. Junjian pondered for a long time as Entrang slowly walked away. He smiled to himself, thinking, "It seems she has realized it. Dong Entrang will soon become much stronger." A call came in, and he answered, "Hello." A voice on the other end said, "Junjian, it's me, Kim X. The association chairman is summoning you." He listened in silence. "I'll come pick you up tomorrow morning." His face turned grim. He suddenly thought of something. I forgot the most important thing. He remembered Odin. The tower at the very top was a clock. George ran hurriedly, muttering, "Impossible. It can't be." He accelerated, and the lights of power enveloped the entire field. That fist had generated that power. Domitius was training hard, continuously, throwing powerful punches. He was panting, sweat streaming down, and called out to Domitius, unable to believe his eyes. Domitius turned and called, "Josh." He reached out and asked, "What's wrong? When did you wake up?" Domitius replied in surprise, "Why are you acting like this? Is this the first time you've seen a hunter get defeated?" He said firmly, "You've never lost before, ever." "Tease, that's true." He laughed. Job thought to himself, something has changed. Whenever he was worried, he always overreacted. He looked at Domitius, who now seemed unbelievably calm. He looked like he didn't have a care in the world. He saw Lat and asked, "What's wrong?" He replied, "It seems he never intended to become my enemy from the start." He was startled. His eyes turned a fierce red as he answered, "Now I have complete control over my rage. I can even use its power alone." There, he looked at his own hand. He said triumphantly, "It seems he's given me a gift." Junjia affirmed that in the future, HQlet would become a much stronger beast than before. He will surely wake up. He said cheerfully, "It would be great if we were on the same team." George smiled with amusement. The sunset enveloped the desolate land. In the middle of the battlefield, a figure collapsed, a sharp steel blade stuck in the ground. Suddenly, two beams of light collided with each other. Entrang was knocked back a few steps, her nimble feet breaking to a halt. She landed firmly, raising her sword, surrounded by a mystical purple energy. In front of her was Gong Du with a ferocious appearance. She guessed it had been 3 days. Entrang panted, drenched in sweat, thinking, where on earth did this giant monster-like guy come from? I just feel like I'm facing HQlet. Its sharp teeth exhaled vapor, its power surging. The system displayed a notification. Prince Charming has helped you recover your strength. She pondered, I can barely maintain the support from my sponsors. This guy must be getting tired too. It didn't flinch, tensing its arm and striking straight ahead. The impact caused the ground to shake. Entrang quickly leaped forward to dodge the blow. Then she swung her hand, gripping the sword and raising it high, slashing straight at Gong Du. Cut on the shoulder, its body staggered. She continued to raise her sword with determination. I'm not sure what saving Sleeping Beauty means. Then she gathered power and jumped down from mid-air. However, anything that might threaten the princess, Entrang shouted, I'll kill them all. The slash came down, forming a pillar of purple energy. She lunged down onto the red monster, stabbing her sword straight into it. Wounded, blood from its mouth spewed out in pain. It immediately retaliated, swinging an energy-clad fist, the blow landing on her left side. The source of the shockwave spread, sending Entrang's figure flying far away, carving a long line in the ground. It lay exhausted on the ground with the sword stuck in its chest. Her body was covered in scratches. She struggled to get up amidst the smoke, her eyes staring intently ahead to check the situation, only to see the red monster lying unconscious in the mess. Her trembling hands supported her body, finally relaxing and slumping to the ground, resting for a moment with relief. Entrang thought to herself, I'm out of potions, and even if I had one, I don't have the strength to take it out. Am I really going to die with that guy like this? Suddenly, Hyamu appeared out of nowhere, a potion floating in midair in his hand, asking her, Need a potion? She was surprised and exclaimed, A dark soldier. A system notification appeared. Prince Charming is praising your achievements. Prince Charming is granting you a title. Prince Charming will reveal his true name. Congratulations on obtaining the title XF. The sky gradually turned pink, the clouds drifted lazily. After that, Junjian approached, stood in front of her and asked, "Are you awake?" She sat up straight, her eyes wide with confusion. "Where am I?" He chuckled softly. "Where do you think?" "We're right at the gate." She still didn't understand what had just happened. "My body feels strangely better. Did you give me some kind of elixir?" He said no. "However, congratulations." He held out his arm, and a swirling torrent of energy was drawn into his bracelet. Trang was still confused. "Congratulations?" Trang turned to look around, searching. "Oh, right, I can't find my sword anywhere." Jiang spoke up. "I had a feeling you were going to be killed." His gaze shifted towards it, confirming it. "But now, I don't think it's a monster anymore." The red monster remained in its miserably defeated posture. She walked over to it, held her sword, and declared, "Thank you. I was able to obtain an alias thanks in part to you." She gripped the hilt tightly and pulled the sword up. The system displayed a new notification. "You have saved the princess. The elf Prince Sifit has taken the elf mage under his patronage for the princess. Elf Prince Sifit will punish the elf mage." A brilliant blue beam of light shot up into the sky in front of them. Trang was dumbfounded. "Elf Prince Sifit, the sponsor." "Huh, it's a girl?" The red monster shrank from its brawny form into a tiny figure. She was flustered as it ran over and climbed onto her shoulder. "Huh?" he explained. "It now belongs to you." It sat comfortably on her shoulder while she remained bewildered. "It belongs to me?" He assured her. "That's right. It's just like a black soldier. Congratulations again, you now have an alias. You've become a genuine hero." The red monster got very excited hearing that. Trang considered it. "I don't know why I feel a sense of connection to it. It's also a little cute." Jiang offered a reminder. "Protect the princess and the prince on a white horse. Have you decided on a name yet?" She stood facing him and replied, "Not yet." The tiny monster let out a soft hiss, making incomprehensible sounds. She still didn't understand. The tiny monster continued to growl softly. She realized what it wanted. "Gung, is that your name? Are you trying to say the word princess?" It answered in the language of its species. The system notification spoke its heart's desire. The prince on a white horse is smiling with satisfaction. The apocalypse sky was laughing at this strange situation. Jiang chuckled thoughtfully. She won in a direct confrontation with that elf mage. The way Trang and the black soldier grow is similar. She continued to inquire, "How were you able to get here?" He replied reluctantly, "You have to ask." He explained it to her. Clearing a gate usually only takes about 1 to 2 days, but you still hadn't come out by the 3rd day. She was aware of that. Jiang added something important. "Oh, there's something I need to tell you. Be careful of this one." A ferocious, 2-headed monster, carrying 2 swords in its hands, advanced. He encouraged her. "Since you're in charge of this gate, do your best. There's only one left." Trang's killing intent surged. "All right." Her own energy aura enveloped her as she speculated. "After receiving the alias, my strength has increased a lot. I can feel the energy surging through my body." The boss of the elf village, a 2-headed elf. She smirked and decided, "An opponent strong enough to test my heroic power." Trang launched herself towards the monster. From midair, she raised her greatsword, intending to strike right down the middle of it. Gong Yu suddenly leaped down, enlarging its body back to its original size, to her astonishment. The 2-headed boss roared. An aura of energy flared as it lunged, slashing the monster twice while roaring powerfully. The system appeared. It announced, "You have defeated the final boss of the dungeon, the 2-headed goblin." Jiang was stunned by its help. "I don't think we really needed that prince." She was speechless, just letting out a few laughs. "Haha, the system announced, the gate has been cleared. Prince Charming is observing all your actions and smiling." The fallen angel shook her head. She turned and asked, "What a surprise. What brings you here?" He suggested. "I have to go to China now. Come with me." At his words, she jumped in surprise. Odin's experiment had concluded, successfully. He was delighted. It showed in his eyes. "I was wondering if the taboo would be activated. A blue crystal stone appeared, but we were able to trick it with Merlin's necklace." So then, Jian. A magnificent castle scene appeared. The silhouettes of 2 people stood on a lower roof, looking up excitedly. "Welcome to Asgard, the secret power that controls the world. The Dark Soldier will continue to develop until it has a complete body." He recalled a line of zombies, although it wasn't on the same level as the undead army of the undead army, Evil King. "I can create 7 more skeletons for the army," and another one appeared in his hand. On his wrist was a bracelet with 2 skulls displaying the status. Skeleton, inactive. He went to meet the blacksmith, Brock. "My spear has also been repaired thanks to Paran." A sword was enveloped in a fierce flame. It has a drawback where it can turn on and kill its owner, and a memory of thousands of skeletons moving in rows came to mind. "Now, let's go to the most dangerous place in the world, China." China couldn't stop the gates and has become a kingdom of monsters, but it's also the only place with someone who can repair. The Black Jar. A middle-aged man stroked his beard, observing the battle formation from afar, and this war will take place in China. At the northern frontline battlefield, many orcs with weapons in hand advanced, full of vigor, and eager for battle without hesitation. On the other side, a group of people took a defensive stance to face the enemy. Sane identified them as a horde of snow orcs. Another person lamented, "Damn it, 3 hours have already passed." A small flame suddenly ignited and then erupted fiercely, forming a wall of fire between the two sides, astonishing everyone. It was gradually incinerating the orc horde. They were being burned in agony as they seemed to have discovered the source. Two people turned their heads to confirm. A few meters away, two figures stood on a hill. Remnants of the recent energy lingered on Jun Jian's right hand. His eyes were red. He, Dong, and Trang, and Xionggu walked up to the other group. Jian said gratefully, "Thanks for your help, but are you really going over there?" He didn't hesitate. "It's nothing. We thank you for helping to protect this country. I also have a few things to discuss with the ones on the other side." The man fretted, "I know you defeated Hercules, but I'm still very worried. This is a barrier that no one can cross, so even if we wanted to, we can't go any further." The man stood behind, thinking. Meanwhile, Jian reassured them, "Don't worry too much, I know what to do." The scene gradually changed, and in front of them was a misty body of water, acting as a barrier. The man offered his opinion. "Let's see, even if we thaw it, we still can't move through it. It's something very mysterious." And Trang, with a coat draped over her shoulders, looked at Gu and wondered, "What is that?" He answered, "It's a gate. The entire country of China has turned into a gate," she repeated. "A gate?" Every word he spoke held a hint of mystery. "You'll see soon enough." Gu's hand touched the watery curtain, causing it to ripple. He announced to the two of them, "Starting now." His eyes glowed yellow as he warned, "No matter what happens, I will not be able to help you too." The watery curtain began to part, spreading out from his hand. "Therefore, I will return here in 1 month," he added. "If you two can't make it out, I'll come back the following month. I will check every month." The young man agreed to the pact. "If everything goes smoothly, we will come out on schedule." Mr. Gu hoped that would be the case. He watched the two of them as they went inside, his gaze never leaving their departing figures, trusting that the young man would always do his best to accomplish what he had said and to save as many people as possible. His footsteps seemed more determined as he began to move, a part of the responsibility feeling several times heavier. "So, I will bear a little of the burden you are carrying." Inside China, the weather was frigid and covered in snow. As the two walked through the biting cold, Trang spoke up, "Would anyone even be in a place this cold?" Gong Du, nestled in her collar, seemed to agree. Her trembling breath mingled with the cold air. "It's colder than I thought," the young man said with concern. "If it's colder than I predicted, it means things are progressing faster than in the past." Amidst a roar, a strange creature hidden in the blizzard made him wary. It was a snow slug. She stepped forward, her hand gripping her sword, her voice ringing out, "I need to warm up, so leave that one to me." The blade swung up, slicing through the snow slug's body, its massive form shuddering from the incredible power. It wasn't just one slug, they charged forward like a pack of hunting wolves. Enraged, they attacked her in unison. "Die." She was ready to destroy them all, taunting, "Good, come on." She expected the slugs to attack, but instead they fled as if terrified by something. He noticed the disturbance. It seemed something had changed. Other giant creatures charged out of the mist, their long, horn-like teeth becoming visible. The system displayed information about it. Cho, Bang, immune to the cold, possesses high regenerative abilities like all other Cho species. Its power is equivalent to a B-rank hunter. Jun Jian drew his weapon and warned, "Be careful, it's a Cho Bang." Jun Jian swung his spear, splitting a Cho Bang in two from top to bottom, while Trang also went all out, slicing another one horizontally. Blue blood from the Cho Bang splattered, and the snow-covered space gradually returned to its quiet state. The two stood amidst the corpses strewn at their feet, and she was quite surprised. What was that? Facing him, she wondered, "This is strange. Why are there so many monsters here?" He asked in return, "Not only are they very strong, but it's also very difficult to control and restrain their magical power, right?" She seemed wary of that. "That's right. The way they fight and act is just like humans." He was certain of his speculation. The gate was progressing faster than he had predicted, and he made a decision. "Let's move." The snow blew thicker, blanketing the rows of trees in white. The two walked side by side, ignoring the harsh conditions, and continued forward. The biting wind blew in Trang's face, making her uncomfortable. She was getting a bit impatient. "How much longer do we have to walk?" Jun Jian replied, "If we walk, it'll probably take about 1 month." Trang was surprised. She yelled in disbelief. "Huh? A whole month?" He reaffirmed his previous statement. "I said that's if we walk, but we don't have that much time to waste. Now let's go find a means of transportation and our first destination. His eyes turned towards the cold, overlapping mountain ranges, pointing to Baichu Peak. A sword was stuck in the ground as the two of them sat warming themselves by a small fire. While they were resting, Jun Jian went to look around. I'm going to scout around a bit. She and Gong Du nodded in agreement, waiting for him there. After a long while, he finally found 2 snow reindeer. The two of them rode on them, moving much faster, dashing through the storm toward Bixdusa Mountain ahead. Upon arriving, she and he stopped in a desolate area with a clear path, and Trang felt they were heading the wrong way. Are you sure we're climbing to the peak of Bixdu Mountain? It's supposed to be colder, but I actually feel warm. She took off her thick coat as she questioned him. And I haven't seen a single monster on our way up here either. He answered as if he already knew everything. The master of the mountain is guarding it. A series of questions immediately followed. The master of the mountain? Is it a human? His expression remained serious as he denied it. No. She then proposed another idea. Then it's a monster, right? Or maybe an animal. He maintained his initial answer. Neither? I don't know what to call it. His demeanor was calm. But we'll be meeting it soon. Let's leave the reindeer here. For now, let's go. The energy in his crimson eyes was intensely focused. First, we need to get past this barrier. What he saw was a dense, high-energy barrier separating everything from the other side. In contrast to the frigid weather, the sky on the other side was a vast, clear blue. The tiny figure of a man in a suit stood imposingly on a rooftop. Jang Hian reflected that after the gates appeared, the world was thrown into chaos, because I possess a power stronger than anyone else's. I founded Asga and live by the motto of serving humanity. The view from above showed a bustling city filled with people and cars. As I used my power to save humanity, I came to realize something. It's perfectly normal for those without magic to be eliminated. Or rather, it's the hunters who have survived through every hardship. They are the ones I must protect. His face darkened with regret. Zheng Jian has gone to China, but I'm very disappointed in China, as it has failed to meet any of my expectations. Other than the climate change and the rampaging monsters, there's nothing here that pleases me. He immediately admitted to himself. But the one who defeated Hercules without any heroic power, he might be the very thing I've been unable to find. He looked at his palm with a malicious smile. Hey, how interesting. The corner of his mouth twitched up as he licked his lips, as if savoring a game of cat and mouse. Realizing his wicked thoughts, he covered his mouth with his hand. Oh dear, he told himself, I shouldn't be in such a hurry. Energy radiated from him as he gave a sinister smile. I must savor it slowly to truly enjoy it, because this is the final meal to appease my hunger. The scene changed, and the two of them were standing in a new land. She gasped. Whoa. And Trang excitedly asked, Are we there yet? He immediately replied, Yes, this is. But stopped mid-sentence, looking in the direction that had caught his attention. The weapon in his hand began to glow as his power flared. He stood his ground, enveloped in a red aura. On the guarded mountaintop, a group of mysterious, fully armed people looked at him ferociously. She also drew her sword, ready for battle. Hunter, are these guys not quite human, but not quite monsters either? Do you know anything about them? He answered her question. They were survivors from the former North Korea. The enemy showed clear astonishment at his knowledge of their identity. How could you know who we are? He didn't want to fight with them, so he made a request. I want to meet the master of this mountain. Two of the strange tribesmen were suspicious. How do they know Sengun? They're really dangerous. The man shouted, raising his fist high and declaring, They are intruders. Everyone moved forward. Junjia didn't want to get into trouble, threatening, I don't want to waste time fighting, but it seems like a fight is unavoidable. A voice echoed from somewhere, interrupting the impending battle. Uncle? The man turned to look at the newcomer. A little girl stood on a distant patch of grass, waving and smiling. Sengun says to invite them in. The northern part of South Korea had disappeared a long time ago, because the failure of nuclear experiments had turned North Korea into a wasteland right before the appearance of the gates, and many North Korean citizens began to migrate to the south, South Korea or China to survive. Bonnier, holding a sword in one hand, watched them warily. I'll ask again. Why do you know our identity? He thought silently. That was indeed a difficult question to answer. Neil immediately walked over and chided them. Geez, why are you uncles treating Sangun's guests like this? If they know Sangun, then of course they know about us too. The man answered awkwardly, What if they're bad people? Besides, Sun is now. They then discussed amongst themselves, while Neil looked towards him. Afterwards, the little girl spoke up to explain, Uncle is always worried like that, because a long time ago, some bad people came here and tried to harm Sangun. And luckily, everyone here managed to fight off those bad people. He looked down at Neil and called her name. The little girl immediately answered, Yes. His face suddenly darkened as he looked at Neil seriously. The little girl flinched, a bit worried. In a certain citadel, people were bustling about, strolling and shopping. A young man and woman standing nearby wondered, Visitors? It's been a while since anyone has come here, right? The young man added, look at their clothes. It's so strange. Hasn't the outside world already collapsed? Intrang looked at him. We have about 200 people. Most of them are hunters. He replied as he walked, they are all people who survived after going through a brutal event. He suddenly paused for a moment as a woman looked at them with an indifferent voice. You can't enter here. Jun Gong looked at the person pointing his spear at him and calmly asked, is this how you treat guests here? Huh, he continued. Didn't Sangun, the master of this mountain, tell you to escort us to his place? Kun replied with a wary gaze. Even so, you are not allowed to see Sangun. Heel hurriedly ran over. Oh my goodness. Kun looked down at the little girl coldly. No, you of all people know his condition well. Jun Jian looked at him as fiery red sparks began to appear around him. Son's condition? Did something happen to him? You don't have a say in this. She immediately became angry, getting into a ready-to-fight stance as blue sparks enveloped his spear. This bastard. Are you trying to provoke me? Kun yelled. Furious, he stopped and looked at the silent little girl. The entire procession also stopped and looked at her. Unjul commanded with anger. I, the mayor of Zhanjie, order you to step aside. She immediately bowed her head and stepped to the side. I apologize. I will follow your instructions. After calming down, Unjul looked back at the two of them. Let's go. Let's meet Sangun. The three of them slowly walked through a torchlit tunnel. As they went, Junjian asked in Trang, do you know the legend of Dangun? She repeated inquisitively, the Dangun legend? He slowly explained, there is a national legend that has been forgotten, and people call it the Dangun legend. Wanun came down from the mountain and founded Korea, our country. In Trang immediately asked, why are you suddenly bringing this up? Unjul cheerfully led the way as he continued. This little girl is very likely a relative or someone connected to that legend. Ma'am. Then the little girl cried out, happily running deeper inside. Sangun. Streams of blue aura spread through the air, originating from deep inside the tunnel. A white tiger was lying there, the aura emanating from him. He slowly approached, standing before the giant tiger, and spoke up. Are you Sangun? Sangun looked at him. To dare oppose my military forces and even seem to know about me, you are a special guest indeed. Then, he slowly rose to his feet. Yes, I am the master of this Bixtu mountain. Sangun, why have you come to this place? Trang was a bit stunned by Sangun's powerful aura. This power is terrifying. Junjian nonchalantly replied, it's so impure. This made Sangun fall silent. He then said again, your power that protects this Degru mountain could disappear at any moment. Isn't that right, Sangun? He looked up at him, silently calculating in his mind. He's slowly dying because of his magical power, and even Bixtu mountain is slowly being destroyed. Sangun looked down at him. Who are you? Junjian replied, someone who can help you, and you're not the one I came to see. He slowly revealed his true purpose. I want to meet the true master of this mountain. Sangun roared angrily. How insolent. His expression darkened slightly as he grew impatient. You succeeded in imprisoning that person, but there's no way a dying fool like you is the master of this mountain. Tell me where you are imprisoning that person. Then I will save you and all of Zhanjie as well. Sangun glared at Junjian. The scene transitioned to the clear, blue sky outside. Junjian and Intrang stood together on a small path beneath the trees. Intrang finally voiced the question that was on her mind. Tell me, who is Sangun, really? You said he's not a monster. He gave a slight smile and replied, you can simply think of him as being similar to the deer we rode to get here. However, he is a much more advanced creature by far. He recalled his journey with her and the two deer. Simply put, after they absorbed the magical power from the earth caused by the gate, their personalities and appearances changed. She spoke again, but the fact that he can speak with humans and possess such an enormous amount of power should be impossible. His attitude as well is strange. He looked down and agreed. You're right, but that's because he was already different from other animals. Have you heard of the alpha species? They are creatures that possess enormous bodies, healthy with a brain far more intelligent than other creatures. Over time, those alpha creatures can become the main characters in legendary stories. And Son of Jianji is also a testament to that. He continued to explain that it was because the old man had a sponsor. And Trang was immediately stunned. Ah, he explained again, that man is also a kind of hunter, and he is currently injured because an intruder has invaded Bixtu Mountain. He looked up at the sky and revealed, he is not our only target, but also that intruder. You have harmed him. Ungle held out her hands, and streams of energy continuously emanated from them. Then the little girl suddenly shouted, World, open! And a flash of light appeared in the clear blue sky. The streak of light shone straight down to the ground, creating strong winds on the deserted mountain. Jun Jian and Intrang stood on the edge of a cliff, silently watching the streak of light. Then they jumped down. Intrang followed right behind Jun Jian, jumping into that streak of light. A shockwave spread out immediately after, and the little girl pulled her hands back, World, close. The streak of light slowly disappeared. Yui let out a breath and said, "Please come back safely." Immediately after, a notification window popped up. "You have entered the express gate of the sealed domain." The two of them reappeared in another, darker tunnel. And Trang was still bewildered. What is an express gate? Junjian calmly explained while creating a small flame in his hand. It's a gate that appears inside another gate. Because both Korea and China were affected by the gates, almost all the gates in here are considered express gates. Trang complained again, "It's too hot in here," before it was freezing cold. He just smiled and replied, "Just think of it as training. Don't you see that we'll get stronger because of it?" A skill information window appeared. The prince on a white horse has sponsored the heat resistance ability. He thought to himself, as expected of the hero who inherited Prince Oxersved's legacy, the sponsorship is not held back at all. Trang continued to grumble, "I wish it also gave cold resistance." Trang was now quickly eliminating the monsters blocking their path. Her sword sliced it in half. After defeating that monster, she sighed and looked at him. Phew, finally done. 2 consecutive notification windows popped up. Proficiency in fire control has increased. You have leveled up. Junjian smiled to himself. Just as I thought, the Tianji Gate with its strong fire attribute is great for leveling up. Trang looked up and hesitantly asked, "But that clan head, who is that child? Could it be that she's the one who created these sealed domains?" He smiled and replied, "Yes, but to be precise, she didn't exactly create these sealed domains. They're used to imprison the intruder in here. This is the center of Bichdu Mountain, the place where all the mountain's power converges. Sangan's source of power also comes from here." Junjian continued, "Ungjul, that little girl, can use the power of this mountain. She is the one who grants power to Sangan." Those words left her completely bewildered. She raised another question. "So, Sangan isn't the strongest? The strongest one is the clan head, Ungjul, right? If that's the case, could it be?" He quickly interjected, "The intruder in the sealed domain is stronger, possibly stronger than any boss monster we've ever encountered." Trang's eyes widened slightly in realization. "But is the little girl's name Ungjul? That's a pretty unique name." Junjian denied it. "No, I don't know her name. Ungjul is just a title. The little girl, that's a hero." Trang's face showed a hint of helplessness. "Haha, this world is truly vast. I worked so hard to become a hero. Yet I run into them everywhere." A book titled Tianchi Village is the best place to grow appeared. Jungan gripped his spear tightly and charged forward, thinking, just as the Demon King's autobiography mentioned, "It's really hard to find a hunting ground like this. I have to grow as fast as possible to deal with any sudden changes that might happen in the future." A huge explosion of flames erupted as he thrust his spear through a monster. Charred rubble and the monster's corpse fell to the ground in a cloud of smoke and dust. A notification window appeared again. "Fire control mastery has increased. You have leveled up." Trang put her hands on her hips and exclaimed in admiration, "Your sponsor is amazing. How much are they sponsoring you for you to get strong so quickly?" Jungan looked back at her, smiled, and said, "From what I can see, the prince on a white horse is even better than he thought, because I'm getting stronger thanks to my player's trait." Suddenly, 2 dark red notification windows appeared. The Sky of Revelation scoffs. The Sky of Revelation shows its price and sponsors a certain amount of stat points. A faint golden light emanated from his body. The notification windows kept popping up one after another. The prince on a white horse chuckles lightly. The Sky of Revelation glares at someone. The prince on a white horse stops laughing and lowers his head. Jungan placed a hand on his forehead, sighing in frustration. "Ha!" Meanwhile, Trang watched him from behind with admiration. "Wow, that's truly amazing." Over with Sangan and Uniel, the little girl was standing before Sangan, asking worriedly, "How are you feeling?" Sangun just replied indifferently, "The same." Sangun was slowly dying because he was using his power to protect both Mount Bidu and Tianchi Village, while also having to seal the invader. His life force was weakening by the moment. The little girl spoke again, "I should have been the one maintaining Mount Bidu's power. You're also injured, Sangun. Maybe I should retract the power." Sangun looked over, startled. "That's not an option," he continued. "They are indeed strong. However, the invader is much stronger." Uniel looked at him and asked, "Then why did you send them to Tianchi Village?" Sangun. He looked down, somewhat pensive. Sangun continued, "I couldn't see his strength. What I saw was what was behind him. I saw a similarity behind him and the invader." Outside, the ground shook violently, and a barrier slowly appeared in the air. Wisps of purple aura swirled in the tunnel where Jungan and Trang were standing. She was slightly startled. "Is that the invader?" A little boy stood before them silently, and the purple aura continuously radiating from him. He looked at the two of them, his eyebrows knitting slightly. Trang was stunned and turned to ask Jungan, "Is that little kid an invader?" His face darkened as he denied it. "You're mistaken." He looked at the boy intently with caution. "That's not human. you shouldn't judge a book by its cover. Intrang also quickly looked back with wariness, thinking, judge a book by its cover? The dense purple aura continued to spread, and gradually it coalesced into the image of a white wolf. Intrang was somewhat stunned and uncertain. That thing, can we even beat it? The creature's eyes suddenly widened, baring its sharp fangs. The boy snarled and lunged to attack. Intrang was too stunned to react, but Jungan leaped forward to protect her. Facing the enemy, it let out a warning roar. The kid immediately shot out its claws to grab her. The force was so immense, it seemed like it would crush Gongdu's small body. Seeing this, Intrang screamed worriedly, "Princess!" The sword in her hand began to glow, and Intrang charged forward with her weapon. The kid was completely unharmed and even counterattacked. Luckily, she managed to block in time. She thought to herself, what kind of monstrous strength is this? Noticing the situation was dire, Jun Jian stepped in to help. His eyes glowed red and his whole body radiated with energy. He thrust his spear straight at the kid, but the kid flew up just in time to dodge. From the air, the kid created a set of claws and pounced on its opponent. Sensing the danger, Jun Jian readied his stance, raising his weapon. Waiting for the right moment, he shouted to build momentum for the clash. Ha! The two streams of power collided, creating numerous fireballs. The fierce battle lit up the entire area. The system then displayed a notification about the apocalyptic sky, intently watching everyone with sunken eyes in Qi village. Umel worriedly ordered her subordinates to quickly evacuate the children and those without strength to a safe place. After receiving the order, her subordinate replied seriously, "As you command." After making arrangements, she went to find Kun, who was practicing martial arts. Seeing her approach, he stopped training and came over to ask, "Chief, will everything be all right?" She remained silent, not knowing how to answer. After a moment, Umel spoke. "Don't worry, if anything unexpected happens, Sun Guan and I will handle it. You should go and help with the evacuation." After hearing this, he bowed his head and replied, "As you command." Looking into the distance, she thought to herself that if they failed, even she and Sun Guan wouldn't be able to stop him. The fate of Qi village rests entirely in their hands. Thinking this, the words escaped her lips. "So please, come back safely." At a lake in the forest where the battle was taking place, Gongdu was lying unconscious on the ground. Intrang's clothes were tattered, and she was half kneeling, watching with concern. As for Jun Jian, he was being held by the claws of the kid. Intrang couldn't help but call his name anxiously, Jun Jian. Hearing this, the kid tightened its grip. Not letting his opponent celebrate, he began to grab the sharp claws and resist with all his might. Gritting his teeth for strength, his gaze suddenly froze as if he saw something. The system sent a message to his status window. Name El Jun Jian, level 54. Player characteristic, title Goblin Slayer. Strength 158, agility 171, stamina 167, mana 199, authority, fire control authority level 9, spirit beast, black tortoise, soul core development, soul absorption inactive. Reading the notification, he thought the growth of his mana had been halted. Thanks to the mana flow, it had been growing relatively fast, but not long after, he continued to reason. Until now, the mana flow had only been at level 1. The fire control authority too, it wouldn't grow any further in Tianqi. He wondered how to solve this problem, and as he was thinking, the system continued to notify, "Mana flow has leveled up." At that moment, Jun Jian seemed to awaken, regaining his strength. A powerful aura emanated from his body, an abundant source of power. The kid was also surprised to see this change. Its jaw dropped when it saw him escape from its claws and even transform into something larger. Freed from its grip, Jun Jian clutched his chest and sighed in relief. That was close. He assessed, mana flow is activated in life-threatening combat situations. While extending his hand to cast a spell, he felt a bit puzzled. However, the monsters I've encountered recently have barely posed any threat to me. After taking the weapon, Jun Jian continued to speculate. With this guy, he thought it was possible, although a bit delayed a little. He felt that mana was enveloping every cell in his body, a feeling just like being reborn. The power in the spear also seemed to have increased. Jun Jian was now ready to return to the fight. Seeing this, the kid crawled on the ground and changed his attack stance. Jun Jian threw the spear at his opponent with a warning. "This one's gonna hurt a bit," he shouted as he threw it. Heavenly Flame, the system once again displayed an unbelievable achievement notification. "You have acquired the Heavenly Flame skill without any assistance. You will receive a large number of points based on your achievement." Observing his teammate getting stronger, Intrang wondered, what? It's concentrated mana. The space around Jun Jian is being distorted. Meanwhile, Jun Jian charged forward to attack the kid. The kid also launched a counterattack. The energy from both sides radiated like fire and water. When the two sides collided, it was like a bomb exploding. Its power was so great that it shook the entire area. The kid was sent flying by the force of the explosion. The system continuously displayed notifications. Fire control has reached level 10. You have achieved the Ruler of Fire title. Fire control has changed to Fire Monarch. The collision created a massive flame like an erupting volcano. Seeing Vanap Gun enveloped in the flames, Intrang couldn't help but be astonished. Vanap Gun was completely unharmed and seemed to be merging with the flames. Junjian moved closer to check the situation. Inside the fire, Vanap Gun growled as if making a threat. Just then, a line of text appeared in the Demon King's memoir. I crossed the flames to approach it. Junjian thought that, because of its origin, this beast couldn't disobey him anyway. The book provided more information. It was a wounded beast. Its eyes filled with rage and pain had turned to be filled with sorrow. Suddenly, the beast's eyes widened and softened. The memoir showed the next line, "Soon, it will find its master." The image of Vanap Gun standing in the fire now looked very pitiful. Junjian contemplated and looked up at it. The system warned, "The apocalyptic sky is observing you with a serious gaze." The two stood in the middle of the ring of fire, silently observing each other. A notification box appeared. "The apocalyptic sky sponsors a bond." Junjian approached and placed his hand on Vanap Gun's forehead. It closed its eyes, accepting his touch. The system sent more information. "The apocalyptic sky gazes upon the lost child." Watching the beast obediently let him touch it, he analyzed. Although it's docile now, it was previously one of the demons that wreaked havoc on the world alongside the Demon King. It was an ally and a follower of the Demon King, one whom the Demon King treated as his own child. The memoir displayed the information: White Snow King, Monarch of Beasts, Fangs of God, the names people called it. Reading this, he blurted out a name, Fenria. The system made a suggestion. The bond has evolved into subjugation. Subjugation is now available. Do you want to activate subjugation? At the same time, in Chi village, Neil placed her hand on the ground. The little girl thought seriously. The tremors have stopped. Is it over? Seeing the figures of two people in the distance, she exclaimed joyfully, "You've returned safely." The clothes of the two were tattered, and in his arms, Junjian was holding an unconscious boy. The moment she saw the boy, the little girl was startled. "Intruders!" The little girl angrily shouted for Sunday. The two were startled by the cry. At that moment, Sun heard the sound, appeared behind the little girl. Ungul frowned and questioned, "What is the meaning of this?" Junjian calmly replied, "I've kept my promise." Sangun roared in anger. "So you were lying to me. Didn't you say you would destroy the invader?" Hearing this, he retorted, "I never said I would destroy him. I said I would save you and the village." His face darkened as he explained, "This one is no longer a threat." When Fenria heard this, his eyes widened as he stared intently at his master. Then the little boy suddenly jumped out of his arms and stood on the ground. The boy stared straight ahead, his cold, sharp gaze making Sangun and Ungul back away cautiously. Seeing this, Fenria looked up at Junjian as if receiving a signal, and the little boy bowed deeply, which greatly surprised the little girl. Junjian smiled, patting the boy's head, and said, "See now?" The village thus returned to peace. Fenria opened his mouth and called his name, Gio. Seeing his mispronunciation, he corrected him, "Not Jugio, it's Junjian." The little boy tried to repeat it but still got it wrong, Jugogi. Junjian thought helplessly, so he can't even speak properly. Intrang and Gongdu walked over to them and called out, "Junjian." When the little boy saw them approach, he became aggressive, growling, "Grr." She quickly explained, "Fenria, we are not enemies." Suddenly, the boy noticed something beside them, and then he grabbed Gongdu and yelped, "Hey!" Intrang called out worriedly, "Gongdu, hey, don't." Junjian smiled reassuringly, "It's fine, they're just kids playing around." She replied anxiously, "It doesn't look like that to me." The system suddenly announced, a prince on a white horse, crying apocalypse playmate, laughs triumphantly. One day at the lake behind the mountain, Ungul and Junjian stood by the shore. The little girl asked curiously, "Why did you call me here?" He explained, "I promised Sangun that I would deal with the invader and help him recover." His next words startled the little girl, "And if I succeed, I can take you with me." Ungul heard this and looked at him without a word. Junjian wasn't in a hurry, but not yet. "I will come back for you after I'm done in China, so be prepared." After saying that, he summoned his sword, then without hesitation, threw it into the lake. Watching it sink, he said, "By the way, protect that for me until I return, and if you can perform one of the rituals on it, that would be even better." Ungul asked in confusion, "What?" The sword slowly sank. He continued, "We'll talk about the important stuff later. I still have to give this to someone." Hearing this, the little girl's face scrunched up in displeasure. At the village, a large crowd had gathered, and the four of them stood at the village gate saying goodbye to the villagers. Bu-er spoke on behalf of everyone. "We apologize for what happened before. All the outsiders who came here in the past only wanted to rob us." Junjian smiled and replied, "I understand." Intrang also spoke up, "It's all right." Ungul stepped forward and asked, "Are you leaving already?" He replied, "Yes, there isn't much time left. I will be back for you soon." The little girl asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" Junjian thought to himself, "It seems she doesn't remember what we talked about yesterday. Are the side effects getting worse?" Thinking this, he didn't explain, only suggesting she ask Sangan about it. Trang came over and reminded him, "We should get going." Junjian smiled and said his goodbyes. "Take care, Sangun." A flickering flame illuminated a spot in a tunnel. A pair of bright blue eyes suddenly appeared, and a voice emerged from the darkness. "Hurry up!" The scenery became increasingly desolate, with snow blanketing the entire forest. The group continued to walk on, forward. Suddenly, Trang stopped in her tracks, and Junjian looked over questioningly. She lowered her head sadly. "We've left them behind. My heart feels so heavy." Hearing this, he reassured her. "We'll come back." Trang exclaimed in disbelief. "Huh?" He sighed inwardly. She was truly a compassionate person. He continued, "When our business in China is finished and we return, we'll come back to visit the village, so what's there to worry about?" Trang asked back, "But aren't you going to personally resolve the assimilation gate issue?" Junjian, "If that's the case, wouldn't it be more convenient to return using a gate or a plane?" He pointed to himself, looking bewildered. "Me?" She explained further, "Haven't you already achieved countless unbelievable feats until now?" After a pause, she smiled and said, "You took down Hercules and deified Fenrir. Aren't you going to China to stop the assimilation gate incident?" He replied without confidence, "I can't do it." Trang was surprised by his answer. "Yeah," Junjian analyzed. "With my strength alone, I can't stop the assimilation gate. There's no one in the world who can stop the assimilation that's currently happening to China." Trang came to a realization. "Ah, I see." Trang then asked, "By the way, are we walking all the way there? Really?" She thought to herself, "Mount Baekdu is so majestic, but it's so cold." He smiled and explained, "I did say that we were going up the mountain to find a mount, right?" Trang wondered, "But all the deer have run away." He didn't answer her and instead called out. Fenrir, hearing his name called, answered, "Yes." Junjian commanded, "Take us there." The boy looked back, confused. When Fenrir returned, he told her, "Let's get on." The group sped off like the wind, forward. It dashed through the forest at an incredible speed. The two people on its back had to hold on tight to avoid being thrown off. The scenery was no longer blurring past them like before. Fenrir stopped on a high mountain, looking down at where the sound was coming from. At the foot of the mountain, a horde of orcs and chos were fighting. A chaotic battle was taking place at the mountain's base. He said to Trang, "The orcs and chos are fighting." Junjian finally understood. "No wonder we stopped." Thinking that, he called for Fenrir. The boy immediately appeared in the form of a wolf. Junjian commanded in a deep voice, "Devour them." As soon as the words left his mouth, it leaped down to the foot of the mountain to attack the enemy. The battle at the mountain's base grew even more fierce. Trang gave a strange smile as she watched the scene below. "This is extraordinary." Junjian spoke up. "He must have been starving for a while." "While we're waiting, Trang, there's something I want to teach you." Trang quickly replied, "Yes." Hearing this, she seriously asked herself, "Is it that?" Thinking about Junjian's battles with monsters, she secretly deduced the source of his strength and development speed. "I've always wondered how he does it." However, an image of a powerful Junjian appeared in her mind. She continued to think, "I didn't ask because I believed he would tell me when the time was right." Junjian clenched his fist and said resolutely, "I'm going to teach you about mana flow. With this, you can become a self-developing hunter." Hearing this, Trang was stunned, thinking, a self-developing hunter without a sponsor? Is that even possible? Could this be the secret behind Junjian's power? Trang clenched her fists and continued to ponder. "Then I too will be able to become stronger." He continued to explain, "Trang, you've already accumulated a certain amount of mana flow within you." He cast a spell, creating a small orb of energy. "Do you see this?" She focused, trying to recall. Then told him it looked like an accumulation of mana. Hearing this, he was secretly pleased, realizing she truly did have an aptitude for it. Trang continued, "If I concentrate, I can see mana. Is this why you always spend time meditating?" Jungion. He explained to her that, to be precise, what they were seeing and feeling was the flow of mana. It's like filling your body with it. After hearing this, she was bewildered, saying that's so hard to understand. Junjian reassured her, "You don't have to understand it. It's not something you learn with your mind." Then he proposed a solution. "I'm going to forcibly imprint the flow of mana into your body. I'm warning you now, it's going to hurt like hell." Trang steeled herself, thinking, "It's fine, I want to get stronger." She pursed her lips, thinking to herself, "I can't keep being a burden to him forever." As night fell, the snow grew heavier. Junjian sat by the fire, keeping watch over Trang and Gongyu as they slept. Suddenly, he noticed something was wrong. Trang was trembling violently in her sleeping bag. Jian recalled the moment he transferred the energy to her and marveled. She truly is an extraordinary person. She endured the whole painful process without uttering a single groan. The young boy stood silently, gazing down the cliff, his eyes fixed on something. Jian approached and asked curiously, "What are you looking at?" Fenrir. Below them, at the foot of the mountain, was a monster that looked like a giant lizard. He was horrified. "That's a wyvern." Fenrir licked its lips, its eyes locked onto its prey. Seeing the young boy's reaction, Jian asked, "Do you want to hunt it?" The boy turned back and replied, "I do." A message appeared in the notebook, stating, "Wyverns are Fenrir's favorite food." With this information, he thought to himself, back on Baekdu Mountain, that wasn't its true power. Plus, Fenrir is currently in a subdued state, so it's even weaker now than it was then. Can it really hunt that thing? Then, his expression hardened as he refuted his own doubts. "No, this is something I have to do. I need to gauge its current power." Having made his decision, he said to Fenrir, "All right, let's go hunt that wyvern." Fenrir shot forward straight toward its target. The young boy pushed off the ground and rocketed forward, a burst of power erupting around him. Fenrir reverted to its original form. The wyvern also opened its maw, gathering magic to meet the challenge. A beam of blue energy shot out from its mouth. Fenrir quickly tilted its head back, gathering its own power, before unleashing a massive thunderbolt carrying immense power at its opponent. The unfortunate wyvern shrieked amidst the blinding flash of light. From a distance, one could still see the aftermath of the attack. Jian watched Fenrir approach the now motionless wyvern. He thought in awe, is he really weaker now? To think a wyvern could be defeated so easily. Then, he looked off in a certain direction with a serious expression. "So, all my preparations are complete." The entire mountain forest was blanketed in white snow. An image of unfortunate people, frozen solid in the biting cold, appeared. The two stood at a dock, looking down at the ruins, and Trang said hesitantly, "Jian?" With tears welling in her eyes, she asked, "Is that the disaster you were talking about? Could the whole world end up like this?" Jian replied with a grave expression, "That's right. It's almost laughable to compare, but it will be less devastating than this, and more people will be saved than this." As he spoke, he glanced elsewhere. Out there are countless other hunters and heroes, and even organizations like the Azga people. To survive, they'll do whatever it takes. I will also do my absolute best, so don't you worry. And Trang wiped away a tear and smiled, "That's a relief to hear. I'll do my best too." Jian continued, "The river is frozen, so we can cross it. Once we get across the river, we'll arrive at our destination." She asked, "Where is that?" He replied, "The Guangdong region. There are a few people I need to find there." And Trang worried, But in this climate, are there any survivors left?" Jian said with determination. "Yes, I'm sure of it." He frowned, thinking to himself, "I'm still sealing the black stone with my mana flow, but I can feel the power of the gem growing stronger." Jian clenched his fist, wondering, is this the limit of sealing it this way? With that thought, Jian urged, "Let's cross the river quickly." He also thought, "I need to find them soon." After crossing several mountains, they finally arrived. The two of them jumped off Fenrir. He explained, "From now on, we can't ride Fenrir anymore. He'll attract unnecessary attention." And Trang smiled and replied, "It's starting to get a little warmer, and there are no monsters around here either." Jian also brightened up. "That means we're heading in the right direction." Suddenly, Fenrir pointed forward, an action that caught their attention. Following the boy's gesture, they saw a faint silhouette. And Trang exclaimed, "Wow, there's someone here." Jian's face darkened as he ordered, "Draw your weapon." She was confused. "What?" Jian's eyes flashed with caution. From this distance, the naked eyes shouldn't be able to see anyone. As he drew his weapon, the true form of the figure ahead was revealed, a bright red giant that stained the snow. The battle was over, and Trang stood with her sword next to the hand, covered in the giant's red fluid. She voiced her suspicion. "It's strange. It has the appearance of a human, but..." Her face darkened as she remarked, "It acted like a ravenous beast." Jian speculated it's probably an outcast. He continued, "Whether they're sick or simply too weak, the outcasts are left to die alone. This giant was probably the same. He was too weak compared to the others." Observing the bodies of the two giants lying on the snow, Trang remarked, "What a terrifying way of thinking." Suddenly, a sound from the distance startled her. Ahead, a cloud of snow was kicked up. Jian was also observing. "There's more than just one." Trang complained, "I don't even have time to breathe." Several giants holding axes and riding on the backs of monsters appeared before the group. Trang was shocked. He's riding an ice drake. Isn't his presence just too absurd? The giant's face darkened as he looked at the group. "Who are you? Why are you hunting our kind?" Suddenly, something among the small group horrified him. "You!" A terrifying thought appeared in his mind. "Are you the special one?" Meanwhile, Junjian was speechless. Fenrir was drooling. Is he really thinking about eating that drake in this situation? Suddenly, a net came down on them. Trang was startled. A net? She knelt, summoning her weapon and, calculating, I'll cut this net. At that moment, someone unexpectedly grabbed her shoulder. Is that Junjian? I don't feel any killing intent. The giant holding the net lifted the two of them up. He looked at the group inside and said gravely, You need to come with me. The procession of giants riding drakes crossed the snow-covered forest. The men in front glanced back at the cage behind them. Sachi stepped forward and asked, Are you people from this place? He gave him an answer, No, we're from somewhere else. The man replied and explained, I see, don't worry. You were only captured because you were with the special one. Junjian leaned against the iron cage, thinking, They're different from the giants of legend, different from the image of them being portrayed as monsters. They're actually quite intelligent. Then he asked, Are we heading to Utgard? Sachi laughed and said, It's interesting that you know of our city, and affirmed, You are correct. We are heading there now, but don't you worry. I have no intention of harming you. Then he introduced himself. My name is Sachi. Magic flared, symbolizing his power. I am the captain of the great frost giant army. He reciprocated, I am Li Junjian. Along the way, they encountered a few more Nas and annihilated them. One after another was finished in a single blow. They fell under the murderous edge of Sachi's axe. Junjian simply observed in silence. Sachi glanced back, then decisively turned around with a grin that took Junjian by surprise, leaving him stunned. Sachi approached the iron cage and said reassuringly, We're just going to ask you a few questions, and when you wish, you'll be free to leave. Junjian's face darkened as he speculated that the man was hiding something, but there were still survivors in the city of giants, just as he thought. Meanwhile, Sachi placed a hand on his forehead and said, I swear, on my honor, you will be safe and free to do as you please. In the name of Sachi. Hearing this, Junjian clenched his hand into a fist and let out a small smile. It seemed getting to his destination would be easier than he thought, and what's more, that man was also there. Trang, who was watching their surroundings, suddenly gasped. Whoa! Sachi spoke with great pride. This is our city. In the distance, a magnificent fortress stood tall amidst the snowy forests of Utgard. Moments later, the entire party had approached the ancient fortress. The city gates opened, welcoming them back. Someone inside the city saw them and shouted, It's Sachi. The person beside him added excitedly, It's been a while since he's been back, hasn't it? Junjian and Trang silently observed their surroundings. There was a young man cloaked like a mage, a muscular hunter, and a woman in a long dress. Trang broke out in a cold sweat and joked, It feels like we've gone back to the Middle Ages. Don't tell me we've time-traveled or something. Her eyes suddenly shot to the right as she noticed something. A giant was wondering, Aren't those humans? But why are they locked in a cage? Another one also wondered, Did they do something wrong? Fenrir, however, had a violent reaction to this place, causing the people in the city to panic. Ah, that's the special one. Don't tell me Sachi captured the special one. That's Vanap Gan. Sachi denied it. It's not like that. We're just here to see the chief. Now move aside. Junjian patted Fenrir's head to comfort him. It's okay. Calm down. The boy suddenly turned in a certain direction. Junjian, an enemy. He followed his gaze and thought to himself, An enemy? At a castle surrounded by swirling dark magic, Sachi announced to the two giant guards, Tell them Sachi is here. The great gate opened, and he carried the iron cage into the palace hall. Sitting on the throne was the leader of the giants, Loki. He questioned, You've returned with the intruder. Junjian observed intently, Is that the enemy Fenrir mentioned? Then he must be the one who injured him before he reached Mount Bitch-Du. Sachi knelt on one knee and reported, My chief, I have brought you Van and its friends. He glanced to the side and hesitated. It seemed this Vanap gun wanted to stay beside its master. Those words startled the chief and his face darkened. He asked suspiciously, Are you saying Vanap gun has been tamed? Sachi answered, That is correct, my chief. Magical energy erupted around Loki, warrior, leave the intruders behind and return. Upon hearing this, Sachi immediately said, My chief, I promise them on my honor as a warrior, so I ask that you do not harm them, and please help them return to where they belong. This caused a dangerous glint to appear in the chief's eyes. Sachi bowed his head low. My chief, please respect a warrior's honor. Darkness had fallen over Utgard. Lights were being lit one by one. Someone's hand tugged on the iron bars, then turned back and said, It won't open. Although if I wanted to, I could still force it open, prompting Junjiang to immediately intervene. You'd have to fight against the entire giant race. No matter what, we're still deep in their territory. But Trang didn't think so. Aren't we in danger right now? No matter how you look at it, that king doesn't look like he's going to treat us well. She glanced to another corner, especially when he looked at Fenrir. The little boy with G were warming themselves by the fire. I can tell he's very anxious. What do you think we should do now? Junjiang casually lay on the bed. Don't worry about it. We can leave immediately if we want to. Isn't this the perfect time to get some rest? Let's rest a bit. As if predicting something, he said, it looks like we're going to be here for quite a while. The entire city was engulfed in a sea of smoke and flames, tall buildings were destroyed, and fire was everywhere. Inhuman giants rummaged through the rubble. Junjiang stood by the window, thinking about those scenes. In the Demon King's diary, the War of the Giants was described as the most catastrophic, so I just can't understand it. He pondered doubtfully. I'm sure that King is incredibly strong, but the combat ability of individual giants is inferior to humans, so how could they have pushed humanity to the brink? Suddenly, a slight noise came from the closed door, making him turn his head in surprise. The person who entered was Sigun. I've come to serve tea. Jade green tea was poured. The little girl asked nervously, is this enough? Sitting at the table, Junjiang heard this and asked, do you normally treat everyone who comes here like this? Which made the little girl freeze. He pressed on, then why are you treating us this way? But the little girl just hesitated timidly. Well, seeing this, Junjiang reassured her. It's okay, no one is watching. Those words greatly surprised the girl. What? In the distance was a very ordinary-looking hourglass. No one has ever paid attention to it before. He chuckled to himself. It's a magic item used for monitoring the room. You wouldn't be able to detect it on your own. But thanks to the necklace of the great mage Merlin, I was able to detect it. Junjiang knelt on one knee in front of the little girl. Your name is Sigun, right? We can talk freely now, but you need to keep it a secret once you leave here. Then he asked how long she had been here. Sigun replied, about 1 year. Most people say they've been here for about 1.5 years. Junjiang drew his own conclusion. That means it's been about 1.5 years since Utgard was found, and he continued to ask, I see. Why are we being treated so specially? The little girl raised her fist. Because you're strong. The giants like strong people, and that person over there is very special. Last time he was attacked, Lunas attacked, but that child himself turned into a monster and killed many giants. The person being mentioned was hugging his knees while sitting on the sofa. Fenrir glanced over upon hearing his name mentioned. After that, the king fought the monster. The king fought alongside other giant warriors and won, but the monster escaped. Junjiang crossed his arms, reasoning to himself that for some reason, he had clashed with the giant tribe. That's why Fenrir ran to Bitchdew Mountain. Then, he made an offer to Sigun. Can you do me a favor? I'll give you lots of snacks. But the little girl replied, I don't need them. Sigun shyly stated her condition, but if you have any pieces of iron, please give them to me. If I sell the iron, I can buy medicine for my mom. Junjiang agreed immediately. All right, in exchange, can you find someone for me? I heard that person's name is W. Hearing this, Sigun was very surprised. Huh, you mean 2? He replied cheerfully, yeah, that's right. Snow was still lightly falling on the palace. A few days after arriving at the city of Utgard, during that time, Li Junjiang's group did nothing. The two of them, Junjiang and Intrang, were walking together in the garden. When it was mealtime, food would be delivered. Occasionally, they were allowed to walk around the castle, and that was it. Intrang complained from behind, what kind of joke is this? If they don't need us, then why won't they let us go? Junjiang turned back optimistically, but thanks to this, at least we have some time to train, right? Intrang was still irritable. True, but if we keep being cooped up like this, I'll die. He replied slyly, don't worry, I guarantee you won't be bored. This made Intrang curious. How? Junjiang summoned his weapon. I think it's time to show our strength. This got her excited too as she drew her sword. Are we finally going to destroy this place? Seeing this, Junjiang was a bit taken aback. A person so full of righteousness like Intrang getting excited at the chance to destroy things. Thinking this, he immediately asked, it seems you really don't like this place very much, huh? Intrang frowned and replied, of course, we haven't met any humans except for the giants. Of course, I also don't like that guy who calls himself king. There's something strange about him. There's definitely something wrong here. Mana swirled around Junjiang's body. That's right, and to find out what it is, shouldn't we show our strength? Junjiang said with a serious expression, let's fight. This momentarily surprised Intrang. Ah, you're asking me instead of explaining. You've never fought me before, have you? She was still hesitant. That's right. But Junjiang feigned a sigh to provoke her. How disappointing. Don't you have any confidence? Intrang bit her lip. Unhappy, and magical energy flared up around her. You will regret this. Even if I can't win, don't think you can take me down easily. Then she lunged at him, leaving only an afterimage of her mana. But Junjiang had managed to jump away from the blade and confidently set a condition. If I win, you have to grant one of my requests. His slash cut through the air, but only hit empty space. Intrang had leaped high and was striking down from above. Her fighting spirit was boiling. I want that too. From the outside, the greenhouse still looked calm and peaceful. Who knew that? Just a second later, a magical explosion erupted, sending shattered glass flying everywhere. Somewhere in the snowy forest, Sahi laughed with delight. Ha ha ha, the castle has been completely destroyed. The greenhouse was now just a desolate ruin, and Sahi was laughing heartily. Meanwhile, the two culprits of the destruction just stood there silently watching. When he heard the news that the human he had brought had destroyed half of the castle's garden, Sahi was ecstatic. What a pity I couldn't see the look on the leader's face then. I'm so glad I brought them here. He thought about the time he and Loki had a falling out. When the leader merged with another tribe, he changed. Loki was now immersed in darkness. He had demanded that his title be changed from leader to king. And as soon as he started mining iron, he also called for warriors to be conscripted. The light in his eyes was gone. However, no one knew that the leader was planning to wage war once again. Pride and honor, Sahi had fought for those noble reasons, and found it difficult to understand his purpose. Now, he stood from a distance, looking towards the castle. I hope you choose your enemies wisely. Oh, leader? Suddenly, a subordinate came to report. Captain Sahi, it's the Nas. He immediately switched back into combat mode. Let's go. The scene shifts to another building in the castle. Intrang was sitting across from some giant. He let out a heavy sigh, and Saren began to speak. Damaging the castle's garden is a grave offense, but we are also at fault for not asking about the customs of your people. Intrang sincerely bowed her head. I apologize. Then she said, I'm not sure how much you know about our tribe, but we have a tradition of roaming the forests to train. Hearing this, Saren looked very understanding. I see, and he listened to Intrang's words. However, I still deeply regret causing damage to the castle's garden. Her attitude was very sincere, and so I will compensate you. Please let me know what you desire. Saren stroked his chin thoughtfully. Compensation? Then tell me about your race, he explained further. This isn't just a simple accident. There are too many things we still don't know. Therefore, we need more information. Intrang agreed without a moment's hesitation. Of course, flashing back to her earlier fight with Jun Jian, he was going all out against her. Intrang was pushed back by his attack, struggling as she thought to herself, I can't see the timing of his strikes. I need to be faster and more precise. She crouched down to swing her sword, and their magical energies collided, creating an explosion that billowed with smoke. Jun Jian thought seriously. As expected of Intrang, she's not simple at all. Just then, he spotted an opening and crouched down, gathering his magical energy for a powerful move. On the opposite side, Intrang also saw her chance. There it is. She sprang from her spot and dashed forward, swinging her sword horizontally through Jun Jian's blazing flames. However, she only hit his afterimage as he leaped high into the air, appearing behind her and pointing his spear at her. Intrang conceded, I've lost. Jun Jian retracted his mana and spear. What a great training session. Then he asked again just to be sure, you're still going to keep your promise, right? Intrang replied straightforwardly. All right, so what do you want? Hearing this, Jun Jian immediately made his request. Gather information while pretending to cooperate with the giants. Intrang listened intently. A moment later, the guards arrived on the scene. What is this? They gasped upon seeing the state of the castle garden. Before them. Jun Jian had fought so fiercely that he was covered in wounds. A giant quickly shouted, call a doctor. At that moment, the doctor was pensively standing by his bed. It seems Hua Tuo wasn't very pleased. Your wounds aren't too serious. What a pointless trip. Hearing this, Jun Jian thought, although the giants might fall from these kinds of wounds, I guess this is nothing to him, then said to the man, please treat me. The man brought his hand near the boy's wound and used healing magic. As the mana flared, the wounds gradually began to close, and the bloodstains vanished. Jun Jian sat up to examine his body. He didn't just stop the bleeding, but also made my wounds heal naturally, then said, thank you. Hua Tuo stroked his beard and replied, you're welcome. Jun Jian formally greeted him. It's an honor to meet you. Hearing those words, the doctor was very surprised. He adjusted his glasses and asked with a dangerous look, you know who I am, but the boy immediately denied it. No, I don't. So Hua Tuo understood it differently. Then I suppose you've heard about me from Sigan. Jun Jian denied it again. That's not it either, but wouldn't it be great if we got to know each other now? This left Hua Tuo confused as he judged, what a silly boy, and turned to leave unhappily. Let's go. However, Jun Jian stopped him again. My treatment isn't finished yet, he said with a bold expression. Are you planning to leave a patient who hasn't been fully treated all alone? Hua Tuo turned back and replied, look at you, you don't seem to have any wounds left. Jun Jian held out his hand and explained, it's not an external wound, you haven't even checked my pulse yet, so how can you make such a decision? This made Hua Tuo fall silent for a moment before saying, my mistake. He then reached out to take his pulse, checking him with a dangerous expression, then let go and said, even after checking again, I still don't detect any problems. I must be going now. The door was slammed shut decisively. Junjian was still pondering. I can clearly feel the magical power from him. That means he's a hunter. Has he not awakened his abilities yet? His face darkened in disbelief. Did he really not notice anything after checking my pulse? Impossible. I'm sure he's Hua Tuo. The man known as Hua Tuo is at this level. Junjian recalled what was written in Hua Tuo's memoirs, one of the last surviving hunters in China. The man who treated numerous heroes, including the Demon King. He thought about the records from that time. The Demon King created a flow of mana in the land of the giants. From the beginning, the book said he had to face a reverse mana flow. It's similar to the F*** side effects of the Blood Dragon Stone. Junjian recalled grimly, however, the Demon King had overcome it with Huo's help. The notebook stated he had enough talent to be called a god. He speculated, could it be that I've arrived too early? Had he not developed enough due to a lack of time? Suddenly, Intrang appeared in the room, and when Junjian saw her, he was quite relieved. I thought she would have gone through a lot of trouble because we destroyed the garden, but it seems like nothing serious happened. He then asked, how did it go? Intrang curved the corners of her lips. Well, she then said excitedly, after meeting me, they want me to become a warrior. Snow was still falling on the towering spire. Intrang recounted that recently, the ice giants known as the Nas were building a city, and they were looking for an opportunity to attack. Right now, they lack the manpower to protect Utgard from them, and other monsters. They need our help. Hearing this, Junjian pondered. There are fewer giants here than I thought, so the number of giants has decreased because of the Nas, but that would still be unlikely to harm humanity. Intrang continued, besides that, he also asked a lot about the outside world, its population, culture, characteristics, and armed forces. After hearing this, he praised her. Good job. She didn't bother with pleasantries. Thank you. Have you found the person you were looking for? Junjian was pensive. No, that's why this works out. It seems I'll need to search a bit more. He confided, the original plan was to find the person I'm looking for and then return. However, now we've been asked to become warriors. Is this why you want to stay here longer? She stated her reasoning. The giants aren't imprisoning people here, but if they leave Utgard, they won't get far before collapsing. That must be the reason they can't leave. That's why I want to find a way to help them. Her words startled him. Junjian mused, after finding Huo. I'd only planned to take a few others with me when I escaped from Ji, and he told her, you're a much better person than I am. Thank you. He thought to himself, sacrificing the few for the many sounds nice, and felt lucky that he almost did. The very thing I hate the most. The scene shifts to the city streets. After signing an agreement to act as mercenaries, we were allowed to stay with the others. Some people saw them and wondered, is that the owner of that wolf? There? Looks like it. Why is he here? The townspeople secretly watched him. He looks dangerous. Junjian also noticed they were wary of outsiders. Intrang spoke up, it seems we aren't very welcome here. Suddenly, Segun ran over from a distance. Mister, the little girl happily shared, thanks to the iron you gave me. My mom is doing better now. He replied with relief. That's a relief to hear. Suddenly, he noticed someone approaching. It was Dr. Huo. How are you feeling? Junjian extended his hand to greet him. I'm better now, thanks to you. As he finished speaking, their hands clasped. Huo stroked his beard and advised, if you feel unwell, just come find me and I'll examine you again. Then he left with the little girl, Segun. Junjian's outstretched hand suddenly clenched into a fist. Then it relaxed. His face darkened as he fell into thought. This time I intentionally reversed the flow of my mana, but he still didn't notice, he thought, watching Huo's back. It's so confusing. With all that he should have noticed something, right? That man named Huatu, could I be misunderstanding something about him? Seeing this, Intrang asked Junjian with concern, are you okay? Junjian let out a long sigh. Then she immediately comforted him, don't worry, you'll definitely find them. Intrang's words made Junjian smile faintly. He had regained his spirits. Right now, it's time to gather information. The two of them went to ask the people in the city. So you want to ask how many giants live here, right? He replied, yes. The man hesitated a bit. That's pretty hard to say. Maybe 1,000? The young man next to him immediately retorted, what are you talking about? It has to be over 10,000. This made the other man wonder, really? Junjian continued to ask, then who exactly are these beings called the Nas? The young man replied, here in Utgard, there used to be many giants, about 3 or 4 times more than now, but then they started fighting amongst themselves and one of the leaders took a group and left. Those are the Nas. Hearing this, Junjian raised a question. What about the ones who remained? The person next to him answered, they died fighting each other. I think from the very beginning, there was also a disease. The young man agreed. That's right, they couldn't adapt to our lands and died after contracting some diseases. Those words made his expression darken. An infectious disease. This information is new. Then he continued to ask, "Are there any other tribes here besides us?" The man thought for a moment, then replied, There used to be." That statement made Junjion's expression even more serious. Used to be? At this very moment, could it be? A person appeared in his mind, the Demon King. The book definitely said that he had come to China and to the City of Giants. Since I've returned to the past, maybe I can find some clues about his existence. The two townspeople continued their story. There used to be a few others, but they've already left. We've never met them before. We just heard it from the giants. They found intruders just like us, but they just left without anything happening. Their words led Junjian to a decision. I guess I should ask the giants about this. And he continued to exchange information. I'll tell you about the situation outside. After that, Junjian returned alone. This seems quite useful. He thought to himself as he walked. There was a person who stopped the disease from spreading among the giants, and that person was also frequently summoned to Tuan Castle, which I'm looking for. It must be that person. His expression wasn't very good. Now, I'll ask for some information from the giants. So, back at the castle, Sachi suddenly noticed someone behind him. He was extremely excited. "Ha ha ha, isn't this the one who burned down the castle's garden?" He said with sincerity. "Thanks for the help. Although we're not of the same race, the dwarves and the Vania really hate the giants. We need to go outside today." Hearing this, Junjian wondered. Outside? Sachi explained to him and joked, "These days, the Nas attack very often. I was wondering if I could borrow the power of the one who burned down the garden of the castle." He smiled, indicating his agreement. The giant army marched together on the frozen snow. Sachi and Junjian were left to intercept the attack from the Nas. Utgad's group encountered another party riding wyverns, and ultimately had a completely unexpected encounter. With the leader of the Nas, Stream, at the forefront, the figure on the opposing side was a giant with an emotionless expression. He dismounted and approached. Sachi also stepped forward to meet him. The two had come face to face at close range. The Nas leader exclaimed, "Sachi." He replied in kind, "Sim." Junjian stood watching from a distance with a grave expression. This looked dangerous. The Nas giants were led by Sim. He could feel the powerful mana radiating from around Sim. He was very strong. Junjian observed intently. He was stronger than Sachi, perhaps on par with the giant king he had met at the castle. I wonder if I can learn their language. I can't understand what they are saying. A notification appeared stating that the Apocalypse Sky now supported the Jotun language, which made him jump in surprise. What a shock. Sachi and Sim stood facing each other. Sim asked angrily, "Why did you change your mind?" Sachi said bluntly, "I have no reason to listen to a traitor anymore." He angrily stepped forward. "Do you really want to keep listening to that foolish king? Seeing your tribe so corrupted is truly disappointing. You are a disgrace to all warriors. I am not a traitor, we simply do not belong to Utgat." Suddenly, he shouted, "Enough!" A surging power then enveloped Sachi. He also released his power. "Yes, this is how we settle things." Suddenly, he looked in another direction, seeing him and Fenrir watching them. "A special species. Is it a human subordinate, and that human?" Sim smirked. "Interesting. I'll see you again." Sachi aggressively swung his axe. "What did you just say?" He easily dodged to the side, and the axe he swung slammed down, creating a shockwave on the ground. Suddenly, he shot toward him like an arrow. Sachi's eyes widened and he froze. Right before him was Sim's descending fist. The aftershock from his punch spread across the ground, while he calmly smiled. "See you again, Sachi." He glanced in that direction again, at the special species and the special human. Someone hurried over. "Captain, aren't we going to pursue him?" Sachi sighed and turned around. "The stream are following us now. If we attack, we will lose soldiers. It's frustrating, but as the commander, I must avoid attacking the stream." In the snowy wind, the group of wyvern riders entered the forest, their faces tinged with sadness and with downcast eyes that held a hint of despair. He watched them silently. They looked as if they had been defeated. But Sachi was right. Although the giants were hot-headed and loved to fight, there was a clear power gap here. The image of Sachi and Stream standing face to face appeared in his mind. The Nas commander and Sachi seemed to know each other, perhaps as friends or family. Junjian was suddenly distracted. "Is that someone over there?" Seeing that person in deep thought, the giants must have already seen him but didn't react. "What is he doing here?" he asked curiously. "Sachi, who is that person?" He casually glanced down. "A mercenary, just like you. He's helping Utgat." Sachi looked over, concerned. "Hey, are you looking for herbs again?" Junjian was incredulous. "Herbs?" Manhwa looked up and replied, "That's right," Sachi kindly offered. "The Nas are nearby. It's dangerous. Why don't you come with us?" He wasn't flustered, simply replying, "I was about to leave anyway," and came right back. "Who's that next to you?" He grinned and introduced, "This is Junjian, Ugat's new mercenary. And this is Wat, a mercenary and a doctor." Junjian suddenly smirked. "Found him." In the distance was a sturdy old castle enduring the endless snowy wind. Trang happily came out. "You're back." He asked curiously, "You look happy, don't you?" She said, "I had an achievement today. I went hunting and was ambushed by the Nas, but they ran away when they saw me." Junjion didn't look too pleased. "It was the opposite for me. I didn't get into any fights at all, but I met the enemy commander and he seems very strong." She quickly grew worried. "That must have been tiring, right? Oh, by the way, there was a human among the Nas who attacked me." He was shocked. "A human?" Trang explained seriously. "Yes, he looked Chinese and blocked my sword with ease. He used a spear just like you, but he had a strange face." Junjian became tense. "A hunter from China strong enough to block Trang's sword strike. What? I can't believe someone like that exists in this world." Then he spoke. "I also found the person I was looking for." She clapped in delight. "That's great. But is something wrong? You don't look very happy." He gradually calmed down. "I'm worried something bad might happen again. I'm planning to go talk to him. Do you want to come with me?" Trang was indifferent. "Me going won't solve anything." Junjian held out a necklace. "Then could you do me a favor?" He explained clearly, "This is Merlin's necklace. It helps you understand different languages. I think you'll know how to use it." Snow-covered roofs and lanterns hung silently. A long line of people queued up in front of a house. Hutu urgently called out, "Great Dr. Watt, please help us." Watt was sweating buckets, just a little longer. Junjian stood to the side, watching, thinking everything would be fine. In China, they say a talented doctor is named Watt. Now I understand why. Suddenly, he walked up behind him. "But why are there so many patients?" The doctor struggled to turn his head. "Huh?" Junjian presented a basin of blood bags. He smiled warmly. "I was busy, so I thought this might help." Watt was stunned. "So many? Thank you." The long line of patients lay on their sickbeds with the medicine Junjian brought. Watt was able to treat the patients, and afterward, he spoke with Junjian. The house with the curved roof and glass doors welcomed a bit of gentle sunlight today, and finally, he didn't hold back. "If you don't mind, could you let me check your pulse for me?" Junjian was confused. "Why?" Watt said seriously. "I've been thinking about it. I felt something strange when I shook your hand." Junjian had found him. Watt took his wrist and thought for a moment. Watt advised, "This might hurt a little. Let me check a few more things." Junjian said nonchalantly, "All right." His eyes suddenly lit up, transferring energy from himself into Junjian's arm. He suddenly remembered when he and Trang exchanged magical power. Although he allowed it, having someone else's mana in his body was a burden. That was the mana injury left by Chang. He felt amazed. "He's checking my condition just by taking my pulse. And it doesn't hurt at all. It feels just like my own mana. Then could it be?" Suddenly, he jerked his hand away from Watt. The doctor was stunned, not understanding why. Junjian said seriously, "I get it. You also?" Watt was bewildered. "Practice internal energy?" At the same time, Junjian blurted out, "Practice mana flow." Both of them froze at these two new phrases. Under the cold tiled roof, Junjian sat opposite Watt. "You practice. Where is the mana vein?" he wondered. "Mana flow? We call that internal energy." He thought for a moment. "We have a mana flow?" "No. Do other people also know about internal energy?" Hua calmly explained, "Yes, the people in Nas." He recalled the conversation from before. The people Jian and Ang met had a secret. Junjian mused, "I have to deal with the black stone orb first." He then inquired, "Did you notice anything unusual in my pulse?" Hua paid close attention. "Your blood flow is murky, and your aura is abnormal. I've only taken a quick look, so it might not be accurate. But are you having any health problems?" He admitted, "You're the one who treated the Demon King. I can trust you." Junjian said sincerely, "I've encountered a small problem while cultivating my energy." He recalled the time he had a violent energy outburst. The monster's demonic energy was released and flooded into my body. A shiny black stone appeared as he narrated. "The demonic energy in my body combined with other energies and formed a stone orb, and that orb radiates a powerful energy, which is why it's painful." Junjian did his best to explain, "I don't know what that stone orb is, and I can't do anything to change it." Hua slowly opened his mouth. "In that case, sir," he said formally, "may I take your pulse one more time? This time for real. It could be dangerous." He seemed unconcerned. "It's fine." Junjian lay neatly on the bed, waiting. Hua wiped the sweat from his forehead. It felt as if his internal organs were being torn apart, but you endured it very well. He looked up. "Is that so?" He said cautiously, "Junjian, the black stone orb of yours is very special. Normally, they consume a person's life force like an infectious disease. But the black stone orb of yours is completely different. It actually stimulates your internal energy." Junjian sat up. "What does that mean?" Hua carefully chose his words. "It doesn't cause too much harm. The reason you feel pain is because it forces your internal energy to circulate," he said with concern. "However, it is still very dangerous." As you get stronger, the Blackstone orb also gets stronger. He was surprised. Stronger? W. Hua's expression grew grim. That's right, if one day it becomes stronger than you, you will be overloaded. As he remembered the fight with the giant, he continued, it will lead to chi deviation. But strangely, Junjian, you managed to overcome it. Junjian was hesitant. Are the people who suffered from chi deviation all abandoned by Nas in the land of ice? W. Hua hesitated, then nodded. Thinking of the image, he had seen those people who suffered from chi deviation, their internal energy flowing into the region beyond Nas. There's so much new information that I haven't figured out yet, but I can say I've gained quite a bit. The black orb materialized as he mumbled. The Blackstone orb is still safe, and it's stimulating my energy. Junjian thought deeply. When one becomes stronger, they must certainly face danger. This is a good thing. Picking up his shirt, he wondered, did the Demon King study mana flow from internal energy or not? He felt that thanks to internal energy, he could improve his mana flow. He put on his shirt. W. Hua, can we talk for a moment? W. Hua didn't hesitate. Of course, I also have something to ask you. The room's door was shut tight. Junjian wondered, even though you don't fight, why are there patients here? He calmly replied, because energy is boundless. W. Hua lifted his teacup. Hunters with patrons would be very happy to come to a place like this. But ordinary people cannot withstand such a large amount of energy and fall ill. An image of the desolate, cold city outside appeared as he spoke. Is that why there are so many patients? Gates began to appear all over the world, this becoming a land where ordinary people cannot live. He put his teacup down again, noting that this was before China turned into a dimensional gate. I was studying medicine in Europe. I came back when I heard the news, hoping I could help somehow. Massive monsters appeared, stomping loudly, as he explained that the outside world calls this the domain of hell, the kingdom of monsters. Whoa, he exclaimed, his eyes wide with surprise. Then why did you come to a place like this? Is a rescue team on its way? Junjian stated indifferently that there had never been a rescue team, and then announced that one would never come. His face turned grim. I see, he said more clearly, because they are already here. W. Hua was startled. Huh. Then suddenly, Junjian smirked. W. Hua's face darkened. Don't joke around. Junjian cut in. Besides Fenria, there are two others who make the giants tremble in fear. One of them isn't human. You could even call him a skeleton. W. Hua looked up. Your team, so does that change anything? We have to take everyone with us. Is that possible? Junjian decisively said no. W. Hua was confused. He was about to speak but was cut off by Junjian. I can't do it alone. This made W. Hua even more surprised. Then, Junjian confidently made a request. Give me information on Fennis's followers. I need their help. W. Hua grew angry. Nonsense. You don't know a thing about them. Junjian took a sip of tea. Then tell me about them. There are too few hunters who can survive in Utgan. That means most hunters must follow Fennis. But why? W. Hua suddenly looked confused. I don't know. I just went out to find some herbs, and when I came back, the hunters had already left Utgan. Junjian thought seriously. An order must have been given to the hunters. I can't think of any other explanation. W. Hua's eyes looked like those of someone who wanted to save people but was powerless to do so. Seeing W. Hua's somber eyes, Junjian began to explain, I want to help. To help everyone. Escape from here. We need the help of those hunters, and we also need to get stronger. Suddenly, he leaned forward slightly. There's something I want to ask you. I want to learn internal energy. W. Hua was stunned for a moment. Junjian's expression was one of pure determination. If I can obtain that much power, if I can learn internal energy, I can get closer to the Demon King's strength. A fierce blizzard howled through the cold castle. The three of them, Junjian included, worked together in the snow. A barrier was set up. It's all done now, W. Hua said triumphantly. I've created a protective barrier around this area to ensure no internal energy leaks out. As long as you train in here, no one will be able to detect it. Junjian was a little skeptical. Do I really need something like this to practice? W. Hua confirmed. Of course, internal energy requires you to absorb the ambient energy around you. During that process, the shift in energy will be massive. The giants might notice it. W. Hua looked at Junjian with concern. Gathering energy in the first place is already difficult. We need the barrier to contain the energy flow. Is something wrong? Junjian remained calm. No, I've always been able to feel and absorb the energy from nature. W. Hua asked in a rush, don't tell me you already know how to gather the energy around you without any formal training. Who was your master? What style of internal energy did you learn? Impossible. Junjian looked confused. What is that? It sounds so complicated. W. Hua hesitated, realizing that he had the potential for internal energy comparable to a sorcerer. I had a hunch that you were exceptional, but this is beyond my imagination. Suddenly, W. Hua smiled. Well then, That's great. Junjian asked. What's so great about it? Hua clenched his fist confidently. Even though my technique is outstanding, after hearing what you said, perhaps I understand the reason now. I think we can solve the problem of the poisoned inner energy. Snow-covered mountains flickered in the distance outside the tent as one Yu's group discussed with one mind. Roby questioned, are there no skilled hunters? Zhang Bi said with frustration. That's right, he asked impatiently. Hung, have they finally sent reinforcements? One Yu wondered, I don't think so. If there were reinforcements, there's no way Nas wouldn't have noticed. It's probably a small team of about 10 people. Roby parted his lips. What the hell is going on? He felt uneasy. I let that happen, but now I don't understand why things turned out this way. Roby asked, how long does it take for a hunter to get stronger? One Yu chuckled. The progress is very good. After they re-established their morale, their foundation also became quite substantial. He asked doubtfully, what about you two? They both said in unison, it's the same for us. Roby said angrily, you two need to get stronger. Suddenly, he raised his sword for the common cause. He was determined for the common cause. Zhang Bi also put his all into the common cause. The three of them powerfully clashed their weapons. The snow-covered branches trembled slightly. W was using all his strength to transfer power to Junjian. He focused with his eyes closed, surprised that the flow of mana was so warm. When creating the mana flow, it felt like creating a storm that was tearing his body apart. He used his full strength, focusing on the speed. We're almost there. It might hurt a little. The jade-green stone emitted a ray of light. He struggled, biting his lip to endure. Sweat poured down his face as he tried not to make a sound. Suddenly, Junjian's eyes widened, his pupils constricting. Ah, I didn't expect it to feel this amazing. The black stone radiated dark energy, a toxic power much stronger than I had imagined, not only absorbing the mana inside his body, but also consuming his very body from the inside out. Veins bulged all over Junjian's body, his eyes serious. I can't stop. W gritted his teeth. Since I started this, I have to take responsibility and finish it. The surrounding barrier flared brightly, and Fenrir watched cautiously. A surge of power shot out from the barrier. Sachi looked up in shock. What? I can feel a dense source of energy from the land of ice. Dujian. He grew anxious. No, neither of them could be this powerful. The only one who could release such a massive amount of energy could only be Stream. Recalling the moment Stream attacked right in front of him, Sachi gritted his teeth in anger. He immediately turned and shouted, all Yugat warriors, prepare for battle. Everyone looked at Sachi in disbelief. A young man hesitated. Captain, the king. No, the chief would never agree. His mouth trembled. How much longer do we have to stay here like this? Sachi became more resolute. How much longer must we hide and worry about the enemy attacking on the chief's orders? The pride and honor of the giants? Where is it all gone? He beat his chest. I will take responsibility for everything. Today, we will reclaim the honor of the snow giants. Everyone bowed their heads slightly in obedience. On the high wall, someone quickly blew a signal horn. The soldiers marched forward with stern faces. On the other side of the mountain, Sui gazed into the distance. What is that? Is it Sachi? He pondered. No, Sachi couldn't do that either. Don't tell me. The fierce face of Loki appeared in his mind. Is he the captain of Gat? Freem was deep in thought. He was being held back by something else entirely. What is going on? This could very well be a trap. Suddenly, he let out a vicious laugh. But still, what better chance would there be? He had to take it. Freem raised his hand and commanded, all forces, assemble. Today we take Utgas. The green energy source was still shooting straight into the sky. It connected from the protective barrier high into the air amidst the falling winter snow. Fenrir suddenly sensed something unusual. Outside, the two armies were facing each other. Sachi's soldiers stood firm in their formation. Stream's side was no less imposing in spirit. Sachi asked, so this is your doing. Stream, what is all this? At the same time, Stream also spoke up. So this was all you? Is the king inside? Sachi was surprised. The king? Hearing that, Stream was stunned as he realized the problem. Fenrir stood outside the mysterious protective barrier, emanating a formidable energy. The fierce cub looked at the crowd and let out a low, warning growl. Intrang deduced that Fenrir was protecting it. That means Junjian is inside. Freem slowly approached. I don't know what you're talking about. He began to channel the energy in his hand. I can no longer trust you, nor will I try to reconcile with you. He thought to himself, it's a shame the king isn't here, but outwardly provoked. Today, I will see this through to the end. Sachi was also resolute. If that's how you want it, then I have no other choice. He commanded in a stern voice, O giants, Freem impatiently shouted. Nas people. The two commands rang out at the same time, attack. Immediately, the giants charged forward with their axes. The Nas people on the other side rushed to join the battle. Sachi and Stream clashed. Inside the protective barrier, Junjian was channeling energy with his eyes closed. He finally opened his eyes, looked straight ahead, then turned around as if searching for something. He looked at the person behind him and gasped, "Hua." The man was overjoyed. "You're awake." At that moment, his face was no longer that of a young man, but of someone 80 years old. This isn't over yet. This technique and this energy flow. Before he could finish his sentence, he collapsed from exhaustion. Junjian panicked. "Hua." He immediately reached out to check his neck, trying to confirm if he was alive, and then sighed in relief. Good, he's still alive. He recalled in his memory that Hua had sacrificed his youth to try to save me. He decisively materialized an apple in his hand. "I won't let you die like this." Junjian recalled the reason the Demon King had saved Hua's life with the elixir he possessed. "Since I don't have an elixir, the only way to save Hua is to use this apple of Eden, also known as the Asga apple. I asked Odin for it just in case." He remembered his own words from the past, saying he had to absorb all the energy in this technique. "I will do it." He placed the apple on Hua's chest. "So you have to eat in the apple." Junjian stood up and whispered, "Mana flow." He spread his arms wide to receive the streams of energy around his body. They all rushed together, converging at a single point. Outside, a tense battle was raging between the two sides. Hammers and axes swung, and enemies spewed blood like waterfalls. Interrogation, wielding her sword as fast as lightning, took down several enemies, slicing off their heads in an instant. Interrogation silently assessed. "He's big, but his strength is nothing to worry about." Then she noticed something and glanced to her right. Just in time to block an attack, her body was pushed back by the momentum. The spear spun in the air a few times before returning to its master's hand. It was Jiang Bai. He was excited. "We meet again. You're still very impressive." Interrogation thought to herself, "He's definitely stronger than the giants." She shouted for help. "Gong Yu, it's still." While fighting fiercely, it heard a call and immediately returned to Interrogations's side. Seeing its immense size, Jiang Bai was also surprised. He was stunned, a monster. She turned to instruct Gu, "I have to fight this guy. Stop the other giants." It was excited and confident, roaring as if to affirm it could do it. With a leap, it then soared off to carry out the order. Interrogation smiled. "All right then." Purple energy enveloped her as she declared war. "Let's fight." He was ecstatic. "Haha, how interesting. I like you." Freem powerfully lifted his axe, preparing to strike down, his murderous gaze as sharp as a blade. Freem met the challenge head-on. The sound of their weapons clashing was extremely piercing, sending sparks flying. He praised, "You've gotten stronger, Sachi." He arrogantly replied, "But you're still the same, aren't you?" Clang. The impact from this attack was even more ferocious. The sparks ignited, creating a large explosion, and Sachi's body was covered in countless wounds. He struggled to breathe, panting. "After our last battle, I've grown stronger, but the power gap between us is still too obvious. Truly, the strongest giant warrior." Sachi became irritated and questioned, "But why would a warrior as respectable as you betray your own kind?" He charged forward with force, shattering the ground beneath his feet. Each step more powerful than the last, he screamed from the bottom of his heart, "Why did you betray us?" Freem didn't care and countered with a powerful slash. The terrifying sound of impact rang out repeatedly. "Clang," he said in frustration. "I couldn't stand him playing the role of king any longer." Freem forcefully expressed his discontent. "You may not know this, but he destroyed everything that belonged to us." Hearing that, Sachi froze for a moment, but quickly regained his composure. He attacked Freem head-on. Freem couldn't believe that he had just taken a punch to the face during a moment of carelessness and immediately threw his axe aside, returning the favor with a resounding punch that sent Sachi flying dozens of meters. He angrily revealed the terrible truth. "The one who killed my friend and your father, Unveiling, was him." As he struggled to get up, he was stunned. "What?" Freem said in a low voice. "That bastard, Luki, killed Ovani." The news hit Sachi like a thunderbolt, leaving him breathless. Scene changed to the protective barrier, which was still absorbing energy. The energy flow was so powerful that the barrier exploded. This caused even Freem to take notice. Everyone temporarily stopped fighting. A dazzling vortex appeared where the barrier was. Beneath the mist, the silhouette of a person stood tall. It was none other than Junjian. He looked at the person lying on the ground and whispered, "Wah." Wa's face had more vitality, looking less aged than before. He thought to himself, his condition has improved. Could it be that it didn't work as it was supposed to? The apple of Eden is a treasure even better than an elixir, but it seems it was just enough to keep him alive. I can't feel any increase in mana. He looked at his palm suspiciously. Could it be because of me? It seems I absorbed the effects of the apple of Eden when I consumed mana just now. He clenched his fist. That's probably why the flow of mana has become this strong. Junjian's eyes turned belligerent. "I think that right now I could even defeat Hallett." Suddenly, he sensed something strange. What is this energy source? Dozens. No, hundreds, thousands. He was dumbfounded, unable to find an answer. What is happening? At that moment, Intrang landed beside him, her voice filled with concern. You're okay? What a relief. The system window appeared. The collapse. The heavens expressed their contempt for you. He was surprised. Contempt? A series of notifications rang out. Unbelievable. A great achievement, Mana Flow has leveled up. See Fire, Purify, and Magic Resistance have leveled up. Hyon, Mu has leveled up, and Fenrir's seal has been opened by another level. The Nas soldiers saw him and shouted, What? Is he just a human? This is our chance. Attack! With that, they charged in, throwing a flurry of punches. He softly summoned Hyon Mu. It appeared immediately. I will carry out your command. It confirmed again. Please leave. Everything to me. Should I kill those giants? He chuckled happily. Hyon Mu, you seem to have changed a little, only now asking me to get them to safety. It seemed displeased. I have also become stronger. Hyon Mu said sadly, I will carry out your command. He started to pay attention to the battle. All right, W will be fine. And now, he took off and flew high. His speed was terrifying. Only an afterimage could be seen flying straight to where Saw and Stream were fighting, landing. A powerful punch on that guy. Stream, despite the significant size difference, then he appeared and disappeared, continuously throwing punches. Seeing his opponent like this, Sachi could only mutter in pity. Stream couldn't help but be surprised by the power of the boy. Junjian, who is this person? He's become many times stronger than when I first met him. In the sky, filled with falling snow, a group of people was fighting fiercely. Junjian radiated energy and gave an order. Fenrir, do as you please. The little guy instantly bared its sharp teeth, finally transforming back into Van Apgun standing behind him. Then it leaped, causing a tremor across the snowy ground. Junjian looked to the side. So, shall we talk? It was Roby's group of 3, who also didn't stop radiating mana. He spoke in a deep voice. Who are you? Junjian's blood-red pupils observed. I can't underestimate them. They are all heroes, and the 2 behind him have skills on par with the masters. He replied in a serious tone. That's what I want to ask you. Who are you? Roby said with some annoyance. I am Roby. Junjian thoughtfully recalled. Roby, I've never heard that name before. Someone with skills like this should have been recorded in the files. He tightened his grip on his spear. I'll only ask one thing. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Why did you betray humanity? Just because they aren't hunters? But Roby gritted his teeth and retorted, I did not betray them. He pushed off the ground, rushing forward with his dual swords and shouting loudly. This is the path they must walk. It's all for the greater good. Junjian decisively slashed him with a heavy voice. Nonsense. Roby was easily knocked back, a great distance. He shouted angrily, what greater good is worth betraying humanity for? Roby, sweating, hurriedly explained, I have promised Stream that if the King of G is defeated, we will help rebuild China. Junjian charged with his spear, straight towards him. Could you make that same promise to the King of Utgard? Suddenly, Wan Yu, who was behind Jungion, screamed, and out. Hyung Nim. Hearing this, he immediately jumped high. At the same time, a devastating blow from him came crashing down as he took the an opportunity to slash, but he ducked and grabbed the weapon. Junjian gritted his teeth in frustration. So it was Jiang Bai who had taken the chance to point his spear at him. Got you. Just as the sharp tip was about to reach Junjian, it was, catching it with ease. Then, as he tossed it up, he spun around and with a single kick sent the man toppling and sliding away. A long trail cut through the snowy slope. Roby scowled, answering his previous question. That is impossible for the King of Agarda. His blade flashed with his anger. He killed countless people in the shadows just because of an infectious disease, so cooperating with someone like him is completely meaningless. Jungon's eyes widened in shock as he realized this was related to an incident only the hunters knew about. How did it happen when Wu Hua was absent? So that explains why the number of survivors was so low and why the hunters betrayed them. His pupils flashed with fire, but arcs of electricity erupted more fiercely than ever. You said it was for the reconstruction of China, but you abandoned them. Roby opened his mouth to retort, I did not abandon them. Qian Wanwu and Jiang Bai gathered right behind him. Jungon made his decision. There is still too much. I don't know. First, I will overwhelm them and listen to their explanation later. He challenged. Bring it on. On the other side of the sky, amid the heavy snowfall, Scrim stood there, revealing that his father, Odin, had realized that the chieftain was plotting something. Sachi asked again. A plot? He calmly opened his mouth. Loki wants to turn this land into Jotunheim. He tensed up as he realized something. What kind of plot is it? Frey stated seriously and clearly. To cleanse this world and turn it into a land of giants. He wants to slaughter all species that are not giants, and Odin died trying to stop him. Sachi gritted his teeth. Why? Why are you only telling me this now? This truth caused him to erupt, concentrating the power of selection. Frey raised both hands in a defensive stance before his chest, using the same skill. He punched straight forward without hesitation, the shockwaves so powerful that even the blizzard was blown away. His eyes welled with tears. Why did not you say anything all this time? But the other man just replied calmly, I cannot lose to you either. You are a loyal warrior of the giant tribe. Would you betray your chieftain even after he killed your father? Then with a flick of his hand, he sent him flying. See, even after knowing the truth, you have no intention of betrayal. Frey raised a fist, imbued with the power of selection and stressed, it is still there. The punch, packed with immense energy, slammed into Sachi, causing him to spit blood and collapse as the other man caught him. Scrim whispered gently, sleep until this is all over. Suddenly a voice called out, wait. Scrim turned his head to look back. The group was battered and lying on the cold snow. Jungan was smiling at him with a confident look. Scrim's face darkened as he smirked. How interesting. Scrim observed Jungan through the mist, a special kind of human. Seeing that confident expression, was not that guy now just as dangerous as Sachi? Scrim's face grew serious, as dangerous as Loki. He suddenly grunted, Himph. The power of selection began to swirl around his body. Scrim's face filled with fighting spirit. I was saving this to face the king, but I guess I will have to endure at least this much. Jungan suddenly raised a hand, then both of his arms. I surrender. This startled him, and In Chang on the other side whipped his head around in alarm. The other giants also turned their attention in bewilderment. Roby was startled to see a blood pack being handed to him. Jungan gave a friendly smile. Now drink this. He wondered why the boy looked away. I no longer have a reason to fight. He looked at the unconscious Sachi. The commander of Ji had fainted. Then he glanced over at Jiang Bai and Wan Yu clenching their fists. And I now know why you humans chose to side with the Nas. Junjian said with a smile. This humble mercenary will not be participating in this battle, which immediately silenced Stream, who was in the middle of powering up. He retracted his power. Fine, feel free to keep talking. I accept your withdrawal. As soon as those words were spoken, the Nas army raised their hands and cheered. Team G's morale, on the other hand, was much lower. Freem turned and ordered, don't kill him. The blood of the ice giants is enough for this civil war. Junjian looked over at them. I will be watching your ideals unfold. Show me. Joby was too stunned to speak. Jiang Bai and Wan Yu introduced themselves in turn. I'm Wan Yu. And I'm Jiang Bai. Suddenly, Stream declared with a serious tone, we will march forward. We will kill King Loki. The Nas army responded in unison with a loud roar. Suddenly, a system message appeared. The Fall of Heaven is looking at everyone with displeasure. The Fall of Heaven is sneering. Jung Gion pondered the notification. I'm not sure why, but the Fall of Heaven is quite displeased. Is it because it heard Loki's name? The king of Utgard, Stream, asked Jun Jian. I'm curious. Why did you suddenly back down? He answered casually. Because we're mercenaries. Flashing a bright smile, he added, if you pay a worthy price, I'd be happy to help. The man laughed with interest. Sounds good. Jun Gion's group watched his retreating figure. And Trang spoke up worriedly. Jun Jian, are you really going to be okay? His expression was nothing but cheerful. Is there a problem? She continued to speak, still worried, but he cut her off while putting on his shirt. Didn't I say this from the beginning? Our goals have overlapped from the start. Hyanmu, who was carrying Wuhozi, listened as he continued. We've achieved the goal we set for ourselves when we came to China. Junjian added, and hunters like Wan Yu and Jiang Bai will help the remaining people in Utgard. Isn't this the best possible outcome? Trang smiled in agreement. I agree. The fortress city of Utgard was billowing with smoke and flames. The Nas army's advance was going smoothly, since most of the defenders had already fallen in the battle against the first giant warriors. The citizens inside knelt before the enemy. The warriors were able to infiltrate with ease. Someone's worried voice called out, Wa Hosi, are you okay? Jun Jian breathed a sigh of relief as his eyes fully opened. You're awake. He frantically looked to his side. What he saw was thick smoke and flames. What are those Nas warriors talking about? Wa Hosi gritted his teeth. He angrily shouted right in Jun Gion's face. Were you a traitor from the start? I didn't even realize. Jun Jian asked back in confusion. What are you talking about? I already told you. He reminded him with a gentle face. It might be late, but the rescue team is here. Wa Hosi was stunned into silence. What? Then he noticed the group of three, Joby, Wan Yu, and Jiangbi, approaching. Junjian spoke, entrusting them with a task. Joby, gather the people of Utgard. If you get a chance, I have no problem with you all leaving the fortress. He glanced back. Ah, Wa Hosi, please go help them. Since it's you, Wahazi, someone I trust, you should be able to gather everyone without any major issues. He calmed down and thought for a moment. I could sense his desire to save people, and said, I'm not sure what's going on, but I understand. Junjian smiled, satisfied. Then I'll be off to do my mercenary job. Wahosi, he asked. Before I go, can I say something? How do you feel? He immediately tensed his arm, unleashing his power. His entire body erupted in flames as he showed an expression of pure exhilaration. The system's voice rang out. A mission to eliminate the imposter had been created. The time limit was 15 minutes. The frigid landscape was covered in a blanket of white snow, where a single spark of fire erupted at the castle, painting it red. People in cloaks evacuated following the rescue team's instructions. W looked towards the fire, thinking to himself, Li Junjian, be careful. The king is very strong. Elsewhere, a group of people emanating a crimson aura were confronting the Dark King on his throne. Loki spoke in a low, furious voice. How dare a filthy heretic set foot in my castle? Freem glared at him. Utgard Loki, now it's your turn. He didn't seem afraid at all. I should have killed you when I had the chance. Zheng Jian silently assessed the situation. He remained calm, even with hundreds of giants before him. The aura radiating from the king was truly powerful. Does he have an ace up his sleeve? Why is he so calm? Freem sneered. Do you regret not killing me the way you killed on Wen? A smile unconsciously formed on Loki's lips. He was deliberately provoking him. I know the reason for your rebellion is on Wen. Instantly, Freem became enraged and gritted his teeth. You bastard. He then powered up, activating his level balance to prepare to send him to the afterlife. He remained calm and praised, impressive. He then suddenly flicked his thumb to cast a spell. A massive coffin nearby began to shake violently, then its lid burst open. A glowing red hand reached out. The muscular monster broke out of its shelter and lunged forward. Another. One jumped in through the window. They landed one by one with a powerful thud. An army of giant monsters had assembled before their king. Junjian frowned at the crimson creatures. Are those the soulless giants that I saw here the first time? Loki bared his teeth, letting out a savage, delighted laugh. Seeing this, Freem couldn't help but grit his teeth and ask, You bastard, what have you done? Could it be? He shivered as he analyzed. I heard that most of the giants died from an infectious disease. Wasn't that the truth? They're too strong, they have no conscience, and are different from before when they went mad with bloodlust. Now they are following the king's orders. Looking at the inhuman figures panting heavily, he couldn't help but voice his thoughts. Finally, the pieces are starting to fit together. The king sacrificed his own people to create a private army. Loki burst out laughing as if to confirm his speculation. I needed an army that would only obey my commands, and they became that army. What a glorious thing. Suddenly, someone shot up, creating small bolts of lightning. Freem got into a fighting stance and rushed past the monsters towards him. Seeing this, he also quickly activated his level balance. An immense pressure immediately radiated outwards. Then he unleashed a stream of dark purple energy forward. It hit Freem right in midair. The energy blast was so powerful it didn't stop there, continuing to shoot through the roof. After pulling back his hand, Loki called out majestically, My loyal warriors. His eyes were crazed. Tear that traitor's body to shreds. His minions roared in unison in response, then one by one they followed the command and charged forward. The two Nas people were still in shock. With just one blow, Freem was. What should we do? However, contrary to what they thought, a hand suddenly reached up, followed by Freem, who was a bit battered but still burning with fighting spirit, in both presence and power. He shouted an order, People of Nas, take down the leader. He has lost his pride. Charge. Hearing their leader's words, they immediately rushed forward in a swarm. The stream is back. Charge. Trang at this moment hadn't yet processed what was happening. Lejun Gian. What the hell is going on? He explained, The king needs a private army and it seems he has modified the giants for that purpose. Hearing every single word, she was in utter shock. You mean he killed his own people and experimented on them? He glanced over and repeated, He's a mad king who sees his people as mere tools. He's a monster. And the battle continued. One of the Nas people just successfully landed 2 slashes on the monster's body, but it was completely unharmed. Its eyes even bulged out more crazily than before. Suddenly, it lowered its head and bit into the Nas man's shoulder, causing him to scream in agony. Get off me, you bastard. But the monster just ripped off a chunk of flesh as he writhed in pain. The other monsters also wildly leaped towards other targets. He observed the situation before him. The modified giants were unconscious, so they just charged in like madmen. In this situation, the Nas people won't win. The only way is, his thoughts stopped there, but something flashed in his eyes. Loki leisurely stood up high, looking down. Do you have any idea what you're getting into? I will wipe you all out. The system suddenly announced, the Spear of Muspel has been fully charged with mana. He gripped his weapon tightly and made the decision to defeat the king. Immediately after, he kicked off the ground and launched himself up. He leaped over the battle between the Nas and the monsters below. He brought his spear back, building momentum for a powerful swing, and then immediately brought it down on Loki, while the latter paid him no mind. Jung Jian's powerful attack was easily blocked by Loki, who then smirked with contempt. His entire body radiated a dark aura as he said, "Humph, I've been watching for a while." Raising his fist, he got into a ready stance. "You, the one with the strongest mana here." He threw a powerful punch forward and shouted, "Die." Dark energy radiated all around. The attack was so strong and fast that Jun Jian was cornered. His eyes showed a hint of worry. "I can't dodge this." Suddenly, Jun Jian glanced over as if he saw something. An attack from someone else, similar to his opponent's, was rushing fiercely forward. The two attacks collided, creating a chaotic scene. Loki froze for a moment and thought to himself, "He neutralized my ultimate release attack." He looked again and asked, "Who are you?" Sachi appeared in the hazy smoke. He was sweating profusely and panting heavily, as if he had lost his strength. Sachi faltered for a moment. Seeing him, Jun Jian shouted, "Sachi." His whole body was trembling violently. "I'm leaving the giants to you." Then he dropped hard to his knees and collapsed on the ground. Seeing this, Stream furiously shouted, "Sachi!" Loki's face darkened sinisterly as he sneered, "A weak bastard asking for help from a mere human. Fine, once this battle is over, I'll turn you into a warrior first." An enraged Jun Jian loudly called for Fenrir. It immediately lunged at Loki, startling him. Fenrir moved through space, surrounding him so fast its form couldn't be seen. Loki, as if provoked into a rage, yelled, "You're weaker than before." His attack was like an exploding bomb, sending earth, rocks, and dust flying everywhere. Fenrir was also sent flying far away. The blue system announced, "You only have 5 minutes left to complete your quest." A red message updated, "The Apocalypse Sky is requesting you to eliminate the individual." This shameful state. Seeing this, Intrang asked worriedly, "What a cruel bastard. What do we do?" He immediately replied, "We need to hold him off for 1 minute." The girl hesitated. Hold him off for 1 minute? The guy who defeated Fenrir in a single blow? At that moment, Stream charged straight at Loki with all his fury. "Ah, Loki." The two of them clashed and fought fiercely. Seeing this, Jun Jian couldn't just stand by. Stream alone won't be enough. "I need you, Dong Intrang." It's not clear if Intrang heard everything, but the words "need you" echoed in her mind. She felt as if she had been given a new surge of strength. "Fine, I'll try my best for an hour." With a loud leap, Jun Jian firmly gripped his spear. The system warned that the Spear of Muspel was reaching its magic absorption limit. His entire body radiated with power, his eyes filled with determination as he thought, "This still isn't enough, I need more." By this time, Loki had beaten Stream to a pulp, and the system again warned that the limit was being surpassed. Suddenly, an attack sliced through his steel gauntlet, and Loki barely managed to react in time to block. The attack aimed straight at him, deflecting it back towards the charging Intrang. A massive explosion erupted, throwing the scene into chaos. The system announced that the Spear of Muspel had been upgraded thanks to the extreme heat. Jun Jian held the spear, which now radiated an immensely powerful magic. "No, it's still not enough." His eyes blazed, filled with determination. "A little more, just a little more. I need to end this with a single blow." The system interface turned gray. The Spear of Muspel had reached the limit of the fire it could contain. The Spear of Muspel began to shatter, its surface now covered in cracks. This was the moment. With seething resolve, Jun Jian gripped the spear and charged. He used all his strength to hurl it at Loki. The spear shot out like an arrow, piercing straight through a building before soaring up to reveal a hazy blue sky through the smoke. Suddenly, the system announced, "Mission complete." Loki stood frozen on the spot, completely still. A red system window appeared. The apocalyptic sky has been satisfied. Loki's entire body was riddled with holes, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief. The system displayed a message of praise, a very good performance. The first rays of sunlight peeked through, and Wo Yu, along with everyone below, looked up and began to murmur, "Impossible. That's sunlight." Here in China, during the Ice Age, the Yi system announced, "You have earned the achievement, the one who raised the Sunday." The sky was an unfamiliar blue, and the sunlight was shining down brilliantly. The system continued to announce, "Your affinity with fire has increased significantly. You have been awarded for completing the mission." The updates kept coming. "Your stats have increased. You are being healed. The city has become peaceful." Under that incredible sunlight, Utgard Loki was dead. The king and the castle had been reduced to ash. Loki's body was engulfed in flames, leaving only unrecognizable bones before vanishing without a trace. In the end, it was a purge. The giants, whose sizes were increased by the king, were killed by the Nas people. But it was more like putting them to rest than killing them. The four leaders gathered where the castle had crumbled. They were Sachi, Stream, Zobi, and finally, Junjian. The war was not yet over. Stream stepped forward, looked at Zobi, and said, "Zobi, I will keep my promise." Hearing this, Zobi smiled in satisfaction. Stream glanced back, while Sachi said casually, "Kill me." With that said, Stream knelt before him and confessed his sins. "Whatever the reason, the hands of a traitor like me are stained, spilled the blood of many of my own kind. My revenge is complete." But he looked up and said in a low voice, "I hope you can forgive the Nas who followed me." Sachi's expression was grim, but he said nothing, materializing an axe in his hand. Sachi's entire body radiated mana as he said, "All right." The sun was still peeking through, and the snow fell thicker, covering the mountain. Sachi and Junjian stood on the castle, watching in silence. Suddenly, he asked, "Don't you look down on me?" Sachi glanced at him slightly, then turned and praised with a smile. "Of course not. In fact, I'm more grateful to you. Thanks to you, I was able to make the right decision. You're just like one of our warriors." Junjian's worries were relieved, and his heart felt happy and at ease. The snow continued to fall thickly around the citadel. Jiangbi carried a large log amidst the admiring gazes of everyone. One Yu was shouting out directions. Junjian and Jobi stood above, looking down. He spoke up. "The reconstruction is progressing very smoothly." He replied with satisfaction, "It's all thanks to you." Junjian turned to ask, "What else do you need my help with?" Jobi's gaze turned serious. "We've done what we could. But normally, people can't stay long in an uninhabitable land with such scarcity. And so he made a request. We're thinking of going outside the city walls. Can you help me with that?" Junjian willingly replied, "Of course I can. But I don't think that's a good choice because a lot of things are about to change." Jobi was bewildered. "What do you mean?" He gently reminded him, "I don't think it's necessary to go outside the city walls. In fact, I think it's a terrible idea. I think everyone should try to settle here because the whole world is going to become a gate." Jobi sighed with some concern. "Oh, I see. But what about the rations and the cold?" Junjian held out a kohlrabi. "This is a monster called Puramura. It can be used as a food source. It's not very tasty, but it can grow in any environment." Junjian gestured towards a pile of Puramura lying around. "You can feed them with the bones of monsters. That way you won't have to worry about starving to death." Jobi was surprised and confused. "How do you know all of this?" He smiled faintly. "I think I can solve the problem with the cold as well." Jobi was overjoyed. "Thank you. We will definitely repay you next time." Tents were being firmly set up, with snow covering everything. Stream appeared out of nowhere with a sinister smirk on his face. "Interesting human, there you are. Is the new chieftain of the giant army doing well?" The small Junjian next to Stream replied, "If you're so curious, you should go see him yourself." He seemed a bit worried. Will he be happy to see an enemy looking for him? He gave a faint smile and asked, "Perhaps you are an enemy, but aren't you also not an enemy at the same time?" "What's wrong?" Stream thought back to his conversation with Sachi and explained, "Someone who has taken the blood of his own kind cannot become the chieftain. That's why I refused the offer to become chieftain from Sachi, and I decided that I would lead the Nas. For the aggressive and belligerent frost giants, they can only grow when they have an enemy." He continued, "Because monsters are just prey to us, the only thing that can become our enemy." Stream's face darkened as he looked straight at Jun Gian. Are you humans?" He was startled to hear that. Jun Jian spoke up. "Is that why you are reconsidering us? Because neither side would benefit if we became enemies?" Sim replied, "Indeed, this is how we show our respect to the human race that helped us." He answered, "I see. Actually, the reason I'm here is to learn from you." The giant chuckled softly. "If this is what Lord Loki wants, then I shall grant it to you. After all, you are the one who saved our giant race." Jun Jian was confused. "Lord Loki? Who's that?" Sim explained. "In the ancient language of the giant race, it means the one who killed Loki." The red system announced. The apocalyptic sky pouted. He thought to himself, there's always a reaction like that when the name Loki is mentioned. Then he spoke up, "I want to learn the extreme release technique." Sim stroked his chin thoughtfully. "I can grant it to you, but I'm not sure if it's even possible." He recalled using extreme release and analyzed it. Extreme release is a technique that pushes the latent potential and dormant mana power within the body to its absolute limit, but it requires a vast amount of mana. Without the physique of a giant, which possesses a massive amount of mana corresponding to our body size, no one can learn that technique. A pillar of crimson mana energy flared up intensely. Sim was slightly stunned by the sight. Sachi was also startled, turning in confusion and thinking, what is this terrifying amount of mana? Could it be Li Junjian? Intrang also sensed it and smiled, thinking, he really makes me wonder if he's even human anymore. At that moment, Junjian radiated an aura so powerful it enveloped the entire area. His eyes glowed brightly as he stated decisively, I can confidently say that I have more mana than you. Sim smirked. Excellent. Jun Jian stood alone on a cliff, looking back at the magnificent castle under the snowy sky. His face was a bit tense. Utgard Loki. He remembered the giants and the sinisterly smiling Loki. He continued, that foolish king used his own kind as test subjects to build an army. That vile piece of trash made the giants, who possessed extreme release, into emotionless killing machines using the inner energy of Chinese hunters. Jun Jian's eyes were filled with suspicion, but how could he make the giants only follow orders and completely control them? Based on what Sachi said, the king was a powerful warrior, but he wasn't the type to do something like that. He glanced back slightly. If that's the case, it means someone was helping him. Jun Jian recalled asking the people and mused. The ones who infiltrated the giants' fortress, everyone said they left without doing anything. I thought that if any outsiders appeared at this time, it would be the Demon King. But if it wasn't him, then... He looked up at the pitch-black sky and thought of the mysterious figure emanating a dark, demonic smoke. He grew suspicious. Could it be the black-robed boss? That guy really puzzles me. Who the hell is he anyway? What is he planning? The entire hilly area was covered in white. Snow was fluttering in the sky when a voice broke the silence. Mr. Li Junjian. He noticed it and glanced aside. It was Trang. She approached in a cheerful mood. She suggested, there's a festival. Let's go together. He pondered thoughtfully. It seemed. Not really. A festival? But not letting Jun Jian hesitate for long, she grabbed his wrist and pulled him along. He was still dazed, unable to react in time. Ah, she urged. Hurry up, everyone is waiting. Over here, the atmosphere was incredibly lively, with everyone gathered and chatting animatedly. Looking at this peaceful yet vibrant scene, someone exclaimed, that's right, this is what it means to live. It's been pretty tough, but that's life. A young man declared while munching on meat, let's just be grateful we're still alive. Trang observed the surroundings and praised, what a beautiful sight. A festival right in a place that was assimilated by a gate. Jun Jian also agreed. That's right, it makes me feel full of hope. Tex, he came up with a pretty cool idea. Should we set the stage for the festival's finale or what? She was confused when she heard that. He walked over. Jun Jian stood on a high watchtower, looking incredibly prominent, attracting everyone's attention. They buzzed with discussion. That's Lord Loki, the one who defeated the king of the giants. Lord Loki? What kind of name is that? I don't know either, but it seems that's what the giants called him. They responded enthusiastically. Lord Loki is going to show us something. Lord Loki. A searing energy swirled in the air. The flow of mana was reinforced. It grew larger and larger, wrapping around Jun Jian's body. The amount of mana became more abundant. With him at the center, the energy erupted, and his eyes flashed with a red light. Zhang and Joby were startled and amazed by this sight, and Trang smiled, waiting silently. The warm sunlight gradually broke through the clouds, shining down on the houses. Fim praised him lavishly. Lord Loki, you are truly amazing. The others were dumbfounded, finding it hard to believe. No, it can't be. A sun has appeared. The sky was clear blue without a single cloud, covered in gentle sunlight. Jun Jian calmly raised his hand to control the mana. The system announced, mana is being formed into a mana core, performing very well under the influence of the dragon's lair stone. A small dragon's heart is being formed. A while later, the excitement of the festival died down. The citadel returned to its original state. Two figures stood on the city wall, talking. Jovi was the first to speak. Are you leaving now? Jun Jian confirmed. That's right. He chuckled softly as he recounted what he had just done. I injected heat into the metal structures outside the settlement. From here, you can see the metal mass in the distance steaming. I used the mana injection method I learned from observing Park Jun. And with Merlin's necklace, I used protection magic to prevent the heat from escaping. As long as the structure remains intact, the heat will always be there. Jovi's expression turned serious. Do you have to go? I really want to repay this debt. Jun Jian promised. We'll meet again. He jumped down, then landed gently. 4 people were waiting below. Trang said in a teasing tone, the one who raised the sundae, there you are. He felt awkward. Are you kidding me? She recalled the recent scene. No, it's true. Did you really raise the sun when you created it? Jun Jian scratched his head shyly, not realizing his image was like that in others' eyes. Trang changed the subject. But are we really leaving? He knew what she was worried about, so he reassured her. Don't worry about them. I've already made it so the heat will always be here. He silently marveled at her personality. She's such a kind person. He turned to call the little boy, Venria. A blue stream of mana flashed and the boy transformed into a giant wolf, its sleek fur shining brilliantly. Jun Jian glanced back to say his farewell. I'm leaving now. I hope you've made some progress the next time we meet. Roby began to await their next reunion. I hope we meet again. The scene was a desolate mountain range. Snowy winds obscured everything, and nature was half hidden behind a hazy mist. Time passed and night fell, bringing with it a biting cold. Jun Jian's group temporarily stopped to rest after their exhausting journey. Only he and Entrang were left, sitting opposite each other by a warming fire, as the others were already fast asleep. She shared her thoughts. This trip has been chaotic, but not too bad. In contrast to her, he sighed wearily. If traveling around is this exhausting, I never want to experience it again, she remarked, then turned her attention to the side. It's been a while since I've heard you joke. You're enjoying this too, right, Ji? It, Gongdu, raised its two fists in an enthusiastic response. Zhang Jian's expression turned serious. How is Dong and Trang's training going? He thought to himself. As I mentioned before, internal energy is very difficult to learn. Entrang reported her progress. I think I've gotten the hang of it a little. I understand internal energy and the flow of mana. He impatiently urged her. You need to hurry up. His expression was grave as he reminded her there isn't much time left. Jun Jian silently sensed the glowing spot in the middle of his chest. The dragon heart near his own was also charging, even as we're talking. The amount of mana keeps increasing and developing. Not just me, but everyone is getting stronger. This means that some big changes are about to happen. He felt lost and worried about the current developments and the future situation. Even the monsters are getting stronger. The whole world is changing. The mana saturation of China was just the beginning. As Entrang looked up in one direction, she was suddenly startled and called out to Zhang Jian. He was snapped out of his complex thoughts by her voice. Huh. She pointed ahead and hesitated. There. Both of them stood up at the same time, his pupils contracting in shock. The tallest mountain in the distance was glowing brightly in the dead of night and billowing thick smoke, looking incredibly conspicuous. They stood in place and watched as Entrang described the scene. Baekdu Mountain is burning, the village is on fire. Furiously, thick black smoke obscures the view, and the rising temperature is melting away the ice. Outside, countless monsters were lining up to approach this place. The orc army charged in fiercely, ignoring the heat of the fire. A piercing scream signaled the battle. Eek! All the villagers fled in panic. Ah! Kun shouted, directing them. This way, everyone. Two people stood guard and protected the villagers as they escaped safely. A ferocious orc with a sword gave chase, and she pierced through its body, simultaneously shouting in disgust, Get lost. Her companion coordinated by slicing another orc in half. Die. Blood splattered everywhere as they fell back into a defensive stance. Bonnier asked worriedly, Has everyone been evacuated? She guessed uncertainly. I think so. He felt a momentary sense of relief. All right, now if we can just get down the mountain. Before he could finish, a huge foot stomped down, making the ground shake with a resounding boom. They were startled and together looked in that direction. The figure of a muscular giant appeared, its body covered in bulging veins, its gaze ferocious, and a flow of mana swirled around it. The two of them gripped their weapons defensively as she cursed in fear. Damn it, that giant. What is he doing here? Bo-er also trembled slightly. I can feel a terrifying amount of mana from him. His face turned pale, preparing to sacrifice himself. Perhaps we'll have to risk our lives for this. Suddenly, a powerful source of mana shot forward. The giant sensed the danger and turned to defend himself. Fenrir dove straight down from the sky, aiming for him at the speed of light, and before he could even react, his head was severed from his body. She was stunned as she witnessed this scene. That wolf. Could it be? Jun Jian and Entrang's group walked over to check on him. Are you okay? He was still in a daze. Thank you. Bo-er breathed a sigh of relief. He looked around and wondered, where are Sangan and Unil? I can't sense their presence. Kun's expression was grave, his tone hesitant. The master has gone down to Cheonji to seal Sangan. Jun Jian's pupils contracted, and he had a bad feeling. He quickly turned and instructed, Dong and Trang, take care of this place with Mr. W. She immediately agreed. Leave it to me. Then he took off at full speed, the scenery blurring past him. In a clearing, Sangan and Unil were facing each other. The mana of both swirled around their bodies, and the atmosphere between them was incredibly tense. His eyes were blazing red and fierce, baring his sharp fangs, letting out a ferocious roar. The little girl gripped her sword tightly, hesitating to move forward, her face filled with sadness as she called out, Sangan. It seemed he had lost all reason, swiping his claws to grab her. She managed to create a shield just in time to block it. He didn't give up because of that, instead becoming even more frenzied than before. Unil tried to wake him up. Sangan, please stop. Tears welled up in her eyes as she struggled internally. I can't do this anymore. A blinding light flashed, and the little girl's figure vanished. Unil steeled her resolve and charged forward. She raised her sword high and swung it down hard on Sangan's head. He directly gathered mana to counter her. The girl hesitated for a moment, looking at his familiar face. In that instant, Unil's distraction caused her to be sent flying by him. Her body slammed into the ground and skidded a long distance. Dust and smoke filled the air, with flashes of mana appearing and disappearing and debris flying everywhere. Unil crashed into a large boulder behind her and came to a stop. The little girl struggled to her feet, then coughed up blood in pain. It seemed she was severely injured. She straightened up and wiped the blood from her mouth. Sangun, you were like a father to me. You raised an orphan like me, so how could I possibly kill you? He was now unable to recognize his loved ones, left with only the instincts of a wild beast. He looked at Uniel, who spread her arms wide, awaiting her fate. Kill me instead. Two streams of tears flowed down her cheeks, her voice trembling but incredibly firm. Kill me, Sangun. Let's end it here. I'm tired. As she finished speaking, Sangun raised his claws, intending to grant her wish. The surrounding mana fluctuated along with him. His massive paw slammed down, shaking the ground. Uniel shut her eyes tightly in sorrow, and after a moment, realizing she was still unharmed, the girl curiously peeked open her eyes. Junjian had appeared out of nowhere, standing in front of her and blocking the attack. He remained calm in this situation, asking with concern, "Are you okay, kid?" Uniel was stunned by the current scene. Sangun didn't give them time to chat and continued to thrust his claws forward. Junjian quickly grabbed the girl and escaped the area affected by the explosion he created. The sky-high flames carried immense power, and he landed softly and safely. He observed the tattered appearance Ungul's battered state. What on earth happened to her appearance? She recounted that there was a man dressed in black. She briefly explained the situation, her contact with Sunday, and then this happened. Junjian's pupils constricted, an image of a person with a dark aura flashing in his mind. The man in black. Could it be? Junjian hurriedly asked about his whereabouts. So what happened to that guy? Ungul reasonably guessed. It's been a few days since he disappeared. I think Sangun changed because of him. He fell into deep thought. A man in black. Let's put that aside for now. Right now, he had a more important problem to deal with. First, he had to capture Sunday. The girl clenched her fists and reminded him. It's impossible. He paused upon hearing that. Ungul felt completely helpless. We've tried everything. We tried sealing him and even used PMA's energy to permanently remove his demonic energy. The energy of Sangun is too immense, so it's an impossible task, Junjian wondered. So we have to kill him? Although she was reluctant, the girl still affirmed it. That's right. A staff gradually appeared in his hand. From its initial shape, it formed into a long spear. He activated his mana and instructed, "Get some rest, Ungul, I might have a way." With that, he leaped forward, leaving only a speck of light on the ground. Junjian attacked Sun relentlessly from all sides with lightning speed. He decisively made a cold, sharp slash. The sound of cutting through the air echoed. The two sides clashed, creating an earth-shattering explosion. The area in front of Sun was completely annihilated. Debris flew everywhere, and thick dust obscured the view. Witnessing this scene, Ungul was astonished. No way did he get this strong in just a short amount of time. He's changed so much, it's as if a few years have passed. But in reality, it's only been a few days. The battle continued to rage fiercely. Junjian charged forward like an arrow released from a bow, ribbons of mana swirling around the entire spear. Fresh blood spurted out, Sangun's eyes lost focus, his body stiffened. As the sharp tip of the spear pierced his abdomen, he couldn't even move a single step. Ungul teared up and shouted, "Sangun." Junjian calmly reassured her, "Don't worry, I don't intend to kill him." A stream of mana powerfully converged on the spear's shaft. The dragon's heart is made of dragon bloodstone, and I'm at my peak strength. Thanks to it, I can sense Sangun's power, the influence of Baekdu Mountain, and so on, through the dragon bloodstone. His hand gripped it tightly, blood-red threads slowly transferred into him, and from that magical power, I intend to absorb the evil part that's driving Sangun mad into my own body. However, things don't always go according to plan. Junjian gritted his teeth, his expression grave. This is bad. Muspel's spear is slowly turning into a demonic spear, and it's also absorbing Sangun's life force. His pupils constricted as he silently resolved, "Focus, I can do this. I need to return his life force and energy." The system suddenly announced, "Purification has been activated." He was overjoyed. "Awesome. I can't miss this opportunity." Sangun's pupils lit up under the influence of the skill from Junjian. A moment later, they gradually returned to their original state. His consciousness returned. He was stunned, seemingly not yet recovered from his daze. What is this?" He was startled and froze. "I did it." Junjian saw that the situation was now safe, so the spear was pulled out. Sangun, also exhausted, collapsed to the ground as a light flashed and the ground cracked under the impact. Ungul hurriedly ran towards Sangun. The little girl raised her two hands and mana gradually gathered. She reminded him with great worry, "I'll heal you right away, so please just stay still." A golden light enveloped Sangun's entire body. His eyes remained tightly shut, showing no change. Ungul cried out in despair, begging, "Please open your eyes, Sangun." Finally, the little girl gave up and withdrew her mana, bowing her head. She fell into a state of self-blame and regret. "Sangun, I'm sorry." Just then, a sound rang out. Angel's attention was caught, and she turned her head to see. Not far away, Manhwa and Fenri appeared. He let out a slight sigh of relief, feeling incredibly lucky, glad we made it in time. As time passed, Sangan had recovered a little of his strength. He remained lying there, observing Junjian opposite him. The boy asked with concern, "Are your senses back to normal yet?" At first, he hesitated slightly, then confirmed it. The boy silently assessed. "Even though I've taken away the evil part of Sangan, he's still dying." Junjian took the opportunity to ask, "Sangan, who was the man in black who did this to you, and why did you meet him?" "There are countless questions that need answers. I don't quite understand how a mythical being like you could meet someone as suspicious as him. Above all, why did you take that power?" He recalled, "I will tell you slowly." Then turned his concern to another matter. "Is Ungel okay?" Junjian honestly replied. "She's fine, just exhausted from worrying about you." A few minutes earlier, Ganhua explained the situation to the little girl. "I've treated Sangun's external spear wounds, but the rest is not looking good. The spear wounds inside his body are too severe. It won't matter even with more treatment." Hearing this, the little girl was startled. Her pupils contracted, and her eyes welled up with tears, as if her world had collapsed. Returning to the present, Sangun spoke his final words. "I understand. You probably already know, but I will die soon. Do you still keep your promise to take care of Ungel for me?" Junjian nodded seriously. Reassured, he instructed, "All right, I will entrust Ungel to your care." His eyes flashed as he remembered. The man in black, although he was very suspicious, he had a very familiar power. Images of the past appeared, and Sangun corrected. "He didn't come to see me. Instead, I went to see him. He was at—" "What?" the boy asked doubtfully. The mysterious man's appearance couldn't be seen clearly. He just stood there, staring at Sangun, who was walking towards him. I slowly approached him. Junjian rubbed his chin, waiting for the next words, and then Sangun was silent for a long moment before replying, "I can't remember." The boy was startled, not expecting this outcome. "What?" He gently closed his eyes to recall. "I'm sure I met him at John Jay, but I still can't remember clearly." The boy thought pensively, "He doesn't remember the important part. Then we don't know how Sangun changed, who that guy is, or where he came from." A while later, in a village that had been utterly devastated, were the remnants of a fierce battle. Intrang stood on a bridge, observing. Below are the villagers who escaped. "Is that everyone? I will give you all two choices." Her attitude was calm, as if they could just pick whichever they liked. She began to speak. "It will be very difficult, but it's the choice that lets everyone stay here." Everyone listened to her seriously. "The second is to come to South Korea with us. We will need the government's permission, but everyone will be provided with full accommodations." Intrang reminded them of the time. "The travel plan is 3 days, so please decide beforehand." Elsewhere, while Junjian was sitting alone, Neil came over and called out, "Mister." Her face showed her unease. "I'm so worried about Mr. Sunday. He always trusted you. Can you and I go visit him?" He immediately agreed. "All right." They started moving. This place was an underground passage. Sounds echoed in the empty space. Sangun. He lay motionless, his whole body lifeless. Neil sat beside him and asked, "Sangun, what's wrong with you?" The little girl tried to wake him. "Wake up." She tried to channel mana into his body, but it gradually fizzled out and Sangun still didn't react. Neil, with tears welling up, stroked his fur and confessed her feelings. "You were once an important member of my family. You were a friend." The little girl couldn't contain her sorrow at losing a loved one so dear to her, and her father too. Sangun's body began to glow, and the little girl whispered, "Thank you for everything. I will never forget you." Junjian stood silently nearby to give them their final private moment. His figure gradually faded away. Neil knelt down, bowing her head in respect. "Thank you, Sangun." He completely transformed into a stream of mana that flowed out through the passage. All the villagers knelt in unison to see Sangun off on his final journey. The stream of mana gradually merged with the earth and sky. A moment later, everyone stood in place, their eyes fixed on the ruined village. Someone voiced their concern. "Will it be all right to just leave all this behind?" She smiled reassuringly. "We will come back." Intrang stood before the neatly lined-up reindeer, shouting instructions. "The elderly and children go first." She raised her hand to command. "It will be very cold once we leave the mountain, so dress warmly and get on the reindeer." Suddenly, she noticed something. Junjian landed gently while holding Neil. He carefully set the little girl down. In her arms, she was holding a baby white tiger, and her mood seemed much better. Intrang watched, stunned. "Huh, a baby tiger?" The little girl happily held him up. "Sangun," he calmly explained. "Oh, it's a phenomenon similar to Gongdu. He currently looks very small, weak, and harmless." A guardian named Big M placed the deceased Sangun into Neil's family. However, he was resurrected with almost all of his memories but was stripped of his powers. Junjian said expectantly, "We'll be returning to Korea soon." Intrang responded, Just thinking about it was exciting. She was a little curious. What do you plan to do when we get there? He fell into deep thought. There are many things to do. A sword appeared in his hand, radiating a shimmering golden light with an extraordinary aura. Intrang assessed it curiously. What is this weapon? A magic tool? That's an incredible amount of mana. Jungian raised it, praising it silently. Neil did a really good job, while also answering her. It's a gift. It was as if a heavy stone had been dropped right on her head, making her flinch. She gritted her teeth and spat out each word. A gift? Her face darkened, and her mood soured. I get it. You plan to do what when you set foot in Korea? Intrang said in a tone dripping with jealousy. You're going to give a gift to your secret woman, aren't you? He was bewildered. Huh? After collecting himself, Junjian awkwardly scratched his cheek, avoiding her gaze. Yeah, I will give it to her. Intrang became furious, and he felt confused as she silently turned and walked away. What's with that reaction? The group marched through the freezing snow. They stopped at their destination, and she was stunned. It was a wall. The sound of footsteps echoed. Junjian walked up to her. He recalled how he'd once said he would open this wall once a month. Time, right? It's been over a month, I believe. He then placed his hand on the surface, and a current of mana spread out. It would be a waste of time to wait. I've improved much more than I anticipated. His gaze shifted. He could do it without any help. He could open it. While using his power, he warned in a deep voice, stand back. As soon as he spoke, Jungan focused all of his strength. The wall trembled as the two energy sources intertwined, causing the entire structure to light up. He gritted his teeth, feeling the strain. The flow of mana isn't enough, and using the dragon heart will drain Sangun's energy. The dragon heart seemed to show signs of shattering, and the mana became chaotic. On the northern front, the area was shrouded in a biting, snowy wind like a thick mist, making it impossible to see the landscape clearly. Figures on patrol were faintly visible in the sky. Sejan remarked seriously. It's been really rare lately. The young man beside him asked in confusion. What's rare? He explained, the monsters. After that person came to the front, this kind of thing has become rare. The other guy realized. Oh, you mean that underdog guy? It's probably just a coincidence. Sejan said nothing more, frowning in thought as the cold, ruthless image of Jungan flashed in his mind. He smiled. Nonchalantly, who knows, maybe he actually escaped the monsters in North Korea. Hearing that, the other guy denied it, without a second thought. No way, that's impossible no matter who you are. So many heroes have been around for a long time. He was stunned. Huh? Suddenly, Sejan yelled out, Hey, look over there. The other guy asked, What is it? At the same time, they both widened their eyes in astonishment. The demarcation line was changing. A blazing red current of mana was burning the wall. It was spreading wider and wider, and the wall, it was gradually vanishing right before their eyes. Inside the military encampment, the buildings were sturdily constructed with modern architecture. Steam rose from a fragrant cup of coffee, as a voice remarked. This coffee is nice and warm. Intrang picked it up to enjoy it and praised, Wow, is the coffee always this delicious? Jungan agreed, Totally. Suddenly, a person approached. Sejan asked curiously, The group of people who came with you are in the auditorium. May I ask who they are? Jungan calmly introduced them. They are the remaining survivors from North Korea, and they are very trustworthy. The man was stunned. North Core. EA, does that mean? As if knowing what he was thinking, Jungan confirmed, Yes, they are all hunters. Sejan was startled and surprised. All of them are hunters. At the same time, in the auditorium, all the people were gathered inside. Their attention focused on Neil and Kun, who were standing on stage. The little girl began to speak. Everyone, please be patient. Things will be much more comfortable from now on. They replied cheerfully, Okay. Jungan watched the little girl from the side. The girl's curse must have been nullified. The curse's power had granted her abilities, but it also trapped her in the body of a child no longer. She now stood naturally before them, giving a presentation. He walked over and asked Neil, Are you comfortable with this? His voice caught her attention, and she turned to him, her cheeks blushing shyly. Jungan took her by the hand and led her away. At the same time, politely asking permission, I'm going to borrow your master for a moment. They responded enthusiastically. You can do whatever you want. You don't even have to bring her back. Only Kun watched them go with a worried, uneasy heart. The two went to a secluded spot, and seeing that there was no one to disturb them, he asked, Your appearance? Neil explained, The curse is gone. Jungan rubbed his chin, pondering. He said, then took her by the wrist. Hold on, he warned gently. This might hurt a little. The girl was startled and bewildered. Huh? Her pupils. He began to glow, focusing on using the flow of mana to check the little girl's condition. The surrounding air vibrated as a stream of mana connected the two of them. Neil warily swatted his hand away and questioned him. "What are you doing?" He commented seriously. "You've gotten weaker." The little girl was shocked. "What?" She then decided to confirm it for herself. She activated her mana, which enveloped her body. A moment later, Neil stared at her hands, stunned and worried. "I really have gotten weaker." "Why?" Jun Jian analyzed the situation. "I see. You're only strong near Qi village because you control the energy there. That's why you have the appearance of a child up there." The little girl's face fell, and she looked sad. Seeing this, he smiled. Reassuringly, "Don't worry, I'm a hunter. Let me help." Neil was moved by these words. She hesitantly dropped her hostile attitude. "So, what was it you wanted to tell me?" Jun Jian began to speak, telling them to prepare themselves. "People from the government and the association will be looking for you soon. They're going to ask a lot of questions about you and the people from Qi village." An image of C dealing with those brain-like creatures flashed through his mind. Their abilities were much stronger than expected, and if all of them were to join the association at once, and with your father's prowess in slicing enemies in two, he said in a steady voice, everyone will be very excited. But the problem is, Neil knew what was bothering Jun Jian. Can they be trusted? He nodded. "Yeah. There's a possibility you could be deported from South Korea or forced to sign an unfair contract with the government and the association." He then thought of the man with the dark aura. Asga Jiang Huin, the chairman of the Asga Association, might show up. That man will covet the power you all possess. Jun Jian made a suggestion. "Being mindful of their feelings, I will provide you all with a few useful things." Of course, the decision to accept or refuse is up to the people of Qi village. Neil asked suspiciously. "What is it?" Outside, warm sunlight shone on the buildings. A car pulled up and stopped next to the building. A muscular man in a formal suit and dark sunglasses stepped out. Sang Shu suddenly noticed something. He spread his arms in welcome. "Long time no see, Hunter Jun Jian." "Welcome back from China," the young man politely replied. "It has been a while since the orientation, hasn't it?" The man chuckled in praise. "You know, you left a rather lasting impression. A hunter who brilliantly completed a dangerous mission and returned, even bringing back survivors. From North Korea, no less. And they're hunters too." Jun Jian guessed their plan. The association was making the first move, but just as he predicted, Sang Shu's expression suddenly turned grave. "But there is one problem, whether or not we can trust them. So the chairman of the association has a proposal." Jun Jian raised his guard. Asga was making his move. Sang Shu glanced to the side. He relayed Asga's message. "We have been informed that all the survivors from North Korea are hunters. That is why the chairman of the association wants to sign a contract with them." Jun Jian asked, "A mana contract?" The man hesitated. Yes. A mana contract was one that could be used to treat people like slaves by enforcing the penalties written in the contract. He recalled its contents, then chuckled politely. "I'm sorry, but they've already signed a contract with me." Sang Shu was startled. "What?" Jun Jian calmly explained, "I always carry. I keep them by my side to avoid as much risk as possible, which is also why I signed a mana contract with them. You know that each person can only a one-time contract can be made." Hearing this, he rubbed his chin thoughtfully and made a decision. "I will report back to the chairman. Please wait a moment." He was intrigued, wondering how Odin would react. He figured he would find out soon enough. Inside the auditorium, the people of Choji were gathered in one place. They had changed into sportswear. She felt these clothes were really comfortable, someone agreed. They're easy to move in too. Trays of food with a rich variety of dishes were placed on the tables, looking incredibly appealing. Everyone ate and chatted, moved to tears. Back in the Choji village, all we ate were potatoes. Is this heaven? And Trang also had to praise it. "The food here is so delicious." Jun Jiang agreed. He thought to himself. "Back when we were together, we never ate anything this good." Her mood at the moment was very relaxed. "It feels nice to relax like this, but every time I move, I get an itch." He chuckled softly. "She's itching to go hunting." He assessed in Trang's abilities. She was truly a skilled hunter. After finishing his meal, Jun Jiang picked up his tray and stood up. "It's going to be busy when we get back, just like when we prepared for the Hercules competition." She immediately became flustered. "Whatever." A moment later, he was standing on a large rock not far from the building, observing the situation. He foresaw the future of this place. No, the entire world would turn to ash soon enough. It was inevitable. So Jun Jiang turned away, deciding in his heart that he should enjoy himself. Suddenly, he froze. His face turned pale, and cold sweat ran down his cheek as he sensed an unprecedented danger. In front of him was Neil, who had appeared there out of nowhere. She spoke calmly. Choi Jun Jiang was stunned. "Huh?" She explained, "That's my name." His expression turned serious, unable to hide his suspicion. "Chu, I see. How did you manage to hide yourself like that?" Even now, he was still shaken. "I couldn't sense her until she got this close. Even though I can perceive most mana and its flow, a sense of danger rose within him. If she were an enemy, I could have died. Neil explained, that's my skill. Junjiang was puzzled. A skill? Anyway, why did you come here to find me? She stated her purpose. I was still wondering what your next plan is. We don't know what you want us to do under the mana contract. There are many people who are worried about it. Junjiang calmly replied, we'll go to Soon first. He thought of the calculating expression on Hojin's face when he was thinking about the plan. Odin must already know by now that the people of Choji village have signed a mana contract with me as long as I'm allied with Asga. The people there will also be allied with Asga, so they won't be able to stop me. This wasn't the issue she was asking about yet. Neil requested, no, I want to know what happens after that too. Junjiang didn't hide anything. I want the people of Choji village to fulfill their duties. Hearing this word, she was startled and became wary. Duties? He knew what she was worried about, so he reassured her. Don't worry, I'm not going to force anyone to do anything, but with power comes responsibility. I just want them to fulfill their responsibilities. Only then did Neil let out a sigh of relief, temporarily placing her trust in him. All right. After all her questions were answered, she left. Suddenly, the system displayed a notification that the dragon heart had stabilized. Junjiang exhaled a puff of smoke. The most recently absorbed power had stabilized. He clenched his fist, a little curious about how strong he was now. He remembered the powerful appearance and terrifying aura of power of Demas. I'm not sure, but I think I can probably defeat Hercules when he's in his berserk state. Junjiang smiled, feeling overflowing with confidence, certain he had grown stronger. Just then, said Zhang ran up and called out, Sir, he says someone from the association is here to see you. The thing you've been waiting for has arrived. Back in the auditorium, one person's scalp was so shiny it sparkled under the light. Seonggu greeted his acquaintance. How have you been? Jungion replied in a friendly tone, better than you. You're not going to bring up a sore subject, are you? Referring to Seonggu's baldness. He was stunned. Hey! Junjian rubbed his neck jokingly. I always wanted to say that. I've been working hard, so just let it slide. He was angry but decided to let him off the hook for now. Fine, just this once. Feeling they had chatted enough, he got down to business. So, you're late. What did the association say? Seonggu took a deep breath, then sighed in frustration. It's a mess. Most of the Asga members have returned to Korea. This information surprised Jun Jian. He slowly recounted the situation to him. What I heard next was even more shocking. The special gates are a sign of a violent upheaval. Images of various vicious monsters appeared. The special gates produce monsters that are even stronger than usual. Therefore, the consequences are also more severe when they activate. These types of gates have appeared not just in Korea, but all over the world. A jet flew across the deep blue sky. So many hunters from around the world have returned to their home countries after the raid. No one knows what the special gates signify, but even Odin felt it was a serious matter and summoned the Get heroes. Seonggu mentioned, there's a meeting scheduled in a few days. Of course, we'll also be discussing you. He looked down below. We hope you'll come back. The people of Cheonji were gathering. His voice was full of awe. But I didn't expect you to come with a gold mine. Junjian followed his gaze. The hunters of Cheonji village, they were called a precious gold mine. The number of hunters one possesses is a great power. Seonggu's expression turned serious as he emphasized, but the problem is that you are the one who owns it. Seonggu's face was grave. A mana contract has one purpose, to force loyalty and obedience to the master. You brought back hunters from a remote area, and now they will become your subordinates. He clenched his fist, warning, that will make you a lot of enemies. All the other factions will see you as a rival or an enemy. After all, a mana contract and a guild are two completely different things. Junjian silently listened to him speak, then he smiled calmly. It's okay. I'm still a member of Asga, right? Seonggu also let out a helpless sigh and confirmed, yeah, that's right. Anyway, the two of them happily embraced. He patted his back. In welcome, congratulations on your safe return. The sky was clear blue, with lazy clouds drifting by and the warm Sunday shining down. Outside the building, buses were parked side by side, and a few people were standing guard. Inside, Junjion and Seonggu stood on stage. He announced in a loud voice, this will be the last trip. The people of Cheonji thought to themselves, that's a shame. I could go on hundreds of trips like this. All we did was eat, sleep, and detox. Yes, but I am also a bit tired. He kindly reminded them, everyone will be busy soon, so rest while you have the time. Suddenly, Seonggu noticed something in one direction. They were enthusiastically showing their trust. We believe in you. He pointed down and asked Junjian, that woman, who is she? The person he was referring to was Unjul. The hunters are calling her a saint or something. You must have. You didn't come here for her, did you? He chuckled and confidently replied, Well, I don't think you're wrong about that. Hearing this, Seong-gu froze like a statue. Seeing the misunderstanding, Jun Jian quickly corrected him. Hey, I was just kidding. In Trang suddenly chimed in to confirm, he's really just kidding. Jun Jian didn't come here for Uniel. Her words caught their attention. She frowned, looking annoyed. There's no shortage of women here. If she's the one he's hiding, as she was speaking, she trailed off for some reason. A thought soured her mood. Does that mean he has women abroad too? Just how many rivals do I have? He suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Seong-gu thought awkwardly, I think I might have just heard her thoughts. The peaceful natural scenery was a mix of the green earth, sky, and vegetation. A breeze blew by, turning a windmill. Buses followed one after another, driving smoothly down the road and gradually entering the city's downtown area, filled with modern architecture. The further they went, the more people appeared, and the atmosphere grew more bustling. All the Jeonji people stared blankly at the unfamiliar sight. Gentle sunlight shone down on a luxurious, towering skyscraper. The crowd of people was dense, the pulse of life was everywhere, with all sorts of vehicles in traffic and the loud honking of horns. Everyone was stunned, having never seen anything like this before. Everything was beyond their comprehension. Junjian stood beside them, thinking, everyone's gone completely silent. He uneasily turned to Uniel and instructed her, take care of everyone. However, he was startled to see her reaction was even more extreme. Her eyes were sparkling, and her mouth was agape in amazement. He felt helpless, partly understanding their situation. She's like that too, huh? She's lived on a mountain her whole life, so this must be the first time she's seen modern civilization. Jun Jian had no choice but to entrust the responsibility to someone else. Miss Dong and Trang, please guide the Jeonji people. You just need to follow the person from the association. She immediately agreed, okay. He then remembered the one he needed to worry about the most. Fenria, you have to listen to Dong and Trang, got it? The little boy looked up, then ground his teeth and growled irritably. Jun Jian gently patted the boy's head to reassure him. You can feel it too, can't you? From the roof of that building, a kind of dangerous aura is emanating. Zooming in, Hojin was there with his hands clasped behind his back, silently observing them. He looked up to face him, and Hojin, seeing this, smiled with great interest, a sinister look on his face. Jun Jian didn't know what Hojin was planning and raised his guard. He knelt on one knee before the little boy. Fenria, there's something you need to understand from now on, he instructed seriously, so that you can use your fangs when necessary. The little boy listened intently to every word from Jun Jian. You also need to keep them hidden. Fenria replied without a hint of hesitation, trusting him completely. Okay. This modern city was completely different from the small village where the Jeonji people had lived. Hojin had been waiting for a long time. When he appeared, he acted friendly, welcoming him. He exclaimed, You've really brought some interesting things with you. Jun Jian was slightly puzzled. Yes. Hojin calmly listed them, hundreds of hunters, 2 hero-rank individuals, and 3 strange things. He speculated internally, his expression unchanging. He must be talking about Uniel and Manhwa as the hero-rank hunters, and the strange things are Fenria and Sun. But what about the third one? As if sensing his confusion, Hojin walked over and placed a hand on his shoulder, explaining, You are the third one. I'm very curious about your trip. I want to talk with you to China, but there are a few things we must do first. With that said, a mystical golden stream of mana spread out from their position and enveloped them. In the blink of an eye, they had teleported to another space. Hojin led the way, while Jun Jian and Seong-gu slowly followed. He felt a sense of anticipation for what was about to happen. Today is the day we introduce you to Asga, and we will also hold a conference. They must be curious about you. All the heroes of Asga are here. His interest was also piqued. I see. Meanwhile, in a building, sparkling with golden light and full of luxury, all the members of the association were gathered here. Someone said in a mocking tone, I heard they're introducing some fool. The person next to him complained, What is Odin thinking? I don't know. Approving a fool into Asga, they gathered in small groups, buzzing with conversation. It seems he progresses very quickly, and has even been to China. What an utter fool. Suddenly, one of them noticed something. Over there, I can feel an energy source approaching. The others simultaneously turned their attention in that direction, their eyes filled with arrogance and judgment. Just then, someone gasped in shock, seemingly in disbelief. Wait, what? They all realized something was wrong. They fell into chaos, Odin and Heimdall. And the energy from that other person is also terrifying. Impossible, I thought. He was a newbie. His face turned pale, a chill ran down his spine, and he broke out in a cold sweat. Are newbies supposed to be this strong? Just as they were filled with doubt, the door opened. Footsteps echoed, and with them came an intense amount of mana. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Jun Jian appeared. His crimson pupils radiated ruthlessness, and his entire body was enveloped in an abundant and dangerous mana. He politely introduced himself. I am Underdog Lunyan. In the middle of the city center, a pillar of light shot straight into the sky, looking incredibly conspicuous. A person stood guard in front of the spatial gate. This might be the time they come out. The first person to appear was Kun, followed by the people of John G. An intense mana gradually enveloped the gate. It grew smaller and then completely vanished before everyone's eyes. Xu Yong praised them. Good work, everyone. Kun replied politely. Thank you for waiting for us. The association member smiled and explained. Since everyone is able to protect the gate, the citizens will feel at ease. He inwardly marveled. This White Tiger group is completely different from the others. They have good personalities and top-notch skills. Umel, holding Sun to her chest, reminded them. There are still more gate locations, right? Let's go to the next location. Xu Yong was surprised, thinking that even if they didn't understand the work process, he still asked, but don't you all want to rest a bit? You don't have to work all day. She smiled cheerfully and declined. No need. We're fine. Please take us to the next place. He was flustered by her smile and stammered a bit. All right, at the location of a special gate, the gloomy sky was covered in an eerie, blood-red color. Sharp crags pointed upward. Entrang was rushing forward to confront the monsters. She wielded a sword larger than herself, slicing them into pieces. The system announced, Prince's magic power is buffing stats. A monster took advantage of her inattention, crept up from behind, and brought its sharp claws down on her. At that moment, a giant hand grabbed its head. Gongdu clenched his fist. Gathering his strength, he punched straight through its head, while Haiyan Mu simultaneously summoned a mana orb, precisely firing it at another monster. Flexible, thin threads made of mana wrapped around it. W. Hua yanked her hand, shredding it to pieces. The system displayed a notification. The Great Eastern Doctor assists in ability evolution. With a powerful leap, Junjian gripped his sword tightly and charged into the middle of the monster horde. From the sky, he struck down right in the center. The diffusing mana annihilated all the monsters nearby. The system's sound chimed again. Apocalypse player, Omen. He had a speechless expression on his face. Why is it just me? It interrupted his train of thought. You have leveled up. Junjian sighed, admitting he couldn't hate it. A moment later, the monster horde had been massacred. Not a single one remained. All 5 members gathered, and Entrang voiced her opinion. Perhaps it's because we're hunting in a high-level gate, but the sponsors are definitely very interested in us. She was also extremely confident in her team's strength. It was a special gate containing S-rank monsters, but with our numbers it was more than enough. Then she added, I'm sure everyone else feels the same. She and W. Hua nodded in agreement at the same time. Jun Jian didn't want them to get arrogant from their recent small victories, so he warned, the stronger we get, the more special gates will appear. The world is now filled with magic. His expression became grave. Soon, the Great Flood will begin. Hearing this, he was startled, and Entrang had a similar reaction. He turned to praise them, but didn't forget to remind them, you two are both strong, but you need to work even harder. Suddenly, she chased after him, stopping him. Mr. Li Junjian, wait a moment. She was curious, where are you going? It looks like you're about to leave. He calmly stated his plan, I'm thinking of taking a short trip around the world. Entrang was a bit surprised and hesitated. A short trip around the world? She stared intently at Junjian's face to see if he was lying or not. He had just seriously warned them about the Great Flood, and now he wants to travel the world? Of course, he had the right to rest. After confirming nothing was out of the ordinary, Entrang accepted his answer. Right, resting is for the best. She smiled back at him. All right then. Seeing her reaction, Junjian chuckled softly. He was certain that if he had explained in more detail, she would misunderstand and assume he was going to meet other girls. Her reaction had lightened his mood. He gave his instructions. From now on, you can all work with the White Tiger team. I'll also be leaving Fenrir there. The little guy looked puzzled. Junjian entrusted the little Fenrir with a heavy responsibility. Take care of the White Tiger team. They are the most important backup we'll have in the future. The little guy nodded in acceptance. He clenched his fist, steeling his resolve. I told everyone it was a trip, but this is my responsibility, my duty. He gazed into the distance, telling himself, for me, someone who knows and comes from the future, I must bear that responsibility. The sky was painted in the romantic crimson hues of twilight. Junjian's voice carried on the wind. I need to go see Odin. A few days later, he borrowed the right to use the Bifrost from Seung-gu for a while. The man thoughtfully reminded him, be careful. I didn't expect Odin to agree. Junjian explained the reason. It's because I made a deal with Odin. The man was stunned. A deal? Junjian confirmed. That's right. I gave him the thing he likes the most. Seung-gu looked at him pensively. The stern image of Hoggen appeared in his mind. Odin is not an easy one to deal with, allowing others to use frost. However, Because the two had made an agreement, Jun Jian was granted permission, and that agreement was the man in black. He was shrouded in dark mana, his appearance obscured. After returning from China, he told Odin some information that was completely different from what the other survivors reported. Time flashes back to the past. Jun Jian reports what he learned on his trip. There is someone known as the Man in Black on the move. He destroyed China and ravaged Qi village. That information was enough to pique Odin's desire for strong individuals. His eyes lit up with excitement. Find out the identity of that Man in Black. Asga, we will give you our full, unhesitating support, meaning all of Asga will cooperate with Underdog as much as possible. In the peaceful blue sky, a seven-colored speck of light appeared, twinkling like a star. A radiant rainbow bridged the sky, and Jun Jian landed calmly. Just then, someone approached him and spoke, "I've been waiting for you." Although slightly surprised, he maintained a calm exterior. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Knight of the First Sword, Lancelot." Internally, he marveled, "This is beyond my expectations. I thought they would just send a manager from the council." He put on a polite expression and greeted him back. "Likewise, it's an honor for Underdog to meet you." Jun Jian thought to himself, "Lancelot, one of the Knights of the Round Table? I'm actually meeting him." An emblem of his shield with two crossed swords appeared. It symbolized the Round Table, a secret organization from the United Kingdom that holds a different worldview from other organizations. Unlike the other organizations that always try to manipulate humanity for the sake of saving people, that would be the Asga Association, led by Hojin. The Round Table are complete outsiders. They are individuals who possess great power but simply stand by silently, neither good nor evil. The reason the Round Table is so powerful is thanks to Merlin, who is the center of the entire group, a girl with golden hair and emerald eyes. On the other hand, there's Arthur in the form of a child, but even excluding her, the Round Table is still incredibly strong. That's because the Round Table has a special line of knights. The few who make up this line of knights are all stronger than ordinary heroes. The knightly order is led by Onion, who is also the strongest, and they have always played a crucial role in the crises that have occurred in the United Kingdom. Returning to the present, the scene was a quiet city basking in the warm sunlight. Lancelot smiled amicably and shared his thoughts. "Because Merlin has taken an interest in you, everyone has become quite curious about you. Underdog, myself included, I'm also very curious about you. However, the attitude he showed couldn't deceive Jun Jian. His eyes were full of animosity towards me. This is probably because of Merlin. Lancelot is famous for being madly in love with the head of the Round Table, Merlin. However, Merlin did not reciprocate his feelings. From that point on, their relationship was completely destroyed. He became frantic, seemingly having lost his mind. It wasn't because Lancelot was a traitor or anything, but because his obsession with her had spiraled out of control. He recalled the rumors people whispered. "I heard that most of the problems the Round Table faces originate from Lancelot." He felt unlucky. "Looks like I've stepped in some real crap." Jun Jian then tried to explain in an attempt to salvage the situation. "I simply want to keep my promise to Merlin," and before he could finish his sentence, he was suddenly politely interrupted. "A promise? Did you just say promise?" He let out a helpless sigh, not expecting that this could also get Lancelot so worked up. "What do you mean?" His expression turned serious as he warned. "I'm here to see Merlin on official business. I know that you're here to guide me, but you're being quite rude to me." His attitude remained nonchalant, shamelessly retorting without admitting any wrongdoing. "When was I rude?" Jun Jian wondered pointedly. If a knight doesn't even realize he's being rude, does he even deserve to be called a knight? Lancelot angrily slammed his hand on the table, sending the cup flying from the impact. His expression darkened, his eyes filled with a menacing glare. "Are you daring to insult me?" Jun Jian calmly crossed his arms, stating with certainty, "Merlin, you're definitely watching all of this, aren't you? After all, within the Round Table, the only place she can't see is a personal break room." He gritted his teeth, suppressing his rage as he declared, "Underdog, I don't know how great your reputation is, but as a knight, I cannot let your insulting actions slide." Suddenly, a loud voice commanded, "Stop it right now." Lancelot turned in surprise. He wasn't surprised at all, as this was within his expectations. She's appeared. Specks of light floated in mid-air as Merlin gradually materialized before the two of them. She sat properly behind her desk. He respectfully bowed his head in greeting. "Your Highness, Merlin." Jun Jian also stood up and looked at her. She coldly reminded him, "Lancelot, you are disrespecting my guest." He was taken aback. Even Merlin was on his side. This stirred up the jealousy within him. In a moment where emotion overwhelmed reason, he shouted a challenge. "Underdog, I challenge you to a duel." Merlin frowned and shot up to stop him. "Lancelot, what do you think you're doing?" However, Jun Jian calmly agreed. "All right." She looked astonished and confused. Not giving them a chance to change their minds, he quickly decided. "Then let's go to the training hall." They moved together to the arena. The sound of murmuring whispers arose. "It's Lancelot again? What did he get into this time?" Someone showed interest. "Hey, It's been a while since we've had a match worth watching. Huh. The person next to him wasn't as expectant. Lancelot will win anyway. Who's he fighting? He answered with the correct information. Underdog. The others who heard this answer immediately changed their attitudes. Underdog from Asgard? Oh, so this is a big match. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed from a distance, and Gawain appeared. All the knights were stunned. Sir Gawain and Sir Galahad are here. The leaders of the Knights of the Round Table have arrived. They raised their hands in a respectful military-style salute. Greetings, Sir Gawain. He smiled warmly and patted his shoulder in praise. Well done. They watched the scene and remarked, so cool. Yeah, he's a Knight of the Round Table, after all. On the other side, the match between Junjian and Lancelot was about to begin. The two stood facing each other, weapons in hand. The atmosphere was tense. He felt confident in his own abilities. He's also using a spear as his weapon, but I think it will be different. Gawain also watched intently. A spear duel between the East and the West? Huh. This is going to be an interesting duel. Lancelot put on a show, placing a hand on his chest and bowing his head. Thank you all for coming to watch my duel. The audience played along and responded enthusiastically. Him smiled with satisfaction. His vanity was fulfilled. Junjian, however, mocked him relentlessly. Sir Lelot, I am starting to wonder whether I should call you a knight or an entertainer. Based on your actions just now, you seem more like an entertainer, so I'm not sure if calling you sir is appropriate anymore. Lelo frowned, looking annoyed. The aura around him changed completely. His mana flared to life. I heard that in the duels held here, we can even take our opponent's life. Is that correct? His pupils contracted, revealing his bloodlust. That's right. He took a stance and declared with great arrogance. This is a duel where your life is on the line. I was originally planning to go easy and not kill you, but I guess I don't have to anymore. Junjian wasn't provoked and remained calm. Listen to yourself. You're a truly selfish and arrogant nobleman. He was even in the mood to insult him. He smirked. You fake knight, Lelot. Enraged, Lelot charged forward at the speed of light. You bastard, die. Junjian stood his ground calmly, his eyes glowing as he coolly assessed the situation. Lelot was known as a one-strike knight, someone who could pierce through anything with a single blow. True to the rumors, his attack was incredibly fierce. Regardless of his personality, he was genuinely a hero. However, the spear tip, cloaked in intense mana, thrust forward. Junjian met it precisely with the tip of his own spear. Lelot's attack was stopped cold. He couldn't move an inch. The spectators were completely stunned by this sight. What the? Did he just stop the one-strike attack by simply meeting spear tips? Lelot's spear was brought to a complete standstill. Lelot himself was in deep shock. Only then did he sense the danger of the situation. Cold sweat trickled down his cheek. He tried to push with more force, but the result was the same. There's no way I can't move. Meanwhile, Junjian was still, perfectly steady, as if it was effortless for him. Seeing that the duel was getting out of hand, a voice called out to stop them. That is enough. Startled, he turned his head towards the source of the voice. The man introduced himself formally. I am a knight of the Round Table, Juan. While dealing with Lelo, Junjian's attention was diverted to the speaker, Juan. Those courteous words and gestures. He was the Green Knight. The Green Knight? After awakening as a hunter, he slaughtered monsters like a madman. Their corpses, torn to pieces, littered the ground. And yet, he always maintained his powerful composure. His entire body was constantly stained with monster blood, and from that, people started calling him the Green Knight. The two spear tips separated. Junjian calmly retracted his weapon. I have no reason to fight him anyway. Lelo's knees gave out, hitting the ground hard. His face darkened as he knelt in disgrace. One stepped in front of him and spoke sharply. Lelot, learn to properly gauge your own skill and that of your opponent. He retorted resentfully. He insulted me first. One ignored his pointless excuses and turned to give an order. Galahad, help Lelo clean this place up, he replied dutifully. Understood. Lelo got to his feet, and though reluctant, he still had to bow his head in acknowledgement. I have lost. Junjian raised his guard. Juan was not someone he could underestimate. He had been analyzing his strength from the very beginning. Juan turned to leave, but his gaze lingered for a moment after an assessment to be able to block Lelo's magic attack with a single, decisive blow. He's really strong. Perhaps he's another rising star from Asgard. The rumor that he defeated Hercules wasn't a lie. A while later, everything had settled down. In another area, he stood facing Merlin, just this once. Junjian sincerely promised, I agreed to fight this time because I wanted to. It won't happen a second time, he silently thought. Merlin has complete control over the Round Table, including the head of its order of knights, which means they absolutely have to obey her commands. So if Merlin had wanted, she could have prevented me from ever clashing with Lelot. His thoughts drifted back to the recent battle. However, because Merlin wanted us to fight, I agreed. Because there were also a few things I needed here. He explained to her, that was to pay off my debt to you. Merlin furrowed her brow, confused. You're quite the straightforward one. Didn't you agree to fight because you wanted to? Junjian awkwardly scratched his face. I only agreed because I'm someone who hates to lose. In truth, he remembered the moment their spears clashed. It was to see how much stronger I've gotten since my time in China and to repay my debt to Merlin. He chuckled softly, brushing those issues aside. Anyway, you got what you wanted, so let's consider my debt paid. This should be enough to teach Lilith a lesson, right? Junjian made a well-founded guess. Merlin must have noticed my increased strength, so even though she knew Lilith would lose, she still let us fight. That means she wanted Lilith to lose. She directly admitted her intentions. You're smarter than I thought. That's right, I wanted you to defeat Lilith. She was dissatisfied with his complacent attitude, so she devised this plan. Lilith has great potential. However, his arrogance and obsession with me meant he needed a chance to mature. I had to use you as a stepping stone for him. Merlin's eyes glowed as she reluctantly agreed. Fine. As you said, I'll consider a portion of your debt to me paid. Her figure vanished, only to be replaced by Arthur in an instant. He reminded him sternly, the debt still remains from the promise you made me. Junjian called out softly, Arthur. He wanted to confirm, are you going to keep your promise? He held out his hand and summoned a sword, a golden blade that sparkled in the light. At first, Arthur's pupils contracted in surprise. Arthur became enraged as a chaotic mana flared around him. Is that Excalibur? Are you kidding me? Junjian tossed the sword to him. Take it and go crazy if you want. He caught it, gripping the hilt tightly. Arthur observed it and then questioned angrily. You call this magic-filled ornament of a sword Excalibur? Are you mocking me? Feeling insulted, he yelled irritably. With such a pathetic trick, you think you can fool me? Suddenly, Merlin spoke up hesitantly. Arthur. He froze upon hearing her voice, his gaze shifting behind him. Arthur was also stunned, unable to believe his eyes. Merlin? He stared blankly at the sword in his hand. Is this really Excalibur? At that moment, he still suspected the Thunder Core had been resolved. Merlin also hadn't recovered from the shock. We separated. Junjian smiled, correcting him. I keep my promises. He remembered the image from the Demon King's memoirs. I've seen Excalibur before. That sword belonged to him. Arthur studied the sword. Is this really the real deal? He asked regretfully. Unfortunately, it's just a fake. They were both startled, and whipped their heads toward Junjian. He explained its purpose, saying it was a fake made to deceive their patron. The Lady of the Lake only sees what she wants to see, so as long as you two act according to her wishes, then everything will be fine. Merlin seemed to have an epiphany. I understand now. Arthur was still confused. What in the world are you talking about? She explained, as simply as she could. The Lady of the Lake is the one who wants us to retrieve Excalibur Arthur. However, we don't know what Excalibur looks like. We only know that it exists in the form of a sword. Its actual shape is a mystery. She looked at Junjian and continued, but he knows what Excalibur looks like. So, he created something that looks like Excalibur to deceive the patron. Junjian silently confirmed that was exactly right. He imagined its image. The sword of the lake Excalibur, a blade that has rested beneath a magical lake for centuries. It absorbed an immense amount of magic from that lake. Knowing this, I was able to partially recreate it. Arthur was still skeptical. But it's still a fake, so we're just going to separate like this? Merlin replied, this is only temporary. She already knew the outcome. The Lady of the Lake will soon realize it's a fake, and the curse will return to its original state. Hearing this, Arthur flew into a rage. Acting before he could think, he prepared to attack Junjian. Is that so? Luckily, Merlin managed to stop him. Wait. She was much smarter than him and deduced that even if it's a fake, it will still have an effect for a certain period of time, right? Junjian calmly explained in detail. It's not a matter of time. I created it to deceive her. Even if she realizes it's a fake, she'll still have to verify it to some extent, as long as you two don't leave this area. No, don't leave the round table. The curse will be temporarily lifted. Junjian then analyzed the purpose behind the patron placing the curse on them. However, she also genuinely wants them to find the real Excalibur. After finishing his explanation, he reminded them, anyway, my work here is done. Arthur buried his face in his hands, falling silent. Then suddenly, he lowered his hands and declared, no, it's not over yet. His expression was serious as he analyzed the situation. Arthur endured the curse, more than Merlin, which forced him into the body of a child. Meanwhile, Merlin still had her normal body, so it was understandable why he acted that way. Finally, Junjian made a decision. In that case, he smiled and clenched, his fist revealing. I'll tell you one more thing. The location of the real Excalibur. A forest was shrouded in an ethereal mist when a blinding flash of light suddenly erupted, standing out vividly. It was immediately followed by a giant pillar of fire that brought a scorching heat that incinerated everything as it tore through the space. Domitius clenched his fists as intense flames erupted around him. His appearance was utterly ferocious. He launched a ruthless attack, but the other man simply had to lean slightly to dodge the punch. The force of the blow grazed past him and struck a boulder behind him, causing it to explode. Shards of rock went flying. Domitius didn't stop and charged forward again, his eyes bloodshot. It seemed he had entered a berserker state. The entire area in front of him was destroyed, kicking up a cloud of dust and smoke that obscured the view. Seth remained calm as he swung his sword, while making an assessment. Too slow, he slashed horizontally at Domitius. The man reacted nimbly, leaping high into the air to dodge. Dodged, the sword strike landing right at his feet. Then he gathered his strength below, preparing to counterattack. Suddenly, Domitius noticed something unusual. Ross's mana had somehow circled behind him. The sharp blade swiped past. A sound of tearing wind echoed through the air. Before he could even move, he was stabbed hard in the middle of his back. His body froze, veins popping on Domitius's face. His expression twisted as he screamed out in pain. In his eyes, which were originally covered in a blood-red color, a white spot suddenly appeared. Then, it gradually spread and consumed the red. Domitius snapped out of his berserk state, his face darkening as he fell to his knees on the ground. Ross calmly stood there with his sword, observing. He didn't seem to have used any effort to take him down. Now, he had regained his senses, losing all composure as he sat slumped on the dirty ground, pointing and asking, "What the hell is that sword?" He sheathed his weapon and replied, "I picked it up not too long ago." Domitius's eyes widened in astonishment. He stammered in disbelief. "You just picked up something like that?" He secretly recalled the scene of his miserable defeat just now. The moment the sword touched him, he completely couldn't control his magic anymore. Ross didn't explain further and changed the subject. "Well, you're strong enough for me to forgive you for going against our agreement and acting on your own." He seized the opportunity to confirm, "So I won't be disciplined, right?" But he cruelly shattered his hope. "Wrong, only I am forgiving you. Athena seems very keen on disciplining you." Hearing that, Domitius was startled and turned his head to see her standing there silently with her arms crossed like a ghost. He panicked. "When did she get here? I didn't sense her at all." Athena looked over this way expressionlessly, seeming not to care what they were discussing. Ross was also suspicious. "What's wrong?" Athena finally spoke up. "I have a few things to report." She brought up a topic they had discussed in the past, about what you said a few days ago. Underdog. Domitius was surprised. This name was very familiar to him. "Underdog, you say?" He put on a thoughtful expression, wondering about something. Athena continued her report. "After returning from China, he is currently in the United Kingdom, which is very strange." "The United Kingdom?" She confirmed seriously. "That's right. We still don't know the reason he went there." Then added more information. "He went to the round table." He frowned in thought. After analyzing the situation for a moment, he decided, "All right, continue to monitor him. And Hercules, don't slack off on your training." Athena placed a hand on her chest and respectfully obeyed. "I understand." Domitius also formally agreed. "I understand," they said in unison. Ross, his gaze fixed on the distance, planned for the future. The sky was clear and blue, with idyllic white clouds drifting lazily. At the same time, in the territory of the round table, a voice was heard. Now, Arthur stood opposite Junjian with his hands on his hips. "You're saying Ross is holding Excalibur?" He confirmed with certainty. "That's right." He couldn't suppress his doubt. "But he already has the Olympian Thunderbolt. Why would he need that sword too?" Junjian gave a forced smile, thinking to himself, "The Thunderbolt, so many people have that impression of Ross, huh?" He honestly replied, "I don't know." Suddenly, Arthur narrowed his eyes at him with a displeased attitude. "Why are you speaking so informally to me?" He casually replied, "You are too." Junjian feigned innocence and asked, Is there a problem? Right?" He fell silent, trying to think of a rebuttal, but finally gave up with a helpless sigh. Arthur changed the subject back to the main issue. "So what should we do about Excalibur?" he asked with an innocent expression. "Why are you asking me? I've already told you too where it is. The rest is up to you, you just have to get it." Arthur was startled, never having expected this outcome, but our promise. Junjian reminded him calmly, "You asked me to find Excalibur to break your curse. I think I've done my part. Besides, you two still have to pay me. And twice, at that." He looked down, deep in thought. "This is quite a predicament. I don't think they'll agree to negotiate giving me Excalibur." He remained calm and reassuring. "Well, I think Merlin will figure something out. She is smart." Hearing that, Arthur also chuckled in agreement. "That's right." He stopped insisting on Excalibur and asked for Junjian's opinion. "So how do you want us to repay you?" He calculated silently. Merlin said she's busy with a meeting about restoring Excalibur, which will take a lot of time. If I tell Arthur, you know nothing about power and then act all mysterious, I'll tell you when Merlin gets back. Just as he finished speaking, footsteps were heard. Merlin slowly approached. Arthur also noticed and looked over. She knew they were waiting for her. All right, go ahead and say it. Jungian was delighted. He didn't beat around the bush anymore. Great. What I want, he declared with a serious face, something unimaginable, is for you two to survive. Arthur's eyes widened in surprise. He was bewildered. Huh. Merlin had a similar expression. Jungian spread his hands and continued to add to his request. I also want you two to trust me completely and do as I say. If you agree to this, I will consider forgiving the debt. Arthur questioned. Why are you asking for two things for one debt? Jungian didn't answer but asked back. Are you planning to die or something? I'm asking you to guarantee you'll live. He gulped, feeling uneasy. Merlin spoke up in agreement. All right, we understand. However, I think we'll need a clearer explanation from him. He announced softly. It will be soon. Something important is about to happen. Arthur was skeptical. What's important? Jungian stated the truth. A special gate and a strange source of mana. I know you can feel it too. Otherwise, you wouldn't have summoned the Knights of the Round Table, right? Merlin frowned, admitting. So my hunch wasn't wrong. The density of magical power across the kingdom is rising at a strange rate. I summoned them because of the special gate, he affirmed seriously. That's right. And many more special gates will appear in the future. She was concerned about something else. Is that the big event you mentioned? The part about you wanting us to survive? What's that about? Jungian immediately denied it. No. His expression turned grave. It's when all those special gates disappear. We have to be prepared for that moment. The two of them fell silent at his words. On the calm surface of a lake were two figures, one tall and one short, standing opposite each other. Sharp slashes crossed each other in the shape of a cross. Arthur held his sword and explained, This is where I train alone, because not everyone in the Round Table knows of my existence. He suggested, Let's have a match. It seems you've gotten stronger since last time. Then he activated his mana. Jungian readily agreed. All right, he summoned his spear and declared confidently, I is quite different than before. You have a question that needs answering, but first, have you ever fought that lightning guy? Atho looked startled. Huh? Atho kindly warned, You'll die if you say things like that. Jungian didn't care and stubbornly insisted, Just answer me. He simply smiled and obliged. Of course, I have. He was finally satisfied. All right. Jungian's expression turned serious, his pupils glowing blood red as he launched a preemptive strike. He launched himself forward, sending a huge splash of water into the air. He thrust his spear directly at Atho. Atho parried the blow while taunting him. Are you even taking this seriously? You're still too slow. The water was affected by the impact of their clash. Jungian retreated a good distance, silently on guard, trying to figure out the right approach. Dueling with Atho isn't just a test of my combat skills. I have to use everything I know. An intense flame enveloped the entire spear. The system continuously announced that the fire magic of the Muspel spear had been converted into stats. Under the influence of the Water King, the flames will benefit the user. A brilliant red stream of mana coiled around Jungian. Atho started to get interested. Oh, impressive. The two fought fiercely, moving from one spot to another, by fire and water clashing with neither willing to yield. After a moment, they separated, and Jungian was sent flying by Atho. He raised his hand, condensed his mana, and fired it directly into Jungian's stomach. Jungian still had the strength to resist, sending lake water splashing everywhere. Atho's eyes glowed as he looked down with contempt. Is that all you've got? Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and he had to admit it. The man was strong, but he couldn't accept defeat like this. Jungian steeled his resolve. I have to land at least one hit on him. Sharp slashes cut through the air. The searing flow of mana grew more intense as powerful flames engulfed the entire spear. Atho was stunned when he witnessed this. What? Is he absorbing magic? The system announced, the dragon's heart is releasing its magic. A massive explosion suddenly erupted, the sound shaking the entire area. A thick cloud of smoke obscured everyone's vision. Water droplets fell as densely as rain. Atho's figure slowly came into view. His expression was terrifying, and a bleeding scratch was on his cheek. He wondered, what was that just now? Jungian remained silent. After a long moment, he spoke a name, Sunfire. Atho smiled in praise. Sunfire. That's an incredible skill. As soon as the words left his mouth, tendrils of mana, which had approached unnoticed, wrapped tightly around Jungian's body. He lost consciousness and collapsed. Atho looked slightly apologetic. My apologies. It's been a long time since I've had this much fun. I lost control of my power. Atho retracted his mana and continued to speak to himself. Earlier, you asked me about the white lightning, didn't you? You can't achieve that right now. However, Jungian couldn't hear the answer he wanted. Who knows? Maybe you'll be the one to defeat them. Time passed, and birds flew over the city skyline. Inside a room, Jungian was lost in thought. The concerned voice of Hyan Mu came from his bracelet. Are you all right? He held up his hands to inspect them, thankful that he had recovered thanks to Merlin's skill, and answered, "Yeah, I'm fine." He closed his eyes, recalling the fight. "I lost, but at least I managed to land a hit on him." Yunjian boasted happily to the bracelet. "My spear actually touched the leader of a major organization. I've gotten stronger." Suddenly, a sound came from outside. He knocked on the door. One wore his usual cold expression. "Are you in there, underdog?" "I'm one." A flock of pigeons soared through the city sky. Jun Jian and one stood facing each other. The man started the conversation. "I heard from Merlin that you warned us about the crisis that would befall England." He bowed politely, saying, "I sincerely apologize to you again for the rudeness our knights showed you and thank you for your straightforward and mature attitude towards him." The young man replied politely, "It's nothing." Then he voiced his suspicion. "But I don't think you came here just to thank me, did you?" One was silent for a moment, then finally whispered, "Arthur." Jun Jian was startled and looked at him. One stated his purpose. "I know you had a friendly duel with Arthur yesterday. I also want to try sparring with him, but I haven't had the chance yet." One gripped the hilt of his sword and activated his mana. Though it was a request, he was already in a battle-ready stance. "So, would you care for a duel with me?" Jun Jian sighed in resignation. He knew this was coming. With no other choice, he agreed. "Very well, I'm also quite curious about your skills." His two eyes glowed red as a stream of mana enveloped his entire body. The deep blue sky was filled with lazily drifting clouds. Jun Jian thought to himself, this must be a common trait of these British knights. He recalled the image of Galahad when Jun Jian was at the Round Table. Galahad, and surprisingly, even Lancelot wanted to duel him. Then, Lancelot's serious face appeared in his mind. It was as if he had realized something. He had apologized to Jun Jian and requested an informal duel. Jun Jian felt frustrated and tired. "I came to the Round Table to return Excalibur. Why is it nothing but duels? Duels and more duels?" A red necklace rested in the palm of Jun Jian's hand. In a flashback, Merlin had given it to him. "This necklace, it will give your stats a slight boost. I think someday it will be of great help to you." He gave a sincere, gentle smile. "I also received a lot of help when I was in China. Thank you." She made a friendly suggestion. "And if you have time, would you like to visit the Nile River?" Jun Jian hesitated. "The Nile River?" Merlin reminded him of what happened. "Do you remember Inip, the hunter from the Nile River who visited last time? The one who caused a commotion?" He was a little suspicious as to why she suddenly brought him up. Jun Jian remembered when they met, he was standing on a tree branch, talking to him. "Last time, when I was injured by a spear during the Battle of Great Warriors in England, he came to find me and told me to visit the Nile River. I'd heard that after he returned to the Nile, he was disciplined." Merlin explained her intentions. "So you do remember Inep, that poor child. He asked me to implore you to come and meet him at the Nile River one more time. I hear his punishment at the Nile is over. So if you have the time..." Jun Jian didn't decide immediately, analyzing the situation carefully since the Round Table was a neutral power. They would probably warn the other factions about the disaster. "I finished everything I needed to do at the Round Table, but there's still one last thing I need to take care of in England." In the end, he only gave a non-committal answer. "I'll think about it." Merlin replied politely, "Thank you." The city here was filled with ancient buildings and architecture completely different from Korea's. A whisper echoed in his ear, "Goodbye." Jun Jian noticed it, and glancing over, he zoomed his vision towards a rooftop of the clock tower. A Tho was standing on top, silently seeing him off. "Firestarter." Jun Jian sighed helplessly. First, he gave the lightning bolt guy a nickname. "Now I have one too. Seriously? I hope you can do your best when the disaster strikes." A Tho. He moved to another location. The door opened, a bell chimed, followed by a voice. Hearing no response, Jun Jian wondered and called out again, "Park Jujin." But all he saw was a completely unfamiliar short-haired girl. She asked suspiciously, "Who are you?" He was sure he hadn't gone to the wrong place. "Isn't Park Jujin here? Isn't this Park Jujin's shop?" Minji crossed her arms in front of her chest and mused. She rubbed her chin thoughtfully, observing Jun Jian and thinking, he didn't look like a lone shark here to collect money. He also didn't look like a hunter, returning after buying a faulty potion. It wasn't like she was hiding some guy here either. After a long moment, she clapped her hands in realization. "Then you must be here to buy something." He immediately denied it, a confused look on his face. "No. Where is Park Jujin and who are you?" Minji leaned on the counter and calmly explained, "I'm just the person Jujin asked to watch the shop. Jujin isn't here at this time." Jun Jian had no choice but to leave, planning to come back later. "I came here because Jujin's brother told me to. So when can I come see her?" It dawned on Minji. "So you're the person Jujin was talking about. She asked me to tell you this. She has joined Olympus. Hearing this, he was startled, clenching his fists in worry. The past has changed again. Junjian's mind was in turmoil. It wasn't time for her to go to Olympus yet. So what happened that made her go there so soon? He felt uneasy. Don't tell me, it's because of me? He fell into a somber silence, a new worry emerging as history continued to change. Sunset descended upon the entire city. Junjian was walking while on the phone. Hello. At the same time, on a beach, gentle waves lapped against the shore. The sound of the wind was soothing to the soul. Trang was sunbathing when she was disturbed by the ringing, "What's up?" The person on the other end instructed, "Get ready." She jolted upright, completely astonished. Huh? Right now? Junjian urged, while also asking, "Please come here. You can ask Gu for the details later. Besides the White Tiger group, is anyone going to Egypt with you?" Trang thought for a moment, all right, but Egypt, that place sounds good. I was just looking for something to do. Elsewhere, cars moved along the road accompanied by the loud blare of horns. Seogu was driving when a voice came through. "Seogu, I'm in Egypt." He remained focused on his task, talking with him. "I thought you were going to use the Bifrost to return to Korea. Why are you in Egypt?" Junjian explained, "I have something I need to do." He guessed, is it related to the Great Catastrophe? His tone became serious as he emphasized, it might be related to something even bigger than the catastrophe. Seogu launched into a long explanation to persuade him. Even so, suddenly going there will cause a lot of problems. Egypt is already in an unstable state, with pre-existing diplomatic issues, and your sudden appearance will only complicate things further. So until we can resolve everything on our end, just lay low and... He cut him off. "I think the problem has already been solved." He was stunned, seemingly not understanding what he meant. Huh. But he only left him with one sentence, "Trust in Asgard." On the other side, Junjian was facing it all alone, with 4 Westerners holding swords, their bodies enveloped in a murderous aura. He raised both hands, signaling his surrender. In a magnificent palace, the surrounding soldiers whispered nervously among themselves. "Why did Underdog come to Egypt? Do you know anything?" "I don't know," he spoke up. "Perhaps we should call for an interpreter now?" Jackal proactively stepped forward. "Just hand Underdog over to us." Then they headed towards Junjian. At that moment, the soldiers' faces showed clear surprise, so quick to take control. The person beside him also voiced a guess that Nin was up to something. Jackal looked down coldly from above at Junjian and asked, "You're Underdog, right?" He was secretly on guard, thinking, it seems they've arrived, sending a member from the Korean branch so quickly. "I didn't expect this." Jiante flashed a friendly smile. "I was contacted by headquarters. Headquarters said the others would also arrive today." He guessed it must be Dong and Trang and the others. "They're really fast." Then he added, "I heard the situation in Egypt is quite intense. What's going on?" Jiante explained to him, "Right now, you can consider Egypt to be completely under the oppressive rule of Nin. I think you already know, but Nin is divided into 3 branches." He continued to explain. Memphis controls politics, Hermopolis controls the business sector, and finally, Heliopolis controls all the hunters and the association. Jiante's expression was extremely serious. They are vying for power and constantly trying to control the strength of the other branches. So the situation in Egypt right now, Junjian quickly finished his sentence, is a complete mess. He agreed. That's right. Jiante continued, Heliopolis used to possess the greatest power, but after the Horus incident, a problem occurred within the Heliopolis branch. Hearing that, he silently recalled that Inab had mentioned he was in the Heliopolis branch, and then he asked Jiante, what was the Horus incident? He replied, we don't know the exact details either. It's something that even our intelligence sources couldn't uncover. However, we do know that an argument broke out due to an incident during a gate raid. Suddenly, in Junjian's mind, a memory of Inab surfaced. He had said with urgency, it's because of the blood ore. Please come to Naini. He frowned, thinking, blood ore, this is insane. Junjian stood up and made a request. Now, there's one hunter I'd like to meet, Jiante asked. Who might that be? He smiled lightly and spoke the name of the person he was looking for. Inep, captain of the Egyptian squad, is a hero-class hunter. At a large airport, Dong and Trang walked out of the terminal with a cold expression. Suddenly, she saw someone smiling. Junjian approached. It's been a while, Miss Dong and Trang. She replied enthusiastically. Just as you said, I've brought everyone. Hua and Gongdu appeared from behind her. He greeted them cheerfully. Hua, Venri, and G2. Thank you all for coming. Bander stepped forward, his eyes crinkling into a smile. Aren't you happy to see me? Seeing him, Junjian's expression was one of clear surprise as he thought, Bander, one of Ace's strongest heroes. Bander raised his hand to fan himself. It's been a long time since I've been back to a place this hot. Junjian was still lost in his thoughts, and he's also Odin's right-hand man. Junjian's face darkened as he asked, why did you come along? The man's attitude shifted. and he looked at him with a terrifying gaze, showing your true colors right from the start, are you? You're making me sad. Seeing this, Venri ground her teeth in annoyance. Dong and Trang and Hua also froze in place when he saw them like that. The atmosphere fell silent. Just then, Bander laughed it off. Haha, just kidding. The association chairman sent me to help Underdog complete his grand outer expedition. All the special gates in South Korea have been dealt with much faster than expected, so don't worry. He gave him a sinister look. Anyway, I'm very much looking forward to working with you until you return to South Korea. After that, Bander turned to talk to Jian Ti. His face darkened and he said nothing. Jun Jian thought to himself, this is going to be a very uncomfortable trip. A night had passed. Early in the morning at the palace, Guy was chatting with Jun Jian, whose request to meet the hunter named INF had been denied. According to our sources, it seems something is happening in Nin. He wondered, what's happening? The man explained, like other nations, Egypt is calling its heroes back to their homeland. And Jian Ti continued, the second-in-command ruler in Heliopolis, Set, has returned. If Horus cannot recover his diminished position because of that disaster, then the new ruler will be Set. He agreed. That's right. And right now, he is the strongest hunter in Nin. At this, Jun Jian broke out in a cold sweat. He thought to himself, Nin, the organization behind Egypt, their strongest hunter. I used all my strength to deal with Athor, but an image of Athor appeared in his mind. I was only able to leave a scratch on his cheek. Is Set as strong as, or even stronger than Athor? Suddenly, Jun Jian stood up, his expression serious. Jian Ti continued to request a meeting with INF from Nin. Jian Ti asked, what are you going to do? With a determined gaze, Jun Jian said, I will find a way to meet him myself. The sky was still clear blue, and the city viewed from above was incredibly bustling. On a rooftop, Hojin and Seonggu were talking. He spoke up. Until now, I haven't asked anything. I don't know the relationship between you and Underdog, or what secrets, you know. He just quietly waited for the man to continue. Hojin's eyes flashed with a frightening glint. But now I need to know. He keeps piquing my curiosity, but he never gives me any answers. I can't understand your excessive kindness towards him. You're not the type to easily trust others. He was perplexed. So I find it very strange that you trust him so much. It's as if you've known him for a very long time. What is Underdog's purpose? I can't understand what he wants, Seonggu explained. Underdog? I mean Jun Jian. He's the type of person whose purpose aligns with yours. The man mused. Hunter Bisensu said the same thing, that he's a hunter who can help me achieve my goal when he grows stronger. Hojin was deep in thought. Let's see. Seonggu thought to himself. Jun Jian told me to say this to Odin in this situation. He revealed, your purpose and his are the same. To kill the patrons. The man's expression turned to shock. Seonggu revealed, the hunters who were sponsored by the rulers of a realm lost all of their power. This is the first time a hunter has lost their power from something other than death. He continued, it happened when Underdog killed Gunzer. Hojin chuckled. This is fantastic. At the magnificent palace, Jun Jian and Bander were sitting opposite each other. Bander casually, so what did you want to talk about? Jun Jian got straight to the point. Bander, which hero in Ning is connected to Asgard? He was a little surprised by his directness. Bander brought the coffee cup to his lips. I don't know what you're asking about, for suddenly calling me over like this. Jun Jian leaned forward. When the association's president ordered you to come here, what did he say about cooperating with me? He slammed the cup down on the table, and Bander's gaze turned sharp. He said to cooperate with you at all costs within my ability. Jun Jian crossed his arms, then tell me, which hero in Ning is connected to Asgard? Bander suddenly stood up, looking menacing. I'll come back and tell you later. It's a secret, you see. Jun Jian made a welcoming gesture. All right then. He replied, then I'll be on my way. He recalled Jian Ti's words, we don't know the details either. It's something that even our information sources couldn't find out. However, we learned that because of an incident during a gate raid, there was an argument. Jun Jian analyzed based on what the manager from the Korean Association said, they must really be here. A hero-class hunter like that is enough. Later, he went for a walk with Intrang, W. Hua, and Fenrir. Intrang fanned himself. Phew, it's so hot. W. Hua smiled, but isn't being hot better than being cold? She tilted her head. That's true, he asked curiously. By the way, Jun Jian, can I ask what your ultimate goal is? Intrang was also confused. Now that you mention it, I don't know what your ultimate goal is either, he explained. It's as if you're always striving for some goal. Even though I know your temporary goals, I still don't know what your ultimate goal is. Don't tell me it's something like world domination. Hearing that, Jun Jian stopped in his tracks, pondering for a moment with a dangerous expression, and then turned his head. I think it really is something like world domination. Intrang was speechless. When you say it like that, I also. I don't know if you're being serious or just joking." Fenrir flinched as if he had sensed something. A group of people approached from a distance, with huge streams of black mana hovering around them. Junjian warned, "Get back, the jackals are coming." A man with a strange sigil on his hand appeared. He swaggered into view, and Junjian mumbled, "Set, he's really strong, on par with Arthur." Set stood before him. "So you're the underdog." He replied without hesitation, "That's right," he said bluntly. "I came to have a brief discussion with you." Junjian nodded in agreement. On the palace rooftop, Set turned. It was back to him. After Egypt gained independence from the kingdom, it was given a name, the Arab Republic. However, did you know? He gazed into the distance. Egypt is still part of a kingdom, under the reign of Ning. In truth, everything in Egypt is controlled by them. Junjian said calmly, "Are you trying to succeed that dynasty?" Set was amused. "That's right, what a smart boy," he said enthusiastically. "So then, smart boy, do you want to take a guess?" He asked calmly. "Guess what?" Set pointed to himself. "Why I want to succeed Osiris as the ruler of Ning and what I must do after becoming the ruler." His expression was no longer playful. "Try and guess." Junjian was puzzled. "Before we met, I thought he caused the accident to seize the throne. However, if he's doing this for more than just power, then what is it? Why is he doing this?" He speculated, "Is he trying to become a king?" In the vast Arabian kingdom, where castles were built with unique and ornate architectural designs, their team walked along the wide but deserted main road. Trang broke the silence to ask about the situation. She asked how his talk with Set went. He looked over at her. "He told me to guess what his purpose is." She was curious about what he had said. He paused and thought, "I can't even guess what his purpose is. I thought he just wanted to be king for power, but that's not it." Set had made him change his mind about him. He is a dangerous person, but he isn't evil. In other words, he's neither black nor white. Interrupting his train of thought, Bander asked suspiciously, "Where did you go?" Before he could answer, she got annoyed at his meddling. "Don't you have anything else to do?" He wasn't angered by her dismissal. "Haha, it seems you've all finished your business, haven't you?" "I quickly finished everything I needed to do." But his eyes darkened as he thought about it. "You know, I find it strange. Your underdog is really something else." Sensing the change in his demeanor, they grew wary. Everyone in the group is a hero-level hunter. So why hasn't anyone joined Asgard? They looked wearily at his eyes. Yes, his eyes. The questions kept coming. For hunters who aren't in Asgard to know the organization's secrets, the thought seemed to amuse him. Is there anything more dangerous than that? Trang didn't have a good opinion of Bander. Is he testing us? Jungan cut him off in time. "Stop messing around." He turned the question back on him. "What's the answer to the question I asked you before?" He calmly explained, "Odin told me to cooperate with you by any means necessary within my power." Just then, a loud noise interrupted their conversation, and the two of them turned their heads toward the sound. The shockwave was so powerful that the explosion could be seen from a great distance. Electricity crackled through the air as lightning struck straight down, piercing through multiple layers of clouds. The bolt swirled like a vortex, converging into a cluster of lightning and tearing open a space brimming with energy. Everyone nearby witnessed the entire event, a special gate right in the middle of the city center. As the gate widened, the energy gushing out grew so intense that the lightning gradually turned red. Trang grew anxious about the developing situation. That gate just appeared, and its magical power is already expanding. At this rate, the gate will collapse right in the middle of the city. A lot of people will be in danger. She immediately yelled at him, "Lee Jungan, we have to stop it. It's going to collapse soon." He calmly reassured her, "Calm down." Seeing the composed look on his face and in his voice, she grew angry and brushed him off. "How can I possibly stay calm? So many people are going to die. We have to act." He patiently tried to make her understand. "It's fine. This isn't Korea. You don't have to worry about it." "No, even if I have to go alone, I will." A purple aura appeared, enveloping her body in a powerful glow. She drew her sword. "I don't know why you're hesitating, but right now, every second that passes is critical." As she prepared to leave, her eyes suddenly froze. Hulking jackal men with bulging muscles were streaking across the sky. Their piercing gazes were evident on their expressionless faces. They stared straight ahead. Among them, with his superior ability, he quickly pointed out what they could do. "This isn't South Korea, this is Nin. Nin has its own way of handling things." Understanding that, her emotions gradually returned to normal. "I understand." Even though he reassured Trang, he couldn't help but be surprised by the man's methods, but he never thought that Seth would go up there himself. The scene slowly returned to its original tranquility. A notification from the system rang out. The special gate had been cleared. He wasn't surprised at all by the speed at which they controlled the situation. "Just as I thought, they clear gates really fast." It makes sense, since the leader of the group acted himself. Even if it was a special gate, there was no way it could cause any harm. Pulling himself from his thoughts, Junjian called her over. Hearing her name, Intrang shyly bowed her head. If you're going to tease me, please don't. I'm already embarrassed enough. Contrary to her embarrassment, he smiled and praised her. No, you did great. You acted that way because you wanted to save people, right? She stammered. That's right. But another sound interrupted their conversation. Intrang was the first one to rush off. It seemed like something had happened. He gave up helplessly. She's always the one to charge in first. As she went deeper into the city, she saw a group of people tormenting a weak man. Her furious gaze shot straight at them. What are you doing? It seemed that due to the language barrier, they just stared at her blankly, asking each other. A hunter? What is she saying? Just then, he arrived. What's the problem? This time, they could understand. Huh, is that the underdog? He's speaking Arabic, so there's no language barrier. He easily communicated with them. Malin's necklace is pretty useful, isn't it? What happened that made you guys grab someone so violently? The leader sneered contemptuously and tried to shoo them away. This has nothing to do with foreign hunters like you. He looked at the situation before him and decided to intervene. After seeing you guys beat a person like that, I can't just stand by and watch. I need you to tell me what happened. Otherwise, his voice lowered, issuing a warning. I'll contact the association, no matter what. A hunter attacking a normal person. Hearing this, they snickered, as if they'd heard the joke of the century. It seems you don't know, but in Egypt, the power dynamic between hunters and normal people is completely different. He explained the rule here. Hunters can attack normal people whenever they want. It's an unwritten rule that everyone must abide by. That's what we're allowed to do. He laughed scornfully and raised the sword in his hand, preparing to strike. Blood splattered everywhere. The two of them stared in shock at the scene unfolding, but contrary to their expectations, the thing that fell was the sword arm of that thug. A blood-curdling scream erupted from the man, and he panicked, clutching his partially severed arm. Seth sat majestically on a rooftop. The slash had come from him, but Egypt has its own laws too. The men below looked up at Seth, trembling in fear. He landed softly on the ground, an aura of crushing pressure radiating from him. Hunters from Nin have the right to attack other hunters. The sight before them left Junjian and Intrang utterly horrified. Dark red blood pooled and slowly soaked into the ground from the bodies of the hunters from just moments before. Who was so aggressive just now, is dead without even a chance to close his eyes. Intrang felt a shiver, turning to quietly ask if the hunter Seth was a good person. Witnessing this firsthand made Junjian unsure how to give a proper answer. She hesitated before speaking. It's true that you saved that man, but it was a bit excessive. He bowed his head, feeling a little hesitant inside. I was planning to save that man regardless of Nin's influence. Seth probably knew that, but as his eyes glanced over to the two cold bodies lying next to each other in the corner, Junjian felt heartbroken. He still killed hunters who didn't need to die. Since he remained silent, Intrang asked again, do you think he's a good person? Junjian hesitated for a moment before replying. I don't know either. The Egyptian sky was already tinged with the colors of sunset. Pink clouds drifted on the breeze. Soon after, bright specks of stars began to appear in the twilight sky. A magnificent palace shimmering under the sun signaled that a new day had arrived. As planned, Junjian and Bander were at the palace. Opposite the two of them, Inep was already seated, with Bastet behind him. He politely inquired, it's been a while, hasn't it? But who is the person behind you? The woman with platinum blonde hair immediately introduced herself. My name is Lamia. My codename is Bastet. His observant eyes realized the problem. I wanted to meet with Inep alone, but just as I thought, Nin and Asgar are keeping an eye on us. Inep got straight to the point. It has been a while. The reason you wanted to see me? He smiled naturally. I just wanted to see you. But right after that, Bastet suddenly sensed that something was happening. On Bander's side, he also experienced a similar phenomenon, causing him to narrow his eyes slightly. To conduct the investigation more discreetly, Junjian decided to use telepathy to speak with Inep. Are you hearing me? Inep, once you can hear me, if you want to affirm something, give a positive response. If you want the opposite, give a negative response. He silently marveled to himself, he can use magic too? He's really amazing. Then he immediately cooperated. I wanted to see you too. He began the cover story. You look thinner than before. Are they not feeding you enough? But in reality, his mind transmitted a different sentence. I came here for the blood ore. Is it related to Hercules' power? Inep immediately gave a positive response. They feed me plenty. Junjian seemed satisfied. So, do you get to eat whatever you want? His mind transmitted. Last time, you wanted me to save Horus. Is Horus's case related to the blood ore? He nodded. That's right, I'm quite a picky eater. He continued to delve into the surface conversation. The hunter Numek also helped me in the tournament of powerful warriors. Are they doing well? But what Junjian was really asking was if Horus was affected by the blood ore, like Hercules was. This time, he firmly asserted, they are doing very well. He nodded in response. I understand. Bander, listening to this somewhat disjointed conversation, frowned in confusion. What the heck are they doing? Junjian decided to get to the main point. Do you like Num? This was equivalent to asking, is the culprit Seth? Hearing that name, Inpu's eyes suddenly widened in shock. He replied in a low voice, You're quite cunning. That's my feeling. But I don't know how Numaki feels. He silently interpreted to himself, which means I'm not sure if Seth is the culprit. Outside, things continued. It would be great if you two could get together. Is there anything I can help with? Without any telepathic question being sent, Inep answered casually, but his words held a hidden meaning. It would be great if you could help me. Junjian said without hesitation, I understand. Then let's arrange a time for all of us to meet, he said gratefully. Thank you. Not long after, in another room in the palace, that lavish palace, a hand clenched into a fist slammed hard on the table, making a painful sound. Bander angrily shouted, You asked me to arrange a meeting with Inep just to talk about that nonsense. Feeling tricked, he was furious. If you use Asga for things like this, even Odin won't be pleased. Ignoring Bander's attitude, Junjian remained calm. Isn't it reasonable, the vague statement left him bewildered. What are you trying to say? He continued cryptically. He'll be satisfied soon enough. Bander frowned slightly and warned him. You better be sure that's how it turns out. Hearing that, the corners of his lips curled into a confident smirk. Junjian changed the subject. I'm almost done with my work in Egypt. Let's go back in 3 days. He asked vaguely. 3 days? He explained nonchalantly. I haven't even seen the sights in Egypt yet. His attitude really irritated Bander. As if suddenly remembering something, Junjian asked curiously, Let me ask you something. Which hero? Infiltrated Nin? Bander gloated internally. He took the bait. I almost forgot I have the upper hand here. Bander quickly put on a bright smile. You've actually already met them. He looked around, trying to search his memory. I've already met them? Who could it be? Time passed and another night fell in Egypt, on the sandy bank beside the long river. Junjian stood alone, looking small and solitary. Hearing a sudden noise, he immediately turned around. Inep, wearing a veil, quietly announced, I'm late. I was being followed by many people. My apologies. Not only that, he also warned that there are likely many people watching us even here. You have the full attention of Nin now. Despite that, he calmly reassured him, Don't worry. Instantly, a protective barrier formed around them both. He explained, They won't be able to see us from the outside. Inep's eyes widened in amazement. Space distortion. You can use magic too? I thought you were only capable of what you showed this morning, but you are truly impressive. Inep looked up worriedly. But this probably isn't enough. There is no place that Osiris cannot see. Junjian pondered. Is that so? I wonder if they can still see inside, even with Merlin's power. I'm not sure. To avoid wasting time, he immediately asked, Then let's get to the main point. Why did you ask me to come here? Inep hesitated for a moment. Well, but a second later, he continued with determination. It's because of the blood mineral that Horus is still in a coma. He recalled the past and began to explain. The blood mineral is a mineral that can grant its user formidable power. It's similar to what Hercules demonstrated during your last fight. Inep returned to the current situation. It all started when Seth brought the blood mineral. Junjian grew anxious. They've already found the blood mineral? Just as I thought, the past has changed. Voices rang out, discussing the red stone, a mysterious object that increases a monster's power dramatically and grants it an incredible growth rate. As usual, everyone began researching the blood mineral. Many experiments were conducted. Impu explained that the research was successful, that even succeeded in amplifying its power several-fold. Impu stood across from Junjian, discussing the matter. But the problem is, he continued, that we can't control that power. Impu nodded in agreement. That's right. And so, the research was put on hold. He silently judged that the madness was indeed a poison. After all, it wasn't something that could be understood through research. A hunter who could control that madness throughout all of history. Only Hercules was capable of doing so. Impu emphasized, however, Horus offered himself as a test subject for the blood mineral. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. Junjian was unsure of his own suspicions, the successor of a huge organization becoming a pet test subject. So that was the incident? He asked. He confirmed, that's right. Despite everyone trying to stop him, Horus was still determined to become a test subject. He asked again, then why did Horus try to obtain the power of the blood mineral? Impu hesitated. That, without hiding anything, he revealed it was because of Set. Even though Horus was the rightful successor of Nin, Set still wanted to control it himself. Recalling a time, Set was arguing loudly with someone, he recounted. Osiris and Set often argued, but he was too powerful to negotiate with. So in order to stop Set, Horus wanted more power. Junjian rested his chin on his hand, thinking about Set. An image of Set appeared, unleashing his full power, moving so fast that smoke billowed around him. His body was massive, radiating an intense aura wherever he stood. He wondered if Set controlling Nin was truly a dangerous thing. From what I've seen, Set doesn't seem like a bad person. He found the story hard to believe. Was Set really cast out just for wanting the throne? If it was just a civil war to claim the throne of Nin, then Inpu cut him off. It's not just that. Horus is a very righteous person. He intended to hand over the throne to Set. However, a voice suddenly rang out. So you two have met? Both of them turned around at the same time. Set slowly approached, and Inpu quietly said, Set. His appearance raised endless questions in his mind. Did he follow Inpu? No, Merlin's barrier is still in effect. Then that means he turned to look at Set. So, you were here from the very beginning? He asked. He replied, I apologize for eavesdropping. However, there is something I must ask you. He ordered Inpu answer me. I also knew that Horus intended to hand the throne to me, then he asked. However, Horus still got involved with that dangerous power, all to control me. Why is that? Inpu frowned, Horus said. His expression turned grave. Someone is controlling me. He was stunned. Set was just as shocked to hear it. His face was devoid of emotion as he asked, How many people know this? Inpu placed his hand over his chest and affirmed, I am the only one. Set retorted, You think I believe that? Inpu sincerely recounted. Right before Horus took part in the blood mineral experiment, he told me that. Perhaps he also told. Someone knew beforehand, but as far as I know, I'm the only one it was revealed to. Junjian observed his state. He had been quite relaxed until now, but he was starting to get anxious. It seems Horus was right. He spoke up to persuade him. Inept, I think you should head back, Junjian promised. As for Horus's cure, I'll think about it, but nothing is certain yet. I can't guarantee anything, so don't get your hopes up too high. He was appreciative, thank you. The conversation between the three of them ended as there was nothing left to ask. He ordered him to leave. He nodded in acceptance. As you command. Inept quickly departed, disappearing from their view. The boss turned with a cold expression to glance at the one who remained. Junjian called out to stop him. Deep down, he thought, if he's already made up his mind, there's no way I can stop him. But he let out a sigh. I understand. A calm expression appeared on his face. We have things to talk about too, don't we? The poetic blue sky and green leaves created a beautiful scene. Set sat on a nearby boulder. To the side, I've always been watching you. He wasn't too surprised, I know, but I didn't think you were so close. He wanted to get straight to the point. The person behind you, is it Asga? He recalled Bander, who was grinning from ear to ear. Bander had said he'd met a spy, and he also remembered the times he had stood behind him and Set wants the throne, so it was possible that Set was also working for Asga. He didn't evade the question and answered, You're not wrong. However, you're not entirely right either. He continued to answer the question. I'm not a spy or anything of the sort. To be precise, we just help each other out. Naturally, he was somewhat surprised. That's quite a shock. He looked amused. He looked at him with a provocative smile. Well, you can think of it that way. Junjian repeated his question, his expression determined. Then, who is behind you? What kind of monster is pulling the strings from the shadows? Upon hearing this, Set couldn't help but be astonished. He suddenly unleashed an aura of power around himself, materializing a sword and gripping it tightly in his hand. As if you dare, especially since I let Inup go. Then, the sword in his hand began to glow, just like the power surrounding its master. With a provocative look, Set said, How about I kill you instead? A glowing spear revealed that he too was revealing his own power. He works for Asga, I can be sure of it from the way he's pointing that sword at me. The problem is the person behind Set. Does that mean there's someone capable of controlling the leader of an entire large organization? He became wary. I don't stand a chance of winning. I might have to risk my life right here and now. Set grinned with sinister delight as he looked at him. Excellent, but you know what? He said something else, and then instantly vanished. Junjian's eyes widened in surprise. He's gone. Suddenly, Set appeared behind him, with his blade already at his throat. Junjian managed to bend backward just in time to dodge Set's blade. He was quite surprised by his ability. He immediately leaped back 2 steps, creating distance from Set. Junjian thought grimly. It was just for a split second, but I saw it. He felt fortunate. If it weren't for all the duels I've had with them, I might not have been able to dodge that. It's all thanks to Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table. Set was thrilled. Just as I thought, my eyes didn't deceive me. He continued, a proud look on his face. You truly are. Unbelievable. That's right. I didn't obtain a red ore by chance. That person gave it exclusively to me. Set's words startled Junjian. That person? He said casually. You asked me before what I wanted to do when I became king. Do you know the answer now? He was stunned. You? He suddenly growled. You're an imposter. Set was taken aback. An imposter? Junjian said calmly. I was pathetic to think that you were like him for even a second. At the same time, he recalled his impression of Set, a notorious hunter who made people tremble in fear. A hunter who tried to change everything with his notoriety. He concluded, the Demon King. When I saw Set, I thought of the Demon King. Junjian's eyes were fixed on Set. The reason you want to control the Nile River, that reason is because you want to be king. It's because you want to be a king who can do whatever he wants. In other words, a tyrant. A shadow fell over his expression. Then he slightly curled the corner of his lips, and Set burst into maniacal laughter. He just laughed gleefully, ignoring him. He affirmed, that's right. The night faded away along with the truth. The next day, at the palace, Jungian was sitting in deep thought. That guy, does Asga know that someone else is behind this event? He was worried that if Asga didn't know about it, he would not let me go. Or maybe he thinks I won't tell Asga about Set. Just then, Intrang came out, rubbing her eyes. You didn't sleep? Junjian explained, I was thinking about a few things. She hesitated. So, about Set, isn't there something off? I don't think he's a good person. He wondered, why do you think that? Intrang wasn't sure either. Should I call it a hunch? What he shows us versus who he really is, it feels as if he's just putting on an act. Junjian gave a forced smile. I only realized that after meeting him last night. She really has good intuition. The door suddenly burst open. Bander stormed in, shouting, Underdog, what the hell are you doing? He was confused. I don't understand what you're saying. He replied, I don't know if you know this, but the informant and Asga I mentioned before were connected by Z. Bander continued, and this morning, Set announced he's stopping the exchange of information with Asga. And the reason he suddenly did that must be because of you, Underdog. Those usually squinted eyes were now staring at Junjian with annoyance. So what the hell are you doing? He muttered, What did I do? His face, Junjian's face, turned serious. That's what I have to do now. We will participate in the discussion about the Nile River. Intrang was shocked. What? While Bander just stared at him coldly. Outside the temple, a pack of jackals was standing in a straight line. Bastet said excitedly, It's an honor to meet everyone. I warmly welcome you all to the Nile River, the heroes of Asga. Junjian replied formally, We are also very honored. Today I come as the representative of Asga. She showed them the way. We were notified in advance by Asga. Please follow this way. Junjian thought to himself, using Odin was really a good idea. It's going according to plan. He was confident, the center of the Nile River. We can easily get inside it. The group walked along the path. Bastet looked ahead in surprise. They came face to face with Set standing there. She was confused. Set. In response to Bastet, there was only his suspicious smile. Junjian wondered, What's with that expression? This is concerning. I need to execute the plan before it's too late. He suddenly called for Bastet. She tilted her head. Is something wrong, sir? Junjian asked curiously. Where is Horus? Bastet was wary of him. Junjian spoke up. I will try to treat Horus. She feigned ignorance. What are you talking about? Someone's voice interjected. Bastet. It was inept and numb. Bastet turned her head. Inept. What? What does this mean? Inept suddenly dropped to one knee. The head of Egypt, Horus, is one of his beloved guards. I implore you. Please, he begged, allow Underdog to treat Horus. It had been a while since they arrived at the Nile. At this moment, Bastet, with Inept following behind, was rushing on her way. Inept suddenly said gratefully, Thank you, B. She replied coldly while running, Inept, I hope your decision isn't wrong. Meanwhile, Junjian and Bander were also hurrying. Bander worried to himself, if they can't save Horus, all of them will die. And of course, so will we. He looked at Junjian's back. If necessary, I'll use him and restore the relationship between Asgard and the Nile. Inept inquired, Bastet, what are the chances that we'll be discovered? Bastet replied, We've already been discovered, but more importantly is Underdog. Can you really save him? Junjian looked at her calmly. I think it's a bit late to ask that. I can't say, for sure, but I'll do my best. His face was tense. I can't guarantee anything, but if I fail, we won't be able to stop it. The scene shifts to a location inside. Just then, some vicious jackals were blocking their path. Stop! You are reckless to dare advance into the heart of the Nile. Bastet stepped forward, flanked by Inept and Junjian. She spoke up. Please move aside. I don't wish to harm anyone. This hunter is with my organization. The jackals were stunned. Bastet, how could you? One of them snarled and roared, It's not too late. Bind them and come here. Like a flash of wind, Bastet used a single sword strike and pierced through 3 jackals in an instant. Following the path of that slash, they collapsed to the ground one by one. Witnessing the whole thing, Inept was in disbelief. What are you doing? They all trusted you. Bastet, they could have helped us. Bastet seriously replied, that's precisely why. From behind, a hand landed on Inept's shoulder. Inept, still bewildered, continued to ask. What do you mean? Junjian slowly explained. Bastet cared deeply for them. If we don't succeed in saving Horus, they would also be in danger. Inept admitted his mistake guiltily. I'm sorry, I was so short-sighted. He suddenly realized Merlin's necklace was truly amazing. It didn't just translate for him, but even for his teammates as well. In no time, everyone had gathered before the large central gate. Bastet looked ahead. Horus is right on the other side of these doors. She turned her head and called to Num. Bastet asked frankly, will you help me protect this place? With me? Hearing this, Num couldn't help but be suspicious. Ineb stepped forward. Thank you for trusting us, Num. But if you don't want to go any further, you can turn back now. Num looked visibly annoyed. She declared defiantly, it would be an honor to fight by your side, Bastet. For a moment, Bastet felt something indescribable, but it seemed Num was now determined. The gate slowly opened. Num and Bastet remained outside, watching the others pass through. With much to say, she called out loudly, named Inep. He quickly turned to look back as Num blushed and averted her gaze. If you succeed, please stay with me. Inep smiled, reassuring her. Don't worry, we will definitely succeed. Num's heart skipped a beat, her face flushing red. Meanwhile, Intrang boldly declared, we really can't afford to fail now. Junjian didn't deny it, agreeing, I guess so. They once again continued on their way. The team hurried quickly through each area, and a light from an exit appeared ahead. The first thing that caught their eyes as everyone stepped inside was a glowing coffin in the center of the hall. The woman standing before it spoke, I knew you all would come for my son. Seeing her, Inep whispered, Lady Isis. Beside him, Junjian suddenly remembered Isis, thinking he had heard that name somewhere before. He quickly pieced together her identity through her connection to Osiris, the ruler of the Nile. She was his wife and the mother of Horus, the one he had to treat. She was also one of the most powerful individuals in the Nile. Isis glared at them fiercely. Come no closer. Suddenly, a shimmering circular barrier formed, enclosing the central space and cutting off access to the coffin. Jungian was stunned, thinking to himself, a barrier. We won't be able to get any closer by normal means. The Nile is also hiding a monster. Inep looked up at Lady Isis, pleading with her. Isis continued to speak. I know that my Horus thinks highly of you, and I have heard many times that you would find someone who could save him. She questioned him sternly. So, Inep, I ask you, do you truly believe that man can save my son? Inep met her gaze and confirmed, yes, I am certain of it. Isis glanced over to confirm one more time. Then let me ask you, can you truly save my son? Junjian was stunned for a moment before replying immediately, which left Intrang and Bador completely shocked. No. Isis was shocked, her face darkening. Junjian faced her and said, I cannot be certain that I can save him. He confessed honestly, I will simply do my best to treat him. Her hands dropped limply to her sides after hearing those words. The group now stood before an area of ancient architecture, with a coffin revealed in the center. Intrang observed thoughtfully as the barrier disappeared. Lady Isis announced, when the coffin opens, the seal will vanish. This will last for 30 minutes. Once the seal is gone, suddenly, her eyes glowed with a threatening light. There will be no way to seal it again, and no one will leave this place alive. He firmly asserted, I don't plan on dying. A pair of feet stepped forward quietly. Wohu had already prepared his acupuncture needles, which were now floating above his palm. Both young men flashed incredibly confident smiles. A dim lamp hung from the ceiling, illuminating the entire space. Seth sat neatly cross-legged on a large rug. Underdog must have already started treating Horus, and Isis is there too. His gaze suddenly grew heavy. My first love. I still have a long way to go. I can't believe I'm hesitating to start a rebellion for my love. After strengthening his resolve, he stood up straight and announced clearly, Jackals, today we carry out our rebellion. The pack of jackals responded in unison with a loud cry. The more Seth spoke, the more impassioned he became. Today, I will sit on the throne of the Nile. Their morale surged significantly. Suddenly, his eyes darted to the side, toward Anubis. As a gesture of reverence, Anubis placed his hand on his chest before Chen. The Lightning Lord issued an order, go and gather the jackals and lead them to where Horus is. He couldn't help but ask in confusion, what are you planning to do? He firmly revealed, I will slit the pharaoh's throat. He continued, Osiris, I am certain he is trembling in fear. It is time to end this ill-fated relationship between me and him. Dense purple smoke enveloped his palm, causing its shape to begin transforming. Anubis powerfully growled each word, I will collect the death. Elsewhere, Zheng Jian was carefully instructing Wu in Hua, I need you to control this person's power as much as possible. Although his face was already covered in nervous sweat, He still answered with assurance, "I understand." A hand gently inserted the needles that were enveloped in magical energy. Only after all the acupuncture needles were placed into Horus's body in the coffin did Wu Hua begin to channel his power. The atmosphere was dead silent as everyone quietly watched the events unfold. Anpu nervously looked around, endlessly murmuring two dear names in his mind, Num and Bastet. Jungian suddenly spoke up, "Mr. Bander?" The other man asked as if to confirm, "Are you sure you can save him?" He seemed extremely confident in his own abilities. "I think I can do it." Bander had nothing more to say. "Very well." Then he turned and ran in another direction. He reached up to adjust his tie, Miss Zhang and Trang, Fenria, and Haiyan Mu. "I am counting on all of you." Haiyan Mu appeared obedient. "I will heed her orders." Fenria growled instinctively. "Yes, princess." In Trang quickly reassured everyone, "Don't worry." Wu In Hua wearily wiped his sweat-drenched forehead. All the preparations had been completed. Junjian took off his outer coat. "I'll let Bander handle Set. Once I start treating Horus, I'll become completely defenseless." He skipped the stairs entirely and performed a single leap. Standing before the cold coffin from which spiritual energy radiated, he thought to himself, "I'll have to let my team handle the rest." Even so, he kept a wary eye behind him, primarily watching Isis as he calculated. "We now have a powerful ally on our side, one who can be compared to Set. Perhaps instead of fighting against the entire Nile, we will now have others on our side against Set because of Isis." He quickly summoned his giant trident, using its sharp tip to strike straight down. The weapon was plunged like a stake, right into the mummified body inside the coffin. Isis's expression was one of complete disbelief at this scene. "Wah, what?" In a flash, he vanished, leaving only a deep footprint on the ground. She gathered two massive orbs of energy in her hands and charged forward. "You wretched bastard." Fortunately, Anpu stepped in to protect him in time. He stood with his arms spread wide to block her advance. "Please stop, Lady Isis." She was now completely unable to remain calm. "Move aside from me, warrior." "Wu." In Hua quickly tried to de-escalate the tense atmosphere. "Please calm down and look." Strange red mist suddenly began to rise from Horus's entire body. Isis's eyes widened in disbelief. "No, it can't be. The boy is absorbing the red magical power." Notifications popped up continuously. "The dragon's bloodstone is absorbing the madness." The dragon's bloodstone is flowing back into the host's blood. Red veins also started to bulge on the back of Junjian's neck. The madness was flowing into him. It was just like what had happened to him during the Battle of the Great Warriors. A violent memory flashed through his mind. Back then, because of the dragon bloodstone, he had been forced into a berserk state and went on a rampage. His whole body began to transform at a dizzying speed, while his hands still gripped his weapon tightly. However, he was different now, absorbing the frenzied power with his dragon heart. Another new piece of information appeared. A weak dragon heart is containing the dragon bloodstone. Trang then began to feel a little uneasy. Would this be all right? The red mana gradually spread across the mummy. Horus's bandages were dyed red by the frenzy, and would soon return to their original color. But looking over at Junjian, his eyes had now turned blood red, and his breathing had grown heavy. White steam billowed intensely from Junjian's mouth, yet his mind remained perfectly clear. Just healing Horus isn't enough. To defeat Set, I need to evolve to the next stage. A fierce power swirled around the tip of his trident. By reversing the flow of the dragon bloodstone, I can consume the berserker energy. A name suddenly rang in his head, Garoda, in order to evolve my dragon heart. His whole body erupted with intense energy, with red lines of mana running all over it. In his eyes, a demonic red color blazed, and he gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. Ho Hua anxiously watched the scene unfold. He is absorbing all of that red magical power. Trang was in the same situation but could only watch helplessly. "Mr. Li Junjian." Lady Isis gave a satisfied smile. The red magical power that had devoured Horus is now flowing back into Underdog. That means Horus will wake up. Suddenly, Num's entire body was blown away, along with pieces of concrete flying everywhere. She skidded a long way across the ground and then lay there motionless. In frantically ran over, shouting her name. Numek swiftly summoned a potion into one hand, while gently lifting her up. After pouring the liquid into her mouth, her condition seemed to have recovered somewhat. Inf urgently asked Han, "Are you okay?" Her eyes suddenly shot open, her face visibly darkening. "I'm fine. What happened to Bast?" As the dust and smoke gradually cleared, a large force of jackals led by Anubis could be seen advancing on their position. Lamia was hoisted up by his sturdy arm. Isis cried out in alarm, her golden pupils flaring, ready to fight. Anubis met her gaze with the same cold, murderous look as before. Without a word, he delivered a powerful blow to the completely defenseless Lamia. The horrific impact caused her to spit out a mouthful of blood. Her whole body was blown out of the dense smoke, sharing the same fate as Num just moments before. She lay sprawled out on the floor, Her face instantly turned a dark shade, as if it were detached from her head. Anubis spoke in a hoarse, jackal-like tone. Understanding their master's order, they all roared in unison. Ha! Ha! He gave the order. Advance and reap death. The pack of jackals transformed into black shadows and moved forward in unison at a terrifying speed. Isis wasted no time and immediately gave the order to protect Horus and Underdog. Inf and Num also acted at once. Understood. Wa and Inchan also split up. He quickly declared. I'll go and heal. Bastet. She quickly agreed with him. I'll keep an eye on her for you. Outside the structure, everything still maintained its peaceful facade as if nothing was wrong. However, who would have guessed, the inside was a chaotic battlefield. The jackals charged forward with their swords, roaring loudly. Faced with a surprise attack from the three of them, Seth simply stood calmly in place. He activated his golden eyes, not forgetting to let out a sarcastic remark, "How foolish." Instantly, a glowing slash cut horizontally through one of them. Not stopping there, the attack continued to land on another one. He utterly annihilated the pack of jackals in a fleeting moment, their bodies gradually turning to dust, then vanished into nothingness. A system notification rang out. The desolate desert wolf lends its full support to you. Seth looked at the pile of sand drifting before him and muttered to himself, It's a shame they don't recognize their new ruler, even when I'm standing right in front of them. His eyes widened arrogantly. Just you wait, brother, because the one most suited to be the ruler of the Nile is on his way. With that said, he turned and walked away, leaving the body that had turned to dust scattered across the tiled floor. The scene shifts to a magnificent setting with a brilliant golden color scheme, reminiscent of the Norse mythology of Odin's Asgard. A group of people dressed in pitch-black attire sat neatly in 2 rows of chairs arranged down the middle of the room. The person presiding in the center announced clearly, "We shall begin the meeting." Hojin laced his 10 fingers together, his expression one of utmost seriousness. Seth has started a rebellion. Although it seems as if the Nile will fall, everything will be all right. His gaze dropped for a moment. With that in mind, the topic of today's meeting is related to the Nile. On the connected screen was the image of Odin's banner. He gravely revealed, "Soon, Seth and I will begin our fight." The man immediately agreed without hesitation. "I grant you permission." Next, the scene shows him turning back to face the very person they were discussing. Seth showed considerable surprise. "What a surprise! I never imagined you would be the one to stand in my way." Bander had already summoned 2 swords into his hands. "I didn't expect this either. I never thought we would end up crossing swords here like this." He curled his lip into a slight smirk. "So this is Asgard's intention. Fine, that's all right with me. It looks like I'll get a little warm-up in before the main course." In an instant, he vanished, leaving only a powerful footprint in the ground. Seth charged directly at his opponent with a lightning-fast sword strike. However, immediately, a harsh clang rang out as 2 crossed weapons blocked the attack. Bander crouched, putting all his strength into his arms to brace against the incredible force. He seemed slightly amused as he praised him, "You're strong." Only then did he crack open one eye, showing his concentration was at its absolute peak. "You're quite solid yourself." Both warriors tensed their bodies, ready to dive into an unforgiving battle to the death. From atop the pyramid, looking down, the jackals charged in with cold, sharp eyes and a menacing aura. Intrang advanced with energy enveloping her sword, staring them down. The 3 of them fighting in mid-air created earth-shattering energy blasts, and one jackal looked terrified by Intrang's attack. She rushed at him, her sword filled with a purple aura. Intrang looked, he smiled lightly. "You'll be the first to go." Suddenly, he rushed towards her, and a jackalman also charged forward. They lunged at Intrang like 2 crimson streaks. She frowned, using her sword to create a sweeping wave of energy. Damn it! A series of powerful explosions erupted one after another. Intrang gritted her teeth and retreated amidst the thick, billowing dust. She glanced over at Wo Hua. He frowned and exclaimed, "It's unbelievable. Each one of them is a hero-class hunter. I can't imagine what kind of skills have been passed down to them." She turned back to look at them. "I don't think this is the time to be amazed." 4 jackalmen charged at Isis, but were all blocked by her. Isis frowned, extending her hand to strengthen the barrier. Suddenly, the sound of mysterious footsteps rapidly approached. Anubis appeared, radiating a terrifying pressure. "Move aside now." He shot forward like a flash of lightning. Isis took a defensive stance as Anubis leaped forward with sharp black claws. He channeled power into his 2 arms, pouncing towards her. The 2 of them clashed, creating a thunderous explosion. Anubis sneered, "Do you think you can maintain that barrier forever while you're fighting me?" The dark energy began to consume the energy of Isis. "No, I can't hold the barrier forever." The jackalmen seized the opportunity and charged towards her. "The barrier is broken. This is our chance. Everyone, attack." Intrang smirked to herself. "You've made a mistake. The place that all of you are heading towards is hell." 4 of them charged towards Fenrir. A blast of blue light energy erupted from the boy, reverting to his original form. Fenrir vanished, attacking the Jackal men in a flash. In led the charge with Num and Bastet. This is our chance. Let's wipe them all out. Inside the pyramid at that moment, Bander squinted and smiled faintly, dodging a slash from a golden sword as Set smirked and counterattacked. He glared provocatively. Even now, you're still hiding your power. Impressive. Bander grimaced. You're pretty strong yourself. The hand Set used to hold his sword began to radiate a strange dark aura, replacing the golden energy. He closed his eyes tightly to gather his energy. This is a waste of time. I was saving this for my brother, but... Set opened his blood-red eyes, unable to draw anything out. His face darkened, and a terrifying black aura radiated from his body. Bander frowned uncomfortably. This is really dangerous. My objective is to stall for time. But he looked at his opponent. If I make one mistake, I'll die. Odin. Then a voice echoed in his head. Fight him. Bander suddenly froze. The command from Asgard was absolute, which is why he no longer hesitated. Taking a stance, he said, Let's fight. Set smiled in response. All right then. Suddenly, his figure vanished in a flash. Set rushed towards Bander, so fast that it shocked him. He's too fast. Bander held his two swords and prepared a skill. Set, your weakness is that you don't have a territorial rule. Let me show you the difference between someone who has one and someone who doesn't. He shouted the name of the skill, Rabrick. The two of them rushed at each other and engaged in close combat. In an instant, Set and Bander vanished, leaving only streaks of purple light. Anubis was startled as he sensed it. Set's energy has disappeared. Isis sneered. It seems something has happened to Set. She looked at him. Now then. The balance of power has been broken. Take this, Anubis. He was forced to face her directly. There is no way something could have happened to my lord, Anubis thought, seeing her excitement. Now I can use it on her. A stream of black energy began to flow from the city at Isis's feet. Anubis shouted, Be warned that my intention is not simply to kill you, he said in a cold voice, proceeding to cast the skill, the Veil of Truth. She was held fast by a square black cage, her arms and legs unable to move. Inep looked at Isis in shock and shouted, Lady Isis. Anubis tilted his head back and laughed triumphantly. You let your guard down, Isis. Inside, she was subjected to immense pressure that forced her to her knees. My body feels so heavy, I can't do anything, he gloated. Isis, just lie still in there and become my power. Bastet and Inep rushed over, and she shouted, Break that barrier. He replied while running, Yes. Inep clenched his fist into a fighting stance, thinking he would put all his strength into one blow. Perhaps it would be enough to pierce it. He focused power into his clenched fist. Then Inep struck with all his might at the purple cube, but the cube didn't even have a scratch, making him realize in complete surprise, What? It's like I'm punching a sponge. I can't punch through it. Inep immediately gritted his teeth and concentrated his full power. Then I'll have to pierce it by punching continuously. Inep couldn't believe his eyes. What? The barrier? The cube before him had grown many times larger, and he was shocked to realize it was getting bigger and bigger. A stream of dark energy streaked across, and from it, Anubis slowly emerged. Bastet was truly shocked. Impossible, that guy. I could feel the power of Lady Isis and Inep from him. Anubis laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, a huge amount of power is flowing into me. A voice suddenly cut him off. Hey, you damn dog. Intrang provoked, What are you going to do about this? All of your minions. The scene showed Fenrir walking past the corpses of jackals lying scattered all over the place. Intrang reminded him, All of your underlings have been defeated by our white dog. There's only you left. Anubis opened his hand, revealing sharp iron claws. He raised an arm high and commanded, Death and souls, I shall harvest you all. Streams of dark energy fanned out around the jackals' corpses. The dark energy seeped into their bodies. The energy controlled them, forcing them to rise. Intrang was horrified. What? All the dead ones are rising again. Anubis coldly commanded, Annihilate all of my enemies. Bastet shouted, warning everyone, Be careful. Anubis's forbidden art allows him to turn them into puppets to fight for him. Intrang stood beside W. Hua, both of their expressions turning cold and serious. She said, I understand. Then she thought to herself, I'm seeing this kind of thing again. Intrang recalled the image of the giants, how in China the NA giants had been transformed during a massacre. Monsters born from the greed of a ruler. She continued to speculate. Isis and Anubis are both just like that giant king. I can't forgive them. Intrang stated firmly, It's fine, I've fought against similar things before. Elsewhere, Bander voiced his dissatisfaction. This is completely unreasonable. He noticed that Rabrick was completely destroyed. The system announced, Territory Rule, an ability that grants its owner absolute power within a designated space. Although the territory rule of his was still activated, Set had still managed to escape. The wall had been ripped open by some force, forming a diamond-shaped opening that revealed the space outside. He had destroyed the territory rule that imprisoned him and escaped from that dimension. Plumes of black smoke surrounded Set as he panted heavily. Bander, holding his weapon, felt a sense of fear. He's actually scaring me. He grew anxious that my territorial laws have no effect now. Is that the only option left? Bander decided to speak. Odin, I will use it. Please grant me permission. A voice answered silently, communicating directly into his thoughts. Wait, if you do that, we'll suffer a loss. Give up on the Nile River. It finally commanded, use the Lindered dog in return. Bander was reluctant but accepted. I obey. The weapon in his hand transformed into a white stream of light and vanished. Set smirked and asked mockingly, is that Asgard's will? To send you back? Bander lowered his head, annoyed. How humiliating, but I cannot disobey. The order is absolute, Set cheerfully stated. There's nothing to be ashamed of. Bander. Asgard made the right choice. He then smiled as he watched Bander disappear. In a magnificent palace, Set stood in the middle of the grand hall, hands on his hips, looking up at Osiris on the throne. Osiris spoke first. You've arrived, little brother. Set observed calmly. You don't seem well, brother. Judging by your appearance, this was probably your decision, wasn't it? He suddenly erupted in fury, shouting, why did it have to turn out this way? Tell me why. The man replied calmly, little brother, I don't regret my decision. Set pressed on. Was it because of me? The reason you coveted the power that almost killed Horus, was it because I aimed for the throne? Osiris replied coldly. Don't be so arrogant. There are many powerful beings hidden in this world, but not all of them are working for the benefit of mankind. Set asked, startled. Wait, don't tell me you've already seen that person? Osiris asked, confused. That person? He mentioned the one wearing the black suit. He was completely shocked. Set burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, I get it now. After meeting him, you felt completely defeated. So to be able to beat him, you started craving a power you could never possess. He recalls the image of that man holding the red stone, and even though his son was being consumed by the blood mineral and was on the brink of death, you still craved its power. Of course, you're stronger than Horus, so you didn't lose everything. Instead, your youth and vitality were stolen by the blood mineral. Set looked at Osiris and sneered, but I'm different from you, and I'm different from him. Osiris was utterly shocked. What? Set crossed his arms and channeled his power. I'll show you. His power surged, and black streams of energy wrapped around him. Osiris couldn't believe his eyes. That power? Don't tell me it's from the blood mineral. As the black energy swirled around him, a black dog's head appeared at his hip, its fangs like sharp iron. Set smirked mockingly. This is the power you desired. You chose the wrong side. Dear brother. A shadow flashed by as the ferocious dog's head, its eyes glowing red, lunged at Osiris. He remained calm, showing no fear as he softly called out, Horus. Set's eyes glowed red as he declared, I will follow that man and rule this entire world, not just this pathetic Nile River in Egypt. Intrang executed a sharp, purple sword slash across the body of the resurrected jackal. Then, in midair, she proceeded to take them down one by one. Her eyes were ice cold, her ruthless blade destroying the enemy. Gongdu also went into a frenzy, smashing a wild dog to bits with his fists. Bullet after bullet, a sphere of water was magically formed. Hai and Mu launched it at the three in front of him, the bodies of the jackals. Their mangled bodies lay scattered on the ground. Very quickly, a dark purple smoke spread out, seeping into the body of one jackal, causing it to open its eyes wide. The others were also revived by the dark smoke, their missing parts instantly regenerating. Manhwa said grimly, they just keep coming back. Her face covered in sweat, she replied, just as I thought, there's only one way to stop them. Her eyes glowed purple as she glanced in one direction, where Anubis was currently unleashing streams of dark light, deadly beams straight at Fenrir. It quickly countered to block them. Its eyes crackled with blue electricity as it glared at him and roared, repeatedly. Fenrir lunged forward, trying to pounce on Anubis, but he managed to leap high into the air, dodging the attack. The beams of dark light flew around him as a terrifying mass of power gathered in his hand. He shot the stream of energy, straight into Fenrir's face. Smoke and dust billowed up, mixed with crackling beams of dark light all around. Seeing this, Intrang couldn't help but cry out in worry, Fenrir. The dust began to settle, but the situation was still unclear, and it quickly revealed that Fenrir had reverted to his human form, lying injured and motionless. Anubis stared at his fist, which was radiating endless energy. Wonderful, this endless source of power. I feel as if I can defeat anyone, even Osiris. He smiled, revealing his sharp teeth. Now, I will end everything forever. A hand wrapped in white bandages gripped the edge of the wall. Junjian, his face covered in sweat, whispered, It's done. Anubis was suddenly startled as he sensed something. This energy, don't tell me. Appearing before him was a young man wrapped entirely in white cloth. In his mind, he was shocked. Horus. Horus said angrily, Anubis, how dare you? He immediately activated the white bandages on his arm. The bandage was infused with energy, wrapping tightly around the purple rectangular block, and in an instant, it was blown to smithereens. Anubis was inwardly stunned that he could shatter the veil of truth so easily. A footstep forward, it was Lady Isis approaching. "Horus, you're awake." Her eyes welled up with tears. "My son." He smiled, gently replying to his mother, "Yes. Mother, now please get some rest." Then he turned away, his body emitting streams of black and orange electricity, calling out to her, "I will be back." Purple marks appeared on the bodies of the jackals, and they relentlessly clutched their heads and screamed. Before Anubis's eyes, they all turned to dust in an instant. Seeing this, Intrang thought to herself, because the veil of truth has disappeared, he can no longer control death. Anubis, completely consumed by rage, screamed his name, "Horus." He launched himself straight at him in an instant. The energy-filled bandages unraveled from his arm. Anubis went for a strike with his sharp, black claws straight for his face. Horus readied his stance as the flexible cloth strips enveloped and tightly bound his hand. They continued to bind Anubis's body, leaving him only able to growl. Horus said in a solemn voice, "By the great god Ra," and the bandages wrapping him obeyed, his command exploding simultaneously as a great fire spread. Anubis's source of energy vanished, and his mask shattered as a result, revealing his face. He opened his eyes and asked in bewilderment, "How am I still alive?" Horus looked down at him and replied, "I am not the one who decides your fate." Junjian quickly walked over, and Horus looked over at him, smiled, and said, "This is what you wanted, right?" The boy immediately replied, "Yes, thank you, sir." Hayao looked towards him, asked, "Why did you spare him?" He replied, "Because you look rather lonely." Junjian looked over at him and continued, "So I wanted to give you a younger brother." He looked at him with touched eyes, "Thank you, sir." Anubis, lying in one spot, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. "Why am I trembling?" An immense pressure descended upon the magnificent pyramid. Intrang and W both felt it, and the others reacted quickly as well. Junjian was no exception, sensing it immediately. Horus suddenly clenched his fist. He couldn't help but be shaken, his face filled with grief. Father has passed away. In another region of the Nile, a group of people were gathering, and suddenly dropped to his knees. "Ah, Lord Osiris!" The others were all crying. "This is our failure," someone else spoke up. "Not yet. Lord Horus has awakened," he said resolutely. "It's not too late. We must help Lord Horus. Let's go." With that said, everyone immediately set off together. In a certain tower, the chief of the Memphis clan declared that the Memphis clan would not participate. "What does your Heliopolis clan intend to do?" The chief of Heliopolis, Set, stated firmly, "We will defeat Set. We are not cowards." After saying this, the old man left. "I will not watch the Nile be destroyed." Memphis, Thoth stopped him. "Wait," he explained. "Then we will go with you to the Temple of the Gods, not to side with Horus or Set, but," Thoth said with a serious face, "so that we can witness the birth of the new king of the Nile." "Let's go," Surma commented. "What a sly old fox. He must be plotting to side with whoever is winning." At the palace, Set and Horus were facing each other in the courtyard. Set taunted, "You look like a complete mess," Horus retorted. "And you look like you're really enjoying this." "My god," he declared, "to decide who will be the new king of the Nile, for the greatness of the gods, to determine who is the chosen one, who can rule the Nile." Set's group responded, chanting together, "For the Nile." Thoth's crowd continued to chant, "For the Nile." Isis' side also shouted, "For the Nile! For the Nile!" Set said smugly, "Haha, so you've all gathered to witness the birth of the new king," he said excitedly. "Underdog, you're amazing. I never thought someone like you could awaken Horus, but it was all within that man's predictions." Junjian thought to himself, "That man, even though I'm not sure if I actually healed Horus, the man behind Set was able to predict this." He asked, "You mean you intentionally let me save Horus?" Set said casually, "That's right." Power from his body radiated out. Set said cheerfully, "Because a true king must be acknowledged by everyone. But more than that, on this stage where the king is decided, I think you should come up here too." Horus was startled. Set was confused. What is he saying? Thoth was surprised. He wants an outsider to participate in the match to decide the king. Set spread his arms provocatively. "You can feel it too, can't you, Horus?" He looked at Junjian. "Your patron, the son of the desert, is also watching that guy." The system announced, "The son of the desert is paying attention to you." He recalled that ever since Horus woke up, the message, "The son of the desert is watching you," had appeared. But for some reason, the apocalypse sky didn't hate it at all. Could this be related to who will? Is he the king of the Nile River? Junjian turned towards Horus. "Even though I absorbed Horus's madness, he just break free from the seal." No matter what, Horus stands no chance of defeating Set. So that means. He leaped from his spot, landing opposite Set. Junjian spoke to Horus with determination. I will help you. Horus smiled at him, full of trust, so reliable. Set's body slowly floated into the air, amused. Well then, to decide. Who has the more suitable patron, the patron god, the wolf of the ruined desert, or the son of the desert? Let's find out. The bandages on Horus's arm began to unravel, and Junjian's weapon was also summoned. Both were in a ready stance. At the Golden Palace, Jang Hojin was sitting at a desk. He sighed, thinking to himself, the Nile River, that truly is a perfect thing to absorb. Jang Hojin hesitated, remembering Set, but the power that Set possessed, a dark red magical energy that could destroy the laws of that territory. He slammed his hand on the table, his face serious as he concluded inwardly, fear. A feeling I thought I had long forgotten. Purple mana enveloped Jiang Hojin, and he laughed savagely, exclaiming, what an exciting feeling. Jiang Hojin calculated that if he could find a possibility within the unknown power Set possessed, then killing a patron would be possible. The purple mana receded, and he leaned on the desk with both hands, thinking, I will give up on the Nile as I said. But as for Set, this is completely different. Once this civil war is over, I will make my appearance. Jiang Hojin suddenly sensed something. A figure in a black cloak appeared, surprising him. Inwardly, he thought, impossible, here. Right inside my territory, no one can enter without my permission. Right? He shouted. Who are you? How did you enter my territory? The figure muttered. The black-robed Odin reached out his hand. I will continue to grant you power. Meanwhile, Horus was casting a spell to control the cloth wrappings on his body. They relentlessly attacked Set, but were all blocked. He began to chant his incantation, under the witness of the burning patron god, and immediately, an energy enveloped in blazing flames shot towards his opponent. Set stood still, waiting for his fire spears to approach, and seeing this, he also praised Horus. You've gotten stronger, but you still haven't gotten used to your new power, nephew. Then he raised his hand, preparing to cast a sandstorm spell. Instantly, 3 or 4 cyclones surrounded him. They attacked Horus in unison, sending him flying. Without pausing, Set gathered his strength to continue the assault. Then he leaped high into the air. From above, he prepared to strike Horus with a powerful blow. At that moment, Set also landed, a powerful punch to his chest, causing Horus to plummet from the sky and crash hard into the ground. Sand and dust flew everywhere, when suddenly a trident enveloped in fire shot towards the running Set. He instantly detected it and caught it. It was Junjian attacking Set, but he too was blocked. He looked at the boy in surprise. What's this? You've also gotten much stronger than before. On his end, the boy tried to break free but couldn't pull his weapon back, forced to accept, and think to himself, against someone who can so easily stop my attack, I have no choice but to use the part of madness I absorbed this time. Then he gathered all his strength, gritted his teeth, and shouted, Ha! Seeing him, Set couldn't help but be astonished and thought to himself, I see. When he healed Horus, he must have absorbed his power of the blood ore. Then he also let go of his hand that was holding the boy's weapon. Set also smiled with great interest and exclaimed, How interesting. He immediately launched a barrage of attacks toward him, and the boy quickly parried every blow from him. Then he glared with his blood-red eyes, threatening, Are you going to tell me the identity of that man or not? Set continued to unleash a series of punches, looking down on him. Even if I told you, it would be useless anyway. No matter what, you will die today. He quickly delivered a final, powerful blow to Jun Trong, sending him flying backward. Suddenly, he flew up to observe his surroundings, then Set turned to run from the boy's attacks. They then quickly converged on a single point to strike him. Horus shouted from below, reproaching him, Did you really have to kill my father? Right where Set stood, an explosion erupted. Even so, Set was completely unharmed, having used his protective shield. He offered some praise, not bad. He also slowly approached. Jun Trong and Horus stood opposite him, defiantly holding their weapons and provoking Set. Then how about this? It left him speechless. The boy's eyes glowed red as he set a condition for Set. If we manage to defeat you, then you will answer our questions. All right? He stepped forward confidently, smirking and asserting, that will never happen. The boy then got into a stance, ready to fight at any moment, full of pride. We'll see about that. Immediately, he took a deep breath, using his ultimate skill despite the risks. Using the power of that madness, my mana is overloading, now I should be able to use it. Heavenly Flame, the tip of his spear was gradually infused with mana. Enveloping it, without a moment's hesitation, he shouted as he charged forward. Multi-piercing thrust. In an instant, his power shot like an arrow straight at Set, blowing everything around them away. He stood before the might of the boy's attack and couldn't help but exclaim, I see why you're so confident. However, this still isn't enough. Not about to let the boy gain the upper hand, he immediately used his own ultimate skill, Sandstorm. The two powerful forces clashed head-on, sending everything flying and stunning the people below. Watch out. A moment later, Intrang jumped in with her sword to support Juntrong, while the bald men below were still in a state of panic, unable to react in time. She then sliced through the falling boulders. She dashed forward, warning them, "Everyone, get back, I will protect you." They turned and ran, grateful. "Thank you." That's not a fight for ordinary people. Horus, standing next to Juntrong after they had combined their powers, asked, "Did we defeat him?" The boy wiped his sweat and analyzed. "My attack landed, but it wasn't enough. His magic power has barely decreased." The thick smoke and dust gradually cleared, revealing the figure of Set, still standing completely unharmed. Immediately, he instantly rushed through the cloud of dust at high speed. Horus was attacked by him before anyone knew it, and even though Juntrong had warned him, it was too late. Horus was then grievously injured, coughing up blood and unable to stand. Seeing this, Juntrong instantly slashed Set in two. With his clothes tattered, one arm severed, and the head of a wolf, his face darkened. Heavenly flame and multi-piercing thrust are even greater than I imagined. I myself could never pierce my own sandstorm. Seeing him like that, he finally understood why Bander lost. His eyes were locked on Set's severed hand. The man stood opposite him, undeniably surprised. "I can't believe you forced me to use this power." And so, he couldn't help but feel doubtful, thinking to himself, "There's no way to win." The dust in the palace slowly began to settle. XM, watching the fight, thought worriedly, "He has no chance. What is this terrifying amount of mana?" Thoth on the side also pondered nervously. Is it even more than Horus and Underdog combined? It's more than the mana of all the hunters here put together. Standing behind, Intrang was horrified to see him in that state. Li Dong-young, all three of them faced off with surging, explosive power. Horus strained to fight, spitting a mouthful of blood from his mouth. Across from him, Set smiled provocatively. "You look exhausted, nephew. It seems this god is the true wolf of the ruined desert. Therefore, I will grant you your rest." Meanwhile, Runtrong pushed himself up, hands on his thighs. He was almost out of strength, panting heavily. "I get why Bander ran away now. You just have to look at that power." Anyone who sees that dark red aura would feel as if they were fighting against an endless, inexhaustible source of power. His hand gripping his weapon suddenly began to tremble. "It's terrifying and makes me want to get out of here right now." However, he then readied his weapon, displaying his indomitable spirit. This action of his also took Set by surprise. "Oh, you have a good fighting spirit. I thought you'd tuck your tail and run back to Asgard like Bander did. I assume Asgard isn't getting involved, right?" He then stepped forward, declaring nonchalantly, "Well, it doesn't matter. Not even Odin could defeat this man. Now, I will not hesitate to come and take your life immediately." Still in a rather pathetic state, he thought to himself, "This is an unwinnable fight, but I can't back down. That is the duty of those who possess power." Suddenly, the system panel appeared with two words, "The Sunday." The gloomy sky began to clear as the dark clouds parted, revealing the sunlight. Finally, a brilliant ray of sunshine shone straight down. The system's sound rang out again. "The son of the desert is watching you." The people below were astonished, unable to believe their eyes. That was Lady Isis, who was utterly shocked to see this. "The light of the god, how can this be?" The system appeared again. "The son of the desert sponsors you." Suddenly, a surge of power washed over him. Horus's body erupted with power. Not only that, but Runtrong was also granted that power, leaving him confused. "What is this? My wounds are being healed and a huge amount of mana is enveloping me." And the system continued to chime. "The son of the desert sponsors two hunters. The two hunters can now use upgraded abilities. The two hunters have been blessed by the son of the desert." He just stood there motionless, as if he still couldn't believe his eyes. "Do I have multiple sponsors now? The sky of revelation isn't opposing it. Could it be that this son of the desert is on the same level as the sky of revelation?" The system's chime sounded once more. "The son of the desert has exceeded the sponsor limit. After a certain period, the number of sponsors will return to normal." The people began to. Below, they stood silently in confusion as the divine light shone down on both of them. Seeing this, Set wondered to himself, was that the god's final struggle? Horus was now continuing to emit divine energy. He quickly got into a combat stance, more prepared than ever. Set went berserk, launching his wolf-headed hand to attack. Horus jumped and spun, dodging all of his attacks. Then he flew straight at Set as he launched a barrage of strikes against him, but they were all blocked by his barrier. A system sound chimed in. The dragon's small heart would temporarily grow stronger under the influence of the son of the desert. Jun stood quietly observing the fight, and behind him, wings began to sprout, a pair of black wings. Without hesitation, he leaped and soared into the sky. He flew high above everything and continued to watch the battle, to find his opponent's weakness. He just floated there in midair with his wings, wondering if this was because the son of the desert had lent him its power. I can see the mana in the air. He continued to analyze, and then realized he understood. Through the flow of mana, I can use the ambient mana. If I can use the ambient mana, could I possibly use it? The signature attack of the Demon King Dokchu could seize victory. The system panel continuously appeared. The mana flow is activating at an unbelievable speed. The dragon's small heart is absorbing magic power from the air. Gorilla is being activated. He also got into a ready stance. Mana was surging violently. Even though the Son of the Desert has lent me its power, I'm still no match for Set. The mana in the air, I need to gather more of it. The system chimed again. The Son of the Desert is paying attention to you. The apocalyptic sky smiled as if it knew what he intended to do. Jun controlled the source of mana, the elements flowing straight to his hands. Then his entire body was submerged in an endless amount of mana. He finally used his own skill, the Fire King's skill. The system then announced that the Fire King's skill had been acquired. An incredible achievement. You have become one who forges your own path. You have become a developer without a patron. His mana transformed into a vortex of fire, and all of your stats have increased significantly. The people below were utterly astonished as if they couldn't believe their eyes. Looking up at the sky, the sun was blazing brightly. Then they looked closely at the source of mana Jun had gathered, which stood next to the sun, and couldn't help but exclaim, "No, there are two suns." Even though Set had seen their power, he was still confident and disdainful. Is that all? Just as I thought, the suitable patron for the god isn't the Son of the Desert, but the Wolf of the Ruined Desert. On Horus's side, he was also showing signs of being unable to block the continuous attacks from him. Suddenly, a voice resounded in his head. "Horus, get out of the way now." After hearing it, his eyes widened as he sent a telepathic reply. Underdog didn't hesitate, ignoring how Set was attacking him, and immediately jumped away. Set thought he was being cowardly and looked down on him. "You're running like a little mouse." Suddenly, he also noticed it, but it was too late. The mana sphere created by Jun was approaching him, making him panic. "What is that?" Immediately, an explosion erupted where he stood before he could react, and the sphere didn't stop but continued to grow larger. As a result, everything around V was blown away in the blink of an eye, crashing down on the people below, while they just ran around frantically to save their own lives. Run! On the other side, things weren't looking good. He was struggling. He was struggling against Jungjion's orb. Suddenly, his head could be seen trying to break free, and finally, seizing the opportunity, he managed to get out. Afterward, he panted heavily, feeling fortunate. "Thank goodness I was able to escape before my body was no longer under my control. Set, this is your end." The system's voice rang out, and the desert sun raged. The dark sun appeared on the battlefield. Suddenly, a stream of dark power emanated from Set, gradually enveloping the orb. It grew indescribably larger, causing him to be affected and slowly sucked in. "I'm being pulled in. Damn it, I've used up all my strength." To use the Fire King's skill. Now he struggled, gritting his teeth and using all his might to run in the opposite direction. "I have no strength left to escape," so his entire body was slowly pulled in. Junjian regained consciousness, floating in midair. He looked around this place suspiciously. There was no escape, no sky, sun, temperature, light, or people, an abyss where nothing existed. Suddenly, his body began to fall. "I'm falling. Is this how I die?" At that moment, a voice rang out, waking him from his daze and telling him to stay strong. Bander appeared, grabbing him and charging forward. Junjian exclaimed, "Bander!" He quickly dashed out of the black miasma, finally getting him out. He urgently said, "Use Bifrost, it's about to explode." Junjian's face darkened. An explosion? The black gas formed a large sphere, then vanished in a flash. It reappeared in another location, creating a dense cloud of smoke and dust. Junjian shouted the skill name, Bifrost, creating a rainbow shield that enveloped the temple. Bander angrily grabbed him by the neck. "What are you doing? We need to use Bifrost to escape from here." He roared at Junjian, but instead, he used it as a barrier to protect the temple. "Do you want to die along with them?" He explained. "If I didn't do this, everyone would die. There was no other choice. You bastard." As the two were arguing, the explosion continued behind them. He said scornfully, "You think you're so clever." "Block!" After Bander uttered the skill name, they both vanished instantly. The explosion grew bigger and bigger, but fortunately, the barriers stopped it from affecting the outside. However, the others were unaware of the situation. Gua grew anxious. "Li Junjian," W said grimly. "He erected a barrier to protect us from the explosion, but no one could survive an explosion of that magnitude." He immediately flashed from his position and rushed forward, filled with anxiety. "Li Junjian!" From behind, a hand quickly grabbed him. Gua turned his head, annoyed. "Why are you stopping me?" "Intrang, Li Junjian is out there." He said hurriedly, "We have to save him." Intrang replied nonchalantly, No, there's no need for that. There's no need to save him, she said calmly. You'll have to get used to this. It won't be long before he comes back, as if nothing happened. He thought to himself, so that's why. Looking at the remaining members, everyone is part of his team. Except for me, the newest member, they were all just waiting calmly. Trang said proudly, that's the kind of man he is. She let him process this, adding, and the barrier is still intact, which means that he is still alive. Manhwa nodded, I understand. Inside the barrier, the situation was still unclear due to the thick smoke and dust. Horus was deep in thought, underdog. The other clan leaders were also paying close attention to the situation. Satch laughed smugly. The next king will be decided on this stage. I think you should come up here too. Thoth thought to himself, you who receive the light of the gods, another candidate for the throne. The system appeared, the gloomy sun flashed across the battlefield. The destructive power from the explosion collided with the barrier and moved into Banner's territory rule. He shouted bitterly, damn it. It turned the beautiful land within Banner's territory rule into a pile of rubble. Junjian smiled. At least it worked well as a block, secretly rejoicing. Using Banner's territory rule wasn't my idea. He did it himself. The man with unconditional loyalty to Odin. He looked at the fearful Banner. This will become an opportunity to weaken his power. As for Banner, he held a grudge. I may have saved you because of the orders I was given, but I will never forgive you for this. I will remember this. He just called for him to return. At this moment, in the land of nothing but sand and dirt, only the figures of Junjian and Banner remained. He looked at the surroundings. This place became like this because of me and the gloomy sun. It looks like a meteor fell here. Banner glanced over. Let's search. While he had already started moving, he was still lost in thought, but there was no reason to search for him at all, as if anything could have survived in here. He knew that, yet he still couldn't accept it. The system announced the activation of the mana flow. Junjian looked at his body and told himself he would use the mana flow to find his mana signature. Suddenly, he sensed something. He looked towards a piece of cloth pinned down over there. There was nothing here but rocks and dirt, so why is there a piece of cloth over there? How is it undamaged? I should put it in my inventory. Banner returned after searching. There's really nothing left after the explosion. Did you find anything? He replied calmly. No, I didn't see anything. He decided, it's time for me to lower the barrier. The soldiers outside looked on in surprise. Over there, the barrier. Right now, the rainbow barrier was gradually disappearing. A pair of feet appeared, step by step. It was Junjian and Banner. Manhwa was overjoyed. Just as she had said, Dong and Trang, I didn't have enough faith in him. She looked up with a face full of tears. See, do you believe me now? I told you he would come back, he said awkwardly. I think you were the one who was most worried. Then, Trang rushed towards Junjian. She immediately threw her arms around him. The disaster in Egypt, is everything really okay? The number of hunters is gradually increasing. Ordinary people worry that they will soon be replaced by hunters. But who is stopping them? South Korea's underdog, he has appeared again. Outside the Cairo hotel, the scene was peaceful. Manhwa asked, how are you feeling? Junjian hesitated. I feel fine, but can you check for me just in case? He surmised, there's no way he's okay. To suddenly gain such power and even heal Horus. And with the patronage of the desert sun, his body must be overloaded. He asked him to hold out his hand. I will check your pulse. Manhwa took Junjian's wrist, concluding with confusion, you really are fine. In fact, you seem much healthier than before. This is miraculous. Junjian felt much more relieved. I wasn't sure, but I guess so. I'm very happy to hear that from you, Hua. At that moment, the door to the room opened with a call. Brother Junjian. Jian and Trang ran over excitedly with a newspaper. This is big news. She pointed to the paper that had his picture. Everyone is talking about underdog. He placed his hand on the stack of newspapers, pondering. A few days ago, the newspapers were full of news about hunters, but now there wasn't a single line about them. He was confused. Instead, they were writing about him. Is someone trying to create a distraction? The system displayed a message. The Sky of Revelation is very pleased with your resounding fame. She told him that the civilians must have been very surprised by this incident. He agreed, I suppose so. It was certainly the first time they had witnessed the power of a hunter. Trang stated the truth, but it wasn't the kind of power that just any hunter possessed. Junjian thought about the outcome. Even so, this was still quite effective. Now people will have to be wary of hunters. His heart suddenly grew cold. If this continues, hunters will rule over civilians, and civilians will be no different than livestock. Outside the door came a knock, and a radiant Inep entered and greeted him. Sir Underdog. Junjian quickly stood up. Sir Inep. He extended an invitation. I have been ordered by Horus to bring you to him. Will you come with me? Without a second thought, Junjian immediately nodded. Of course. After the battle was set, Junjian couldn't meet Horus because Horus had been sealed for too long and had also suffered countless injuries in the battle with Set. He needed treatment. Therefore, for the past few days, he had been receiving medical treatment. These were the things the new king of the Nile had been doing. As they walked, Inep thanked him. "The Nile is very grateful for your help. Sir Underdog," he began to explain. "Although you are an outsider, you have received the blessing of the light of the god Ra and are therefore the next king." Before he could finish, Jungion cut him off. "I have no interest in the throne. I don't want to cause any unnecessary trouble." He looked at the palm of his hand, "And the light of the god Ra will leave my body soon enough. Although it still says I am sponsored by the son of the desert." The system messages appeared one after another. The sky of revelation frowns at the Sunday. The son of the desert is confused. Seeing this, he mused to himself, "The sky of revelation is starting to complain that the son of the desert cannot sponsor two people at the same time. Obviously, they will choose Horus." Inep bowed his head. "Then there is nothing to worry about. Thank you very much, sir." At that moment, they arrived at the main palace. When Junjian and Inep arrived, everyone was already there. Horus spoke first. "My apologies for making you wait. You saved my life, and you also saved the Nile from its fate." He emphasized that he was the savior of Egypt. "Egypt has decided to repay you. We will give you anything you desire." Horus then asked, "So please feel free to tell us, what is it that you want?" He quickly stated his wish, "I want all of you to change." The answer left Horus stunned. He continued, "I heard that the Nile once respected the human rights of civilians. However, from what I experienced in Egypt," he recalled the scene he had witnessed of hunters slaughtering civilians just because they felt like it. "Therefore, I wish for Egypt to once again respect the human rights of civilians." Horus affirmed, "Those were things that erupted when my father overstepped his bounds while I was sealed. We guarantee that everything will return to how it was in the beginning. In fact, we are prepared to grant any of your requests." Horus gave a friendly smile. "Because you are another king of the Nile." The two chieftains were surprised. The god Horus. Isis couldn't believe it and called out Horus's name. He was sure of his words. Although an outsider, Underdog has received the blessing of the god Ra's light. Everyone knows that. Does anyone wish to deny it? After hearing this, the two chieftains bowed their heads without a word, and Isis was also silent. Junjian spoke calmly, "But the light of the god Ra within me is about to disappear." Horus was not surprised. "I know that. You must be wondering. Then my explanation of those things doesn't change the fact that you are the one who received the blessing from the light of the god Ra. Even if the light of the god Ra leaves you, there will always be a small part of it that remains." He thought to himself, "Isn't that how we are connected?" Horus declared eloquently, "Li Jungjian was once an outsider, but is now the Shadow King of the Nile. I want him to take the title of Amen, while I, who hold the title of Ra, will lead the Nile into a new era." He was decisive, and as Amen had requested, "We will change the Nile. We cannot accept the discrimination between hunters and civilians, and I will abolish the law, no longer allowing hunters to kill civilians at will." Everyone bowed their heads. "We will obey the command of the god Ra." Atop the castle, Junjian and Horus were standing together. He pieced together the earlier situation. Kings, those who call themselves kings, not a single one of them is normal. Images of Loki and Set flashed through his mind. The king of the giants is one example, and Set is the same. Horus comforted him. "It's more relaxed now, just the two of us. Don't worry too much. I don't really like this position of king either." He reached up and touched the bandage on his face. "Are you angry with me for saying I understand how you feel?" He smiled. "It's okay." The bandage slowly fell to the ground, revealing his handsome face, looking so relieved. "I'm thinking of abolishing the position of king of the Nile." He was surprised. Abolish the position of king? Horus voiced the thoughts he had concluded. Times have changed, and in some cases, is the lifespan of a hunter endless? It's too dangerous with those hunters if they want to get their hands on absolute power. He started to joke. "You can't say for sure that I won't change one day too." A thought surfaced in his mind. Right now, he is a good person while holding power in his hands. However, if he changes, things could be even worse than with Set. Outwardly, he agreed. "That's a good idea," Horus inquired. "What about Uncle Set? Is he still alive?" He confirmed. "That's right." He explained the current situation. "Are you going to chase after him?" "For now, I can't leave Egypt. I know it's shameful to say, but can I ask you this?" Junjian nodded. "Anyway, I'm also curious about the person behind Set. When I meet him, I will contact you." Horus sincerely thanked him. In the heart of the city, a plane was gradually landing. A crowd of eager reporters rushed forward. "He's about to land. Everyone get ready." The sound of camera shutters clicked continuously along with a barrage of questions. "What are your plans for the future? How much aid do you plan to send to Egypt? Please answer our questions." Demeus said nothing and just glanced at the reporters, after which a group of bodyguards was dispatched. They could only give up in despair. He didn't say a single word. Well, we are too used to that kind of reaction. Hunters, while they were still hesitating, someone suddenly shouted, South Korea, that's the Korean Association. Underdog is their member, making them turn eagerly. Coming out of the gate, Seogu was met by rows. A crowd of people greeted them. The man everyone called the next president of the Korean Association, John Seong-gu of the Federation Guild. Before the surprise could fade, someone shouted, "Oh, over there," and they immediately panned the cameras elsewhere. Where? What is it? The brilliant flashes of the cameras blended together. The main character appeared with a dazzling aura that made the reporters gasp in amazement. It's the hero of Egypt, Underdog. Seeing Seong-gu, Jun Jeon smiled and asked, "You're here?" He replied, "Yes." Soon after, an article was quickly published about the two men, Underdog, the man who became the hero of Egypt, meeting with Jeon Seong-gu, the man known as the next president of the Korean Association. The two met at the airport to discuss the Korean Hunter Association's support for Egypt. The sky was overcast, and it was now noon. Suddenly, a few voices spoke up from inside. "Is it true?" "Yes, it's true." Jun Jeon tried to remain calm as he voiced his long-held suspicions. Bander or Hung Seok? I thought it was strange that he returned to Korea so quickly. Now everything makes sense. Seong-gu agreed. "Yes, that's right, because Odin has gone missing." He lowered his head slightly, his expression filled with seriousness. "Right now, Asgard is in a state of emergency because Odin's influence is immense. We can't easily compensate for his absence." A series of questions raced through Jun Jeon's mind. Why now? Why would he disappear when the disaster is so close? If this had happened after the disaster, I would have welcomed this news gladly. But he wondered, this wasn't good at all with the disaster approaching. Where could he have gone? Seong-gu crossed his arms in thought. He's not the type to be easily attacked or kidnapped. Moreover, the last place he was seen was in his own territory, Asgard, so wherever he went, he must have gone alone. Jun Jeon voiced his thoughts while driving. Since he disappeared on his own, what exactly is he planning? The fact is, he's doing it right now, right before the disaster. Seong-gu tried to reassure him, "Don't worry too much. As I told you before, he is preparing for this disaster by himself. Although he's missing, it's not a major issue. But, of course, it's not going to be easy either." Jun Jeon let out a sigh of relief, replying calmly, "Yes, but still, we've lost a significant source of power. Let's just hurry up, finish our business here, and go home." However, a sliver of worry remained in his heart. Odin's sudden disappearance was different from the past. It was surely because of me. If I hadn't appeared, perhaps everything would have unfolded just like it did in the past. This is making me feel uneasy. In a distant tower, an important meeting was underway in a grand hall. Demetrius stood up to speak. "We deeply regret the incident that occurred in Egypt. Takamagaharas will deploy the majority of our heroes to assist in Egypt's recovery." Jun Jeon watched thoughtfully from above. They're trying to gain control of Egypt by sending their heroes there. His gaze momentarily shifted. Yasin is a member of the organization behind Japan, Takamagaharas. This is the first time I've heard of him, but the people here are all top 5 heroes. Just then, some of the people sitting in the audience voiced their dissatisfaction. This incident in Egypt is damaging the reputation of all hunters, all over the world, so there needs to be compensation. Hearing this, Jun Jeon's expression became pensive. The guilds here are all like Japan. Now that Egypt is weakened, they all want to swallow it whole. So he immediately asked, "Asga won't be participating, will it?" Seong-gu affirmed with certainty. "After discussion, we've decided not to get involved with the Nile." Then he continued in a calm voice, "And we already have enough influence over the Nile. There's one person who made that easier. It's all thanks to the hero of Egypt, Underdog." Seeing Seong-gu getting agitated, he tried to persuade him, "You shouldn't think that way." Seong-gu's gaze shifted forward. "It's the truth. Look over there." Horus stood on the podium and announced loudly, "Egypt was saved by one person, so we have decided to continue showing our deep gratitude to them." He couldn't help but shudder. Don't tell me Horus is about to declare that Egypt has now merged with South Korea's Asga, or more specifically that Egypt will be working with Underdog. Demetrius immediately glared over, and more people started noticing him. Faced with those stares, the two could only choose to sit still. "Everyone is looking at us." Seong-gu's face instantly darkened. "I expected this, but what should I do now? A disaster is imminent, and Odin is still missing. We lack the power to protect South Korea on our own. There's no other way. I don't want to say it." Not long after, the vanguard stood up to present. "Asga is currently," but Jun Jeon suddenly cut him off. "Before we discuss providing support and continuing to work with Egypt in the future, there is something that I must say first." The man fell silent, deciding to listen intently. Jun Jeon jumped down from above, startling Horus a little. He declared powerfully, "Set is the one we fought. At that moment, all the hunters were confused. Someone thought in surprise. Information about Set? The others also became concerned. Is he going to tell us valuable information about a hunter as powerful as that guy? He's truly an upright person. Please hurry up and say it. He began to explain. He told me that something is coming. Something truly important is about to happen. He then shared his own feelings and how it related to the special gates that have appeared recently. I'm sure everyone here has felt it. The concentration of mana is getting denser by the day. The listeners were startled. Just as I thought, he knows something. Looking down at the audience, he could only reveal. Set said that this is just one of the signs of a coming disaster. Junjian frankly stated his own viewpoint. It's been some time since the gates and hunters first appeared. Do all of you really think that a terrible event like that won't happen again? Set told me a few things about it. He said a disaster is about to occur. He placed a hand on his chest and assured them. Set tried to pull me over to his side. That's why he told me this secret. Horace's expression was so shocked he was speechless. Junjian continued his account. Set told me that there is someone with unimaginable power acting to conquer and dominate this world, and that if I worked for Dimitius, I would be cooperating with them. That is what he told me. Everyone looked at each other in surprise, and one person couldn't take it anymore and shot to his feet. Dimitius spoke in a low voice, in a ridiculous tone. He directly refuted his words. Underdog, I admit that you are very strong, but I don't think you're strong enough to be worth considering, and as for conquering and ruling the world, you've been watching too many movies. After saying that, he scoffed contemptuously. Jungian, refusing to back down, retorted. Then let me ask you something. What is your purpose? All of you are members of the organization. What is your ultimate goal? Domitius didn't hesitate to fire back, to save and protect humanity, of course. Everything we do, even when we have to sacrifice ourselves, is all for the good of mankind. He exposed him without a moment's hesitation. Personal gain and the right to rule your territory. That's your real purpose, isn't it? As if he'd hit a nerve, he glared angrily. You bastard! Junjian ignored Domitius's response and just stated, whatever your purpose may be, it doesn't matter. The one behind the scenes, Seth, is moving to take control of everything. Didn't he already warn us about a serious disaster? His face hardened with utmost seriousness. Of course, the problem in Egypt is very important, but since his goal is to rule the world, that means nowhere in your territory is safe. Everyone was shocked upon hearing this, unable to believe their ears. And so the meeting ended, and they returned to the high-rise apartment building. Siugu questioned him, telling them about the disaster. What exactly are you thinking? No one knows what will happen now that you've said that. He calmly explained, those guys are the kind of people who can shake the world. They have the power to completely change everything. He affirmed with certainty. There's one thing I'm sure of. By telling them about the disaster, a great many people will be saved. Siugu was very surprised to hear that. He continued to voice his thoughts. They will definitely try to do something after hearing about the disaster. Only then can they protect their own countries. Compared to the past, many more people might survive this disaster. He recounted what he had done, praising him profusely. With Odin currently missing, you've gathered new people to help fight against the disaster. You bastard, you're really good. The two men's viewpoints were now clear. He said confidently, let's just pray that everything goes smoothly. The clouds gradually dispersed, leaving only the building standing silently. Domitius stood on the rooftop, gazing into the distance. A moment later, he whispered two words, disaster. In his mind, thoughts swirled. I came here to help Egypt to seize their power, but when I heard about the disaster, I thought it was all just a lie. Recalling the moment on the podium, Junjian had clearly declared, Seth tried to pull me over to his side. That's why he told me about this secret. This made him ponder worriedly. He didn't look like he was lying. Suddenly, he turned around and asked, what do you think? A girl appeared in red, traditional clothing with a blindfold, standing silently without a word. Domitius wondered one thing. Can you foresee the coming danger? The girl hesitated. A disaster is coming. Upon hearing this, he became lost in worried thought. For the past few weeks, she's been saying that a disaster was coming. Now, only two words swirled in Domitius's mind. Disaster. I think I need to meet with Underdog. He then, report, I'm stepping out for a bit, and then hurriedly left. Returning to the apartment building, Domitius rushed inside. His expression was full of sorrow. The four bodyguards simultaneously looked back at the person who had just entered. Seeing this, Domitius asked, are you all here because of the disaster too? The quiet replied, that's right. He immediately recognized the organization behind the United States, the Freemasons. He began to argue, if what Underdog said is true, then we need to discuss our next course of action. The disaster is something even more catastrophic than the appearance of the gates. If it really happens, it will be even more dangerous for us because we have more territory than the hunters. Domitius suddenly asked about his whereabouts, so where is Underdog? The other party answered honestly. He's currently in a meeting with Horus. In the meeting room at that moment, the system showed the son of the desert observing its two incarnations. Horus asked again for confirmation. Are you telling the truth about the disaster? Faced with so many things he couldn't understand, Horus could only say, I haven't heard him say anything, so can you please tell me the truth? Junjian thought to himself, the son of the desert is watching. It's hard to lie to Horus right now. It's not the truth. Horus had just started to say, then why did you, when he was cut off? But it's not a complete lie either. Do you know that there's someone behind him? He assured him. And the coming disaster is not a lie. Horus couldn't help but be confused. Then, Underdog, how do you know this? He silently looked up and wondered, can the sky of apocalypse blind the son of the desert? The system announced, the sky of apocalypse looks at you and winks. Then Junjian clenched his fist decisively. He might be a reliable ally. I have no choice but to trust him. So he decided to answer Horus's question. I will tell you the truth if you agree to keep this a secret. He showed his understanding. I understand. Suddenly, he lowered his head and slowly revealed, I came from the future. The brand new information was so shocking that Horus blurted out, what? From the future? Outside the high-rise apartment building, the two of them went down to the lobby and ran into everyone. Seeing this, he was a bit bewildered. Why is everyone here? Though didn't wait any longer and made an offer. Underdog, please come with me to the US. We will give you anything you want. Junjian was stunned. He hadn't predicted this, that the man would try to recruit him. He immediately explained in detail. The United States has too few hunters for the amount of territory we have. If what you say is true, then we will face a serious threat. So please, come to the US, we will give you anything you want. The recent conversation had caught the attention of the others. The United States is recruiting Underdog. Is Underdog that valuable? So two people took the opportunity to speak up. The Philippines welcomes you too. Australia wants you too. Suddenly, a sound drew their attention. Domitius abruptly unleashed his power. Please come to Japan. A complex glint appeared in Junjian's sharp eyes, the Asin of Japan. He was pressuring everyone here with his powerful magic. Demicus continued to entice him. Anything you want. Suddenly, the building began to shake violently. No one had time to understand what was happening. What was that? An earthquake? No. It was Tho who quickly noticed something was wrong. A gate is collapsing, and soldiers quickly ran to issue a warning. Over there, hurry and save them. The situation was utter chaos as a pack of hounds attacked civilians, causing them to scream in pain. They took up their swords to fight back against the relentless raid, returning to the towering skyscraper. Two young men sensed that something was wrong and exclaimed worriedly. The gate suddenly collapsed like that, without any warning signs at all. Even Horus couldn't sit still and was startled, and there weren't any gates appearing around here either. Tho, realizing something unusual was happening, then concluded, the gate collapsed the moment it appeared. Junjian tried to warn everyone that there wasn't enough time to evacuate or prepare countermeasures to deal with it. We have to handle this now and talk later. After some time, at the multi-story apartment building, Interrogation came to report that over 100 people had died. Fortunately, the hunters and Nin acted in time, but because the gate collapsed right in a residential area, she tried to compose herself and then explained, because the gate collapsed the moment it appeared, we had no way to prepare in time. Is this the catastrophe that you mentioned? He could only try to calm her down. No, this is just the beginning, miss. Interrogation, please take everyone back to South Korea and cooperate with the White Tiger Guild. He was still standing behind without taking action, which made her wonder. What about you? He gave a brief explanation. This place is changing right now. He presented a solid argument. The world's heroes are gathering here, and they have witnessed the beginning of the catastrophe. This will convince them to strengthen their defenses, which will save even more lives. After listening, she was still a bit hesitant, but Junjian revealed the difficult situation he was in. This event that happened in China will also happen in South Korea. That's why South Korea needs all the hunters it has. But right now, the association president is missing. Interrogation suddenly became alarmed. What? The association president is missing. His expression gradually turned serious. Odin has disappeared. You, Princess Wenri, and Hui Mu. I will take everyone back using the Bifrost. Right now, South Korea desperately needs the help of everyone. Suddenly, a strange light flashed from the window frame, and that light source shot straight out, creating a 7-colored streak across the sky. He quietly gazed into the distance, looking up at the turbulent sky, his heart full of contemplation. There's no time left. I don't know how things will unfold now. I need to do my best to convince everyone. And so, returning to the place where they had discussed earlier, Junjian stood at the podium. The boss told me there would be 3 omens of the catastrophe. He began to present his own insights. First are the collapsing gates. As everyone saw yesterday, this is the first sign. The people sitting below listen intently. Second, the monsters will be empowered. Normally, C-rank monsters are easily handled by C-rank hunters, but now, B rank or even A rank hunters might be needed to deal with them. Jun Jian's expression gradually changed. And finally, the Phantom Gate. Demi has found it somewhat confusing. Phantom Gate. However, the information he had was basically zero, so he could only answer honestly. I don't know the details, but I guess there will be a major change, just like what happened in China. Kai jumped to his feet in surprise, and Tho also couldn't believe his ears and exclaimed, "So you've analyzed it thoroughly. Like a normal gate, the entrance will be sealed off and filled with dense magical power. This will lead to death for many people. Similar to the second sign, the monsters inside will have their power amplified. What they care about is only one thing: is there a way to stop the catastrophe? With the current situation, the information Jun Jian has is also very vague. I don't know of anything that can stop the catastrophe." Demetrius was determined to press him. "So let me ask you one more thing. After all the signs appear and the catastrophe begins, what will happen to the world?" He hesitated. His heart was in turmoil. Everything will change. It is a catastrophe. A chaotic energy appeared in Jun Jian's mind. The gates will be flooded with an incredibly dense amount of magical power. Hordes of monsters with terrifying power will gradually emerge, so the monsters will become stronger and more people will die. And humanity will reach the peak of its abilities, with many new hunters being born in numbers equal to or even greater than the current number of hunters. Just as monsters gain power, hunters will also become stronger. However, how they would use that power indiscriminately in the future was what worried Jun Jian. Thanks to those powerful hunters, peace will return. But because those same hunters save humanity, that will ironically cause ordinary citizens to become slaves. He pondered for a moment, but that's not something I can tell them. Then he stated the current objective frankly: we need to save people. Jun Jian solemnly expressed the feelings he had hidden for so long. Although the catastrophe is imminent, our number of hunters is still insufficient. Hunters don't just appear out of thin air, which is why we must protect the civilians. Demetrius smiled slightly in agreement. I understand. That is war, and soldiers must protect the people. He declared loudly, I will ask you one more time. Come to Japan, and I will give you a position equal to my own. Upon hearing this, Tho was completely astonished. He had decided, and someone else was getting restless. I can't believe he would make an offer like that to a nameless rookie. The space began to shake violently, turning the entire city upside down. Glass windows shattered simultaneously from the immense pressure. Horus shouted frantically, Impossible! It's Demetrius. He immediately realized the gate was collapsing. Tho was also on it, not just one. This is at least S rank. We can't hesitate any longer. Horus announced loudly, I will take the lead and act immediately. And with that, he leaped away and went to provide support. Jun Jian couldn't stand still either, as energy began to surge through his entire body. I have provided the information I have to everyone. I don't intend to go to any single country. Everyone looked over at them as Jun Jian stated his intention. I hope you will all return to your own countries quickly, because even in your own homes the same thing could be happening. He didn't forget to add the final line, perhaps it's already happening. The others chose to remain silent, not knowing how to react. Hordes of monsters had already advanced and surrounded the entire city. A species of overwhelming size was about to upend the peaceful life here. A mace wreathed in destructive lightning was raised high. The troll's eyes glowed a dangerous, fiery red. It brought down and slammed it powerfully onto the ground. The shockwave injured the soldiers even though they tried to dodge. He bravely raised his sword forward, panting heavily. These things aren't like the Chos I know. They're much bigger and faster. Its movements suddenly froze as if it sensed something was off. A figure with a flaming weapon and body charged in, delivering a piercing thrust, straight through the Cho's head, killing it instantly. Jun Jian landed safely, much to the soldier's relief. Thank you. I'm alive because of you. The situation was dire, so he quickly gave an order. We will hold off the monsters, evacuate everyone else to safety. The soldier obediently complied. All right, and in the blink of an eye, the man was gone. Blazing wings of fire unfurled from his back, giving him strength. Observing the situation from above, he contemplated for a moment. The size of these Chas is quite similar to the giants of Utgen. Even though they're Chas, they're practically giants. This is the level of monsters that emerged from a collapsed S-rank gate. The chaotic energy was still pouring out from the gate, making Jun Jian uneasy. There was still one more that hadn't emerged. Seeing the situation unfold, he became even more certain of one thing. I see. The S-rank gate's boss is trying to make its way here. I have to stop it. The sight of Jun Jian dashing away at top speed through the sky was witnessed by Demetrius down below. He silently called him an underdog. Recalling the words of the mysterious girl, that boy would help him fulfill his destiny. He muttered to himself, he's the one connected to my fate, and didn't even notice the giant mace swinging at him from behind. He simply raised his sword, and with a few slashes, the Cho was shredded into 100 pieces before it could react. That kid made Demetrius contemplate. It's strange. Every time I look at him, my heart beats faster. It's as if he's pulling me towards him. In his heart, He had long since made a decision. I must follow him. Chaos began to pour out from the mysterious gate as a massive, gray hand with rough skins slowly emerged. A high-ranked monster had arrived for battle, its gigantic hand grabbing a skyscraper. Junjian watched in utter amazement. This thing is enormous. It makes these buildings look like toys. All right, while it's still not completely through the gate, I need to finish it off. He gathered immense power into his spear, concentrating it into a single, spiraling point. Sunfire. Multi-thorn pierce. In a flash, he lunged forward with tremendous power. An explosion rocked the area, severely obscuring everyone's vision. The monster's leg was only pushed back slightly as it braced for the impact, its body completely intact without a single scratch. The monster quickly threw a punch in retaliation. He rode along its arm, moving upward. His fire spear spun like a drill, tearing through everything in its path. The excruciating pain caused the beast to roar in agony. Once its arm was completely disabled, Junjian didn't hesitate to launch himself away. With fiery determination, he poured all of his strength into a finishing blow. The spear successfully drilled a massive hole through the Cho's head. He panted, catching his breath and thinking to himself, I've defeated it. Its lifeless body began to tilt backward, with nothing to support its weight. Realizing something was wrong, he watched with horrified, wide eyes. No, if it falls like this, everyone down below will be. Just a little more and its entire body would crush everything. Suddenly, someone swiftly drew a sword from its scabbard. Demichis performed a spin, creating sharp slashes across the monster's colossal corpse. In an instant, it all dissolved into particles and faded into nothingness. With the job done, Demichis gently landed on the rooftop of a nearby building, turning back to look at the flying debris in the air. At this moment, Junjian was flying above, observing. He couldn't hide his awe at what just happened. Impressive. Why wasn't someone with skills like this known in the future? Suddenly, his eyes widened, his mouth letting out a sound for no reason. Junjian clutched his head, groaning in pain. His wings of fire also dissipated. His body lost control, and he went into a free fall. Fortunately, he managed to regain his strength just in time, making a rather rough landing. Seeing this, Demius worriedly approached Han and asked, Are you okay? The sound of sandals and familiar footsteps echoed in the quiet atmosphere. The girl in traditional clothing gradually appeared as the dust settled. Demius let out a sigh of relief that she was unharmed. He, on the other hand, sensed something was wrong. Plus, a warning was clearly displayed, and his anxious face broke out in a sweat. What is this? The moment she appeared, my head started to ache, as if it was being split by a hammer, and the sky of the apocalypse was also observing her. The entire area of the city was shrouded in an atmosphere of desolation. Thick black smoke billowed, making it look even more hazy. Junjian stood on the roof of a skyscraper, observing everything. He frowned and breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a bit lucky. Even though it was a collapsed level 5 gate, it was still handled quickly. Thanks to the conference, heroes from all over the world had gathered in Ko. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind, catching his attention. Well done. Its owner was Seong-gu. Junjian turned around to face him. You too. Just then, another person approached. It was Horace, smiling. He expressed his respect. Thank you. They both looked at him. Seong-gu spoke up first. You're too kind? Sir. Horace asked about their next plan, at the same time seeming a bit reluctant. I suppose it's time for you to leave? You've helped us a great deal. Junjian thought to himself that the reason he came here was to eliminate the variable he had created. He then spoke politely. It was an honor to work with you, sir. He recalled the scene of fighting him while he was unconscious. Rescuing Horace had led to a fierce battle with S, and he had become much stronger. That was when he awakened to many things. He realized that the act of eliminating variables only caused more of them to appear. Junjian remembered the benefits from this. More importantly, the system announced, the Son of the Desert has ceased its patronage. As one who was patronized by the Son of the Desert, you have obtained a title. A series of chimes rang out. The Son of the Desert has left a final message. The influence of the Son of the Desert grants you continuous fire power. The Son of the Desert will always aid you. He smirked in satisfaction. He had even gained the backing of the Son of the Desert. Suddenly, a ding rang out. The sky of revelation is observing the weakened Sunday. Horace's expression turned serious. As I said before, the River Nile wishes to remain by your side. However, we are not asking for your help. His voice conveyed confidence despite Set's rebellion and the series of collapsed gates. We have suffered significant damage. However, one day, Egypt will regain its strength. Junjian offered words of comfort and encouragement to him. If you were able to overcome this disaster, then Egypt will surely see the light again. Horace's eyes darkened as he mumbled, that light. Then he regained his composure and reminded him, it is the light of Egypt. No matter where you go, please do not forget that, while also assuring him that whenever he needed help, Egypt would always be by his side. Junjian happily replied, thank you, sir. Horus stated his intention. "This is a bit embarrassing, but I have a request." Hearing this, he asked, "What is it?" First, he explained the current situation before making his request. Due to the recent disasters, Egypt has suffered heavy losses. Therefore, it seems I cannot leave Egypt at this time, and since you are also looking for Set, if you happen to meet him again one more time. He entrusted the responsibility to Junjian. "Could you retrieve the eyes of Osiris?" He was startled and completely surprised. Set might still be alive, but how could he be so sure? Looking at the sincere expression on Horus's face, he guessed he could feel a faint energy of Osiris from him. Perhaps that was how he was so certain that Set had fled with the eyes of Osiris. He placed his hope in Junjian. "Please, find the eyes of Osiris." Time passed, and an airplane was flying across the clear blue sky. Junjian leaned his head against the seat and sighed. Everything was connected. He asked me to find the eyes of Osiris. Seong-gu, sitting an aisle away, looked sympathetic. I can understand. Being asked to find the greatest treasure of the Nile River, confronting Set and the power behind him, it's not an easy task. He agreed with a whining tone. "That's right, and we could have returned immediately using Bifrost, but instead, we're on a plane." He immediately became flustered and explained, "Bifrost isn't an infinite power. We've used it constantly since England, and we even used it to send Cho and Chang back." The earlier words from Junjian were just to tease Seong-gu. Seeing him so flustered, he let it go. "We also used it to save the people of Egypt this time. Bifrost has been through a lot." "That's right." He smiled and looked out the window. "Yes, we saved a lot of people this time. Now we're heading back to Korea." He then wondered about another issue. What about the investigation into Odin's sudden disappearance? Seong-gu rubbed his chin thoughtfully. They're still trying to find him. He seemed a bit worried. He disappeared from his own residence. "Something like this has never happened before. I just hope nothing bad happened." Junjian was lost in thought, feeling that things were gradually becoming more complicated with the approaching disaster. Korea needs Odin. What the hell is going on? Seong-gu suspected if the person behind Set could be the one he had mentioned before. He wasn't too sure either. Yeah, perhaps it's the man in black. He wondered to himself if it was the same person who had appeared before or just someone he had never met. He voiced his analysis, Odin's sudden disappearance. I can't help but connect it to the man in black. Suddenly, a loud noise and a flash of fire interrupted their conversation. Seong-gu was startled and quickly glanced over. Directly below where they were flying, the entire area was on fire, with black smoke billowing up. He frantically announced, "An explosion at Incheon International Airport." It's unclear what he saw, but he suddenly widened his eyes in shock. Outside, there was a flock of monsters with glowing eyes, spreading their wings. Seong-gu recognized them for what they were, monsters. They were wyverns. Junjian shot up and shouted. The system announced a disaster. "The sun, the desert is watching you weakly." He jumped from the plane without a moment's hesitation while summoning his spear. Muspel. A vicious wyvern charged at him, and Junjian used the momentum to powerfully pierce through its back. It shrieked in agony, and he continued using it as a launch pad, skillfully manipulating his mana. His entire body became like a flash of light, slaughtering the wyvern flock, his eyes glowing fiery red. The spear, covered in flames, radiated immense power. He struck a pose as he landed gracefully, and the sound of the system appeared. "The desert sun has stopped watching you." He let out a sigh of relief. "Thanks. The desert sun, they show up right when I need them." Junjian stood up straight, looking up at the sky and muttering, "The catastrophe." His face showed a grave expression. "Has it already started?" Just then, a wyvern saw him standing still and opened its mouth to attack, but Junjian channeled power into his legs and jumped, and the ground beneath him exploded from the force. Debris flew everywhere, and before the monster could even realize the danger, it was finished. The system announced, "You have leveled up." The other creatures met a similar fate. "You have leveled up." Junjian was like a grim reaper, harvesting the life of anything that stood in his way, and his power grew stronger. "You have leveled up." The once modern and beautiful city was now in ruins, with fires breaking out everywhere, shrouded in black smoke and an atmosphere of death. Junjian's small figure stood amidst the countless corpses of the giant wyverns. He was silent, his mood growing agitated, because while the catastrophe brought more magical power, it also meant the flow of mana was disrupted. "Damn it, I can't find any survivors." Suddenly, a scream caught his attention. Junjian immediately moved from his spot, seeing a few figures fleeing in panic. A man glanced back and shouted, "Run!" A wyvern was right behind them, and a desperate sound echoed, "Help!" Seong-gu appeared, gripping his sword and stabbing downwards as a flow of mana glowed. He used his strength to pierce its head before it could even react. Seong-gu finished it in a single move, and the lifeless wyvern collapsed to the ground. He asked, "Is everyone all right?" The man was extremely grateful, panting heavily, "Thank you, sir. You saved our lives." Then he remembered something more important and pointed. The hunters who came to save us earlier, they're still over there. Seong-gu glanced over, thinking anxiously. This is trouble. The level of these monsters is not something an average hunter can handle, but if I leave these people here to save the other hunters, they will surely die. Just as he was struggling to find a solution, a voice called out, I'll go save them. Junjian, who had appeared below at some point, had landed safely. Seong-gu breathed a sigh of relief. You're just in time. He smiled and instructed, watch over the survivors, I'll go to the hunters. He immediately agreed, all right, I'll get these people to safety and come back to help. A man, his condition unknown, was lying on the ground, his chest covered in bleeding scratches. Junjian walked over to observe and recognize the uniform the man was wearing, the White Tiger Guild. His expression darkened with worry. Why is the White Tiger Guild here? The system announced, Muspel's spear is fluctuating due to demonic energy. He quickly turned his head to look in one direction, where not far away, a figure in a black cloak appeared, also wielding a spear. His eyes, hidden under the brim of his hood, shone with an eerie light. Junjian was stunned. The man in black, his pupils began to fill with red streaks. Then a blood-red color completely consumed his eyes. His hand, which was tightly gripping the spear, suddenly sprouted sharp spikes from beneath his skin. The system reported the situation. Muspel's spear was fluctuating due to demonic energy. Junjian's face darkened, and he activated his mana, ready to fight. The man in black still stood motionless on the spot with no reaction, when suddenly a voice echoed, bringing him to his senses. Mr. Junjian. Interrogation and the members of the White Tiger Guild appeared. Seeing this level of damage, if I had known, I would have brought everyone with me. We came here to meet you. She held a sword in one hand and Gu in the other, intending to surprise him. But we were the ones who got surprised. The system repeated again. Muspel's spear was fluctuating due to demonic energy. The spikes gradually spread upward. Junjian's expression was serious as he warned, thank you for coming to get me, but everyone should go back first. Hearing these words, Interrogation grew a little angry and shouted, we've already rescued most of the survivors, so we'll be leaving now. He lowered his head in silence. Did she sense it too? The danger of the man in black. After a moment of consideration, he requested, on your way back, you'll run into Mr. Seong-gu. Can you help him? Interrogation looked at Junjian without a word, her lips pursed, hesitating in her heart, but in the end, she decided to trust in his strength. We believe you can do it. You have to come back to us. With that, she commanded the White Tiger Guild to turn and leave. Junjian watched them go, come back to them. I don't even know if that's possible this time, anymore. He turned his attention back to his opponent, the man in black. He is the force behind the events in Utgat and possibly behind Set as well. I can't run away from him, but what if it's not him? He leaped up from the ground. Junjian gripped Muspel's spear and charged forward. I have to verify if he is who I think he is, or not. He came up with a method. I'll knock that black cloak off him. An earth-shattering explosion blasted the entire surrounding area, with flames lighting up the sky. On the other side, a member of the White Tiger Guild ran while reporting, there's a dragon up ahead. Interrogation quickly decided on a strategy. I'll pierce right through it. At that moment, a hand reached out to stop her. He stood in front of her with a determined attitude. You can't. Make him the center. The others advanced. Let us handle it instead. You were injured while helping us and the other survivors. Interrogation knew her own limits. A single dragon wasn't enough to stop her. She hesitated, before she could finish her sentence. She felt dizzy, and the light in her eyes dimmed. Gongdu saw this and was startled with worry. She fell to one knee, placing a hand on the ground, her sword stuck into the earth for support. Interrogation tried to stay conscious, analyzing the cause. Did I lose too much blood? Or something? With no other choice, she had to agree with them. Then I'm counting on all of you. Fight with me. They happily thanked her. She sighed, sensing her body's condition. I'm getting stronger. Not as much as Lai Junjian, but I'm definitely getting stronger. The system announced, the prince on a white horse, king of Ogresfed, has protected you. The sunlight broke through the dark clouds and shone down. Interrogation stood on the spot, absorbing it. The prince on a white horse had finally revealed his true name. I'm overflowing with mana. 2 streaks of light, one white and one black, continuously clashed with each other so fast that only after images could be seen. The spear's tip. They were locked in a confrontation, neither willing to back down. A piercing sound echoed through the air as they were caught in a stalemate. Junjian was incredibly tense. Despite using his berserk power, Garoda, mana flow, and the dragon's heart, his opponent still easily blocked this terrifying power. The man in black remained as composed as he was at the beginning. Overwhelmed by his opponent's strength, he was forced back, sliding to a stop on one knee. Junjian refused to give up and charged forward again. His suspicions grew stronger as they fought. This was very likely the one behind the actions of Ji and Set. Even if it is dangerous, I have to take the risk and expose his identity. His resolve hardened. He had to rip off that black cloak. Junjian attacked the figure in black with all his might. Their mana clashed violently. He gathered momentum for a powerful leap, his entire body becoming a bolt of lightning as he slashed at his opponent from every direction. Yet, his opponent simply stood still, neutralizing the attack with a casual swing of his spear. The system suddenly appeared. Demonic energy is corroding your body. Now, it was not just sharp thorns but an entire vine that wrapped tightly around Junjian's arm. He fought desperately to get closer to the figure in black, but the outcome remained unchanged. His mood was turning to frustration. He's only defending. Does he not intend to kill me? Even so, I cannot even land a single scratch on him, let alone remove his cloak. The system's alert chimed again with a warning. Demonic energy is accelerating the berserk state. His opponent seemed to sense Junjian's condition as well and smirked mockingly. The vine had spread, coiling around his upper body. He gritted his teeth in pain. Ugh. It squeezed the crystal stone inside Junjian. The system simultaneously alerted him that the blood dragon stone was resonating with the dragon's heart. Ignoring the danger to himself, he charged forward recklessly. This time, the figure in black was sent flying as he stumbled back a fair distance. The arm holding his spear was still trembling from the impact. Junjian pressed his advantage, thinking my attacks are finally working. Startled, his opponent quickly raised his spear to block the attack from him. This time, the figure in black was prepared and easily threw Junjian back. But as his opponent's guard was down, he flicked the hood of his cloak, then flipped through the air, causing the hood to fall back instantly. Junjian created some distance from the figure in black, but he was suddenly shocked. In just a few short seconds, his opponent had pulled the hood back over his face. Junjian's efforts were for nothing. He was stunned. Why? The figure in black warned in a low voice, "That will not be allowed." With those words, a mystical purple mana enveloped his entire body and then immediately exploded. The form of the figure in black was completely consumed. Elsewhere, Intrang felt her body overflowing with power. She confidently spoke up, "Please step back a bit, I'll handle this." The other sighed, wondering what is going on. She had just gathered a massive amount of magical power. She was currently feeling exhilarated. "This is amazing. I should try using the power of the new guardian." As she faced the monster, a powerful, golden stream of mana suddenly shot out from nowhere. Green blood spewed as its head was severed from its neck before it could even react. Intrang witnessed this scene in astonishment, a little intimidated by the terrifying power that was just displayed. Who is that? They killed a dragon in an instant. A muscular figure carrying a sword leaped down. Seung-gu smiled, resting the sword on his shoulder. "I am here to help." They were happy when they recognized their acquaintance, Seung-gu. Meanwhile, on Junjian's battlefield, he knelt on the ground, his face darkening. At this point, he had deceived everyone. The man in black standing before him denied it. No, his eyes glowed eerily. "I have just seen a new future." It seemed his body had surpassed its limits, so he coughed up a mouthful of blood, then lost consciousness and collapsed. A black crow flew over to the man in black. It perched on his shoulder. He whispered, "Hagen, let's go back." Su and Intrang returned together. They were startled by the sight before them. The man in black was still standing there completely unharmed. Junjian lay motionless, his condition unknown. Suddenly, a hand reached out, controlling mana. Junjian's body was pulled in front of the two of them. Intrang quickly knelt down, held him, and called out his name worriedly, "Li Junjian." Seung-gu remained silent, the atmosphere growing tense. He was utterly stunned. "Sir, why?" The man in black slowly lifted his hood. "That boy is still useful." He angrily questioned, "Are you abandoning Asgard?" The identity they had long wondered about was revealed. Hojin advised grimly, "Survive." Even knowing he was no match for the man in the black cloak, Junjian still charged forward. The man in black casually stood in place, waiting. Sharp thorns grew from Junjian's arm, piercing his own flesh with the power and speed of the spear of Muspello. He spun and flipped in midair, using the momentum to achieve his goal. "I thought at least I could knock his cloak off and escape." Junjian remembered the item he was given. He had planned to use the Necklace of Merlin, which would grant him extra speed, along with his own skills and the growth of his mana flow to suppress the demonic energy. Things don't always go according to plan. However, there was a problem. The demonic energy within the spear was greater than Junjian had thought. The thorny vines wrapped tightly around his upper body, and the ferocity he had combined with it was also immense. In the end, despite the great effort, Junjian achieved what he wanted. But after that, for some reason, he managed to overcome it with Odin's help. The man in the black cloak he had always been chasing was Odin. His eyes widened in firm denial. "No, that wasn't Odin." Junjian, bandaged and lying in bed, turned his head. Intrang noticed his movement. She said cheerfully, "You're awake. You should rest a little more." He propped himself up. More importantly, that man was Odin. A voice interjected, "Yeah, I saw it too." Jun Gyeon looked in that direction. It was Seong-gu who hesitated. If that person was Odin, a crystal fragment appeared in his hand. Seeing this, In Trang asked, "Huh, what's that?" He held two similar items in his hands. One was left behind after the fight with Set, and the other is what Odin just gave me. Seong-gu was surprised. Huh? Jun Gyeon stated his speculation. Both of these items look the same, and although it's just a hunch, I don't think they are the same person. I think Odin received the black cloak from the man in the black cloak. He looked doubtful. Why do you think that? He slowly began to analyze. During the battle with Set, Odin was definitely with you in Asgard discussing matters. Likewise, as when I went to China, Odin never left his residence. Seong-gu was hesitant, but it could be explained by one possibility. We can't be sure. Jun Gyeon continued to add, that might be true, but at least. It seems Odin has sided with the man in the black cloak. For some reason, he decided to join his side. We can't forget him, he said. Yeah. Seong-gu replied in a low voice. He's a crazy bastard, desperate to find out more. He nodded in agreement. The reason is still unclear, but he abandoned everything he had built in Asgard. What made him do that, and why did he save you? Jun Gyeon's expression was serious. I know that even though I lost the battle, he still saved me when I was being corroded by demonic energy. As time passed, he gradually recovered. From the battle with Hojin, the two of them stood on a rooftop, talking. Seong-gu spoke up. Because you warned me about the disaster. I did my best to confront it. He recounted his decisions with his arms crossed. For the areas lacking hunters, I've established more guild branches. Below, a few people in protective gear stood guard. He asked for his opinion. We will continue to absorb other guilds and form an alliance with them. That's my plan. What do you think? Jun Gyeon smiled and replied, It seems you've turned the universities into shelters. Thank you for believing in me and acting with me. Seong-gu looked up at the sky, suddenly feeling uncertain about the future. Even here, in Incheon, there's a thin veil covering the area, just like in China. So what should we do next? He thought about the possibility of a similar situation happening. We've lost connection with the rest of the country, and just like China, it seems we are also experiencing a mystic gate. Jun Gyeon turned to face him. Here in Incheon is where the gate will collapse. I will face the ruler. Seong-gu was puzzled. The ruler is in Incheon. He didn't hide the information at all. I don't know how to stop the disaster, but I know a way to ease the situation. He imagined the scene. When the disaster begins, the gates that have opened will collapse. They will continue to collapse. Jun stated the most viable method. We must eliminate the reason they are collapsing. I know that won't stop the disaster, but by facing the ruler, we can buy a lot of time. Seong-gu was skeptical. If you had a plan, why didn't you tell everyone at the Nile River? He explained, the disaster will unfold in many different ways, and this is the only path whose outcome I know. At the same time, he thought to himself, what I know is the path the Demon King took. I only know how to lessen the disaster's severity in Korea. Jun Gyeon announced his plan. I will go and face the ruler. Seong-gu looked surprised. The system announced, an apocalypse player is observing you. He was determined to see it through. The Demon King's autobiography doesn't tell everything, but it does say he became stronger after defeating a ruler. History may have changed, but I still have to do my best to follow the Demon King's path. At another location, the scene was one of desolate ruins, with nothing left intact as scorching flames filled the sky. 3 people in black cloaks stood on a rooftop observing the situation below. Zet, who had a large scar on his face, announced, the disaster in Egypt has begun. Hojin calmly added, it's the same in Korea. We also encountered the weaker ones. The one who appeared to be their leader spoke up, I understand. When he turned his face, surprisingly, he had the exact same appearance as Jun Gyeon, with glowing pupils. And so, it all began. He suppressed the strange feeling. No matter how many times he saw that face, he could never get used to it. In one area, elsewhere in the city, dense vines covered the pathways. Someone muttered softly, the children are dying. And the ruler senses the situation through the plants. They are coming to me. Vines began to sprout from his hand and lunged at the man kneeling on the ground. He desperately screamed for help, but in the blink of an eye, it swallowed his entire head, then spread further, surfacing on his body like blood vessels. The ruler had a sinister expression. He laughed and exhaled a puff of smoke. He looked at his hand, cheerfully assessing this place called Earth was quite interesting. An army with long, elf-like ears exuded a dangerous aura as they awaited orders. The ruler arrogantly declared, here, we will eliminate these bugs and rebuild our kingdom. They roared in excitement, responding enthusiastically. The flow of mana was so intense it shook the surrounding area. The city now looked like an ancient ruin. Looking at the devastation, one could tell what a fierce battle it had endured. The sky was a mix of blue and purple mist. In a watchtower near the border, 2 figures stood guard. Suddenly, they were startled and turned their attention below. They shouted excitedly, "Look, there are survivors." A group of people approached in a line, creating a bustling atmosphere. Trang announced loudly, "We're back." She and Gongdu waved to Xianggu and Zhengjian on the rooftop. He observed the situation. There were so many vehicles, there must be at least 200 people. Xianggu added, "There's a reason they were late." Zhengjian frowned, feeling worried. But this is a bit concerning. We could get overwhelmed soon." Xianggu reassured him, saying he had already thought of a plan to deal with this. "It's fine. We've already cleared the surrounding area. We can find hunters among the survivors to have them join us and help expand." Zhengjian looked impressed, as expected from the captain. "So, shall we head in?" The search party must have brought back some new information. They moved to another area together. In the meeting room, Trang was briefing her teammates on the current situation. The situation outside was very serious, and her expression was solemn. The number of monsters had decreased considerably. She pointed to the screen, "But look at this picture that we managed to take." The remaining monsters were all gathering in one place. Everyone immediately panicked upon seeing it. "Oh my god, are you saying all these black dots are monsters?" And Trang continued her report. Fortunately, because they are all heading towards that building, more people were able to survive. Zhengjian's face darkened. That was the place where the ruler of this region was located. The vicious monster army was acting on its command. The rulers have the ability to control monsters. After defeating a ruler, if a new one doesn't appear after the great catastrophe, it means humanity has won. His expression grew grim. That was what had actually happened in history. Xianggu shared some news. "We've successfully made contact with the outside. Fortunately, not all of South Korea is in this state." They relaxed a little, sighing in relief. "Phew, that's great." But he didn't let them relax for long. Warning. But it's not completely safe. Most of the other areas are also in a situation similar to Inchan's. In the areas that are still stable, hunters are evacuating civilians and making plans. Send aid to the isolated areas. Zhengjian thought grimly that sooner or later all of South Korea know the entire world would become like this. However, there was no need to let the other hunters know that. Right now, what we need is hope. Xianggu encouraged everyone. "We have contacted several other countries, but we heard that most places abroad are even worse off than we are. But humanity will win. The potential that mankind has shown so far is not weak at all." He frowned and declared in a low voice, "Now is the time for us to act." Then he clenched his fist, shouting with determination, "This is the first step in the fight against the great cataclysm to reclaim Inchan and advance to Seoul." Their morale was immediately boosted, and they stood up in response. Only Zhengjian remained lost in his own thoughts in the Demon King's book, and in the pages of history there was no mention of which ruler was governing this area. It only said that after a difficult and challenging battle against the ruler, humanity was victorious. His will to win was stronger than ever. "The ruler of Inchan to follow the path of the Demon King, I will defeat you." The system announced the Sky of Revelation is watching you. With the university that had become the shelter for Zhengjian's group as the center, the surrounding area was gradually being reclaimed. A group of people with swords scouted the situation. They couldn't find any more monsters, and people began to restore the devastated city. The survivors they rescued accounted for less than 10% of Inchan's entire population. A human arm was visible under the rubble, but even in that despair, hope was sprouting. When the gates opened around the world, mana overflowed. Everyone felt abundant power in their bodies. They were bewildered. What is this?" The gazes of the patrons fell upon the remaining survivors. They were overjoyed to discover their status had changed. "A hunter. I'm a hunter too." And from then on, hunters were born. A person in protective gear gave instructions. "Those who have just become hunters, please come this way." After the new hunters appeared and were trained, things gradually stabilized. Songgu and Zhengjian stood together on the rooftop. He smiled and asked, "Are you ready?" He turned his head and replied, "Yeah." He stepped closer and announced, "We'll be leaving in 1 hour." Xianggu replied, "Okay, there's one thing that's been bothering me." "The ruler, huh? How strong is that guy?" Zhengjian was startled. "Odin." Then he denied it. "No, not yet." His vague words confused him. "What?" He slowly explained. "As time passes, they will get stronger and stronger. We're still in the early stages of the great cataclysm. It can't be that strong." Xianggu felt lucky and let out a sigh of relief. Zhengjian was deep in thought, suspicious. "Odin didn't kill me. If anything, he even helped me. Why did he let me live?" Then he clenched his fist again. Asking questions like that now is pointless. Zhengjian turned around, his face becoming serious. "Let's go. It's time to hunt the ruler." Countless trees had grown densely in the middle of the city, and the sound of footsteps echoed. He observed the surrounding situation, unable to believe that a forest like this had appeared in the heart of the city in less than 1 month. Trang pointed, "It's this way." A horde of monsters spotted the enemy and immediately charged forward to attack. She took a running leap and dove alone into their midst to slaughter them. Trang excitedly swung her sword as monster body parts were severed, fell one after another. Junjian smiled as he watched the battle and assessed that she had truly become strong. She hasn't fully awakened her skills yet, but she's on the path to becoming a complete Ifrit. Suddenly, a giant, bare, withered tree appeared before them. Its three eyes glowed with an eerie red. They stopped in their tracks, startled. What is that? It's huge and has so much mana. Junjian stepped forward. This monster's base is a tree. He activated his mana, readying himself for battle. It's time to show the might of the Fire King. Flames soared into the sky and black smoke billowed through the air. The forest became the most flammable kind of material. It spread wider and wider. The others watched the fight, exclaiming in awe, "Wow, he's on such a different level that I'm not even sure if we're the same type of hunter." Junjian suggested they rest before continuing. Xianggu also felt they should conserve their strength for any unexpected situations. "We'll take a short break, about 20 minutes, then continue." He summoned his status window, and the screen immediately appeared, displaying his various stats and information. Junjian pondered that man in black. He recalled the previous situation. The being in the shadow of the black-robed figure carried a dangerous aura, and the one who should have been in the shadow of Utgat, the king of giants. The last appearance he witnessed was the one who killed Odin. Junjian's eyes darkened. From the beginning, I thought the man in black was him. But why would he exist in this world? He had a strong intuition. The Demon King. For some reason, I think the man in black is the Demon King. Junjian speculated, if the man in black is the Demon King, is he also looking at a status window just like me? I'm about to reach level 100. It was written in the Demon King's book. It contains special information. Just like how a major change occurs when a stat reaches 100. The same thing happens with levels, but levels grant me power far beyond stats. It's not growth, it's evolution. He analyzed the situation, not growth, but evolution. It won't be long until I reach level 100. Thanks to the great cataclysm, my growth rate is much faster. Moreover, Junjian clenched his fist. Soul-stealing bone spirit will soon be activated. He smirked in anticipation. The power of the Demon King that made all the strongest hunters in the world submit. That special power is about to awaken. A hazy green mist covered the entire area, looking incredibly eerie. The others were stunned. No way. What the hell is with that amount of mana? It's so overwhelming. They observed the situation before them with fear. Is that what we have to face? Xianggu was also tense. Are you confident? Junjian affirmed with certainty. I can do it. This ruler and I are a good match. He decided, I'll trust you. He slowly turned around. He warned everyone seriously. We will enter the ruler's location immediately. If anyone wants to turn back, you better do it now. It will be hell in there. Junjian's expression was grave. Hearing this, everyone hesitated. At the same time, at the ruler's base, an unconscious man lay on the ground. Vines burrowed under his skin, draining his life force. Abundant mana was gradually absorbed. The ruler smiled with satisfaction. How long has it been since I've had such a satisfying meal? Those last ones had a completely different flavor. Are they called hunters? Rubiel nodded in confirmation. He seemed excited. I'm still not satisfied. Is that so? Go catch more of them. It seems a few have come nearby. She respectfully obeyed, but suddenly, the ruler was startled, his eyes widening. Wow, what? Why are my children dying so quickly? He frowned in anger. I underestimated them just because they were insects. But I was wrong. Some strong insects have slipped in among them. Rubiel, use that thing. She replied robotically, understood. On the other side, fire had engulfed the entire forest. The temperature was rising higher. Junjian's group stood outside the affected area, observing. The others were astonished by the sight. I've seen many rank 5 hunters, but I've never seen an area of effect skill this powerful. He was talking about a hell for monsters. The system announced, you've leveled up. The subjugation was going smoothly, and he calmly assessed that things would be easier than expected, and his own growth was progressing very well. The tree monster slowly advanced, its steps shaking the ground. Interrogation took the initiative and charged forward to handle it. There were still a few stragglers left. I'll take care of the rest. She quickly vanished from her spot. Suddenly, she noticed someone hanging from a tree branch. He struggled and begged, help me. Interrogation froze, hesitating. At that moment, a slash carrying immense power cut through the air. Rubiel's surprise attack caught her off guard. She launched a frenzied assault on Interrogation. She hastily blocked the blows coming from all directions. She couldn't believe Rubiel's power. What? A monster this skilled? She laughed excitedly, thinking victory was already decided. Suddenly, her eyes widened as she glanced to the side. A powerful blast of mana shot toward her, forcing Rubiel to quickly pull back to dodge. Surprised, she turned to find its source. Junjian was still in his mana-blasting stance, radiating a dangerous aura. Rubiel sensed it too. She momentarily paused her attack and landed on a branch. He silently assessed her as a very skilled opponent. I was so sure she wouldn't be able to dodge that. Another person appeared. Gu landed gently, holding the man. Startled, Rubiel turned her head and saw that the man's bindings had been cut at some point. Intrang scoffed contemptuously. A hostage and an ambush. How cowardly. But what about now? Now that your hostage has been rescued? She proposed with interest. You seem pretty strong. Let's have a fair fight. However, she just smirked, treating her words like a joke. Intrang was annoyed. Huh? Are you laughing? Suddenly, her expression changed, her pupils shrinking. Countless people were hanging from the trees, their desperate screams echoing one after another. Help me, please. Save me, please. Just kill me. All of their faces were filled with horror, their voices growing weaker. Water. Give me water. Please help. Those with weaker constitutions couldn't stand the sight. It's horrific. Damn it. Seeing their reaction, Rubiel let out a twisted laugh. Junjian clenched his fists, suppressing his rage. He decided it was time to retreat. Gu had to do the same. There's no other choice. We have to fall back. Intrang could only watch helplessly as they were held captive. Damn it. They immediately followed the order. Retreat, retreat. Junjian turned and reminded them. We should retreat now. Suddenly, he sensed something unusual, quickly searching for the target. Someone is watching me. On the other side, the ruler stood with his hands on his hips, assessing the situation. Interesting. He looked down on them with contempt for their actions. Those with great power were retreating to protect the weak of their own kind. How pathetic. He clenched his fist, reaffirming his own beliefs. The strong should press forward toward their goals, even if it means leaving their comrades to die. The ruler smirked. Very good. His mood grew excited, feeling that his opportunity had arrived. Although I was once famous throughout Anfame, after countless years trapped in a spatial rift, I have weakened considerably. If I absorb them, I can regain my former strength. He shouted his command. Soldiers, drive them into a corner, use their own comrades as shields and spears. The ruler eagerly awaited the future to come. After absorbing them, I will become the god of this place. Outside, his subordinates were being cut down, effortlessly in half. Red mana pierced through the enemy's bodies. The three of them, Zhang Gion, Intrang, and Gong Du, worked together to deal with them. She sighed and wondered, what in the world is that thing called the ruler? It feels like he's hunting us. He fell silent, not knowing how to answer. Just then, someone announced, he's awake. The man they had just rescued was slowly regaining consciousness. Gulp. They gathered around him. His body trembled uncontrollably, his face pale, fear etched deep into his mind. That monster is a demon. Junjian asked him, what the hell happened to you? He recalled the events in horror, his voice trembling. He eats people. With those words, he completely lost consciousness and collapsed, and the person next to him quickly caught him. He reported the situation. He's passed out completely. Gu was silent, and Intrang gritted her teeth in anger. Those bastards. Junjian commanded, let's head back. She immediately protested. No. He tried to persuade her. Junjian is right, we can't do anything in this situation. Gu analyzed, explaining to her that this was the most viable option. The monsters are using humans as shields to attack us. Even now, they haven't stopped their assault. If this continues, our own comrades will be in danger. Intrang's expression darkened, and she lowered her head. However, Junjian spoke up, cutting in. We're not going back empty-handed. At the same time, he summoned the spear Muzello. She watched his back, and wondering, what are you planning to do? Flame mana appeared in the air, growing more and more intense. Junjian took his stance. He gripped the spear tightly, raised his arm high, and then threw it with all his might. The ground beneath his feet shattered. The spear shot forward, tearing through the forest with unstoppable force. It pierced through every obstacle, slaughtering everything in its path. Finally, it headed toward its ultimate target, the ruler's base. The spear Musello struck him forcefully. He hastily summoned a shield. Its power was beyond his imagination. The ruler struggled to block it. His entire hand was severely burned by the high temperature. He raised his hand to inspect the injury. Did I underestimate them too much? It hurts. The ruler's initial arrogance had been crushed. This is a feeling I haven't experienced in a long time. I wonder if his reason was clouded by anger, as he suddenly burst out laughing like a madman. Good. Very good. How long has it been since I injured like this? How dare you harm Irv, the king of Anfame? I should be rewarding you for this. He sticks his tongue out, licking its lips in anticipation. The reward is to be devoured by me personally. Back at Junjian's group's encampment, a sound echoed in the dead of night. The two on guard duty were surprised to detect movement. Huh? Are they back this early? The three of them, Junjian, Xianggu, and Intrang, gathered for a meeting. She frowned in suspicion. Haven't they already found our location? He was 90% sure they already knew. The other man was shocked, not wanting to consider this possibility. You don't mean to say, but Junjian crushed Xianggu's hopes. That's right, I'm certain. They will come. The monster's full-scale assault will begin tonight, the gloomy city sky created, and a heavy, oppressive atmosphere, heralding the fierce battle to come. The sound of rapid footsteps echoed. Xianggu took a running jump from one rooftop to the next. He landed lightly. Across from him, Junjian and In Trang had been waiting for a while. Seeing that the key members were all present, he said, "Everyone's here." Xianggu asked for their thoughts. "You guys want to head out now?" He nodded in confirmation. Yes. In Trang was also in a state of readiness. We've already prepared. Besides, Junjian isn't the type to let things go so easily. He smirked, confirming her words. I should at least pay back what I received. Junjian then gave an order. Seonggu-hyung, you stay here. Hearing this, he was a little confused. Huh. Junjian's expression turned serious, warning him about what they were up against. As you saw during the day, our enemy isn't your typical monster. It will be very bad if you think they're just like those. Mindless monsters. They will attack. He fell silent for a moment, then said, The hunters here are enough. Junjian stressed that he shouldn't underestimate their power. In the event of a disaster, you, the wielder of Bifrost, must stay behind. Although Xianggu was worried, everything he said was reasonable. Left with no other choice, he sighed in acceptance. He was still worried for them. So, you two are really going to attempt this with just the two of you? Junjian's attitude was firm. We're not trying, we have to succeed. There are still many people in their hands. The more time that passes, the more people will die. He promised confidently, we'll take care of everything quickly and come back. In Trang also smiled and added, we will be back. Xianggu decided to hold down the fort so they could proceed without worry. All right, don't worry about anything here. Just go. With that, he was the first to act, leaping off the rooftop without a second glance. In Trang trusted in everyone's abilities. There's nothing to worry about. We're leaving Seonggu behind, so what now? Junjian's tone was thoughtful. Our mission tonight is. His eyes, sharp and cold, made the declaration. To assassinate the monsters. Gathered in one place, innumerable species stood side by side, forming a powerful army. At the very center was the giant tree monster that had captured the citizens. Its steps kicked up thick clouds of dust and smoke. The two of them stood on a nearby rooftop observing the situation. And Trang's face had grown pale. She never expected the number of them to be this large. Junjian, those monsters. Should we turn back? His plan hadn't changed in the slightest. We've already prepared for this. She tried to persuade him, but we didn't know there would be this many. Look, there's an endless number of them. Junjian's resolve was as solid as a rock. We must focus on our mission and they also had to focus on their mission. Suddenly, he was startled, sensing a strange presence. They've discovered us. He turned to urge and Trang, hurry up. It seems they've seen us. She was startled. What? Junjian explained the movement of the monster army. He's quite confident. He deliberately let all of his soldiers leave and is now calling us over. The two immediately set off toward their target, with Junjian leading the way. Suddenly, he detected a dangerous presence, a killing intent. Rubiel appeared unexpectedly with a savage smile. She used her mana to slash at him. Trang shouted, Junjian. Then she charged forward to confront her. Her techniques were easily neutralized. Rubiel spun the dagger in her hand and continued to attack her ferociously. This time, Trang began to feel a bit overwhelmed. She retreated to create a safe distance. Rubiel landed on the roof of a building, smirking contemptuously, her attitude arrogant and mocking. Trang's eyes burned red. She was enraged by the demon's insolence. Junjian stood to the side, witnessing the brief battle with concern. She's too strong, Trang isn't enough. He decided to support her. There was no other way. It seemed Trang knew his thoughts and spoke up. Go, leave everything here to me. Junjian reminded her, that's no ordinary demon. To be honest, you look like you're being overpowered. She turned her head and gave a cheerful smile. Turns out there are some things you don't know. Trang activated her mana. An aura of purple enveloped her sword. A gentle light suddenly appeared on the scratch on her bicep, and then it gradually healed, as if it had never been there. Junjian watched the situation, startled. Her wound is healing on its own. The mana around her grew more and more intense. It's not over yet. I've completed the dragon blood pill. I came to South Korea early and hunted like a madwoman. A blinding light flashed in the gloom like a beacon of hope. His eyes widened in shock. This was the great hero from history. Trang's body was enveloped in a set of solid armor. The one who slew demons, whose fame resounded throughout the world, the dragon slayer Siegfried. The look in her eyes changed. She let out a soft breath. A great hero was born in that moment. As soon as Trang became Siegfried, her energy exploded over the skies of Incheon. A flash of blue light appeared, absorbing all of the purple aura and then directly exploded with a bang, sending shockwaves through the entire area. The aftershocks even affected the surrounding buildings. Junjian was overjoyed when he felt that ferocious power. How incredible! That's Graham, it's not perfect yet, but this is the very technique that killed the Demon King's dragon. Entrang's sword plunged downward, pulling with it streaks of electricity that spread everywhere. He smiled, filled with pride. She's really grown up. She has far surpassed my expectations and has gotten stronger much faster than before. I think I can trust her and keep moving forward. After running for a while, he finally reached a tall building that was still untouched. Standing before a large gate with intricate patterns, Junjian clenched his fists as he observed the ruler of Incheon inside. His eyes narrowed with a grim expression, and at that same moment, the system issued a notification. The soul-stealing bone spirit has been activated. The skull bracelet relentlessly absorbed the surrounding mana, making him inwardly rejoice as he looked at the soul-stealing bone spirit. Perfect timing. Now I just need to place an aim and awaken it. Suddenly, he sensed something and looked up. The door before him was shooting out powerful bolts of lightning. It made even Junjian wary, leading him to wonder, is this a ruler? This amount of mana can only be described as berserk, and it's pressing down on me. Unknowingly, he had already stepped inside and heard Irv's words of welcome. He raised an eyebrow, intentionally emphasizing warrior from another world. This left Junjian confused. A warrior from another world? What does this guy mean? Is this overwhelming mana a test? As soon as he thought that, he released a stream of energy brimming with power. All right then, I'll play along. And he quickly repelled Irv's powerful mana. The blue aura instantly returned to its master's side, causing him to be startled and shocked. Junjian laughed at his opponent's amusing expression. Why are you so surprised? Did you think I couldn't pass such a trivial test? This time, he directly infuriated Irv, causing him to shout, "You, who are you?" Which only made Junjian more confused and bewildered. Huh. Streams of mana energy swirled between the two of them. Finally, the ruler took the initiative and spoke first. I am Irv, king of Anfame, the kingdom of the Green Forest. I ask again, who are you? Junjian's eyebrow twitched when he saw his opponent had the same thought. I was about to ask that same question, but he said it first. Should I provoke him a little more? Seeing his silence, Irv couldn't hold back and assessed him in a low voice. From the information I've gathered from those I've eaten, there is no existence like you among the warriors of this world, but you are very much like them. The spear of Muspel appeared right in Junjian's palm. The fiery energy grew more intense than ever before. What do you mean? I don't understand what you're saying. A blue arrow of light began to form as Irv responded. My kingdom was crushed and destroyed by them. Finally, it fully materialized as he asked suspiciously, are you one of them? Irv's entire face was nearly engulfed in shadow. Answer me. He appeared confident on the outside, but in reality, Junjian was also tense before such a powerful enemy. Here it comes. Cut to a city that seemed more peaceful. Since the cataclysm began, Seoul hadn't seen too much chaos. People moved in orderly lines, civilians began to evacuate. Those with mana, of course, wouldn't stand idly by, and the hunters stopped the monsters pouring out from the broken gates. They were preparing to retake the lands lost in the cataclysm, so it was essential to head to the Hunter Association's skyscraper. In the lavishly decorated chairman's office, Bander was the one to step up and declare that Asga would actively participate this time. He made the decision with a stern face, allowing no objections. Now that Odin is unreachable and we don't have Heimdall, I will take the lead. But the problem here is that most of Asga's members are powerful hunters, so they all had thoughts of protest. What? Why is Bander taking the initiative? Even though he's a strong hunter, the reality is that even if they were dissatisfied, when Bander asked for the sake of formality, does anyone have any objections? The whole group could only endure it, because no one else had enough leadership ability or political skill to make others follow. That was the truth, so Kangoo was the first to voice his agreement. Whatever. Sion also just went along with it. Fine. Next was Doyeon, who had just been feeling indignant. I agree. Chun. I agree. Me too. That question was just a formality, so Bander quickly continued. Odin has prepared a few things for situations like this, and it's safe to say this situation is more serious than anticipated, so we must act quickly. The moment he finished speaking, Kangoo summoned his weapon. Just tell us where to go. The only thing we know how to do is fight, which left him completely speechless and unsure how to react. How could Odin possibly plan and work effectively with idiots like these? Then, helplessly considering other options, he decided to change on the subject and asked if anyone knew where Chiu was currently. The image of a powerful figure with a hammer in hand came to mind. Even though he wasn't a member of Asga, Hunter Sanchu could be considered the most powerful weapon in South Korea. He had left soon on Odin's orders. If he were with us, we would have a huge advantage. The team members thought for a moment before replying, since he only ever undertook top-secret missions from the start, and Odin trusted him implicitly. Even though he isn't a member of Asga, his activities weren't even recorded. Suddenly, the chairman's office door opened at that very moment, causing Du Hyun to glare in annoyance. Who is that? Was someone else supposed to come? Chun's veins bulged with anger. Who would dare barge into a meeting of the strongest hunters like this? The person stepped forward, and to everyone's surprise, Bander recognized them. You've arrived, he was continuously emitting flows of energy, still doing well, I see. The moment Hojin revealed himself, he dropped a bombshell. My son. Du Hyun was so startled he broke into a cold sweat. What? That's Odin. Odin's aura had become even more ferocious. The others froze, as their attention focused on that greeting. But wait a minute, Bander is Odin's son. One look at his face, which had darkened as if, in displeasure, confirmed it. In the Hunter Association's skyscraper, gleaming under the sun, a wooden wall now had a large hole in it. Desks, chairs, and documents were all smashed on the floor. Currently, Bander was alone in the room. He was lost in silent contemplation. Lord Odin had returned, revealing a secret he once said should be hidden forever. He recalled the moment Hojin arrived and uttered, "My son." Bander's fist clenched tightly, as he wondered what he had been striving for all this time. Even before becoming a hunter, he had to try so hard. Leaning all the way back, he remembered being an unacknowledged child left behind. In order to win, the recognition of the father who always ignored him, no matter what he defeated, no matter what he achieved. His father had never acknowledged him with a single word, but he narrowed his eyes in frustration and muttered, "Is this how it was supposed to be?" Bander shot up from his chair. "I didn't want it to be like this. Damn it." Suddenly, he heard something, a knock on the door. Even so, he hadn't sensed anyone approaching. It was none other than Hojin stepping inside, and Bander himself wasn't surprised by his appearance, as if he had expected it. Hojin smiled and uttered that title once more, "Son," which only made Bander's eyebrows furrow even tighter. "Are you really going to acknowledge me like this?" His expression darkened as he said, "I don't want to be acknowledged this way." Then, Hojin approached him and began to speak. "Understand your sorrow and what you're going through." Then he suddenly grabbed Bander's shoulders, making him flinch. Their eyes met seriously as he continued. "Although you didn't meet my expectations, I've never hated you." He could recognize the warm voice and hand. I'm sure they belonged to Odin. But I can't believe it. Bander's face now looked panicked, losing the calm and decisive demeanor he had during the meeting. Suddenly, I couldn't understand the association chairman's hidden motives. Hearing this, Hojin just laughed and took the initiative to explain thoroughly. "Hidden motives, huh? As I've said, I want to acknowledge you as my son, and I also intended to declare you as an heir, if you can show me your worth in that position." This only made him more confused than ever, yet also filled with joy. But isn't the heir already practically decided? Odin's, no, father's heir. That's something I could only dream of. Hojin's hands suddenly tightened on his shoulder, even tighter. "So, I have a favor to ask of you." He suddenly spoke cryptic words, shattering the warm atmosphere. "To make up for your lack of ability and for my sake, become a ruler." His pupils glowed as he stared intently at him. "You'll do it, won't you?" Which left him stunned and confused. A ruler of what? Despite that, Bander still said, "Please give me some time to think." Before he could say another word, he was pulled into a tight hug. Hojin's expression then turned calculating. "Give me your answer here. I need you." His next words were like a bombshell dropped on Bander. "I need your sacrifice," which made him stare blankly and just cry out, "Well now." His smile stretched from ear to ear as he warmly emphasized, "My son." In the sky, a cluster of light suddenly flared up in midair. Then, it shot straight down toward the Hunter Association building. Meanwhile, on a bridge crowded with people, they all looked up at the purple cage before them. W tapped on it with a serious expression. "This is a barrier. No place can perfectly contain a disaster like Soon can," he added in a low voice, "after you leave this place. You may never return to the safety of Soon. If anyone wishes to stay behind, you may do so." Hence, just chuckled in response, "What are you talking about? Even if they aren't my family, they're my friend's family. Of course, I should go and help." The others agreed, "That's right. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't be alive right now." The person beside them added, "It's no good if we're the only ones who survive." Fenrir added seriously, "We need to find Jun Jian. Hyunmu might be starting to miss him. We need to go to our master." Then someone else stepped forward. It was Ung Neil, holding a fox, who concluded, "I think everyone feels the same way." W smiled at the sight of everyone's unity. "I'm so lucky to have met these people," and he uttered, "I'm sorry." He looked at everyone, all ready to move forward, these people of unwavering loyalty, people willing to face danger to protect someone. They were the kind of people he had always dreamed of having by his side. Sparks of electricity enveloped his entire body. "All right then, let's break through." He thrust his hand against the barrier, and a portal immediately appeared, opening a path for them, and he turned to declare, "Now, let's go." Suddenly, a voice frantically stopped them. "No way!" Fuya instantly glanced back, because right at that moment in the middle of Sune, a golden light appeared in the sky, spreading out as if to cover the entire area. A barrier was being broken, a dome of gold riddled with holes appeared right before their eyes, on the door carved with Irv's strange patterns. He asked a question without giving Junjian time to answer. "I'm asking if you're on the same side as those dark creatures." His whole body tensed up as he watched the trajectory of the approaching arrow and caught it with his bare hands without any hesitation. Its power was so fierce that it pushed him back a great distance, but he easily snapped it in two. For some reason, Irv then confirmed, "So you're not on their side." His trembling hand was now bleeding and looked severely burned, while he flashed a smile that was hard to read. "Even though you possess their energy, you are not one of them," Junjian retorted. "Them? Are you talking about the patrons?" Irv was confused. "Patrons? You call them patrons?" Junjian fell silent, thinking to himself, "The rulers of certain territories who appeared after the great cataclysm. Only the Demon King can kill them." The question kept repeating in his mind, why in this world can only the Demon King kill them? He voiced another question, getting straight to the point, needing more information. "Are you a patron?" He summoned arrows. Hey. "A patron? You're asking if I'm one of them? Those beings of darkness," Irv stated firmly. "The answer is I am not one of them, though I almost became one." He's still channeling his power, but now I'm not so sure. A series of blue lights surrounded the area, an incredibly terrifying surge of power. He laughed maniacally. "If I devour you, perhaps I will become one of them." As he finished speaking, a volley of arrows shot forward. Junjian gritted his teeth. "He can become a patron if he eats me." He also said that he almost became one of them. He summoned the Muspel dagger, ready to fight. "I need to focus on this battle first. I can't block all of those arrows." He swung his spear, creating a massive flame, and in this case, the two forces collided violently, creating a huge explosion. Irv was surprised. His arrows couldn't penetrate his fire barrier. They weren't effective at all. Junjian was determined. "The identity of the patrons and the rulers that only the Demon King can kill. I need more information." Without hesitation, he asked, "Have you met other hunters?" He replied quickly, "You're pretty good. I've devoured countless self-proclaimed hunters. However, I'm not sure you could call that a meeting." The boy didn't understand what he was saying. "Are you saying I'm different? That I'm not like other hunters?" He nodded. "Do you think you're the same as the ordinary warriors of this world?" Spirit monsters gradually appeared. Irv calmly surmised, "Do you think that I, the ruler of the mighty kingdom of the Green Forest, would bother to chat with an ordinary warrior like this? It's because I acknowledge that you are on the same level as me." Unbeknownst to him, at some point countless spirit soldiers had appeared behind him. The boy's heart skipped a beat. So many enemies. He gently waved his hand. "You are king." Instantly, the monsters jumped up, roaring as they charged at their opponent. Junjian shouted the command, "I shall name you." Energy gathered in the eyes of the skull bracelet with the final word, "Hio." As he spoke, the skull developed many cracks, and the bracelet shattered, releasing an excited female spirit that soared into the air. A moment later, outside the ruined buildings, Rubiel lay on the ground in a pool of dark red blood, the clanging sound of a sword being dragged across the pavement. Intrang panted wearily, "I've gotten stronger." Her eyes were filled with resilience again. "Having power means I can protect myself with my own two hands." A notification appeared. "The charming princess looked at you with a warm gaze." Intrang smiled in satisfaction, but she suddenly sensed several powerful auras clashing nearby, and she became incredibly worried. It seems Junjian's battle has begun. She was startled by something, and her hand began to channel energy into her sword, a purple light shining directly into her body. Intrang looked happily at her palm. "Isn't he called the immortal Siegfried? All my wounds from the battle with that dark elf have been healed." She clenched her fist, her eyes shining with hope. "With this, the gap between me and Junjian must have narrowed a lot. I'm going. I have to help Junjian." She moved closer to the source of the energy she had sensed. Intrang didn't hesitate. "Is this where the battle is taking place? I have to get inside quickly." She reached out and pushed the door open forcefully, immediately stunned by the sight inside. Auras of power were clashing everywhere. What the hell is this? Spirits were fighting head-on against the monsters. A monster raised its sword high and slashed fiercely at a spirit, but it just passed right through without doing any damage. The spirit screamed back and promptly sank its teeth into the monster's shoulder. She watched and thought to herself, "It looks like hell on earth." Oh my god, a battle between elves and ghosts? Where's Junjian? Just then, a loud noise rang out. Her eyes darted around, trying to find the source. What in the world happened to him? I thought I had gotten so much stronger, but I'm trembling. The sight of his and Evie's battle was too intense, making Intrang ponder. He has advanced so much further than me, I can't even intervene in this fight. A mass of green energy suddenly enveloped the building. The elf spirit standing before the soul suddenly began to transform. It vanished, much to the soul's astonishment. This same situation was happening to all the other elves. They were absorbed into a green orb of energy that Evie was gathering. And Trang clenched her jaw worriedly. All the mana from the elf soldiers was flowing into him, a terrifying amount of mana. Does Junjian really think he can win against that? Inside the green orb of energy, the silhouette of a weapon appeared. Evie looked at the newly formed sword and laughed gleefully. Ki. Junjian's eyes glowed as he pinpointed the right moment. Right now, his spear began to radiate a new energy. He spun and aimed the spear straight ahead. A system notification appeared. Fire King has been upgraded. You have acquired a secret. He was confused. Fire King, the one I thought couldn't get any stronger after reaching the master level, has been upgraded. The effect is a secret, so I don't know for sure what it does. He stomped his foot hard on the ground, shattering the stone floor, and launched his spear toward Evie. Evie held his sword in a ready stance to block the attack. Evie swung his own weapon in response. His sword flew, and the two weapons clashed violently. They slid past each other, the sword getting dangerously close to Junjian. Yin Trang, witnessing this, couldn't help but scream, "Junjian!" A blue explosion erupted in an instant, mirrored by another on the opposite side. A blue explosion also appeared. The two overlapping energy sources caused a massive impact on the surroundings. Overwhelmed, Irv coughed up blood, his entire body pinned to the wall by the spear. Just then, Junjian landed on the opposite side, remarkably unharmed. Irv couldn't believe it, muttering, "I am the king of Alpham." Junjian calmly cut him off. "What a shame. If I had fought alone, I wouldn't have been able to stop you. Even a mighty king who rules a great kingdom cannot overcome the resentment of those you have killed." He paused for a moment before delivering the fatal line. "In the end, you were brought down by your own karma." The souls transformed into motes of light and flew around the sword, while speaking, thank you, we are so grateful." His face was grim and lifeless. "One day, they came to me." Junjian observed him and pondered. The crazed and obsessed look in his eyes had changed. He got straight to the point. "They are here. Are you talking about the sponsors?" Irv pointed a finger at him. "If they are who I think they are, then yes." Irv looked up with a thoughtful gaze. "Alpham was unified under my rule after a long war, and the years of peace that followed the war made him think. It was similar to the history of Earth. You could say that everything became peaceful under a unified system. However, the reality within it was already rotten." Irv slowly continued. "They came to a world that had become stagnant from prolonged peace, and they were like saviors." He recalled with anger. "They created a new enemy for us, a link to other dimensions." Junjian wondered. "A new enemy? What do you mean by a link to other dimensions?" Irv explained. "An interdimensional war. If we win, we will become gods." As he finished speaking, Irv's head slumped down completely, and Junjian stared in silence. He realized Irv was no longer alive. He was dead. He couldn't feel anything from him anymore. And Trang approached from behind and called out to him, "Junjian." The system displayed several new notifications. "The Sky of Revelation is smiling with satisfaction as it looks at you. The Sky of Revelation desires a sacrifice. Do you wish to offer one?" He was startled. A sacrifice? Was it talking about the king of Alpham? He suddenly shouted, confusing in Trang, "Wait!" He summoned Hio. A spirit head gradually materialized. Hio appeared, surprising in Trang. "Master." She panicked. "A ghost?" He jokingly introduced it. "You've seen a ghost before? Why are you reacting like this now?" "This is my new incarnate body." He looked up at the sky. "What you want is his body and his power, right?" Hio flew near the corpse. "It is done." A notification appeared. "You have successfully made a sacrifice." The body vanished without a trace in an instant. A series of notifications arrived. "You've achieved the High Priest achievement. The Sky of Revelation sponsors you." Junjian was stunned. Irv's sword hadn't disappeared. He quickly grabbed the hilt. The system displayed, "You have obtained Mighten." He was lost in thought. So this was the weapon the King of Alpham used in his final attack. "I have to put it in my inventory first." The Sky of Revelation was smiling with satisfaction, revealing its blood-stained teeth. Junjian immediately stored the sword. "Hio, how long do you think it will take?" It replied, "Because this is a soul with many lingering attachments. I think it will take quite a long time." He smirked. "It doesn't matter how long it takes. Extract every single one of his memories without leaving anything behind." Hale laughed excitedly. "Got it." The scene shifts to a desolate, ruined city. The two of them stood in the middle of a street completely covered by broken bricks. Yin Trang let out a sigh of relief. "Phew, I was so scared I thought I was going to pee myself." Jun Gong turned to her with a slight smile. "You've seen spirits in battle before, so why are you reacting like this now?" she retorted. "It was just that things were too urgent back then." He pursed his lips, lost in thought. The Demon King, and his thoughts seemed to have drifted far away. He knew about the true existence of the sponsors. They just either didn't record it or pretended not to know. There was a high probability that the hunters who had fought against the rulers knew the patron's secret. Pausing his train of thought, he urged, "Let's go back. Even though we stopped them, I still have a bad feeling." The city scene shifts to another location, the view even more grim, with numerous monster corpses buried under piles of rubble. Seon-gu's group had just finished a battle with the monsters when he suddenly noticed something. Looking up, he saw the two of them had returned. "You guys are back," Jun-gong joked. "You look awful." Hearing the taunt, Hyung immediately shot back a jeer of his own. "You're not one to talk. Did you defeat the ruler?" He nodded. "Yeah." A clamor of voices rose to welcome their return. Other teammates rushed forward, shouting, "Yeah, the weakest one is the strongest." Now, things were really all right. He remained vigilant. Monsters will continue to appear. "We can't let our guard down." He agreed. "That's right, but at least it won't be that dangerous anymore." Suddenly, Seon-gu noticed something and froze. In the palm of his hand, a multicolored orb was slowly materializing. He recognized it instantly. Bifrost. He clenched his fist over it, hiding the orb's light. He informed him, "There's a message from the outside." He asked for confirmation, "Is it good news?" He hesitated for a moment. It seems the Great Calamity has also started in soon. Hearing this, both Jun-gong and Yin-trang were visibly shocked. The Great Calamity and soon, I'm sure. Soon would be affected, but this is happening too quickly. He urgently needed a moment alone. "I need to find a quiet place to contact them. We'll talk later." He immediately agreed. "All right." After the battle, they returned to their shelter in the apartment. Jun-gong voiced his doubts. "You mean soon is burning? Even if the calamity appeared in soon, aren't there supposed to be countless hunters protecting the place? And what about the heroes of Asgard? How could the damage be so severe?" Seon-gu calmly shared the rumor that was circulating. "People are saying that Asgard's strongest hunters have vanished." Hearing this, he and Yin-trang exclaimed in disbelief. "What? Say that again?" He explained the situation in more detail. The calamity struck suddenly. Monsters poured out from everywhere, and with the disappearance of the leaders, those who are left are trying to get the situation under control. But because it all happened so suddenly, soon is already engulfed in flames. Jun-gong still had faith in the strength of the local hunters, Asgard's hunters. But at least there's one piece of good news. Even without Asgard, the Korean guilds are still very powerful. As long as they're around, soon won't collapse easily. Seon-gu mentioned another piece of information he knew. "That's right, but there's other news, and it's not good for you or for In-trang." The two of them listened intently to his words as the bad news was delivered. They said that the White Tiger team had disappeared, including Unal. A look of panic was clear on In-trang's face, and even Jun-jian couldn't keep his usual composure. The conversation lasted a long time, but afterward, they still had to press on toward their next objective and help everyone. Inan began to fill with life again. The hunters started to push back the monsters, and the amount of mana permeating the air gradually dissipated, returning the city to its initial calm and quiet state, and the mana that enveloped the area began to fade. After the death of Irv, the ruler of Inan, the city was revived. The people supported each other with the work, everyone pitching in. "Eat a little more. Everyone, get your share of food." After the difficult times, the young people warmly sat down to eat and drink together. "I heard the one who saved us was a weakling." X-Fit was also there. The rhythm of life was gradually returning to normal. Everyone had regained their vitality. He stood watching everything through the large window. But what of Jun-jian's group, the ones who had saved them? He anxiously inquired. "Is there any news at all?" The man reported grimly. "We've completely lost contact with Seoul. Because of that, Incheon has only been receiving fragmentary information from other regions. I will do my best to keep you updated on the situation." To summarize the story, it seems that the disaster has begun to affect the entirety of South Korea. "What do you plan to do next?" he wondered, deep in thought. "Even without us, Incheon will be safe. I need to decide on the next step. Seoul and the other regions, where should we go?" The large doors suddenly burst open. In-trang had returned. "I'm back." He quickly inquired, waiting for news on the situation outside. "What is the status of the barrier?" She calmly explained in detail. "The barrier leading to Seoul is getting stronger and stronger. I don't think it's possible to get inside anymore. Compared to it, the barriers leading to the other regions have weakened considerably." Hearing this, he grew even more restless. "It's going to be very difficult to get into Seoul. We might be able to get through the barrier if we use the Bifrost, but if we do, the Bifrost will lose its power for a period of time, and we'll lose our only means of communicating with the outside world." Nevertheless, he still couldn't give up completely. First, In-trang continued to monitor the barrier's condition for a few more days. Okay. Jun-gian continued to delegate tasks, Song Gu-hyung, at all costs, Find the location of the White Tiger team in Unnel. He had no objections. Understood. Returning to downtown Seoul, the attacks were still continuing without end. The citizens were forced to evacuate in a panic. Look out! Get inside. Hurry up. Hurry! A hunter was trying to help as many people as he could. Everyone, this way. While he was doing everything he could to help everyone escape, a monster suddenly appeared, aiming straight for him with its mouth wide open. It instantly swallowed him whole, blood splattering everywhere. After finishing off its prey, the monsters continued to fan out to search for their next targets. The situation grew more and more violent. From high above, Bander calmly watched the entire spectacle. The power within him was surging, his eyes turning a brilliant red, as if he were about to unleash it all. Outside the window, the winged monster continued to spew fire, burning everything, a sight too horrific to behold. Then, the curtain was quickly drawn, separating Bander from everything outside. He hesitantly walked towards his desk. A smile slowly formed on his lips, and he burst out, "Good." The association chairman's seat seemed to be firmly in his grasp. A flash of lightning appeared in his eyes. Is that so? It spread throughout the space, the lightning creating a large net, trapping his opponents inside, unable to resist. The smile on Bander's face grew more and more twisted, filled with hidden schemes. Back with Junjian, 1 week after Evie's failure, the Junjian Guild dealt with the monsters in Incheon. Life in Incheon returned to normal. A door opened. Inside the room, he and Intrang were still discussing matters. Soon had been completely sealed off, and it was unclear what was happening inside Soon. She looked frustrated. "This is so annoying. I wonder how the Unjul Guild is doing," he gently reassured her. "They're still safe? Don't worry. I guess Hanmu and Fenrir are with them." She glanced in a certain direction, looking hesitant. The information on the sword in his hand showed it was an item I obtained after defeating the commander of Incheon, like Seongu's Bifrost and Jie's Lightning Blade. "This is a magical artifact." He asked her, "Did you get anything?" She shook her head. "Nothing. Nothing of value." He shared the little information he had, saying he only knew its aura was no joke. That was all. Its aura was similar to the one in Bifrost. Intrang was amazed. "That's incredible. It will be useful in its own way." He stared intently at the sword in his hand, trying to refine the spiritual energy from Misteltein. "I've already tried the Dragon Heart, the Dragon Bloodstone, and even the Spear of Muspelheim, but nothing worked. There has to be a way." The necklace around his neck suddenly lit up, and he took it off. A voice emanated from Merlin's necklace. "Can you hear me?" He was startled as he realized who it was, and quickly recalled the sword into his inventory, hastily replying, "Merlin," repeating the name over and over. "Merlin." The signal from the necklace was unstable, cutting in and out. He concluded there must be a problem with Merlin's necklace then. Jungian turned to look around. "What is this? Why did it connect and then suddenly stop?" Seeing this, Intrang was very confused. "What are you looking for?" He seemed to have figured out the root of the problem. "It can't be." He rushed to summon the sword again, holding it firmly in his hand. The signal from the pendant was clearly more stable. "Can you hear me?" An affirmative answer came through immediately. He looked satisfied. Misteltein had established the connection, and the person on the other end explained their issue. "My necklace was broken, but it's stable now." Then they went on to ask about his situation. "How are things over there?" He was inwardly pleased. Seongu had said the link with Europe was severed, but thanks to Misteltein, he could still listen in on the conference and the Olympus Guild. The person on the other end revealed the situation they were facing. "The issue you mentioned is more difficult and dangerous than we anticipated. The city is currently isolated, but thankfully, we had a warning beforehand, so the council could respond to the situation in time." He smiled, relieved. "That's fortunate." Even so, the voice on the other end dropped a bombshell. "However, there's an issue with Olympus. They say they can't find Zeus." June's eyes Jian widened in shock, unable to hide his astonishment. "The man with power comparable to Odin is missing?" The voice on the other side still came through steadily. "We're in the middle of a crisis, but Zeus is nowhere to be seen. They're in a state of confusion. So that's the situation on this England. We'll arrange to meet with Olympus." The signal was completely cut off, frustrating him. "Damn it, I lost the connection again." Continued. "The ones behind Olympus, a guild as mighty as Asgard, have vanished." The two hunters, Odin and S? Could it be that they had the same goal from the very beginning? Jun Jian was starting to realize who the mastermind behind everything was, the one pulling all the strings. It's the Demon King. What is he aiming for? Time and space shift again to a bustling area, crowded with people. Everyone was filled with anticipation, waiting for the next bus. "We're finally going home." A shout from the driver rang out. "Everyone, hold on to your belongings." They chatted excitedly amongst themselves. "We're back." Those things were weak, so it was an easy fight. It was music to their ears. The young men shared information with each other. "There are about 500 new hunters. The sponsors have been paying close attention to us since that disaster, so everyone is getting stronger. Jun Gion congratulated them. That's great. The man immediately responded. It's all thanks to you, man. He didn't deny it. That's why we can leave for other places with peace of mind. Hearing that he had to leave, the man looked sad. You're leaving? I guess there are many other places besides Incheon that need help. Are you planning to go to Seun? His intention was to go where he was needed most. Seun is where the strongest hunters gather, so they must be able to hold their own. We're going to Gangnam. There are some people we need to meet. After saying their goodbyes, he turned and said to his teammates, Let's go. In Chang and Seong-gu were ready and waiting for his command. A ghostly figure gradually materialized behind him, and Hyo bowed in response. As you command, master. And Chang still couldn't get used to it. Ah, that scared the heck out of me? I thought you'd be familiar with it by now. Still not used to it? She scratched her head sheepishly. Nope. A hiccup from behind made her suspicious, and she turned to look. The one hiccuping was Seong-gu, his face full of apprehension. Seeing this, Jun Jian couldn't help but burst out laughing. He touched his own bald head, wanting to stop the teasing laughter. Don't you laugh. Jun Jian was endlessly curious. I never expected you to be afraid of ghosts. In Chang is one thing, but how can you be scared of ghosts? He retorted, What do you know about my story? This is what you call trauma. Jun Jian wondered. Trauma? It seemed to be a haunting old story for him. I don't remember it clearly because I was just a kid, but before I became a hunter, a ghost appeared and said something to me. Ever since then, I've been terrified of them. The ghost I saw was just like the one before, but it was invisible and wearing a coat. I'm really scared of ghosts, and Chang had experienced something similar. Oh, I've been through that too, he interjected teasingly. In Chang, you must have been such a scaredy cat when you were little. She shot him a warning glare. Seong-gu quickly explained, Just kidding, just kidding. Haha. Hearing their stories made Jun Jian realize something. Wait a minute, these coincidences are too unbelievable and they all revolve around me. Why has everyone around me experienced this? And the ghosts they saw all resemble Hyo. Why did this suddenly give him a very strange feeling? On two parallel bridges, with countless vehicles bustling back and forth, their only common feature was that their midpoints were both blocked by a strange wall of light. A hand gently touched it to check. It didn't seem to be permeable, but rather was concentrated in a dense form. The person who just tested it was none other than Jun Jian. He stared at his hand while making a guess. I think getting through the barrier around Seun is going to be quite difficult. In Chang agreed with this unpleasant truth. The amount of mana forming this barrier is so powerful that we can't sense anything happening inside. Faced with this strange development, Seong-gu couldn't help but wonder. The barrier is getting stronger over time. How is that possible? The three of them gathered to discuss. He added that it's natural for the barrier to strengthen, but it will stop after a while. She voiced the exact question everyone was struggling with. What exactly is that barrier? Jun Jian calmly theorized. A barrier is just like a gate. The stronger the barrier, the more mana it contains. Seong-gu thought about recent events. You mean it's related to the monsters and the powerful beings inside? He immediately received a firm answer. That's right. He made a suggestion. Before we head back, we have to pass through Gangmyeon first. Have you tried contacting them? He hesitated for a moment before revealing. They don't have a strong enough force, but there's a branch of the association in that area, so let's give it a try. Although they're in a tough spot, he still seemed very optimistic. All right, at least the barrier is stable, with no signs of Rare and Gangmyeon. Hearing that, Intrang also breathed a quiet sigh of relief. That's great. I was pretty worried about Unil's team. Let's hurry and find them. Outside, the signs of a ruined city unfolded before their eyes. The lampposts, traffic lights, and streetlights had long since gone out. Debris was scattered everywhere. The buildings were also severely damaged. The three of them stood stunned as they surveyed the area, when suddenly something caught his attention. A large number of monsters were lying in wait for prey to stumble upon them, their bright red eyes glowing with bloodlust, looking absolutely terrifying. A ferocious sound spread, shattering the dead silent atmosphere of the moment. Suddenly, a fiery vortex erupted out of nowhere, engulfing the entire area. As a result, the horde of monsters was instantly wiped out without a chance to even cry out. And Trang scratched her head, her expression one of unconcealed surprise. Even though it's not the first time I've seen that, it's still terrifying. Even though there are no rulers here, those monsters are still swarming all over the place. Seong-gu suddenly noticed something in another direction. This time, different types of monsters were approaching in droves. He gathered energy into his weapon, ready to fight. That's right, but their numbers are practically endless. Jun Jian didn't stay idle either. His pupils glowed red as he called out a name. Heyo! A voice quickly responded, awaiting your command. Instantly, a mass of blue vines wrapped tightly around the monster's hairy feet. By the time it realized what was happening, its entire body was already caught in a vice-like grip. The other monsters suffered the same fate, getting dragged one by one into holes created by a mysterious force. After completing the mission, a soft voice reported, I have carried out your orders." All that remained was a cloud of drifting dust and craters in the ground. That impressive display made Xianggu and Entrang exclaim in unison. "That was amazing. I don't think we'll even get a turn." However, everything comes with a price. Junjian let out a slightly weary breath. That consumed a lot of mana, but overall, he was fine. "Let's head to the Hunter Association in Gangmian." As they crossed the street, the decaying buildings looked abandoned. For a long time, no different from the area before. Entrang came to a conclusion. "It seems the hunters here couldn't fight off the disaster. I can't find any signs of life." Xianggu's mind was in turmoil, as it had been a while since the disaster occurred. Even though the ruler didn't appear, Gangmian still couldn't win. He quickly noticed a contradiction. Although a disaster occurred, it was strange that not a single person was here, especially when the ruler didn't appear. Use mana to check the main flow. A series of sparks shot through his head like some kind of signal, and it finally led him to the final answer. The corner of his lip curled up slightly. Found it. Then he turned and informed the other two, "I've found signs of life. Someone deliberately hid all traces of people here." Xianggu tried to suppress his astonishment. "I can't feel anything," he asked in a calm voice. "Where is it?" His finger pointed in a certain direction, where if you looked closely, you could see a defensive barrier flickering in and out of sight. Entrang now also vaguely realized it. "Is that so?" "I can't feel anything, but I can sense something quite strange in that direction." He looked over with suspicion, thinking it might be a trap for them. However, she considered it an extremely important clue. That would still be fortunate, and it was made more convincing when he provided a logical reason. "That's right, if it's a trap, it means the hunters here are still alive and are trying to protect something." The only one not swayed by the other's position was still Xianggu, who knew this would spark his curiosity. "What's wrong?" It seemed he had some unspoken feelings, which was why he spoke evasively, perhaps to protect someone. A vague thought suddenly surfaced. No way, that person. After reaching an agreement, the three of them decided to head deeper inside the barrier to investigate. Gongdu suddenly poked his head out of Entrang's hood as she was, constantly wondering, to create a trap this big, that hunter must be very high level, right? In front of her was a horde of monsters that were completely misdirected. The monsters outside don't seem to sense us inside, so there's a reason why they haven't dealt with these monsters. Xianggu contemplated more deeply. It was as if they were willing to abandon everyone except those under their protection. We can't be sure yet. But could it really be that person? Junjian, walking ahead, calmly assessed. At least we know who created this trap. He never had any intention of saving the people in Gangmian. He immediately agreed, "I think so too." The boy's movements suddenly froze in place. He turned his head halfway back, asking a very pointed question. "Is this an acquaintance of yours?" He didn't hide it, but wasn't ready to conclude. "There is someone I have in mind, but it's too early to say for sure." The three of them had no idea that two young men were watching their every move from a distance, far above. The presence of Junjian and Xianggu was especially prominent. Yunji's face instantly darkened. "Damn it, that's the hunter Xianggu, an underdog." The person next to him was also extremely panicked. "What should we do?" On this side, the two men also quickly noticed the suspicious group. "Hunters. Yeah, I can sense them now." His gaze sharpened as countless questions began to form within his keen mind. "Even though they've spotted us, they haven't made a move. Why is that? What are they worried about?" Yunji and Xiojin in turn leaped from the top of the building. Junjian and Xionggu seemed to have expected this, so they weren't very surprised by their sudden action. The two of them formally asked, "You are Xionggu, an underdog, correct?" Overall, their outward attitude was relatively welcoming. "We will guide you too." The five of them then quietly strode down the deserted, undamaged street. It seems this place wasn't affected by the disaster." Junjian then voiced his question as a way to probe them. "A moment ago, you two seemed surprised to see us here." Hearing this, Yunjiji broke into a cold sweat and gave a forced laugh. "Oh ha!" Luckily, Xiojin spoke up in time to smooth things over for his teammate. That's because we didn't expect to meet you in a place like this." Xionggu recounted what he had witnessed before entering this place. "Monsters are swarming outside." Xiojin glanced downwards, struggling to come up with a valid reason, but couldn't think of anything and just hesitated. This time it was Yun's turn to deliberately distract them by holding out a hand to guide them. Please, this way." A light suddenly flashed on Junjian's chest, which seemed to be some kind of telepathic ability. "These people are leading us somewhere while deliberately avoiding the issue." Xianggu and Entrang, who were walking behind, also received the signal and nodded to show they understood. Yun immediately announced as they arrived, "We're here." A pair of feet in expensive leather shoes leisurely stepped forward, revealing a young man wearing all sorts of gold-plated jewelry around his neck and on both ears, with a confident smile. plastered on his lips. Welcome. Seong-gu's suspicion was finally confirmed. Just as he predicted, he was the one who created the barrier. The other party also quickly noticed his presence and greeted him. It's great to see you again, my old friend. This could hardly be called a friendly reunion. When one person is standing, high above, with a line of professional-looking subordinates in black suits behind him, while the other stood below, looking up. Jun Jian quietly asked him, "You know this person?" He slowly revealed, "Egger. He's the hero who was exiled from Asa." His sharp gaze instantly became wary. This situation is too troublesome. From the group of people on top of the tall building, an aura that was anything but simple emanated. Egger and the hunters behind him were completely strong enough to wipe out the monsters in Gang Mian. Yet, they didn't protect Gang Mian. Egger humbly reminded his old friend, "Hindo, I'd be happy to continue our conversation, but looking at your current state, it seems you need some rest." Indeed. Seong-gu's expression barely changed. He just vaguely whispered his name. Egger. Suddenly, his pupils blazed like jewels, and the jewelry around him seemed to react, sparkling continuously. "Rest first. I'll come find you later. I will tell you the things you currently want to know." After he finished speaking, the group on the rooftop gradually turned and left. Not long after, Jun Jian's group went inside, just as they were told. The amenities here turned out to be not bad at all. 2 double beds were neatly arranged in a row, with pristine white mattresses, as if it were brand new, exuding the gentle scent of clean fabric. And Trang couldn't help but exclaim, "How luxurious. That's insane." Gold-plated interior design in the middle of a disaster like this. Seong-gu couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia, in a not-so-positive way. "That bastard hasn't changed one bit." Seong-gu pressed him once more. "Who exactly is Edger?" He didn't want to hide it any longer. He used to be one of Asga's hunters. Edger is just an alias. That's all. Next came a flood of information about Edger's past. He was a promising hunter who had completed secret missions under Odin's command. His final mission before being exiled was to observe the situation in Europe. Jun Jian pondered to himself. A promising hero-level hunter was exiled, and then he reached a conclusion. He defected? Seong-gu continued, his words an unspoken confirmation. He was a spy sent to monitor Olympus. However, he was discovered and provided them with information about Asga. His infamous deeds left him both impressed and bewildered. A guy like that was only exiled in the end? He explained thoroughly. He escaped. He was deemed a traitor and banished. So from our side, there was nothing more we could do. Asga couldn't find him, which is why when I saw the barrier here, I thought it might be him. It didn't stop there. Egger is actually so talented that he possesses countless identities in various fields. He also has another title in Olympus. As he vaguely pieced it together, his eyes widened in astonishment. No way! The aura of wealth radiating from him said it all. The endless sponsor. That's right, in Olympus, he is called Mias. Some time passed, and He phased through the walls to scout the situation everywhere. At one point, it came across Yanji sitting with her arms crossed on the sofa. It quickly turned its head away, diligently carrying out its data-gathering mission without revealing any sign of its presence. Everywhere it looked, there was a shimmering light radiating from piles of gold. It immediately reported the entire situation to Jun Jian, not missing a single detail. All the rooms are furnished with gold. It's more like a palace. I also saw other people. The next sentence made him freeze for a moment, but those people looked more like slaves. Seeing him sighing repeatedly, Trang gently asked, "How is it going?" His face hardened seriously. That guy Egger seems to be imprisoning people against their will. He's gathered a schoolyard full of people and is observing them by using hunters. She couldn't help but feel a chill. Why would he do that? Seong-gu's voice was noticeably faint, as if he himself wasn't sure. He probably wouldn't do that again. He explained based on his knowledge of Egger, "I heard he can turn a living person into gold." He was extremely curious. "How do you know that?" He immediately received a very straightforward answer. "I read it in the Demon King's book." A horrifying hypothesis was woven. The golden monster Mias, the monster and heretic, who once captured people during the disaster and used their lives to create gold. The gold it created, the cruel truth, was gradually revealed before their eyes, became the funds to build Eden. Hearing that, energy suddenly began to gather in his furiously clenched fist. Trang's face darkened, looking like a demon as a furious aura erupted, surrounding her entire body. That bastard! She almost lost control of her agitated state and screamed, I have to kill that bastard right now." Jun Jian then shot up to stop her. "We can't." She immediately retorted, "So we're just going to stand here and watch?" But he quickly cut her off, his expression just as grim as hers. "No, we've fallen into a trap." His words officially plunged her into utter confusion. A trap? Seong-gu had the same thought as him. If we act rashly, IER will immediately. Outside, many soldiers are guarding the refugee tent area. If they make a move, there's only one outcome. taking all the lives of the people trapped in this schoolyard. Her pupils dilated in disbelief. What? He once again emphasized the gravity of the situation. Those people are what's holding us back. In other words, they are hostages. Meanwhile, in the main building, the subordinates were asking Lord IER, "Is this really okay?" Chezin spoke coldly. "Those are the guild masters of the Lick and Underdog guilds. Is this really all right, sir? The people from Incheon are here." He let out a hearty laugh. "It means the problem in Incheon has been taken care of." A malicious glint appeared in Chezin's eyes. "That's why we should kill them." Hearing this, IER said nothing and slowly stood up, arrogantly looking at him. "Can you kill them? Do you really think you can kill them?" Both Chezin and the subordinates behind him were stunned with fear. IER raised an eyebrow. "They can't just do whatever they want," Chezin asked cautiously. "How can you be so sure?" IER burst out laughing. "I know Seong-gu very well," and flashed a crazed smile. "He knows that we have leverage, so he won't act carelessly. We can't threaten their lives with this, but we can certainly restrict their actions." Chezin looked at him worriedly. Even if that's true for Seong-gu, according to the rumors, Underdog and SF aren't the types to just sit back and take it. IER replied impatiently, "You people know nothing. Seong-gu's power and rank are much higher than you think. Even if Underdog and SF get angry and want to act on their own, Seong-gu will stop them." After speaking, he stroked his chin, as if realizing something. Remembering Jun Jian's cold face made IER excited. Underdog, huh? The aura around him is strong, just like Seong-gu's. SF too. He then gave an order. "Actually, keep a close eye on them, even if they can't do anything. They're still a bunch of crazy bastards in the end." Chezin heard the order and shouted, "Understood, sir." Suddenly, IER called out to him again. "Bring some girls here. I can't contain my excitement because of those bastards." Although Chezin on the outside obediently said, "Yes, I understand," he was disgusted inside. What a perverted bastard. He then left, not wanting to see his face for another second. IER, alone in the room, laughed maniacally. "Ever since I learned that I could create gold from living beings, I had to run and live in hiding." He looked at his own hands and reminisced. "The moment I thought my life was over, who would have thought it could change like this?" Right after that, a few girls were brought to his room, like offerings to a god. Meanwhile, in the schoolyard at this time, it was utter chaos, with people of unknown life or death lying scattered everywhere like soulless corpses. And Trang's heart ached at the sight. It was a horrific scene, even the children. Suddenly, a man was carrying a scrawny child and approached a hunter. "Please, give me a little food. My boy is sick." The hunter coldly shouted, "Shut up. Do you want to die? You think we have anything to give to trash like you?" The man still wouldn't give up, "But the child is sick. Please." The enraged hunter punched him. "This bastard is so annoying." The malnourished man was sent flying. The child in his arms also fell, but a hand quickly caught him. The man immediately got up and cried out in anguish, "Gimnong." And Trang gently said, "The child is all right." After taking him back, the man hugged his son tightly. "Thank you." The surrounding hunters saw this and approached. They questioned her, "Who are you?" A cold look flashed in Trang's eyes as she looked at these cruel men. She angrily clenched her fists and furiously released her mana, wanting to vent her anger on behalf of the father and son. Seeing this, the hunters immediately backed away. The one who had just been aggressively questioning her was now trembling and hiding in a corner. Where did this monster come from? And Trang tried to calm down and offered a healing potion, gently explaining to the father and son, "This is medicine for the boy to drink. It can cure most illnesses." The father was overjoyed. "Thank you." Suddenly, a shout rang out from somewhere. "Me too." Immediately after, a crowd of people rushed madly towards her. "I'm sick too. So is my child. Please, help me." Trang was startled by this scene. If so many people move so suddenly like this, someone is going to get hurt. The guards finally came to their senses and hastily raised their weapons. "Back off," I said, "back off. Now." The outsider is the one causing trouble. A chill ran down Jun Gong's spine as he watched the scene. The situation is out of control. Mr. Zegu was also helpless. "It looks like we have to step in." But a cold voice spoke up. "Stop." The voice was so authoritative that even Jun Gong had to turn his head to look. As for the crowd, they were so scared that they stood frozen. No one dared to move even a little. All of them silently looked up at the figure, standing on top of the building. This was none other than Iger. "I will not tolerate this chaos. Hunters, find the cause of this incident." His subordinates immediately accepted the order, understood. Then he looked over at Trang and used a scolding tone. "You shouldn't have created such a disturbance. A guest should behave like a guest." Trang thought angrily. "A major accident could have happened because of me. It's so frustrating, but this person resolved the situation, which forces me to endure it. I can only remain silent." Seeing her like this, Iger smiled with satisfaction. As for Intrang, she was so ashamed she could only drag her heavy feet away. Jungon kindly advised her, "It's not your fault." But she just said quietly, "Thank you." After dealing with the mess, Iger also announced, "We will now begin distributing food." The crowd below could only bow in submission. "Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir." Returning to her small room, Intrang shouted in anger, "Why do they follow him?" She furiously vented her frustrations. "Is it all because of that gold? They're hunters. They're supposed to protect everyone else." Jun Gong just gently speculated, "It's probably not because of the money." He slowly analyzed, "Hunters aren't the type to be short on cash, so there's no way that many people are following him just for money," said Intrang, asked in confusion, "Then why?" He thought for a moment, then replied, "Perhaps it's because they couldn't stop him. Even if they don't lack money, they still want to save their own lives. Right now, even if they were to risk their lives." Hearing that, her eyes darkened. They still wouldn't be able to stop Iger. He nodded in confirmation. "That's right. Iger is strong enough and skilled enough for both Asga and Olympus to recruit him. He's a talented sponsor, the likes of which have never been seen before. We don't know what he's hiding." He looked towards Seonggu, and to elaborate, Seonggu snorted in contempt and explained with a serious face, "That piece of trash hasn't changed at all. He's very good at political matters and how to act like a spy. That's why he was sent to Europe as a spy." He frowned, blaming himself. "I don't know how to deal with someone holding so many hostages." Hearing this made Intrang even more furious. The thought of that father and child being treated so cruelly made her whole body burn with rage, as if a fire was lit in her heart. Her concern at the moment was on a different point. Almost all the children here were sick. Was it because of the great catastrophe? The mana from the catastrophe had adversely affected those children. Jun Jian refuted. "No. In fact, mana actually has a good effect on children." He explained, "Because children's bodies haven't fully developed, their ability to receive mana is even better than adults." Intrang's eyes widened in disbelief. "Then why?" Seonggu gripped the arm of the chair. "Iger, it's his fault." His face was dark and unreadable. "No creature is more full of vitality than a child." Intrang exclaimed in shock, "It can't be." Seonggu shot up in anger. "The ingredient he uses to create gold are the children. I have to go see Iger." Meanwhile, at that very moment, he was busy admiring his pile of shining gold. Even when Seonggu's group arrived, he maintained a strangely calm demeanor. He even raised his voice provocatively. "Do you like this empire of mine?" In Seonggu's eyes, there was a mix of anger and a complex, unreadable emotion. Seeing this, Iger lost interest and tossed a gold nugget aside. The sound of gold clashing against gold created a pure sound that would captivate anyone. He was so angry he burst out laughing. "What good does glaring at me do? That's the reason you haven't achieved anything. You're too soft-hearted. That's why you can't reach the top. Look at me. Am I not the king of this place?" Hearing these words, Jun Jian became pensive. It seemed he knew that Seonggu would not attack him because of those hostages. Although Iger is very strong, he's not so powerful that we can't take him down. Looking at his resilient back, he couldn't help but be curious. Even with the hostages, the easiest method would still be to punish him. What will Seonggu choose to do? At that moment, provoked by Iger, the mana energy radiating from Seonggu was enough to show just how immense his fury was. But he just chuckled lightly. "Don't even think about doing anything stupid." Following that, thousands of golden threads appeared along with his arrogant tone. All the children in this area were done for. Seonggu noticed something was wrong and quickly retracted his killing intent. Even Junjian was terrified. Those thousands of golden threads, they were. Iger looked at their expressions and flashed a despicable smile. "If I die, the thousands of children out there will die with me. How wonderful would that be? The multitude of golden threads connected to the huts outside. I am with outstanding cunning." He happily proclaimed himself the one who devours the dreams and lives of children. That madman said it so matter-of-factly. "Seonggu, I just want to rule this place quietly." The more Seonggu heard him ramble, the more his brows furrowed. "Do you think you can just do as you please? This world will soon return to its original state. Do you think you'll be safe here?" Igor just smirked slightly. "Well, who knows? But if that time comes, I will have even more children's lives in my hands." His entire face now looked as malicious as a demon's. "The lives of children will bring about a different future if this world collapses. Don't people always say children are as precious as gold?" He nonchalantly concluded, "I just wish to rule this place quietly and live a comfortable life." Seonggu thought with a headache. "I don't like this at all, but I have to use the name of someone he'll be wary of." He began to speak with Odin's persona. Hearing that, Igor immediately cut him off. The truth about Odin having disappeared. "I know about that too." Seonggu's eyes widened in shock, as he never expected him to be aware of this. Igor looked at him arrogantly. "I also heard that Roth has disappeared." These words directly stunned Seonggu. "How do you know these things?" Seeing that, it made him smile smugly. You seem surprised by my information network, don't you? Of course, I have no intention of telling you. The only thing I can tell you is, he raised an eyebrow, shooing them away. Just leave quietly. Killing you would be too much of a hassle for me. Rest however you want. Whether you want to save the world or die is up to you. Just leave this city of mine. Seung-gu was suddenly pushed into a corner. Should we just retreat like this? If we leave now, we will no longer have a chance to save the people here. Sacrifice the few for the many, the children will have to be sacrificed. But to kill this bastard? He agonized over the difficult decision. No, I don't want to go down that path. I don't want to make the same mistake as Odin. At this tense moment, Jun Jian stepped forward. All right, we will leave. He stood firmly in front of Seung-gu, shielding him from further interaction with a cunning man like Igor. Seeing this, he chuckled lightly. Good, but Jun Jian himself wasn't going to let it go that easily. In return, give us some time. Seung-gu understood his intention, so that was it. He's figured out a way. Hearing this condition, Igor was slightly stunned. Time, he wondered. What is he planning to do? After pondering for a moment, he decided, I can't give you much time. Leave within 2 days. Jun Jian readily agreed. All right. Then they left the room, leaving him with a tangled mess of thoughts. Does he have another way? He unconsciously touched his chin. Well, all right. Perhaps this is for the better. 2 days won't just be dangerous for you all. That is also the amount of time I need. Igor immediately gave the order to gather everyone. While Jun Jian's group was completely unaware, he had made a bold decision. We will proceed with the ritual. Outside the building, Jun Jian sat down to discuss things with Seung-gu and Intrang. He's also preparing something. He spoke emphatically. He will definitely set a trap there so that we can't do anything. Do you really have a plan? Jun Jian smiled and replied, Of course. I was a bit intimidated when I heard he was an endless sponsor, but in the end, he seems pretty average. Seung-gu's expression brightened up. That title is only meaningful when the hunters, extremely strong individuals just receiving his sponsorship. He only became a hero thanks to his immense fortune. So what's your plan? He slowly replied. Regarding this, Jun Jian looked over at Intrang. She pointed at herself in confusion. Me? He stated confidently. That's right, you are the key to defeating him. Jun Jian recalled the image of him using his skill. When we encountered Edgar, I observed the mana he was radiating. It was connected to a lot of people. The people were affected by the technique, and he could take away many lives whenever he wishes. Jun Jian stood up and gestured as he explained. Intrang, you want to save those people regardless of the sacrifice, right? She immediately responded. Yes. His face grew serious. It's going to hurt a little. Are you okay with that? Intrang calmly asked, Will I die? Jun Jian's gaze was dead serious. What if I said it's possible? Her expression darkened and she sighed, her eyes filled with determination. I'll still do it. Jun Jian smiled. That's the Intrang I know. He then laid out the plan. I'll have a solution within 2 days. The problem is that he'll sense it and make more preparations. Intrang turned her head, sensing someone approaching. The door slowly opened, and they walked in to face Jun Jian's group. He spoke up asking, What is it? Duan and his teammates were pleading with underdog Sif and Mr. Lee Seung-gu for help. They knelt down and begged, Please, help us. Jun Jian and Seung-gu were taken aback. Time passed, and the scene shifted to outside the building. Jezin yelled, Everyone gather around. At the same time, Edgar stood high above, looking down at the citizens below. He put his hands in his pockets and spoke, Is everything ready? Jezin immediately reported, Yes, sir. We've gathered all of them, every last one. He raised his hand, channeling a technique. Good. Then let's begin. He opened his palm wide, activating his skill, and mystical auras flew downwards, transforming into threads that connected to every person below. Edgar clenched his fist, a cunning expression on his face as he laughed loudly. Ha ha, come and get me. Everyone was affected by his skill. Edgar said arrogantly, You can't just throw away the lives of this many people. Time passed, and the scene shifted to the building. 2 days later, Jezin was reporting to Edgar. They spent most of their time in their room. Occasionally, they met with people in the courtyard, but they didn't say anything important. His eyes were filled with contemplation. Has Lee Seung-gu given up on these people? Edgar smirked. Well, even if he hasn't given up, he can't do anything about it. He stood up and announced authoritatively, All right, it's time we saw our guests out. His face was filled with arrogance. Hey, this is the best kind of world. A place where I have the power to rule. My soldiers, my slaves, I will be the king of this place. Cutting to the scene outside the building, Jun Jian's group confronted Edgar. He was the first to speak. You should be leaving by now, shouldn't you? Seung-gu immediately replied, That's right, the time we agreed upon has passed. Edgar began to sweat nervously. They're plotting something, he thought. He channeled a technique as a warning. If you make a wrong move, the people here will be in danger. Don't even think about doing something foolish. Jun Jian yelled. Now, Edgar immediately became panicked. What are you doing? Don't you care what happens to those hostages? He began to raise his hands, threatened. Edgar angrily replied, "You bastard, you dare mess with me? I will kill 10 people to make an example of you 4. Daring to mess with me. These people are dying because of you." A sword was plunged straight into the ground. He glanced over nervously. Intrang slowly pulled out the sword and shouted, "Graham, activate." Edgar looked down at his hand, stunned. It can't be. The threads. Connected to the hostages. No. His connecting threads became unstable. His technique was focused on binding her. She did it. Jun Jian was excited, and Trang just activated another one of Graham's skills. Graham can absorb magic and mana from its surroundings. Now we can start the counterattack. Edgar scowled angrily and clenched his fist. How foolish. How? Are you trying to endure the drain from 1,000 threads all by yourself? Intrang gripped the sword with both hands, with all her might. She gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with fierce determination. His energy threads were breaking through her iron armor. Intrang spat out blood, crying out in pain. Ah, ah, ah. Jungian started to dash forward like a flash of lightning. He channeled his power and charged ahead, his eyes glowing red. After receiving the SFD title and awakening Graham, she still hasn't completely unlocked her full potential. Her abilities as an immortal have not yet reached perfection. He couldn't stop worrying. But even in this situation, she's still using Graham. I have to get rid of that bastard quickly. Edgar was bewildered and glanced at him, shouting, "You bastard, you're playing rough." He began to redirect his attack. Edgar created a shield of lightning towards him. His attack was blocked by the shield. Jun Jian, holding the spear of Muspel, was startled. "What the?" I was pushed back. Xianggu shouted with a serious expression. "Jun Jian, go." Ear's giant sword flew towards him. Jun Jian immediately jumped up to dodge the attack. Jun Jian smiled smugly. "That's Lord Ear for you. His combat ability is so strong. We need to keep our morale up. He's pushing back underdog." Edgar turned and yelled, "You idiots, what are you just standing there watching for? Kill all that trash on the field for me." Jun and his comrades, fired up, began to channel their power. Following his orders, they rushed forward to help him. Immediately, Xianggu flew up, holding his sword, ready to strike him down from behind. He swung his sword with all his might. Ire turned his face with a scowl, Tesk. He used one hand to create a shield to block. Xianggu relentlessly slashed at his shield. He shouted angrily as he slashed, "How could a bastard like you possess such power? How many lives have been lost because of you?" Edgar smiled provocatively, creating a sword with his other hand. "Quite a lot. Didn't you see the corpses scattered on your way here?" He launched the sword straight at Xianggu, pushing him back. "Those hunters who are greedy for gold will kill people too." He retreated from his counterattack. A series of swords created by Edgar hovered in the air. The swords began to fly forward. He stood in the middle, controlling the swords like a god. As that happened, his face became arrogantly evil. "I will become even more powerful." Edgar launched the swords. His attack on Xianggu created a huge explosion that sent dust and rocks flying. Then the scene changes to Jejun approaching the camp. He drew his sword, charged forward, and shouted, "Kill them! Lord Ire wants us to kill them all." The shout made everyone freeze in shock. The people here couldn't help but be astonished. "What?" A teammate stepped forward, blocking him to protect the civilian mother and child, which made him furious. "What do you think you're doing? Stop causing more trouble? Just kill them." But she was just a civilian with her child. Jun refused to back down. "If you can't do it, then step aside. You bastard." The woman held her child, tears streaming down her face. "Please, don't do it." His sword was covered in his power, and he swung it down. The frightened woman hugged her child tightly and closed her eyes. Suddenly, there was a loud clash. She slowly opened her eyes. Jun was struck by a sword, leaving him motionless on the ground. Duan appeared and reassured everyone. "It's okay. Evacuate this place immediately." The mother, stunned, stood up while holding her child's hand tightly. "You're the man who was with his comrades," he explained. "I'm sorry about before. No, we weren't strong enough to stop Edgar. We will hold off Edgar's men. Everyone, please leave this place quickly." The girl replied sadly, "But we have nowhere else to go." "There's nowhere safer than here." A voice rang out, startling her. "This way." Hio appeared and spoke up. "The master has created another place." Both sides began to charge at each other and fight. "You bastard, how dare you betray us? I don't want to live so cowardly anymore." Yunji raised his hand and signaled for everyone to run. "This way." At the battle site, Xianggu relentlessly swung his blade, attacking his opponent. A single slash from him sent Edgar flying several yards away, the scene looking just like a small explosion. His body kept crashing into one thing after another. By the time he managed to stop, Edgar immediately coughed up a large mouthful of blood. His face turned pale as he stared in horrified disbelief. A monster? Seeing that his opponent was not only tall and muscular, but also incredibly strong, he was completely stunned. I knew from the start that Yanggu was very strong, but he reminds me of Jun Jian, that underdog, the one who melted all my gold. At this moment, Intrang was still tightly gripping his weapon. Sigfrid has cut me off from the main power source. Damn it, my kingdom. Suddenly, from Edgar's position, a wave of energy began to flicker again. His eyes turned a brilliant gold, and he gritted his teeth. No, I can't let everything end like this. Even if I have to sell my soul, I will kill them all. Unexpectedly, before he could even make a move, Xianggu had already appeared behind him. This is your retribution. The surprise caught him completely off guard, leaving him to wonder in confusion. When did he? Then he mercilessly swung his blade in a direct slash at Edgar once more. The excruciating pain made him freeze and scream out. Ah, but it didn't stop there. He charged forward, menacingly. Are you afraid to die? Again. The giant weapon, carrying a terrifying amount of energy, came crashing down, fast, precise, and clean. This time, it successfully landed a full blow on him. This heavy attack was also what caused him to lose all his strength and collapse to his knees. When the smoke and dust finally cleared, Edgar remained in that kneeling position, paying for his sins. Xianggu narrowed his eyes and spoke coldly, word by word. This is your retribution. After saying that, he turned towards Junjian and reported, he's dead. This tragic scene made him ponder for a long time. The rulers that have appeared in this world, they are no different from world-ending disasters. It wouldn't be wrong to call them monsters. He turned and walked away, lost in thought, that Edgar was not much different from a ruler. However, after taking just a few steps, a sudden sense of unease washed over him. Junjian was suddenly startled, cautiously scanning his surroundings. What is this dangerous feeling? It can't be. Xianggu cut him off. Let's go, we still have people to save. But he didn't respond at all, only gripping his weapon even tighter. His action made Zigu suspicious. Intrang, standing beside Junjian, also had no idea what he was doing. He was already dead. However, the energy fluctuation that then occurred around Iger's corpse spoke for itself. Just at that moment, Junjian suddenly tensed up and yelled, "Get back!" At that exact same second, a fist containing terrifying power suddenly shot towards everyone. Thanks to his reflexes, Zigu managed to raise his sword and block it in time, yet he was still sent, sliding a great distance away by the force of the attack. This sudden turn of events left him completely baffled. How? The owner of that golden fist was none other than Edgar, who everyone thought was dead. However, the perceptive Junjian noticed there was no life in his eyes. He was truly dead. Then why do I feel Rayer's energy coming from him? Not keeping everyone waiting, Edgar, in his strange state, suddenly let out a loud roar. A notification window from his system appeared, line by line. Apocalyptic Sky, Charming Prince, and King of Rainbows are watching. 3 consecutive question marks made. Junjian endlessly astonished, and Intrang was as well. The notification continued with a chilling message. Is watching you. The scene suddenly cuts to the other group's battle. Rug decisively channeled his power into a direct slash against his opponent, making the man scream out. After taking the powerful blow, he was finally and truly dead. Du immediately breathed a sigh of relief and turned to look at everyone. We've taken care of most of the hunters on Ear's side. What a relief. And then he announced loudly, from now on, there will be more good hunters than bad ones. After successfully clearing the area, he immediately gave an order. All right, now, let's go help Underdog's team. But unexpectedly, Ji flinched as if sensing something. Yun quickly shouted a warning about his 6. Du asked back, confused, completely unaware that an enemy had suddenly revived and was looming right behind him. Huh? Behind him, the opponent who had just reappeared suddenly lunged forward with great force. Faced with this sudden event, Du was stunned. What the? Fortunately, Ji quickly intercepted the attack from behind for him. Its blow was so powerful it even sent the opponent crashing into the rocks in the distance. Du immediately calmed down and looked at it gratefully. Ha, thanks man. In response, it also gave a cheerful thumbs up. But it wasn't over. Yun continued to scream in panic. Look over there, the dead hunters. Everyone quickly understood what she meant by reviving. The horde of hunters was bizarrely rising from the dead, causing everyone to cry out in shock. Golden bodies? What the hell is this? What is happening? The newly revived Edgar opened his mouth and let out a massive roar, a sound that seemed to amplify and spread everywhere. Not only that, but it could also seep into every nook and cranny of the ruins. That echoing sound reached all the way to where Jung Gyeon's group was fighting, making everyone ask in confusion, "Himph, what is that damn noise?" Very quickly, they got their answer as the group of golden hunters turned in unison towards one location. Immediately, the entire army of the revived ran as if summoned. Du realized it then. The dead hunters are running toward the source of that sound. The others were equally horrified. Where is Underdog's team? Du was drenched in a cold sweat, staring ahead. No one could have ever imagined those hunters would become a power source. For Egger to grow stronger. That golden giant is, no way, it's Egger. What's more, the sight of the hunters being sucked into his body shocked everyone even more. Egger is absorbing the newly revived hunters, a truly terrifying sight to behold. Seeing that, Du clenched his fists. And then he spoke up, "We're going to help Underdog's team." However, this intention of his was quickly shut down. No way, look at that thing, we're all going to die. Faced with this perilous situation, he didn't want to back down one bit. Even if it means dying, we have to go. It didn't stop there, he even shouted to awaken everyone. Remember what we looked like before they got here. We were no different from the ones who just turned into those hideous golden monsters. If we run away again, we'll be no different than monsters. The words he spoke truly helped everyone come to their senses. Even if I have to die, I want to die as a human. Without a word from anyone, people began to step forward for battle one after another. All right, let's go. This entire troop, every one of them was filled with morale and the determination for an honorable death. Even if we have to die, we will die as human beings. You can't die twice anyway. Seeing this, Du couldn't help but smile happily, completely unaware of what was behind him. Right at that moment, a pig-like voice echoed softly from the sky. "Master, you don't need their help," which made everyone simultaneously exclaim, "Huh," it added. "He is strong enough and doesn't need help from anyone else." Right then, the battlefield on the other side erupted with another massive collision as the giant golden Igris was furiously swinging his fists toward Intrang. Intrang, unfazed, raised the treasured blade in her hand to attack him. The moment she leaped into the air was also when her attack collided head-on with him. Seeing the result she created, she told herself, "I hit him. He must have taken some damage." But unexpectedly, amidst the dust kicked up from the fight, streams of brilliant golden energy flashed. Immediately, Igris's fist tore through the air with a horizontal sweep. Then, that fist filled with immense power collided directly with Intrang's attack. The earth and rock in the surrounding area were once again devastated by that terrifying energy. And Intrang's strength was severely drained after that clash. She raised her hand to wipe away the trail of blood around her mouth. In frustration, "I couldn't even hurt him one bit. What is he? He's not a hunter, nor is he a monster." As she wondered in confusion, Xianggu seemed to have a glimmer of recognition. "This is like what I saw in that place." Hearing that, Junjian was startled. "No way, in Andras?" His question shocked the man even more. "You? How do you know about Andras?" You skillfully dodged the question. "Is that important right now? So you saw that thing at?" Understanding the situation was urgent, Xianggu replied immediately. "That's right. I saw something that emitted a similar energy there." "Perhaps?" he asked again. "Did you feel it when you made the contract?" His reply once again left the man speechless. "You even know about this?" "Yeah, it's similar to what I felt from my sponsor." At this point in the exchange, he suddenly thought that if this were true, then this is no different from a sponsor descending. I can't be sure, but if an entity as transcendent as a sponsor is trying to descend upon this world, Junjian broke out in a cold sweat, then it will surely be a catastrophe that cannot be stopped. Before he could even think it through, the man stepped forward. Xianggu coldly informed him, "I'll do it. With every step, the power you mentioned grows much stronger, a power that I have no intention of stopping until this moment." But he never expected him to grasp his shoulder in time to comfort him. "It's okay." Then he stepped forward, ignoring the other's surprise at his words. "I know why you sealed your power, and don't use it. That power is nothing but poison to you. I'll do it." His eyes flashed red, as it was now the turn for the energy around him to light up. The great cataclysm strengthened the hunters. He thought about reality and an instance from the early days. Powerful hunters gained a new source of strength, just like how instances grew stronger and used the game. After thinking it through carefully, he became more determined that he could do it too, and break his limits. And so, the moment he became stronger arrived, as that power was no longer suppressed. Xianggu, watching from behind, couldn't help but be astonished. The black flame was absolute. Simultaneously, as the pitch-black flames enveloped him, the system displayed a notification. The dragon's weak heart has been filled with mana to its maximum capacity and has evolved into the heart of the apocalypse dragon god. At this very moment, a terrifying power belonging to Junjian erupted from where he stood. And it didn't stop there, as a crimson-red system window appeared at the same time. The apocalyptic sky is observing the battlefield. The apocalyptic sky has decided to sponsor it. That minor notification couldn't distract him for a moment as he gripped his weapon and charged straight at Ignis. who couldn't fight back and could only endure the continuous assault. From straight punches to hooks, every single power-filled blow rained down upon him. In just an instant, his massive body was slammed to the ground. Meanwhile, in another place, a black aura identical to his suddenly gathered. All the powers that created me, demonic energy, madness, dragon's blood. From within the dense black flame, a figure identical to Junjian emerged, flashing a bloodthirsty smile. Everything has merged, becoming one again. Under the new black flame of power, I now receive all the delayed rewards at once. At this time, the city of London, once ancient and majestic, had become a bloody battlefield. After a long fight, the soldiers could only gasp for breath, drenched in sweat. Facing such immense power, Lancelot couldn't help but mutter, "Truly a monster. How is one person capable of this?" All of them stood at the foot of the tower, looking up at him. They looked at him in awe, so strong. Right now, the Demon King was staring intently ahead, unaware that they were thinking that he had created a barrier and evacuated everyone by fracturing space, an unbelievable talent. At the same time, Arthur worriedly called out to Merlin next to him. Despite the tension, Merlin answered seriously, "Arthur, I'm fine." But she was even more bewildered. Perhaps she wasn't the only one wondering who this person was, as it was unclear who was silently observing his every move. Suddenly, something made him snap to attention in an instant, and he turned his head to look in that direction. As everyone whispered in awe, "My God." It's unclear if they saw his sharp gaze and his satisfied smile, but they remained astonished. It seems he has reached a whole new level. Lancelot, who was still concentrating his energy, frowned, annoyed at letting his guard down during a conflict. However, Arthur was shocked to realize something that seemed absurd. There were no openings at all. Having no openings is not a reason to hesitate. The energy began to fluctuate. Merlin seized the opportunity, shouting a signal at that very moment. "Lancelot." He reacted quickly and lunged forward to attack. "I'll create an opening." Meanwhile, Merlin didn't just stand by. She reached out to summon her weapon and thought, "Lancelot is," disregarding his own life. Then she shouted, "Bind." Instantly, her chains intertwined with Lancelot's power, lashing out straight towards the Demon King. Seizing that small opening, Arthur suddenly raised his sword and shouted, "Knights of the Round Table, protect England." At his command, the knights immediately charged forward without a care for the danger. Ha 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 ha. Yet, the seemingly sturdy chains shattered the moment they approached the enemy's flames. With just a gentle wave of his hand, everyone's attacks, including Lancelot's, were nullified, and his spear was even knocked from his hand. The army below was aghast at the sight. "How dangerous! Sir Lancelot has dropped his spear." Arthur, however, thought differently. "Excellent, Lancelot, leave your spear behind." It turns out that spear was just a diversion because the real attack was the sword. With a loud clang, the hidden sword clashed with the enemy. Yet, Lancelot was still struck by the Demon King's counterattack. To successfully injure him in an instant like that, the Demon King had only stood still and extended his hand. Even so, the Demon King's overwhelming power wasn't enough to make everyone back down. They continued to fight for England. The closer they got to the Demon King, the stronger their resolve to risk it all became. Die. Unfortunately, no matter how fast they were, he was exponentially faster. In just a second, he had neutralized every single attack. His counterattacks, filled with immense power, made them scream in agony. Seeing everyone being repelled, Arthur, who was on the ground, immediately gathered his power and leaped high into the air to fill the opening. As he soared upwards, Arthur bellowed, "Everyone, fall back." Drawing on his strength, he quickly created a massive sphere of energy in the sky. This unexpected development made even the Demon King look up, startled. Then, when the moment was right, Arthur decisively slammed that entire mass of power down on the Demon King below. This was a dangerous gamble, as the attack was immense compared to his body. When it crashed down, it triggered a massive explosion. This all-out assault nearly destroyed an entire, vast section of the city. It took a while for the shockwaves to stop battering the surrounding buildings, leaving smoke and fire billowing everywhere. The impact zone and the surrounding area had been completely leveled. When Lancelot was found, the knight was in a terrible state with one arm severed and the other scorched. Merlin cried out his name in shock, "Lancelot," but he was still alive enough to whisper a single question. "Your Highness Merlin, did I fulfill my duty well?" She smiled through her tears as she replied, "Yes, Lancelot, you did wonderfully. You truly just saved our England. You are the very knight of loyalty and honor." And so, he smiled with deep satisfaction upon hearing her heartfelt words. "You are a savior to everyone here." Amidst the smoke and flames of war, his smile and his faith shone with a brilliant radiance. "Thank you. As you command, Your Highness." Those became his final words before he departed this world. Everyone fell silent, bowing their heads to him. The atmosphere was unspeakably heavy. Despite this, Merlin quickly moved to rally the army's morale. Today, we have suffered great losses. The Knights of the Round Table were nearly wiped out by a single individual, he who controls monsters and wields a wicked power. We shall call him the Demon King." With that, her tone shifted to one of pride and determination. The elite knights who gave their lives to protect England, but thanks to that, we drove back the Demon King and achieved victory. Arthur, standing beside her, immediately continued her words. "That's right, we have won and we will continue to win." Indeed, the will to fight spread quickly. Just like that, everyone's resolve returned, beating their chests and shouting, "Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir." And yet, an incredibly nonchalant voice out of place suddenly cut in. "It seems it's still too early to celebrate victory." Merlin turned her head in that direction in horror, blurting out, "How can this be?" Arthur was just as bewildered. "How is he still alive? I'm sure I cut him down." To everyone's surprise, the one thought to be dead casually trod on the water and answered, "You always take things too lightly." Then, he calmly reached up, grabbed his hood, and pulled it down. With just a glimpse, Arthur hesitated in astonishment. "No way, you're..." When the opponent's face was fully revealed in the light, it was also the moment the nickname was called out. Underdog. A figure with an appearance identical to Jun Jian stood tall. That name seemed to create a wave of fear among the troops. One hesitated, "Underdog?" But Merlin disagreed with them. "No, he's not underdog. I can't feel my collar on him." She didn't notice Arthur's unusual behavior. In the blink of an eye, he had already gritted his teeth and launched himself at the opponent. Swinging his sword, he roared, "You arrogant bastard, I'll cut you into two pieces again." Merlin hurriedly shouted to stop him. "Arthur, don't," because she believed Arthur's mana had been greatly depleted since his previous attack. But he didn't stop, still wanting to finish off the Demon King with his own hands. The attack from his sword quickly came down and clashed with his power, but with just a lift of his hand, he neutralized the powerful attack. "You can't kill me with that fake Excalibur." He even casually grabbed the blade. "I've spent too much time dealing with this, so I'll end it quickly." As soon as he finished speaking, the Demon King forcefully snatched the sword, raised it high, and threw it through Arthur's body. It all happened in an instant. His opponent was immediately knocked back. He clutched his shoulder and grunted, "Ugh." The Demon King saw this and spoke coldly. "Impressive, to think you could dodge it." Then he raised his hand, gathered power, and said lightly, "But that's as far as it goes." Streaks of energy appeared so quickly that Arthur couldn't react in time. He lowered his hand and uttered two words, "Die!" A barrage of fireballs mixed with lightning quickly exploded, making the scene blindingly bright. Merlin screamed in panic, calling out the knight Arthur's name. At the same time, one ordered the knights to protect Arthur, and the entire army responded in unison to defeat the Demon King. Suddenly, something happened that startled him. Just then, a streak of blue light suddenly cut through the Demon King's area of power. Afterward, a person appeared, holding a sword in one hand and grabbing Arthur with the other. Moreover, the opponent even chuckled and continued, "A fake Excalibur, huh? Then how about the real deal like this?" At the man's admission, he furrowed his brow and repeated, "Excalibur?" Meanwhile, Merlin, standing nearby, sighed in relief. Thank goodness, he made it just in time. Arthur, being held by the man like a chicken, just glanced over in annoyance. This lightning guy is so late. It was clear that Excalibur was on their side then, so the Demon King became much more cautious. However, the first thing he did was swing his arm out. Coincidentally, that very move which annoyed Athena for being cast aside. "Damn it, this lightning guy." Once his limbs were free, he said, "All right, now his appearance has even energized the entire army," and he laughed. "Let's start round two." Meanwhile, in another city, a huge explosion had just occurred, devastating everything. Xionggu frowned and muttered, "He did it." Intrang quickly called out Jun Jian's name. Amidst the thick smoke and dust rising from the recent impact, Jun Jian's figure gradually became clearer. Fortunately, he was fine, though his whole body was scraped and dirty. Seeing him sitting still, he asked, "Are you okay?" And then he replied, "Yeah." Then he added with a bright smile, just a little exhausted. As he spoke, he thought, "It's different from before. I wasn't affected by the demonic energy or lost my mind. Everything is still under control." At the same time, he opened his palm to observe it, as if that surge of power was mine from the very beginning. Next, Jun Jian silently called out status window, and immediately a panel appeared with his information. Name, Jun Jian, level 99. Trait, player. Title, Fire Lord. Looking at the information, he frowned in confusion. "I thought I would have reached level 100 since I've gotten so much stronger, but I'm still only at level 99. Does this mean I can still get stronger?" Before he could finish his thought, his whole body fell backward with a huge question. The apocalyptic sky, who is he? Seeing him fall, Xionggu quickly shouted, "Jun Jian." Meanwhile, she had already rushed over to Jun Jian. After reaching him, she checked his condition. She placed her hand on his carotid artery and breathed a sigh of relief. Ha, thank goodness. He just fainted from exhaustion. Standing there, he also felt relieved. Phew, he really knows how to surprise people. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he looked up, and he exclaimed with a chuckle, well, after doing all that, it's no wonder he passed out. It was like a meteor strike. Meanwhile, in another seemingly peaceful area, Uno stood on a rooftop and asked the person opposite her, "Are you really a hunter?" Fenrir answered seriously, "I'm not a monster, I'm a human, a hunter." Hearing this, she began to think. They created a barrier before they left. But has anyone broken it yet? If they are hunters, it means their target is the Jade Umbrella Guild. Fenrir shook her head and spoke up. No, those bodies aren't dead yet. W, standing beside her, agreed. Fenrir's right. There are no dead bodies here. I believe they've either been captured or are hiding somewhere. Hearing the good news, Ung Neil exclaimed happily. What a relief. Gunhawa acknowledged that it was all thanks to Sangan that we were able to get here so easily. Luckily, we were able to avoid the monsters and cross the mountains safely. Speaking of which, she carefully asked the fox she was holding, Sangan, have you fully recovered your strength yet? The other immediately replied, Not yet, but it won't be long now. I will soon recover it all. Receiving the answer, she was a little confused. But if you've already recovered a little, why don't you change your form? Why are you staying in this shape? The Mountain King said shyly. Sangan was embarrassed. Ahem, this form is comfortable. She suddenly looked up in a certain direction. How do you feel? And over there, a dark soldier was listening to her words. He was now completely in human form, on Mu. He looked happily into the distance and smiled. I'm fine. Ever since the great cataclysm, everyone has become stronger. Because he was exhausted from the battle, Junjian was quickly taken back to the old apartment building. After resting, after a while, he finally woke up. Seeing this, Seong-gu smiled and asked about his condition. How are you feeling? Facing him, Junjian spoke without hiding anything. I think my body was overwhelmed by this sudden surge in power. But now I feel great. Hearing that, he immediately replied, That's good. Just as this problem was resolved, another one arrived. He frowned and asked, What's the situation in Gangmyeong? However, Seong-gu didn't answer right away. He just gestured with his head, see for yourself. Following his gesture, he immediately stood up to look outside and then exclaimed in shock, Good heavens! The scene outside was now a massive battlefield, making him sigh. It's become a complete mess. Seong-gu promptly reassured him, Don't worry, the people there are fine. It seems Heo did her part well. As soon as he finished speaking, the door swung open and Intrang appeared. She walked in with her hands on her hips, sighing. Why am I always the last one to arrive? In response, Junjian could only laugh and say, Because you're always so busy. It was just a joke. Then she got to the main point. I just visited the shelter. Well, first off, the food situation is stable for now. Suddenly, the stone on his necklace, which had always been glowing red, began to change. It flashed brightly before going completely dark. Not even a single spark of energy remained. Faced with this sudden event, Junjian immediately frowned, his face darkening in disbelief. Seeing his shocked expression, Seong-gu hurriedly asked, What is that? Intrang, standing nearby, also didn't understand what was wrong, while the one being asked just cradled the stone thoughtfully. He was at a loss for words. He recalled what Merlin had said when she gave it to him. As long as I am safe, this necklace will continue to emit energy. Remembering this, he clenched the stone, his voice filled with worry. It seems something is happening in England. There was one more thing he didn't dare say out loud, only thinking to himself. Could it be the Demon King? A while later, on the rooftop of a certain building, Junjian was face to face with Seong-gu. He asked with an anxious face, any new information? Knowing he was worried, Seong-gu reported immediately. It's quite difficult to contact the outside. The round table is strong, so don't worry too much. But this reassurance had little effect on him. He continued. The last time I spoke with Merlin, she said they were about to meet with Olympus, and if what Aegis said is true. He briefly thought about Aegis's words. I also heard about the disappearance of Rhodes. Then he reiterated, if Rhodes disappeared, wouldn't it be highly likely that the problem in England is related to Olympus? Seong-gu couldn't confirm anything either. I'm not sure. He added, Fortunately, we can still contact Incheon. Ion is sending some hunters here. Finally, hearing some good news, he happily exclaimed, That's great. We can go find Unuel's group now. However, Seong-gu's hesitant tone and attitude confused him. He continued seriously, I don't think I can go with you. Junjian quickly questioned him, You mean you're planning to stay here? But that wasn't what he meant. No, I think I need to go to Seoul. Before Junjian could say anything more, he smiled and looked up at the sky. Seoul has the most hunters, and the only ones who can help people get out of this mess are the hunters. That's also my reason. I think I need to go to Seoul to sort some things out. Currently, the two of them are standing together, looking down from above at the desolate city. He calmly said, I understand. At the same time, the hunters in Incheon, the reinforcements dispatched to help Gang Mayan had arrived, and it also signaled that it was time for the underdog group to leave Gang Mayan. The two groups finally met again on the newly cleared road. Du quickly asked them, are you guys leaving? For his part, he maintained his smile and replied, that's right, we're leaving now. The help from Jungon's group was truly timely. The more he thought about it, the tighter Du clenched his fist. Thank you. If it weren't for you guys, I don't know how much longer we would have had to endure that terrible time. He tried to hold back his emotions and admitted, we know the sins we've committed can't be so easily overlooked. Then he said frankly, the sins we committed just because we thought we had no other choice. What are we supposed to do now? Faced with this sincere attitude, Seong-gu fell silent for a moment, then he looked at him seriously. Your sins are indeed not small. Just as they were sinking into extreme remorse, he spoke, but there is still a way to fix your mistakes in a tone. He gripped Du's shoulder firmly as if to give him strength. He said, each and every word clearly. Beg for forgiveness for the rest of your life. Protect the people here, save 10 times. As many lives as were sacrificed, whether you are forgiven or not. Du recalled the time a mother rushed out from somewhere, shouting loudly, let me go instead. That mother held her child tightly in her arms, tears streaming down her face, sobbing and begging, please, not my child, don't take my child. In that moment, Du thought in confusion, I have no other choice. My family are hostages too. Thinking of his family, he couldn't hold it in anymore and burst into sobs. Seong-gu, standing right there. How could he not understand? He repeated firmly. So until everyone forgives you, no, even after they've forgiven you, continue to repent for your sins for the rest of your life. Strangely, the sky now had become unusually clear and blue. His words carried a sense of hope for everyone. Even if you can't change the past, you can change the future with your own choices. His words were like a light at the end of the tunnel. Du immediately dropped to his knees. Not just him, but the soldiers following him did the same. Everyone was filled with gratitude, kneeling and shouting, thank you so much. His words also had a significant impact on Jungon. He stood quietly behind him, slowly repeating, the past and the future. Huh. Then he turned and walked away, murmuring to himself as he went. I wonder, do you just keep moving forward to the next path? Is this the past or a future that can be changed? But now, though his back looked calm, his heart was filled with worries about the future. I don't know anything. Facing the desolate scene all around Washan, he simply stated softly, this place is completely destroyed. Trang, beside him, couldn't help but sigh with worry. These monsters are strangely strong. Jungon immediately frowned and looked at her. It's a side effect of the disaster, Seong-gu immediately added. Although we've searched all day today, we couldn't find any trace of survivors. What are you going to do now? Facing the horde of bizarre monsters below, he just said, if there were people to save, it would be a different story, but there are just too many monsters. He began with a smile. Unjel's group is waiting. We should leave Washan. Seong-gu immediately agreed. All right, down below was. It was an incredibly brutal scene. The sight of people being torn apart and fought over by worm monsters was scattered everywhere. That reality made him frown in discomfort. So this was the disaster in reality. Even Gang Mayan, which was managed by Edgar, was in better shape. According to what the Demon King's memoir once wrote, the patrons were not on the side of humanity. The disaster was caused by the patrons. The apocalypse was truly terrifying, and he didn't want it to continue at all. Sky of the Apocalypse, I want to talk to you. He just looked up at the clear blue sky, asking and answering himself, although I know you won't answer me. Time passed quickly, and the three of them finally set foot in the territory of Songnam. Trang quickly exclaimed, Songnam is the complete opposite of Wachan, isn't it? Junjian honestly expressed, I didn't expect much when I saw it had a thin barrier, but this is truly a surprise. This area was completely different from the areas they had visited before. He concluded that the city looked no different than it did before the disaster at all. The place was also heavily guarded, and as soon as they saw the group, someone noticed. Oh, there are people over there? Is your partner slow to react again? Then he excitedly grabbed the railing and shouted loudly, Are you guys underdogs? At the sudden shout, Seong-gu was also startled. Huh, wait a minute, is that? Before he could finish, the two guards screamed in alarm. The leader of the Elk Guild Alliance, Mr. Gu. With that, they hurriedly leaped down, just to get to him faster. Not keeping him waiting long, the two men shouted proudly and embraced him. Leader! Leader! After a heartwarming reunion, the group was immediately shown the way. Finally getting to meet him, Haneong was continuously excited. This way, I'll lead everyone. I can't believe I get to meet you here. Leader Seong-gu happily introduced them to his two friends. They are members of the Guild Alliance. Jian, who had been watching all this time, finally spoke up. You prepared everything in Songnam beforehand. You should have told us, shouldn't you? This is quite a surprise. Seeing him tease like that, the man became flustered and said, No, I just found out myself. This made Junjin extremely surprised. What? Seung-gu turned to them and asked sharply, I'm very happy to see you all again. But why are you two here when you're supposed to be in soon? As soon as he finished speaking, both of their faces darkened. Then, amid heavy hesitation, Henyeong whispered, We. He frankly admitted that they had fled from Seun. I'm sorry, leader. His face was etched with fear. Seun has turned into a hell. Just those words were enough to make Junjian's group stare wide-eyed in utter shock. At the same time, the scene shifts to another vast, clean residential area. Sudden noises shattered the inherent peace of this place. It turned out to be Eun Neil leading her group, rushing forward. Everyone's face was extremely tense. As she dashed, she frowned and thought to herself, the tracks are too long. The hunters targeting the Baekdu Guild must be high rankers. The remaining members of the Baekdu Guild are weak hunters. Could they have really avoided them and gotten this far? Faced with the deserted roads showing no traces, she grew even more uneasy. Moreover, these stretches of road showed no signs of a struggle. The only trace was that the number of monsters had decreased. I'm so worried. Just then, from the sky, pitch-black feathers suddenly began to fall, accompanied by sharp cries. The sudden event startled her, making her look towards the source of the sound. When she saw its shape clearly, she grew even more suspicious. A crow. Nevertheless, she raised her hand to signal her comrades to halt. Her hand gesture just happened to stop Fenrir, who was about to charge forward. They stood still, observing this strange crow. Its eyes were blood-red and its body radiated an immense amount of energy. Woe tensed up, gritting his teeth in suspicion. What is this terrifying amount of mana? Is it coming from that crow? In that instant, both of them transformed. Fenrir's entire body began to glow blue, sharp fangs appeared, and her eyes flickered, just like her true form. Haimu was also ready to fight, but surprisingly, the crow spoke in a human voice. I have been waiting for you. This made Mr. Neil even more wary. She silently stared at it. In contrast to the tense scene here, the sky on the other side was still a deep, peaceful blue. In the Seongnam area, rows upon rows of buildings still retained their appearance from before the catastrophe. At a certain cafe, someone handed Junjian a drink and said, Here, have some coffee. At the other person's kindness, he smiled in return, Thank you. It turned out she was Diyun. Hearing him thank her, she became flustered. No, it's nothing. I should be the one thanking you. Enjoy. After this greeting, she immediately ran into another room. She was incredibly excited. There, I finally got to talk to him. I'm gonna go tell everyone. Seeing the scene that just unfolded, Song-gu couldn't help but tease. Didn't she ask you out on a date? And Trang chimed in, You're so popular. He could only scratch his head in embarrassment. Stop teasing me. Anyway, it's been 1 month since we came to Seongnam. We've been here for too long, but he still seemed incredibly happy. Yeah, but because we stayed and kept an eye on the monsters, people can now go out on the streets and even reopen schools. This place has become as safe and vibrant as it was before the catastrophe. But Trang still had other worries. Junjian and I can't break through the barrier surrounding Y, the base of the Baekdu Guild. Even your Bifrost can't break it. Song-gu said, I wonder if Ungul's group is still okay. He immediately looked at him and asked probingly, How is it? It seems like things aren't going so smoothly. He just silently exhaled a puff of smoke. He said with difficulty, still no response from Seun. Breaching the barrier or communicating with those inside is impossible. It's the same story abroad. Things are gradually getting worse. Cities that were once safe are only now experiencing the catastrophe. He continued to press the issue. Any new word from Egypt or Europe? He replied immediately. Egypt is still holding on. But the situation isn't good. Too many hunters were sacrificed during ST's rebellion. Not stopping there, he added. And in Europe, London seems to have been devastated. I can't get in contact with them. This was confirmed by the escaped hunters I managed to speak with. Seeing the situation take such a turn for the worse, Junjian couldn't help but be stunned. No way, not even Merlin and Arthur could overcome the catastrophe. The scene remains in the city of Seongnam, where all activities are gradually returning to how they were before. As Junjian and Trang were walking along the sidewalk, someone suddenly called out to them. Oh, Mr. Underdog, Miss XF. Running into them made Mr. Hen very happy. He asked where the two of them were headed. Ben replied, We're heading to the border of Waipion. Hearing this, he immediately became extremely worried. Waipion is very dangerous. It's a gathering place for hunters from Songnam, but he just flatly refused, saying, No, someone is waiting for us there. Seeing this, Mr. Hen didn't press the issue. I understand. Then, a car quickly approached where everyone was talking. The car window rolled down and Suzanne in the driver's seat said immediately, Hunter Lee Junjan, let's go." Seeing him again, he was surprised and called out Suzan's name. Then he and the girl got into the car. As the car started moving, he mused. Kim Suzan, someone I've known since I first became a hunter. He manages hunters from all over the country, and he said that when the disaster struck, he was in Songnam. The white car continued to drive down the street as he was lost in thought. He had become a driver for the Underdog Guild. It seemed that Songnam had stabilized, so there was no need to worry about monster attacks. The streets were deserted but incredibly peaceful and easy to navigate. He continued to think that the undamaged roads allowed them to travel by car. After a while, the car finally stopped, and everyone got out to observe. Suzan suddenly asked him, "Have you found the way to Yan yet?" He quickly replied with a smiling face, "I think so." Junjan drew his spear, his weapon, and gripped it tightly. He said, "Let me test it one more time." Then, a terrifying surge of energy erupted. Along the spear's shaft, flames blazed fiercely. And Trang, standing nearby, smiled confidently, thinking she could feel the mana condensing from that incredible heat source. This might actually be possible. Moreover, he prepared to launch his attack, his red glowing eyes suddenly sharpening. He called upon Heavenly Flame. Under his command, the energy rapidly gathered, waiting for the moment to explode. Finally, as he swung it, the immense heat source carrying the accumulated mana shot towards the barrier, causing a violent impact. Witnessing such a spectacular sight, Suzan couldn't help but exclaim, "That's insane. Are you even human?" But Jungion, the one who had just unleashed that terrifying power, sighed even so. He looked at the barrier in front of him, which remained completely unaffected, and said, "I still can't deal with this barrier." With that, he retracted his weapon. He pondered thoughtfully. "It seems like attacking a single point is useless, unless I continuously attack the entire barrier." He asked, confused, "Didn't you say you had a way?" He still cheerfully and confidently admitted, "That's right." Suddenly, the shadowy figure of Hio appeared behind Intrang. The newcomer arrived without a sound and spoke, startling her. "Everything is ready, master." It turned out he was here for him. After hearing the report from his subordinate, he became even more pleased. "Excellent, let's begin." As soon as he finished speaking, a series of echoes rang out all around them, strong and rhythmic. On the previously empty street, a strange army was now running towards them. They were an army of large soldiers that looked exactly like zombies. This sudden sight made Suzan scream in alarm. "Oh my god, what is that?" His exclamation was accompanied by the growls of this terrifying legion. There must be at least 100 undead monsters. The eyes of Hio, who had just appeared, also glowed with a cold blue light. Time passed quickly. Before they knew it, the sky had begun to darken. And on the ground, skeletons surrounded by a disgusting green aura were scattered everywhere. Junjin was panting heavily, sweat pouring down his face. Then he turned to ask the newcomer, "Shi, what do you think? Is it feasible, Hio?" Hio replied, "Yes, I think it is." However, he still spoke with concern. "But will you be all right, sir? It seems like you're overexerting yourself, but time is of the essence, and we can't stop," he insisted. Resolutely, "Even so, I have a feeling that I must go." "How long will it take to prepare?" Hio quickly answered, "1 week is enough." Junjian happily accepted. "All right, please prepare as quickly as possible." Then, in the blink of an eye, 1 week flew by. The time had come, and Junjian's group decided to leave this place. Hence, although he already knew, still wanted to confirm once more, "Are you all leaving?" Everyone smiled and nodded. He then said, "There are many hunters in Song Nam. I will try to create a list of hunters who can keep an eye on you all. However," he refused, "there's no need. For that, you guys should focus on protecting Songnam, protecting South Korea along with Gangmyeon and Incheon." The other party then laughed, his tone resolute. "Understood." Then he smiled even more brightly, his eyes filled with determination as he promised, "We will protect it just as you protected us." After he finished speaking, his entire team bowed in unison, shouting their thanks for everything. Seeing them like that, Shanggu was also happy for them. It seems there's no need to worry anymore. And Junjian also smiled back in greeting. With them here, he felt very reassured. After the two sides said their goodbyes, his group of 3 turned and left the peaceful city. Following that, the scene suddenly shifted to another foggy area. In Waipian at this moment, the streets were deserted and safe. The buildings still stood strong as before. From up high, a person completely cloaked from head to toe stood behind a large glass door, observing in silence. And below, rows of people were lining up to receive food rations. While carrying their portions away, people chattered excitedly. "No need to worry about monster attacks or food shortages, it's all thanks to him. He is truly a godsend." Next, someone called out to gather people, "New hunters, please come this way. We will begin training." And then a man suddenly praised admiringly, "Look over there, the hunters who went out to scout have brought back survivors." In the direction he was looking, a bus had just stopped, and from inside, one by one, the surviving people were luckily let out. However, none of them sensed the gaze of the mysterious person who was constantly watching them. Then, it seemed that peaceful image made him uncomfortable, so he turned his head and muttered in disgust. The mysterious person turned. Behind him, where Unneil was sitting silently. Unneil, impatient and annoyed, said, "Let the others go." Hojin, standing his ground, replied casually, "If you want to leave, then just leave." He became more apathetic about the decisions of both sides. "If you go, I won't stop you, but I won't be able to guarantee the safety of that wolf or the White Tiger Guild." Upon hearing that, Unneil fell into deep thought. Following that crow was a trap. The people of Tianchi village who came with her had been captured. Her careful train of thought before making a decision just flowed out. Thanks to the sacrifice of Fenria, Songun, W, and Hyan Mu were able to escape. This guy still hasn't caught them. That means they will come to rescue me and the people of Tianchi village. Then she glanced at his face, filled with suspicion. Hojin, as if reading her mind, spoke up. "I can see what you're thinking as clear as day. You call yourself a commander, but you planned something so simple. It seems you thought the escapees would bring him here." Hearing that made her face darken in utter terror. This guy has everything under his control. It seemed Heian suddenly realized something. He went mad, flashing a grotesque smile as he looked into his palm, his eyes wide with excitement. No matter what happens, have fun, it seems he has arrived. Meanwhile, Unneil was sweating bullets, not expecting him. Li Junjian is here. With this confident look, he must have made many preparations waiting for Li Jun to arrive. She recalled Junjian being ready to fight any opponent, which reassured her somewhat. Even so, I'm not worried anymore. Her expression was now written all over her face. If it's him, it feels like anything is possible. Walking down the hallway to another room, Unneil stood hesitating for a moment before the door in front of her. Then she turned the doorknob and opened it. Inside was Fenria, his hands bound in chains. The atmosphere around him was very gloomy. Unneil gathered her energy, reaching out her hand to cast a spell. Then she used her power to slowly heal him. A bit of life returned to Fenria's face as he looked up and called her name, Unneil. Her eyes were filled with self-blame as she confessed her feelings. "I'm sorry, Fenria. I've treated your wounds, but these chains are beyond my abilities." Then Unneil informed him, "I have good news. He'll be here soon." This left him speechless with surprise. Finally seeing a ray of hope, he managed a brief smile. Soon, Li Junjian is here. Under the overcast sky, loud rumbling sounds echoed from within the blue cage. Hordes of frenzied goblins charged forward, only to be electrocuted by the dome, leaving their bodies covered in wounds. Their numbers were endless, with long lines still standing by, waiting for their turn. Seonggu watched on, unable to hide his admiration. Truly incredible. Trang, looking pale, was constantly worried. Is everything all right? Aren't those monsters just crashing into the barrier? When Seonggu turned to her, he shared her confusion. I don't know. The one who could answer is busy, so we can't ask him. Behind them, Junjian was still calmly cultivating to raise his level, his expression growing darker as he sweated and pushed himself to the limit. This made Trang marvel and reproach herself. Look how hard he's working. I feel bad for even thinking of asking. Seonggu, whose gaze had turned serious, made an assessment. The number of monsters has dropped significantly. Is it over already? After just a few minutes, the once pristine blue barrier was now stained with monster blood. Trang glanced down, and a chill ran down her spine. A barrier covered in monster blood? That's really creepy. A voice rang out, causing the two of them to turn and notice that Junjian had completed his cultivation. The pig flew up to his face and announced, I will begin. Suddenly, someone shouted, Oh my god, the monster's blood is catching on fire. Then someone else asked, Has it started? The flames inside gradually formed a vortex. Then it stomped hard on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust and sand. The fire, as if encouraged, became increasingly explosive. The thick smoke and flames even spread as far as Seongnam City. The hunters also heard it and were horrified. Wow, what was that? That explosion is huge. It's coming from the direction the leader and underdog went. Trang looked like she had just run a marathon, panting heavily in exhaustion. It turns out she was the one who brought Ji here. I'm in. This is why Peon. Smoke and dust gradually rose into the sky, as if to cover the blue circle. The barrier is back. Suddenly, someone screamed, making her immediately glance at Jung Jian. Jian! To her surprise, Jung Jian was lying trembling on the ground, blood constantly trickling from his mouth. Seeing him like this, Suzan panicked and screamed loudly. Why is he like this? Trang, who was standing nearby, immediately explained. He used too much of his power. His mana is flowing in reverse. Seonggu then prepared to use his own energy to treat Jung Jian. The barrier that I couldn't break even with Bifrost. He overdid it. I will redirect the flow of mana. He then placed his hands on Junjian's back and began transferring all the internal energy from his body to the boy. Immediately, he suffered a backlash and painfully coughed up blood, which horrified Entrang beside him. Instantly, Seonggu suddenly stumbled back several steps. He looked at his trembling hand in fear. Damn it, this mana, it's not normal mana. If I hadn't quickly severed the connection to that mana flow, I could have passed out from the backlash. It felt like I was staring into an abyss I was never meant to see. Hearing this, Suzan shouted for them to stop. It's no use, please stop. Entrang couldn't bear it any longer and sighed, volunteering, let me try. But Seonggu immediately objected, explaining, no, this isn't the kind of mana just anyone can handle, you'll die. She remained confident in her decision, so should we just leave him like this? I'm different from the rest of you. I will save Junjian no matter the cost. Without a moment's hesitation, and without any regard for the danger, she insisted on saving him. It's true, I'm still lacking compared to Seonggu, but I learned about the flow of mana from the awakening of the Blood Dragon Stone. I understand the flow of mana and how to resolve it. If I use that mana flow, I'm sure I can do it. Finally, Entrang placed both hands on Junjian's back. A stream of energy began to pour out. She gritted her teeth, using every ounce of her strength to channel mana into his body. She pushed herself so hard that beads of sweat formed on her brow. I can see the flow into that giant abyss. Finally, Junjian seemed to feel a bit better, which gave Entrang a little more hope. I'm not afraid. If I can save him, I'm willing to give up my own life. Seonggu, watching her, felt a sense of relief for her. It's working. Junjian is calming down. She slowly pulled her hands away from Junjian. Just as she breathed a sigh of relief, she couldn't help but collapse. It seemed she had also reached her limit as she coughed up blood. But even so, she turned with a joyful expression and announced, I saved him. Seeing her about to collapse, Seonggu shouted in alarm, Entrang! And just like that, Entrang let herself fall backward, her face showing extreme exhaustion. But luckily, Ji was there in time to catch her in the palm of his hand, while Seonggu was extremely worried and rushed over, cursing, damn it. Entrang was now suffering from the backlash, gasping for breath. Of course, she'd have to face the consequences. After calming such a volatile mana flow, I wonder if an elixir will even work, he thought to himself. But there's no other choice. I can't leave her like this. He hurriedly took out an elixir. Suddenly, someone's voice rang out, making him pay attention immediately. I'll do it. Step aside, please move. Seonggu looked towards W's left shoulder and hesitated. W, but your arm. But he remained firm in his resolve. It doesn't matter right now. Full of determination, he spoke up. Let's begin. Immediately after, he used his energy to form needles that he plunged straight into her body. Entrang. While Suzan marveled, Seonggu had to praise him. What an amazing skill. The flow of Entrang's mana spun, things returned to normal too quickly. W let out a heavy sigh and gave them an order. Bring Junjian here. Then he announced to everyone around, we need to leave immediately. This confused Seonggu. What? It seemed like there was a loud noise. Suwon heard it and turned his head in a panic as the entire ground shook violently. A cloud of black dust was continuously advancing towards them, astonishing him. Oh my god, ferocious-looking monsters were rushing forward. There were even thousands of slugs. Gongdu clenched its fists, preparing to fight them. It majestically radiated its power, showing off its authority, and roared, Gung! Before it could do anything, Hua, who was carrying Entrang from behind, advised it, Go! Don't be reckless. Come with us. As if not believing its ears, it asked again. Gung, he calmly explained, someone will take care of things here. Suddenly, Hyan Mu, who had appeared out of nowhere, spoke up, I will handle this. Take care of the master and escape. Seonggu looked at it with some confusion, but quickly understood. Master, so you are? Before he could finish his question, it admitted, that's right, I am Hyan Mu. Its eyes started to turn sharp, filled with an intimidating aura. An army for a monster army. I will handle this. Then it summoned a legion of skeletons, ready to confront the horde of slugs. Their numbers grew by the moment, advancing forward rather clumsily. Hyan Mu stood majestically and fearlessly before its army. Seonggu, standing by, couldn't help but be amazed, truly amazing. He was in awe of the powerful legion, thousands of skeleton warriors. The scene changes to another place, in the middle of a strangely quiet forest, where the shimmering mist gradually faded to reveal a cave. Inside, civilians were taking refuge. What is this place? Seonggu looked at the scene before him with a serious expression. A shelter. W. Hua, standing beside him, confirmed. That's right. He then urged them, we have to hurry. Hyan Mu then approached Seonggu with a request, give me the master. Hearing this, he was grateful. Thank you. Then W informed him, I will go see to the treatment. I'm sure everyone has many questions. I will let him explain. This made him curious. Him? A foot stepped forward along with an introduction. I am Sangun, he said in a deep voice. While the others are being treated, I will tell you what has happened. Seong-gu's eyes went wide and his jaw dropped, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. Sangun, you are Sangun? He then thought to himself, a beastman? But isn't Sangun a white tiger? His fur is red and black. It also became quiet inside the cave. He stood before Seong-gu and posed a question. We left soon to move to Junjian's house. Do you know the current situation in Soon? Seong-gu also replied seriously. Ever since a powerful barrier was erected, we have been unable to contact Soon. Perhaps a ruler has appeared, but we cannot confirm it for sure. A look of sadness mixed with distress appeared in his eyes. After we left, a barrier disappeared. We also don't know the exact situation. However, I think we were fortunate to have been able to leave. He then glanced at the place where everyone was staying. Anyway, we moved to that house in Yangpyeong, but the families of the civilians were no longer there, only traces of their escape remained. He then continued to recount the situation afterward. With Fenria's help, we followed the tracks. We followed those tracks for a very long time. When we arrived, he was already there, as if he knew what was going to happen. Jigu, hearing someone else join the conversation, was curious. He, Sangun, responded as well. He intended to capture us, and we realized we had to decide whether to fight or to flee. He seemed to sense something and quickly asked, wait, where is everyone else? Fenrir and Uniel, and him, the one you always mention. At this, Sangun gave a twisted, resentful smile. Fenrir and Uniel had stayed behind to hold him off so we could escape. In the end, they were both captured. Ha ha ha, who is he? Right after that, he furiously shouted, pointing at him and revealing Odin, none other than your leader. He was stunned. What? Zigu also couldn't believe it. Odin. Odin is in Y, not soon. Yeah.